This was the usual residential neighborhood where Akina sees lived in the evening darkness. The guy's apartment was more like a cluttered warehouse because Akina was home very rarely. An avid bachelor, Akina was passionate about only one goal, to make more money. And the guy also liked to drink sometimes, but only in the evenings. Now Akina rejoiced like a child figures on his bank account. After all, now he had accumulated the necessary amount of money to realize his plans. Akina Sees worked day in and day out at a job he didn't like and was wasting away in corporate slavery. But now his dream of quitting his job and starting his own business was closer than ever to realization. Finally being able to say goodbye to the cursed slave job. Akina was glad it would happen until he beat up his damned irresponsible boss who made him overwork every day. Akina saved up money for many months in a row, restricting himself to almost everything, and it was all for the sake of opening his own store. Akina had often read popular magazines about starting his own business, and was now ready to follow the example of other successful people. A free life should now begin without the damned slave companies with their Spartan working conditions. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his head made him drop his favorite magazine. Such sharp weakness was already a familiar phenomenon from being severely overworked. Sometimes Akina even lost consciousness and fainted at work, but the bosses did not care about it. Now Akina was calm while fainting because he knew that when he woke up a new life would be waiting for him. Some rough and unfamiliar voice ordered him to wake up immediately. Akina opened his eyes and realized that he was clearly not in his apartment because everything around him looked like some medieval. High ceilings, gloomy walls, warriors in metal armor, and strange magical light. It all seemed unreal, and Akina decided that it was just a dream and he really needed to wake up. But the grown man replied that it was not a dream at all, but a place commonly called a parallel world. And he is the great Rui, the king of these lands. Akina's consciousness refused to believe in this nonsense, and he still saw it as a dream. Regardless, Akina introduced himself so as not to appear impolite. King Rui began to tell that for hundreds of years, his country had been fighting evil demons, but gradually the humans began to lose. And now they were able to summon a hero to help with his power. Rui asked Akina to lend them his power, but the guy replied that he didn't have anything special. It all seemed too trivial a dream. But King Rui didn't believe Akina and reminded him that absolutely all heroes get special powers from God, and you just need an open menu, and then everything will be clear. All this looked like a funny dream, but gradually Akina began to worry, but all wanted to test his magic powers. The menu that opened up was nice looking and reminded him of the interface of a popular computer game. At first glance, it was a very detailed statistic with the gender, name, age, and the special ability that the excited king was talking about. It turned out Akina, the summoned hero, was endowed with the skill of cultivation. What kind of nonsense? What kind of cultivation? Thought Akina, and decided to read the description of the strange skill. Judging from the description of cultivation allowed you to grow anything planted in the ground. Any growth would be accelerated many times over. Akina thought that this dream was getting funny. King Rui asked what the great hero's power was. Akina, barely containing his laughter, replied that he could grow anything, easily and quickly. The king squealed in disappointment and called it a complete failure. The king's aides immediately advised getting rid of the useless hero. Other advisors, however, suggested that Akinu be sent to the front lines immediately as a decoy, while they tried to summon a normal hero who would be capable of fighting. A heated debate broke out, which surprised Akina. But King Rui ordered everyone to shut up immediately and reminded them that there was a food shortage in the kingdom. And Akina had a production skill and would be able to put that to good use. Akina continued to enjoy his, supposedly sleep, and praised the king for his resourcefulness. King Rui stated that he would allocate the summoned hero a plot of land and a field on the edge of the royal capital. Akina, on the other hand, would have to use his skills to create food for the entire kingdom. The guy himself was already tired of this chatter and wanted to wake up as soon as possible because he has plans to create his own store and develop his personal business. But this stupid dream unfortunately did not end and so lasted for a week. Akina was bored alone in the middle of an abandoned field. The king did not provide him with the royal conditions and did not even allocate any money for his upkeep. All this depressed Akina, and he could not understand why this nightmare was not ending. During this week, Akina did try to grow vegetables using his magical cultivation skill. After all, despite it being a dream, the guy still wanted to learn how to make good use of his available skills. Some successes did occur, and Akina learned how to grow vegetables. It became clear that if you plant seeds and influence them with the magical power of his skill, then after a few days mature vegetables appeared, and it really was like magic. But it all turned out to be too monotonous because the cultivation skill could not do anything else, and so Akina quickly got bored with this monotonous activity. It was very boring and lonely. But on the 8th day, one thought struck Akina's mind with lightning. Gradually the guy came to the realization that if all this is not a dream, after all, only this can explain why he still has not woken up. And if that was indeed the case, then it was high time to meet with His Majesty King Rui and ask him some important questions. King Rui treated the young hero's visit kindly and asked if Akina was alright. Akina decided to be polite in return and thanked His Majesty for his concern. King Rui noticed that the summoned hero had not come to visit empty-handed and asked if Akina had brought him vegetables that he had been able to grow with his unique skill. Rui's insight was truly royal, and in a few minutes he was already looking at a magnificent vegetable that had grown in less than 10 days. It was a great result, and the advisors had suggested that now he didn't even need to wait for harvest time. His Majesty Rui said that with Akina's skills, his kingdom would now permanently solve the food shortage problem, and he was willing to buy all the crops grown. Akina decided that if the king was in a good mood, then it would be easier to ask him questions. Akina asked how long he still had to be in this world, and if it would be until the new hero was summoned, then it was already time to deal with the matter. King Rui was surprised by the question and clearly didn't understand what the hero farmer wanted from him. Akin once again asked when the king would already summon a new hero, warrior, or whatever he needed so he could go home in peace. But His Majesty the King shattered all of Akina's hopes in an instant by answering that it was impossible to return the summoned hero to his present world, and it was a one-way trip. Akina was furious at this answer and didn't even remember how he got back to his shack. The hero farmer realized that all his plans were ruined because of the idiot king and decided to get drunk with grief. Akina cursed the king and all his court lackeys who advised to call for a hero. He wanted to get drunk to the state of the Hulk and destroy the entire royal castle. But of course there was no strength for that, and Akina angrily threw the bottle of cheap wine against the wall. It felt like a terrible injustice because he had been taken from his life without consent, and now he was some kind of damned farmer. Akina continued to gorge himself on wine and regret the lost opportunity to open his own store. In addition to being angry about the lost chance to start his own business, Akina did not want to repeat the fate of his unlucky parents. Akina's parents were ordinary farmers, or as they were called, primary food producers. His parents worked hard every day in the field. Akin himself at that time was just a Bazabat kid who loved to explore the neighborhood. But all this came to an abrupt end at once. Akina's father often worried about the future, and especially about such things as the price rise in the market. So he attended a seminar with his neighbors, but these seminars turned out to be a trap of scammers, and his father ended up losing his money. The parents worked hard to pay off the debt, which they were forced to repay. But soon the father could not cope with the stress and died from overwork. His father's life insurance after his death was able to offset the debts, but shortly after Akin's adulthood, his mother, feeling the long-awaited relief, suddenly passed away. Subsequently, looking at the fate of his parents, Akina gave up the prospect of being a farmer as it was a road to nowhere. After this decision, Akina became an ordinary clerk and sincerely wanted to find his own path. Enduring difficult trials with a cursed office, Akina longed for a free and comfortable life where he could do whatever he wanted. He wanted to start his own business as soon as possible. Akira spent many grueling years self-training himself in the principles of creating a personal business and accumulating startup capital. And at last he was close to his cherished dream and found himself in some parallel world. The wine was rapidly running out, but Akina still wanted to keep getting drunk. Suddenly he had the idea that if he could make more alcohol with his magic skill. His mind, clouded by alcohol, made him do a strange act. Akina was able to force his relaxed body out of the lodge, and with a wobbly gait, the hero farmer made his way to the field. Digging a small hole, and Akina put there a bottle with the remains of alcohol. The idea seemed really stupid, but Akina still buried the bottle, hoping that the alcoholic tree would grow by the next morning. After all, it would be nice to get a large harvest of some alcoholic fruit. Having finished planting the unusual plant, Akina could not go back to the shack, and the alcohol he drank made him fall asleep on the dusty ground. The morning rays of the sun and the singing of birds made Akina wake up very early, and the guy immediately faced the consequences of a stormy evening. A brutal hangover was beating a rhythm in his head like a church bell, and Akina remembered that yesterday he had spent all his money on alcohol. So it was necessary to search the field for leftover vegetables to sell. But opening wide his eyes, Akina could not believe what he saw. A huge tree dotted with alcohol bottles had appeared in just one night, and it was truly a miracle. Akina's amazement was so great that he forgot even his terrible hangover. The first and understandable question that arose in Akina's mind was why there were so many bottles on the branches of the tree, because he was drunk, but he remembered planting only one bottle, though in doing so, of course, applied his magic skill of growing. The pain in his head from excitement increased dramatically, and Akina wondered why he even did such a thing. Although it all looked unrealistically magical, and he couldn't have thought that such a huge tree would grow in one night and still have bottles of alcohol as a crop. Akina still decided to make sure of the quality of the crop and check if the bottles really contained alcoholic beverage. The bottles, to the surprise of the farmer hero, were carefully sealed with a real cork that somehow incredibly formed during the growth. This world once again surprised Akina. The bottle then smelled a pleasant odor and carefully poured into a glass. Curiosity, as well as a terrible hangover, made Akina not think too long before swallowing the contents of the glass. Absolute amazement, that's how he felt at that moment, because the liquid he drank was quite a good alcoholic liquor. The result, by the standards of a man from the ordinary world, was fantastic. He was able to grow his own alcohol in bottles on the tree. Giving in to his desire to become a merchant, Akina decided to make a trial trade in the city. To do so, he traveled to the shopping district of the royal capital, specifically the bar of the Dancing Mare, where he offered to buy his entire crop of alcoholic liquor. The bartender was surprised to see so many bottles and wondered who it was all stolen from. Akina, clearly not wanting to face the city guard, hastened to explain that it was a gift from a good friend. But since he couldn't drink that much himself, he decided to sell it. The bartender pretended to believe the story and tried the drink himself. He promised that if all was well, he would buy the whole lot in bulk. After taking a few sips, the bartender admitted that it was a very good liquor. The taste was quite unusual. Therefore, he was willing to give 8 silver coins for all these bottles. Akina was pleased with the resultant transaction, as this amount of silver coins seemed like decent money to him, and so his goods turned out to be of good quality. The transaction was done instantly, and the guy couldn't resist asking a question. Akina asked how the bartender thought this drink was made, because this drink tasted pretty good, and he would like to know how the process of making it was done. The bartender admitted that he was not an expert in the preparation, but was only selling the product, and that all the secrets of making alcohol could be learned at the local brewery. Akina was glad that this world is not completely backward in terms of technology, and there is a normal way to prepare booze here. The hero farmer then asked the bartender if he knew anything about magical skills. The bar owner replied that he does meet people with different unique skills sometimes. Akina explained that he was just wondering if the brewery itself used such unique abilities. Something like using farming skills to grow top-notch grapes and create delicious wine. But the bartender honestly replied that he didn't have much of a rumor about all that, but if they were any kind of combat skills, you could make good money as an adventurer with them. From this short conversation, Akina realized that farming skills were not much valued in the eyes of the locals, but perhaps that was a good thing. After saying goodbye to the polite bar owner, Akina decided that it would be a good idea to buy other well-priced items to conduct the experiment. The young hero farmer bought a variety of things and decided to plant them in the ground and use his magic skill to try to grow them. Among the new ones were good shields and sharp blades and many other things. The harvest was astonishing, for such a result Akina had not expected at all. From a single sword grew many blades of the same kind, and so it was with every object in this magical garden. To find out what his unique skills were capable of, Akina grew everything he could get his hands on. In doing so, the hero farmer took care of the safety of his farm and built a house around it so that no one would accidentally see the results of his labors. After all, those results were amazing. Akina rejoiced at such a harvest and mentally imagined how much it would all cost. Akina's self-confidence grew every day like the harvest in the vegetable garden, for it became more and more obvious that he could grow literally anything. It turned out that if an object didn't have anything resembling seeds, you just had to bury the object with potatoes. And in any case, the result was positive, as the harvest did not take long to come. Also, Isekai'd noticed that if you plant a regular fruit, it grows in just one night, and that is exactly how it was with most items. Well, of course, growing fruit was not such a lucrative occupation, and so the young farmer decided to do something else. One day, Akina came up with the brilliant idea of not growing items for sale, but bypassing this element of trade and going directly into growing money. All went well. The first crop of shiny coins gave the young farmer pleasure. Isekai'd thought at that moment that this was how the great minds of mankind felt when they made a unique discovery. The result was astonishing, for the very real silver coins had grown up in the land. With the achievement of such a result, the young hero realized that his cultivation skill was simply incredible. But the guy who had learned life immediately felt an attack of paranoia, because it was obvious that the king and his court lackeys would soon find out about all this. So it was urgent to improve his fence, for this humble field would soon become too valuable, and it would be a good idea to think of another stronger patron. Isekai'd imagined the moment when the king would find out about everything, and then he would immediately be made to work like a slave, forced to grow not only vegetables but everything. And in the end, he will be a young boy who has never known all the joys of life, will repeat the fate of his parents and die of exhaustion. In order not to be a cog in the slave society of this kingdom, Isekai'd decided to use his incredible power solely for himself. His first thought was to farm gold, accumulate large amounts of money, and go into hiding. But then the young farmer decided to use his power to create an independent enterprise, because that had been his goal all his life. And if all went well, he could live a free and carefree life in his own store. It remained to be seen if he could create his own enterprise, but first it would be a good idea to find an escort for him to become a traveling merchant. The following events began to unfold very quickly as Isekai'd wanted to finish his preparations as quickly as possible with his cultivation skill. To begin with, the young farmer paid the entrance fee to the trade guild with his cultivated coins. He then bought a good traveling wagon and began to harvest a bountiful harvest as seed money. In just a few days, everything was ready. The wagon was ready to embark on a long journey with a huge stock of all sorts of expensive goods. Isekai'd rejoiced like a little child, for he had never come so close to his dream. Within minutes, the recent events of a difficult life were recalled. Those moments when Isekai'd worked himself half to death in a black company. And once he had saved enough money, he was summoned to another parallel world. Then it turned out there was no way for him to go back. And now he's about to embark on a long journey in hopes of finding the meaning of life he's dreamed of for so long. The young farmer's mood was extremely elevated, and he shouted with all his might that he would definitely establish his own personal enterprise. And no one else would ever be able to use him as a labor force again. And in the future, he would do everything he could to live the life he wanted in this new magical world. Finally, the long-awaited day of departure came. Isekai'd had already heard about how violent bandits were sometimes encountered on the main road, and so it was necessary to get a trustworthy escort. The young farmer immediately went to the Adventurers Guild and asked for a beautiful female warrior or a beautiful witch sorceress, since he wanted to defeat enemies very beautifully, and to be near a girl is much more pleasant than with a rough man. But if Isekai'd could look briefly into the future, he would immediately realize the difficulties associated with his desire to get a bodyguard girl. But that doesn't happen until later, and the young merchant realizes that there is something strange about the girl he has hired for his protection. After Isekai'd had finished all his travel preparations and gathered all the supplies of his magical harvest, he had only to wait for his escort. And soon an unfamiliar voice greeted the aspiring merchant. A team of adventurers of a very dignified appearance arrived from the Adventurers Guild and reported that they were ready to take on this task. Isekai'd decided that these adventurers looked rather unreliable and cheerfully greeted his bodyguards. The lance guy introduced himself as Kyle and stated that he was a very experienced warrior. The girl Kava, who turned out to be an archer, promised that she would hit the target accurately if necessary, and she had proven it many times in various situations. The third person in the adventurers group initially impressed the traveling merchant with very beautiful hair that looked perfect. The young girl did not look like a seasoned warrior at all, and her sweet gaze looked more like an innocent child. For a moment, Isekai'd fell under the spell of the beauty and wondered what she was even doing here. But in the hands of a modest girl, there was a very strange weapon that looked more like an ordinary stick. Losing himself in guessing who it was, Isekai'd still asked what the girl's name was. The girl exclaimed in a squeaky voice that her name was Main, and she mercilessly beat her enemies with that metal bar. Such a warrior demonstration made Isekai'd laugh, and the boy thought that apparently this stick serves as a formidable weapon, and actually one should not judge a book by its cover. But then Kyle, the copjacker, warned Main not to break her weapon again and pull the whole team down. Isekai'd was surprised at such a warrior's warning, for how could one break such a hard metal weapon? Especially Main looked too fragile to do something like that. Isekai'd decided that this girl must be using a metal bar because she had previously broken her original weapon. Finished with the introductions process, the traveling merchant suggested to set off. Soon enough, the wooden wagon creaked monotonously, signaling the beginning of an exciting journey into uncharted lands. After a few hours of monotonous traveling, Isekai'd felt incredibly bored and decided to try to talk to the frowning adventurers about something. The aspiring merchant asked the adventurers how long ago they had formed their team, but the Lansam and Kyle smilingly replied that there was no way they could be on the same team as a weapons killer like Main. Akina was surprised at this answer, and at the same time noticed how the fragile girl got very excited when Kyle called her that. It was incomprehensible how such a delicate and sweet girl could get such a strange nickname, which would be more suitable for a man with well-developed muscles. Kyle continued his story and asked if Mr. Isekai'd didn't know why Main got such a nickname. But at that moment, wild shouts were heard approaching, and the Lanceman was forced to stop his monologue. The experienced swordsman's concern was not in vain, for a band of furious brigands was rapidly approaching their wagon. A multitude of brutal-looking bodies made up this bandit assemblage. The boldest of the bandits, who was apparently the ringleader, demanded the immediate surrender of all the money and the young girl. Kyle explained to his companions that they had been attacked by bandits from the Bloody Idiots gang. Kyle, the leader of the adventure squad, ordered everyone to keep their composure and promised that they would definitely stand their ground and stop the brigands' attack. Kava promised to deal with the archers immediately and ordered Kyle and weapon killer Main to team up to kill any enemies that might approach. For the traveling merchant had the easiest task. The adventurers ordered him to immediately hide in the wagon and not come out until he was called. Akin, who was not at all eager to try out his close combat skills, followed the adventurer's order and took cover in the wooden wagon. Sliding the iron bolt shut, Isekai'd felt his adrenaline overflowing. Then, obeying his curiosity, the young merchant decided to observe what was happening outside. Due to the fact that this wagon was designed to be a small shelter for the warriors, Isekai'd could feel relatively safe. And in doing so, he had the opportunity to observe the battle between the brigands and the adventurers. Though thoughts of a possible retreat did not leave him. Of particular interest to the traveling merchant was the ability of his defenders. After all, despite their formidable appearance and stories of past victories, Isekai'd saw them for the first time. At first glance, all was well. The archer Kava shot accurately and was able to repel the first wave of attackers. A swarm of deadly arrows rained down on the vicious brigands, and not many survived the encounter with such a gift from Kava. The archer, tasting her superiority, shouted that these damned brigands would be a worthy reward for her quest, and continued to send deadly arrows at the enemy. Akina, on the other hand, continued to watch with interest and was convinced of how strong Kyle's Kopjak was. The experienced adventurer fearlessly met the brigands and dispatched them to their ancestors with his long weapon. Kyle, with quick movements and lightning-fast lunges, literally cut down the enraged brigands, and Akina marveled at the strength of his companions. But so far only 2 of the adventurers' team were engaged in the battle, and Akina wondered what the fragile girl Main was doing at this time. As if she heard her employer, the copter Kyle started shouting why the weapons killer was doing nothing and ordered Main to join the battle immediately. The frail girl obeyed the order and rushed forward, and Akina began to follow her every movement. But after running a few meters, the delicate Main was visibly tired of dragging the heavy metal bar behind her. Akina was frightened for the girl and even questioned whether she was really an adventurer. The traveling merchant watched in horror as the ferocious bandit approached Main and realized that the girl simply could not defeat him. Main barely lifted the heavy metal bar and pushed the bandit slightly, causing her opponent to burst into a fit of laughter as well. The vile and bad-smelling brigand asked why Main was tickling him. But unexpectedly, Main hit the brigand with an incredible force that made the weighty body literally fly upwards. And the energy from the blow shook not only the road dust, but also all the rocks lying nearby. Akina could not believe what he saw, just as the brigands could not believe it either. But the fact remained that the frail Main displayed incredible strength that was no match for her slender body. Such an unexpected display of strength caused the other bandits to panic and rush away. Akin was delighted by what he saw, for this humble girl, contrary to expectations, turned out to be an incredibly strong adventurer. But the wandering merchant's delight was replaced by surprise. After all, the victor of the battle with Main Brigands was lying on the ground, crying like a little child, and her metal rod was broken like a bamboo stick. Akina couldn't believe that such a thick metal rod could break at all, for it required tremendous force. Spearman Kyle explained that Main was actually incredibly strong, though modest, and that was why she was given the nickname Weapon Killer. After calming down a bit, Main grabbed a mithril sword from a dead brigand and rejoiced at the prize trophy. Akina was surprised at Main's sudden change of mood and decided that it must be one of the rules of adventurers to take equipment from a defeated enemy. Kyle, the spearman, urged the girl to think and suggested it would be better to sell the precious sword, for she would break it sooner or later anyway. Akina sensed the merchant's growing interest and inquired how much the mithril sword was worth. After finding out that such a weapon cost about 200 gold coins, Akina decided that if one were to cultivate such an item, one could make a good profit. But Main clutched her well-deserved trophy with all her might and shouted that she would never sell the mithril sword and would try not to break it. No one else tried to take the mithril sword, and the archer Kava offered to continue the trip. And Kyle remained as cheerful in spite of the attack and promised that they would be there very soon. The creaking wagon was no longer as annoying as it had been at the beginning of the journey, and soon Akin and his intrepid bodyguards reached the imposing stone walls of the city. Kyle, the spearman, said with relief as they passed through the city gates that the task had been successfully completed. The city greeted its guests with a noisy atmosphere. Everyone was in a hurry and everywhere was bustling with activity. Akina looked around with interest and decided that he had come to the right place. The aspiring merchant was delighted with the atmosphere in this huge trading city and was looking forward to setting up his own shop on one of the busy streets. Soon the tired horse stopped at a local inn, and at last Akina was able to dismount from the creaking wagon. Akina felt that it was quite safe to be in this town, and so suggested that his bodyguards mind their own business, especially since he would be trading tomorrow. But the swordsman Kyle and the archer Kava began to insist on continuing to watch over Akina's safety, and they also became concerned about paying for their services during such an interruption. But the young merchant was quick to reassure his guards and promised to pay them in full despite the interruption. Kyle rejoiced and admitted that although this was only the middle of their work, he already liked such a generous employer. Kava also stated that they have never been treated so kindly by anyone. Kava went to rest in her room while Kyle decided to visit the inn and enjoy the local brews of alcohol and then meet all the available girls. After wishing them luck, Akina thought he was alone, but a poke in the back made him think of Main. The young girl strongman didn't want to go anywhere as she was interested in being around Akina, but it was noticeable how embarrassed she was about her desire. Main decided to help unload the goods with her incredible strength and deftly grabbed a whole bunch of crates. Akina was surprised at such strength, for all these crates were very heavy, but the girl had no difficulty and quickly carried everything forward. The young merchant had already managed to talk to the trade guild of this city, and so he decided to waste no time and open his store in the city market. Main, of course, didn't want to stay in the inn and watch the drunks. The girl wanted to be a vendor and carry goods for extra pay, and so she had to be hired. Her superhuman strength came in handy and helped save a lot of time. Akina took great care in setting up his first trading place and tried to make everything as good as possible. Main was helping to arrange the heavy crates of goods and noticed a very beautiful cloth. The girl was surprised at the sight of the unfamiliar cloth and asked what it was called. It was actually an ordinary handkerchief that Akina had in his pocket at the moment he moved to this world, and the quality of such cloth was much different from the local rags. Akina offered Main to take one of the handkerchiefs as a token of his gratitude, and the girl gladly accepted the gift. Judging by the expression on the young adventurer's face, one would have thought she had received a gem of enormous proportions, although it was just an ordinary cheap item that Akina had bought at his favorite supermarket back home. Akina finally finished all the preparations and decided that he was now ready to start trading, although one could feel the obvious excitement of a novice. Oh, and the range of goods was too extensive as Akina strived for the best and grew everything with his unique cultivation skill. So now there was the problem of how to fit all the goods on the display case. Main was very surprised at how many different goods Akina had prepared, and such a rich assortment inspired hope for an excellent trade. The novice merchant turned his attention to the busy street where there were many potential middle-class customers. It remained to prepare the storefront itself, and Akina was in a hurry to finish this so that he could already start trading. Main was interested in the process and asked what principle Akina used to arrange all the goods. The guy explained that groceries should be put forward, while expensive clothes and jewelry are put farther away. This specific arrangement is used in case of theft, because if something is stolen, it should be simple food rather than expensive items. Akina began to notice people gradually appearing nearby and looking at his market stall with curiosity. The boy decided that it was time to start trading. Excitement and joy, that's what one could call Akina's state of mind at that moment, because he had finally started his own business, and with goods of his own production. Gaining courage and determination, Akina announced as loudly as possible the opening of the best wandering store. Main also supported the guy and began to solicit customers, showing a beautiful smile. After a few minutes, it was obvious that most of the customers came thanks to Main and not Akin at all, as almost all the customers were men. It remained to be seen if the huge stock of goods could be sold and make an excellent profit. The central marketplace of the market town was the busiest place where some achieved success and became merchants, while others spent their accumulated funds and found everything they needed. And now Akine, an alien from another world, became part of the trading infrastructure and was able to open his own traveling store. Main tried to help as best she could, and it was having a positive effect. A bonus to the development of business was of course the magical skill of Akine, with which he easily grow any product, and it remained only to sell it. Visitors to the trading tent were delighted by the variety of goods presented, because there was everything from delicious liquor to various clothes. Sales were really good, but the stock of goods was still huge, and this caused tension for the novice merchant. The process of trading was active, and gradually coins from a variety of metals were added. Buying a whole bunch of fresh vegetables for only 2 copper coins, one of the buyers was surprised at the merchant's generosity because it was too cheap. Akina thought about it and remembered the currency value of this world that he had been told about in the merchant guild. 1 copper coin was worth about 100 Japanese yen. 10 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and somewhere around 1,000 yen. 10 silver coins, on the other hand, already equaled 1 gold coin and about 10,000 yen. Akina realized his mistake, for he had priced the vegetables based on the calculation of his homeworld, and there was a food shortage in this magic kingdom. The young merchant apologized to the customers and charged a price of 8 copper coins for a bundle of vegetables. But judging from the chatter of the buyers, such a price was still lower than the other merchants. Akina was surprised, for it was 4 times more expensive than it was immediately, but it was still less than everywhere else. And if the buyers said that 8 coins was expensive, he would lower his price and find out the market price. Then the buyers inquired about dried meat, which resembled ordinary beef from Japan. Akina randomly put out a price of 30 copper coins and was able to find out that it was much cheaper than other stores. People liked this price and many rushed to make a good bargain. A real battle among the buyers began. Everyone was in a hurry to buy the goods at a bargain price and spent all their money buying up everything. Akina's store instantly became the most popular place in the market, and the stock of meat and vegetables quickly turned into a pile of ringing coins. But people demanded more and the trade continued. Akine marveled at the sheer frenzy of people over his low prices, and it was obvious that there was indeed a food shortage in this world. But Akina and Main could not rest, and soon there were new buyers. A whole group of cute girls who looked like ordinary housewives found out about the cheap grocery store and came to shop at Akin's abode of generosity. But the young peddler claimed that all the food had long since been sold out, and he had only second-hand clothes left of his merchandise. The fastidious housewives examined the items carefully and realized that these used clothes were very good. Akina set a price of 3 gold coins, and this caused a storm of emotion among the girls. Akina remembered that in his home world, one could buy quality, used clothes for 2,000 yen. Therefore, the price of 3 gold coins should be an acceptable price for this world according to the young merchant's plan. But the way the thrifty housewives rushed home to collect the money while asking not to sell the items to anyone caused Akin and Main to be incredibly surprised. Soon the excited ladies returned and happily exchanged the gold coins for simple clothes. While buying clothes at the thrift store, Akina learned that sewing technology is very underdeveloped in this magical world, and so clothes are very expensive. Akina only bought such clothes once and used his unique cultivation skill to increase the amount of clothes to trade. The entire accumulated food supply quickly ran out, but there were still a lot of used clothes in stock, and now was the perfect opportunity to sell them. A real sale fever had attacked the local housewives, and they easily said goodbye to the gold coins without even looking at the clothes they had bought. At this moment, Akin felt like a supermarket cashier at rush hour, as the flow of customers was not going to end. The only thing left to do was to hold back the invasion of women and continue to open new boxes of goods. But to the surprise of Akina and Main, all the boxes were empty, and the young merchant had to announce that all the goods were sold out. The customers refused to believe it and had to exclaim loudly several times about the lack of goods to stop the frantic housewives. The other traders in the market praised and cursed Akina at the same time, for it was only morning and he had already sold all his goods and supplied all the customers with groceries. But in spite of Akina's assurances about the lack of goods, the overexcited housewives demanded to sell them something more. The young merchant, fearing a real reprisal, promised that next time he would bring more goods, and the girls in turn promised to save their gold coins and look forward to a new sale. Eventually the girls calmed down, believing in Akina's promises. And the budding businessman himself remained impressed by the housewives' amazing passion for bargain shopping. The next morning, Akina, along with his bodyguards, was safely returning to the royal capital on the same creaky wagon. The trade had been very successful, and it was encouraging for the future. The young adventurous Main was simply glowing from her trading experiences and praised Akinu for his trading abilities. The adventurous Kyle and the beautiful Kava also called Akina a great trader and could not believe that a huge pile of crates of goods had completely disappeared in one day. Akina himself was enjoying his success and did not hold back his emotions, smiling widely and thanking everyone for their help. Kyle, the spearman, suggested that they speed up and pointed to the walls of the royal capital in the distance. Akina in turn remarked that they had not met any bandits on the way back, and apparently they were still reeling from their encounter with Main. Archer Kawa joked that Main could now claim the title of Bandit Slayer, and this elicited friendly laughter. But alas, expectations were not justified, and from the thickets of the forest ran out a whole pack of bandits with the same banal demand to give the money and the young beauty Main. Spearman Kyle uttered a profane phrase that would have sent the children into a mental breakdown if they had been around, and Kava advised everyone to prepare for battle. But at that moment, Main stepped forward and promised to show the bandits the power of her mithril sword. Akina noticed how much Main had changed, and now she looked like a confident adventurer eager to try out her new weapon. Kyle called Main a weapon killer and asked her not to break the expensive sword. But Main only bellowed back that she wouldn't break anything else. The battle quickly began and everyone went about their business, Kava shooting, Kyle waving his spear menacingly, Main chopping with her sword, and Akino carefully closing the doors of the cozy wagon from the inside. Main was showing marvels of agility and true swordsmanship, and her new mithril sword was the perfect complement to her incredible strength. After the first blows, Main was glad that the sword never broke. Kyle, however, reminded her that it was still made of the rare material of mithril and could withstand the power of a killer weapon. The reliable weapon gave the young adventurer confidence, and Main decided to attack a whole gang of brigands with a wild battle cry. Akina was so engrossed in the whole affair that his only regret was the lack of hot popcorn. The formidable mithril sword, thanks to the strength of the young adventuress, literally shattered the impressive club of the bandit, and with it the owner himself. Main felt bloodlust rushed to the next target. The fragile girl inspired fear, and combined with the mithril blade, she resembled an Amazon from ancient legends. Akina noticed that Main's movements were very different from what he had seen yesterday. Meanwhile, the enraged girl, having already eliminated several bandits, continued slaying road criminals. But after a few minutes, something that no one expected happened. The mithril sword failed and shattered like a crystal glass. This event caused everyone to be surprised, while the super strong adventurer was dazed and disappointed. Kyle and Kava tried to calm down their partner and said that on the plus side, the only thing that could be noted was that she had confirmed her nickname as the weapon killer. In fact, none of the adventurers expected that the mithril sword could break at all, and it once again confirmed Main's unnatural strength. Although this rare sword had come as a trophy from a slain bandit, it was a pity to lose such an expensive weapon. Barely holding back tears of disappointment, Main asked if there might be another mithril weapon among the loot. But Kyle replied that it was unlikely, for Main had chopped up all the bandits' weapons herself. Adventurer Kyle advised to look for the positive in this situation. After all, they had destroyed another band of bandits. And Main, if he wanted to, could change his nickname from Gun Killer to Irresponsible Gunsmith. At these words, the young adventuress cried and asked what she should do now. Akina realized that Kyle and Kava's opinion of Main was too low, although it was understandable because of her emotional instability and from her bad habit of constantly destroying her weapons. Upon reaching the royal capital, Akina decided to properly thank his defenders and handed them a large sum of money. Kava thanked them for their trust, and Kyle asked to hire their team some more if Akina needed protection. After saying goodbye to the adventurers, the wandering merchant drove leisurely to his farmland. Akina couldn't stop thinking about the incredible girl Main. After all, no matter how many times she bought new weapons, it would always be useless. And maybe she would eventually have to compromise and even stop being an adventurer. Although her incredible strength is perfect for fierce battles with the enemy and combat, she simply has no equal. Akina wondered if he could use his unique cultivation skill to help the lovely girl handle her power. All these complex thought processes made Akina clap his ears and try to come to his senses. The wandering merchant tried to banish unnecessary thoughts of taking care of strangers, for he should take care of himself first, and then think about everything else. Akina realized that his problem of being in this kingdom had not gone anywhere, and the only thing left to do was to wait for the king or someone else to want to get rid of the useless hero. And on the other hand, if everyone recognizes the strength of his cultivation skill, they will make him an eternal slave. Therefore, it is necessary to get out of the kingdom as quickly as possible, and for that, Akin has already managed to gather some useful information. The traveling merchant has found out that it is safe enough near the royal capital for the townspeople to shop, though there are certainly bandits outside the city just waiting for an easy profit. It was obvious that Akina just needed a personal guard in the future, but Kyle and Kava warned that they would have other jobs for a while and would not be on the free list. So Akina, for the next trade trip, must go to the Adventurers Guild again. The next day, first thing in the morning, Akina did so and found himself at the door of the Adventurers Guild. What he saw inside the Adventurers Guild made the young merchant fall into a state of stupor. Some bald-headed man was yelling at the super strong Main and promising her that she would become an eternal slave. It all looked very strange, for the girl could have easily sent the man to sleep, but only cried and trembled. The whole scene of the scandal looked pretty nasty, and Akina couldn't understand why this rude man was going to suddenly enslave young Main. And so the traveling merchant wondered what was even going on here. The distraught adventuress confessed that she could not pay the interest on her debts, and so they wanted to take her into slavery as compensation. Akina thought that whether there are evil debt collectors in this world too. Although even though the guy is a regular debt collector, it's all very annoying. Oh, and Main is a very strong girl you can't worry about. Akina wondered what the amount of debt repayment was, and Main replied that she owed 1 gold coin for the month and another 4 silver coins as interest. As it turns out, the interest rate in the world is quite high, and apparently it is a lucrative business to lend money. Akina thought that he could certainly pay for the girl and quickly solve her problems, but that wouldn't really solve the very source of the problem. Akina decided to do the trickier thing and asked to sell him the very same broken mithril sword for 2 gold coins. Not expecting such a lucrative offer, Main asked if Akina was sure. The strongest adventuress was overjoyed because she would easily be able to repay the debt and buy a new weapon. Main thanked her savior, and the gloomy collector acknowledged that it was enough for this time. But then the debt collector threatened that if Main couldn't pay the money next time, she would definitely become a slave. At such words, the girl was again horrified and trembled. After failing to achieve the desired success, but still receiving the money, the collector left the Adventurers Guild. Akina decided to ask about the details of Main's possible slavery, but the girl only laughed nervously in response. It was obvious that this was a very unpleasant topic of conversation, and Main was very embarrassed. So the traveling merchant suggested that they move to the nearest eatery and talk quietly about everything there. Sitting at a table and drinking a light ale, the superpowered adventuress calmed down a bit. Main explained that she possessed a unique superhuman skill, and this skill was capable of greatly increasing physical abilities. For Akina, the source of such incredible strength finally became clear, and the guy was even slightly saddened because Main's ability appeared to be more heroic than his farming skill. But further, Main confessed that there was a problem, for she couldn't control her powers, and so she was constantly breaking her weapons. Also from the adventurer's words, Akina learned that she experiences pain like normal people. After all, with this skill, the defense does not improve at all. That's why the young adventurer is afraid to use her bare hands. And then there are monsters that can't be defeated with cheap weapons. Therefore, Main bought a quality and durable weapon on credit. Gradually, her debts grew, and she continued to destroy any weapon. Eventually, the strong girl ended up being nicknamed the Gun Killer. Hoping to earn money, Main even tried to join the royal army. But her intentions of becoming a soldier were unsuccessful. Every time she practiced, she broke her weapon. And yet all the sparring partners were afraid to train with her. Pretty soon Main was dismissed from the army because she was hindering the development of her unit. And eventually she was told that if she could not pay off all her debts, she would become a perpetual slave. Such a story caused Akina to think that it was very difficult to actually determine if a girl's skill was good or if it was still her curse. But to become an eternal slave because of that seems too harsh already. Although in his homeworld, Akina himself was somewhat of a slave to the Black Company. The boss ruthlessly wasted his time without thinking about the moral side of labor relations. But a talented girl like Main, who possesses incredible power, is capable of more. And it would be far more effective to apply her full potential to some useful endeavor where Main can use her skill without consequence. After talking to the superpowered adventuress, Akina decided it was time for his store to show off its full power. To do so, the traveling merchant traveled to the Street of Artisans and found a building with a signboard displaying crossed swords. Once inside, Akina felt a great heat. There was thick smoke everywhere, and somewhere nearby, there was the sound of frequent blows against metal. In almost zero visibility, Akina tried to walk forward and called out to the owner of the establishment. A harsh voice was heard in response, alternating with powerful blows of something heavy. The powerful-looking dwarven blacksmith asked Akina to wait a few minutes while he finished his work, and then they could talk. The blacksmith noticed the boy's surprise and asked if it was so strange to see a dwarf. Akina apologized for his visit and explained that there were no dwarves in his hometown. Such an answer puzzled the bearded blacksmith, for he knew of no country where his kin did not live. As he continued to smoke and exhale thick smoke, the dwarven blacksmith asked what exactly Akina wanted, to buy weapons or just to mend. It became clear that this craftsman did not like to waste time as he got straight to the point. To begin with, the traveling merchant offered to take a look at the contents of his huge sack. The bearded dwarf did not show his surprise in any way and only continued to smoke in silence. But even the stone face of the master dwarf showed expressive emotions when he saw a whole bunch of magnificent mithril blades. The blacksmith enthusiastically asked how the guy got so many mithril swords and why they were all broken. Akina only smiled wryly, enjoying the master's surprise. After all, this was the harvest grown thanks to the broken mithril sword he had bought from Main. Growing such a large number of swords was not difficult for someone with cultivation skill, but alas, all the blades were in the same form as the sword that served as the basis for the growth. The young farmer trader explained to the craftsman that he needed to repair one mithril sword, and the dwarf smith could use the rest for various weapons. Such a surprising request made the dwarf's bushy eyebrows reach previously unreachable heights. Akina himself, of course, could not process a material like mithril, and so decided to leave that to the professionals. The young merchant asked the dwarven craftsman to make a weapon better than the original sword. The hacked blacksmith promised to make everything much better, but also warned that the work would be expensive, at least 20 gold coins. A satisfied Akina was not even going to bargain and immediately dumped a pile of clinking gold coins on the table. Harold the blacksmith asked if Akina was going to give him the whole amount of money in advance, to which the young merchant replied that he had heard of the dwarf's skill and was willing to trust him. Such flattering comments puzzled Harold, and he accepted payment for the work. The master smith promised that he would try to satisfy the customer's wishes, but if the weapon was not to his liking, he would remake it for free. Akina replied that he was confident of the result and relied entirely on Harold's skill. The huge hand of the dwarven craftsman squeezed the fragile palm of the merchant, and Harold admitted that he liked Akina, and so he would create a masterpiece of gunsmithing. An agreement was reached, and Akina left the smith's abode in high spirits. The young merchant was pleased with the outcome of the meeting, and now found out that such a stubborn type of artisan takes trust very well. It was noticeable that Harold liked the full prepayment for the work, as well as the respect shown for his craftsmanship. In his previous life, Akina never experienced respect from his employer as a reward. There were always only demands and constant pointing out mistakes. So if it was going to be difficult, Akina still decided to protect his dignity as a true merchant in this magical world. After 10 days, Merchant Akina went to the Adventurers Guild. The guy quickly found Maine and explained that he had an important conversation to have with the girl. Akina offered the young adventurer one interesting task that he could talk about quietly in his office. The girl was delighted by this offer and agreed to discuss the details of the job. The office of the great merchant was, of course, his modest shack, and Maine did not hide her surprise, noting that the place resembled a private home rather than a merchant's office. Akina replied that such a combination helps to work more rationally. But Maine reacted as any other decent girl would have reacted. The young adventuress warned that if it was all just a man's trickery for the purpose of defaming her, she would resist, as she did not want a relationship without mutual sincere feelings. Akina promised that he had no vulgar intentions at all, and the girl, rather disappointed, asked why he had invited her to his house. Akina asked the excited adventurer how she was doing now with her job in the Adventurers Guild, and whether she had time to buy herself a new weapon. The girl practically cried at the mention of weapons and said that she had spent all the money left by Akina on a good weapon, but it had immediately broken at the first strike. The response was in full expected, and Akina decided to calm Maine. The traveling merchant offered the unstable girl to become a bodyguard for him on a permanent basis under good conditions. The girl's eyes widened to their maximum size with astonishment, and in a trembling voice, the adventuress asked if it was true. Akina explained that he was going to take his business all over the world in the future, and so he needed a reliable chaperone on a permanent basis, and for Maine such a job should be perfect. The emotionally unstable adventuress reminded her of her problem, for she would be constantly breaking any weapon, and so Akina should think hard about her usefulness. Such sincerity pleased the young merchant, and he promised that everything would be all right. Akina then said that he had something to show Maine and offered to look carefully. Like a circus magician, observing all the rules of intrigue, Akina began to carefully and slowly pull down the white veil from something unknown to Maine. Finally, pulling off the piece of cloth, Akina displayed an incredible array of weapons made of precious mithril. The young adventuress felt her pulse quicken dramatically at such a surprise, and at first could not even believe such an abundance of weapons. Like a small child in a candy store, the girl began to look at the available mithril weapons. Akina was himself delighted by Maine's reaction, for it was actually very nice to give someone such joy. Stepping back from her first impressions and emotions, the young adventuress grudgingly asked why such expensive mithril weapons were lying in the usual shabby boxes. Akina explained that since Maine was now his official bodyguard, she could use all those weapons at will. In doing so, she could not worry about its safety and could break the weapons without thinking of the consequences. In addition, the novice merchant promised to pay off all of Maine's debts so that she could work in peace without thinking about visits from debt collectors. This item surprised the adventuress even more than a whole bunch of quality weapons. In a voice trembling with excitement, Maine said that it was too much for her work. But Akina clarified that, of course, as with any job, there were some conditions. Akina explained that Maine must always accompany him while he is working and must never move away from him, unless he says so himself. Also, the adventuress must follow her employer, no matter how dangerous the destination. The girl immediately agreed and added that still these conditions were too good to be true. As a salary, Akina offered his protector 40 gold coins a month. And in doing so, he would gradually deduct her debt from that salary. The young merchant inquired about the total amount of Maine's debt at the moment. The girl blushed with embarrassment and began to calculate the right amount in her head. The young adventurer's answer surprised Akin, for her debt amounted to 1,000 gold coins. Maine sadly explained that this amount had accumulated due to the huge interest charged by the creditors. The merchant instantly converted the gold coins into Japanese yen, and the sum of 10 million came out. The amount of debt was of course enormous, but Akina promised to pay the entire amount at once at the next installment. Main exclaimed that was the novice merchant so rich that this was realistic for him. Akina interrogated whether Main was now willing to work for him on such terms. The girl, still sensing some sort of catch, hesitated before giving a final answer. The young adventuress asked why Akina was still allowing her to break as many weapons as she wanted and was going to pay a gigantic sum of money to pay off her debt. After all, the total cost of these expenses is far greater than the benefit of her bodyguard services. The traveling merchant explained that he actually had high hopes for Main's unique skill. Such a response once again triggered active thought processes in the adventurer's mind, and she tried to understand the connection between her skill and Akin's generosity. But the farmer trader, afraid that the girl would faint from excitement, explained that her superhuman skill is amazing, and he just wants to give her a real opportunity to use it for self-actualization. And so Main will be able to quietly work for him and gradually gain the ability to control her incredible powers. And he'll enjoy watching the bold adventuress be able to realize her full potential. Akina has promised to give the girl as many weapons as she needs and will one day buy her a weapon that will never break, even if she decides to purposely do so. So all of this must be far more interesting to Main than trying to deal with problems on her own. To complete the motivation, Akina asked that wouldn't Main herself want to work for someone who could understand her worth. At this point, Akina felt like some kind of con man who usually speaks at various forums and tries to influence potential victims with eloquence. The excited Main incredulously asked if her superpower could be useful, and Akina promised that very soon she would see for herself and only needed to want to do so. Gradually, the girl began to surrender under the influence of the experienced manipulator and realized that she would no longer need to regret her broken weapon, and her vile nickname would become a memory to talk and laugh about. Unable to contain her emotions, the adventuress agreed to become Akin's loyal subordinate and promised never again to regret her incredible power. The result was achieved, and it brought a smile of joy to the young merchant's face. Akina thanked the girl and advised her to experience complete freedom of action. Main promised that from now on, she would also become Akina's constant attendant and fight as hard as she could to protect himself and all his merchandise. Akin replied that since that was the case, their deal could be considered signed. The adventuress cried tears of joy and confessed that she looked forward to working together as a permanent escort. Akina began wiping the woman's tears and thought that he now had a solid defense, and Main would not be able to abandon her employer, who was generously helping to pay off a huge debt and providing unlimited weapons. It was obvious that for the young adventuress, Akina was now the best boss in the world, and she herself would be working for a fair white company. All that was yet to come though, and for now she needed to take it easy. After the cooperation agreement, it was time for Akin and Main's first trip together. The same creaky wagon rolled slowly down the road to meet new adventures. The traveling merchant had officially hired Main as his bodyguard, and now during Akina's preparations, he decided to visit the neighboring city again. At first glance, compared to the last trip, the road was less safe than before. But no matter who can attack them, the fearless, strongest adventurer will be able to destroy any enemy because she now has a huge stock of weapons. The young adventuress was now very satisfied, for she was literally laden with swords that Akin had grown using the cultivation skill. Also, in addition to the swords, Mare was also wearing a whole bunch of spare mithril blades in the wagon. Such a stockpile should last for a very long time, even if the strongest girl were to break a weapon every day. Thanks to the skill of the dwarven blacksmith Harold, all of Akin's cultivated swords could be recovered, and some of the specimens of mithril weapons in general turned out to be unique items after processing. Main was in high spirits, and she was eager to face some brigands. Akina was not in favor of such aspirations of the young adventuress, and although he certainly believed in her fighting ability, it would be best to never be attacked at all. But danger could lurk around any corner, for this road was notorious for the activity of various bands of brigands. A premonition did not fail the traveling merchant, and a loud rustle in the bushes made the lad begin to worry. Instead of quite expected robbers to meet the wagon ran into the huge monsters, which turned out to be so scary that made travelers shiver with terror. It was indeed very scary, but this world is truly a magical world and monsters here are quite common. Akina met the monsters of this world for the first time, and Main explained that they were forest bears, and although they very rarely come out of the forest, they were very stubborn and ferocious monsters. The ferocious monsters wasted no time and quickly accelerated towards the wagon. It was obvious to the frightened travelers that it was not even worth trying to escape because the forest bears were running very fast. But Main remembered her purpose and overcame her fear. The girl promised that everything would be all right, for she had weapons and would destroy the monsters. Akina admired the adventurous courage and decided that such problems were best left to her. The fearless possessor of incredible strength deftly jumped off the wagon and shouted that she would protect her master. Akina watched as the huge monsters rapidly approached, and Main already bared her blade to agonize to meet them. It was time for the adventuress to display all her abilities and show who was stronger here. Fearless girl deftly avoided the deadly attack of the forest bear and ended up at the monster from behind. Akina felt completely safe watching the battle from his hiding place. The young merchant noticed how concentrated and confident his protector was, as her movements were completely different than before. As soon as the road dust settled, Akina noticed that the adventuress had not just rushed past the forest bear, but Main was able to deliver a fatal blow to the huge beast. And if Main had been an ordinary adventurer, her attack might have only slightly wounded the beast, but the mighty power helped cause irreparable damage. The superhuman skill endowed the small, frail girl with an unnaturally powerful attack that no one could escape. There was a pack of forest bears on the adventurer's path, but that only added to Main's fury. Without slowing down, the girl rushed forward shouting loudly and waving her mithril blade. To Akina, who was watching the battle, everything looked like footage from a medieval movie. The enraged adventuress was chopping everyone with her blade, and with each passing second, the population of forest bears decreased dramatically. The superhuman strength allowed her to chop up huge bodies with a single blow, and one could only hope that the mithril sword could withstand such a test. But what happened was what happened in such situations. The super strong blade could not withstand the strain and shattered into hundreds of small shards. Akina was afraid for Main, but the girl was not about to give up. Grabbing her spare mithril sword, the adventurer chopped down the nearest forest bear and continued her attack. There were still ferocious monsters ahead, and Main was determined to finish off the entire pack of bears. The monsters, on the other hand, sensed the danger from the adventuress, but stood still. The fearless adventuress screamed like a true Amazon and jumped high up. At that moment, Akina stopped even breathing from such an incredible sight. The next scene of slaying a pack of forest bears was worthy of being included in fencing textbooks. The swinging and precise strikes of the mithril blade left no chance for the monsters. The traveling merchant was delighted with the actions of his bodyguard and was now finally convinced that Main was already a different person. Previously, the young adventuress was constantly afraid of breaking her weapon, and so she had to fight at less than full strength. All of this affected her greatly, and the girl was not confident. But now Main could not be afraid of breaking her weapons and fought at full strength, because Akina had the unique ability to supply the adventurer with blades in any quantity. Mare herself was happy to be free of the shackles of responsibility for broken weapons, and now felt real freedom in her actions without thinking about the consequences. It was amazing to watch the fragile adventurer easily deal with a pack of monsters. After all, against a monster like a forest bear, an ordinary person would need at least a cannon to penetrate the mighty body. And Main was able to deal with it with just a mithril blade. Akina now understood why King Rui and his cronies were so eager to get a hero with combat skills. And perhaps Main would be very useful on some battlefield due to her unique skill. But as it turned out, the people in this kingdom don't have the wealth and wisdom to utilize 100% of this beautiful adventurer's potential. Akina was only distracted from his musings when a happy Main shouted that she was already done with the bears. The traveling merchant praised the girl for her excellent work and asked how she felt after such a battle. Main replied with the look of a contented child that it had been wonderful. The adventuress confessed that to fight at full strength without worrying about losing a weapon was a real pleasure, and now her dream had come true. Main laughed with happiness and promised to protect Akin for the rest of her life. The young merchant himself felt the pleasure as much as Main did, for it was a pleasure for him to help such a good adventurer. Thus, it could be said that the beginning of their cooperation was successful. After that, there was the usual routine trade and all sorts of attendant worries. But then somewhere about a month or so after the beginning of their cooperation, it was time to pay the debt. The moneylender's office was in a huge building where Main had brought her merchant benefactor. Akina was determined to buy back the fearless adventuress debt, for he didn't like the fact that Main felt badly about it. The office of the company where the young adventurer owed a large sum of 1,000 gold coins looked like an ominous place. And judging from Main's reaction, she was very unpleasant to be here, but there was nothing else to do but to solve this problem once and for all. The girl wondered if Akina was confident in his decision to pay the entire debt for her. After all, that's a whole lot of gold coins. Main was clearly ashamed of her debt, and Akina realized that the girl was tormented by doubts. Therefore, she was impatient to know if Akina would really pay such a huge sum. The money was indeed huge, and if it was in the young merchant's homeworld, it would equal 10 million yen. Akina tried to reassure his protector and promised that he would fulfill his promise, pay the entire debt in full, and grant freedom to the young adventurer. The excited girl instantly blushed and was ready to cry, for it was all too difficult for her. Akina was surprised by this reaction, for Main was like a sad little animal. The generous merchant then asked his protector to pull herself together and finally end this problem, for all that was left was to go inside the building. Main promised that even if she had to sacrifice her life, she would not hesitate to do so, protecting Akin. The calculating merchant replied that he was willing to entrust his life to such a strong girl. After all, she had proven her strength many times. Opening the doors of the establishment, Akina sensed an unpleasant aura that hovered in the air. The room was filled with many men who were actively smoking, creating an impenetrable fog. Judging from the angry, piercing gazes, one could easily guess that it was these tough guys who were engaged in debt collection. A few guys of unpleasant appearance and with stinky cigarettes in their mouths inquired what such a cute couple needed in this establishment. Akina thought at this point that he was already weaned on how to behave in the service industry. But then the evil collectors recognized the young adventuress and decided that the girl had never been able to find the amount of money she needed and had now come to the boss to become his slave. Akina noticed how stiff Main feels, and apparently her condition is the result of frequent intimidation due to the large debt. The young merchant decided to support his protector and, taking her hand, said that everything will be fine, so you need to calm down. Akina stated that they had come to pay Main's debt in full. Such a statement caused genuine surprise on the faces of the nasty debt collectors, and some even dropped their cigarettes out of surprise. The debt collectors began to discuss animatedly about the return of the huge sum of 1,000 gold coins and decided that apparently Main had become the mistress of some nobleman, and now their boss would be very unhappy. These worries of the collectors about their boss's anger surprised Akin, for it should have been the other way around, as they will get their money. But suddenly heavy footsteps were heard, and from the door that opened, someone asked rudely about the noise. After a second, judging by the fright of the collectors and by the appearance of the person who appeared in the hall, it became clear that it was the chief boss. The vile boss, whose name was Golded, like a predatory beast approached the young adventuress. Smiling maliciously, Golded said that he had finally waited for that exciting moment when Main would become his slave. Akina now realized how much the boss wanted to possess the young beauty. Golded gloated at the feeling of imminent prey and promised that he would be very gentle with Main as he was a very good man. All this was accompanied by the friendly laughter of Golded's charges. The fearless adventuress had turned into a frightened child before Akin's eyes, and this only added to the confidence of the vile owner of this establishment. His filthy hands even began to stroke the girl's hair, for he was fully convinced that she was now his slave. Akina decided to intervene in the situation and shook hands with Master Golded in the friendliest possible way. The chief moneylender himself only smiled nervously, trying to figure out who this person who shakes his hand so boldly. Akina realized that sneaky people like Golded could be very sneaky and dangerous, but it was impossible to show his fear now. The calculating merchant decided to play the good man who sincerely wants to protect Main. Akina thought that in case of danger, Main would be able to protect him, although it would be better to avoid such extremes, and it would be better to resolve everything calmly. Akina introduced himself as the young adventurer's employer, and he is very concerned about how much Main is worried about his debt. Main is therefore eager to repay the debt and accompanies him on his work trips. Golded listened to the merchant without much interest and said that Akina must be a very kind employer since he came here. Golded then reminded him that Main owed a huge pile of money, and so he also had rights to the girl. And such a sum of 1,000 gold coins wouldn't even be paid for a girl by a nobleman. The chief moneylender's assistants whispered to him that Akina had immediately offered to repay the entire debt to Main. This information excited Golded, and pondering the situation poured himself a drink. The chief moneylender then asked if it was really true. Akina, enjoying Golded's frustration, confirmed his desire to pay back. Golded decided to build up his courage with a large dose of alcohol and managed to drink a couple of glasses in a few seconds. The moneylender then reminded him that Main had a special skill, and if Akina was going to use her superhuman abilities, it was a serious mistake. Angrily chewing on an ice cube, Golded explained that Main's superhuman strength was actually useless, since all the girl could do was spend money on broken weapons. And does the kind employer, even knowing this, still want to pay off such a huge debt? Akin's cunning merchant pretended to ponder the decision. But then the guy cheerfully replied that everything Golded had said had been known to him for a long time now, and he was well aware of all the problems that were associated with Main's special skill. And that is why he is ready to fully pay all the debts of the girl and get rid of the problems. No one present had expected such insolence from Akin, and there was a tense silence. Akira felt an incredible lust for killing all the debt collectors and the head loan shark himself. Those nasty people from the dark world finally showed their true intentions right after Akina said that he understood the skill of an adventurer and would all pay big money. Akina couldn't understand why the moneylenders were so worried about getting paid. And if Main was really useless to them, why did they lend her the money, since it was obvious that the adventuress would never pay it back? It was strange that talking about Main's skill made Golded too angry, and he tried very hard to convince that the girl was useless. That said, the head moneylender promised to use Mare very gently. Most likely Golded is nervous because he wants to use Main's skill himself. But at the same time, the moneylender doesn't want to let others know how to do it. In other words, the chief moneylender was going to enslave Main with his debt from the beginning and then abuse her superhuman abilities. Main was to become a superpowered slave for him to do his dirty work. Golded planned to use the girl for crimes. But no matter what, Akin decided not to give these scumbags his favorite employee. And now the fun begins. Golded decided to raise the stakes in this game and announced the sum of 1,500 gold coins. Akina only smiled back and asked for a repeat. The chief moneylender declared that Main's debt was now 1,500 coins. Akina recalled that only a few minutes ago, the girl's debt was only 1,000 gold coins. But Golded explained that the interest had been calculated incorrectly, and he had now clarified everything, which was why the amount had changed so much. But if Akina doesn't want to, she cannot pay and just walk away. From such insolence, judging by the faces, surprised even the former collectors. But then the debt bouncers, of course, played along with their cunning boss and began to assure that the amount was indeed 1,500 coins. Main shouted that this could not be so, for it was unfair to deceive in this way and the sum was fictitious. Golded gloatingly said that nothing could be done, and it was because of all the debts accumulated up to this time, for it was a great deal of interest. Golded suggested that Akin and Main try to count all these debts themselves, and then they would realize that everything is actually right. Akira realized the cunning of the chief moneylender. Since in this almost medieval world, only some of the rich people are literate and know accounting. Such complex mathematical calculations could still be done by apprentice merchants, but for an ordinary person like Main, it was impossible to calculate anything complicated, much less interest. So the young adventuress would never be able to calculate her real debt, and Golded's company could do whatever they wanted. Judging by the satisfied expression on the chief moneylender's face, he was already celebrating his next victory. But Akina had envisioned something like this before his visit to this company, and so had prepared himself. The prudent merchant opened his bag and dumped exactly 150,000 gold coins on the table, which made Golded grind his teeth in anger. Akina, savoring his victory, suggested to the chief moneylender that he count every coin in the pile, since he was so fond of calculating. Golded's teeth continued to grind angrily, and he frantically tried to figure out what he should do now. Akina rejoiced at having anticipated everything, and suggested that the idiot collectors should not be shy and take the money, for it was exactly what they wanted. In fact, the cunning merchant had prepared a lot of money with the cultivation skill and brought 2,000 gold coins with him. And even if the brazen collectors added more interest, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the most important thing was to obtain freedom for Main. Golded and his subordinates carefully counted the coins, and there were indeed 1,500. But this did not bring joy to the cunning creditors, and they only became even more evil. Akina was already tired of such unpleasant company and asked to bring him the loan agreement as soon as possible because the debt had been paid in full. Golded did not hide his displeasure and waited for the assistant to bring the loan agreement and began to fill out the paperwork. The chief moneylender then invited Akin to fill in the necessary box and enter his name. After that, the entire debt would be considered paid. The attentive merchant carefully reread the entire text of the contract and, not finding any trick, signed and entered his name. Then Golded put on a false smile and congratulated Akin on the favorable purchase and wished him good luck with the useless adventurer. The business was finished, and the cunning merchant hurried away from this unpleasant place, although he still felt as if he had been cheated somehow. Leaving the building, Akina felt relieved and looked at his faithful protector. The adventuress shouted joyfully that they had finally made it, and now she would be forever grateful to Akira for the freedom she had gained. The young merchant reminded his companion that it was too early to relax, for they still had much work to do, and this was only the beginning of a long journey. Soon Akina and Main reached home and felt safe. Although at the same time, the calculating merchant realized that today they had greatly angered a powerful man. Akin's premonition once again did not fail, and closer to nightfall an unexpected battle was to begin. The evening gloom had quickly fallen, and the unsuspecting Akina and Main were chatting merrily over dinner. They had no idea how the bandits sent by the offended moneylender were already making their way to their humble hovel. The cunning merchant was well aware that Golded would not forgive such a disgrace, but he thought it would not happen so quickly. A noise at the door made it immediately clear that named guests were on the doorstep. Despite the unexpectedness of the attack, Akina had prepared everything in advance, and now two of the bandits were already at the bottom of a deep wolf pit. And the rest of the bandits realized that they had lost the effect of surprise. The brave adventuress was also already prepared for such a development and grabbed 2 burning torches for greater effect and prepared for a counterattack. Akina was absolutely confident in Main's abilities, but still asked her to be careful. A few minutes ago, the still formidable bandits now felt like ambushed prey and could not understand what the adventuress was up to. Main had acted strictly according to plan and was ready to attack. Thanks to her excellent eyesight and incredible strength, the girl was able to pinpoint the exact location of one of the workers, and with an accurate throw of a burning torch hit him exactly on the head. Such an abrupt transition of the adventurer from a calm state to a real berserk mode made the bandits panic. The bandits facing the fire screamed in pain, and Akina enjoyed that scream as if it were music. After all, even a simple torch is a formidable weapon when Main has the superhuman skill. But some of the bandits still managed to pull themselves together and began to shout that it was Akin who needed to be found, because if they killed him, they would win immediately. It was no surprise to the young merchant that he was the main target, as he had upset the ringleader Golded. But the enraged adventuress was determined to disrupt the bandits' plans and ordered Akin to urgently bring more torches. The attacking bandits were met by a new wave of flying torches, and their belligerent attitude dropped dramatically in status. Those who were hit by the torch fell to the ground and tried to extinguish the flaming clothes and no longer thought to run forward. The one-eyed brigand squad leader ordered his boys to dodge, for one could not underestimate the fire torch, especially if their opponent possessed the unique superhuman skill. The bandits were joined by reinforcements, and the brave defenders of the shack were preparing to repel another attack. The numerical advantage was on the side of the brigands, and they were mostly hidden by darkness. That was why the next torches fell under the bandits. The foolish and vicious bandits were glad that the girl had stopped hitting them, and it gave them confidence. But all this was really just trickery, and thus Main's visibility of the territory. And in this way, it was possible to reveal the position of the enemy who was hiding in the darkness. Akina also took an active part in the defense of his humble abode, and with difficulty handed his faithful protector a heavy basket. The adventuress grabbed the basket of small stones without even feeling the enormous weight and rushed forward. In one swift movement, the fearless girl used her incredible strength to shake the contents of the basket towards the enemy. The surprise effect of the unknown weapon made the brigands worry. The bandits began to scream furiously at the sight of such small shrapnel, for ordinary pebbles had become formidable weapons. Perhaps because of the poor eyesight that people with one eye usually had or something else, but the bandit leader never realized what had really happened. The wise merchant Akin in turn rejoiced at the wonderful success of their cunning scheme and hurriedly handed over another basket of small pebbles to his protector. The one-eyed leader of the brigands ordered his wards to dodge, but few listened to him, as everyone hurried to remove themselves from the kill zone. Another scattering attack, again hitting almost all of the bandits who were in the path of the small shrapnel. Painful screams began to testify to Main's fine ability to throw things far and hard. This time, the squad leader showed originality and ordered his boys to hide in cover from such an attack. But it was easier said than done, for there were no suitable hiding places nearby, and this confused the brigands. The house of the young merchant Akin was of course surrounded by a wall of hedges, but the lad had in advance ordered Main to cut down thick trees on the enemy's side, and from these they made torches which they successfully threw at the enemy. The torches not only struck the enemy with their fire, but at the same time illuminated the brigands' lack of cover, in order to leave the enemy with no way to hide from the adventurous throwing attacks. And now, according to the plan, it was time to finally finish off the attacking brigands. The brave defender of the merchant was fully prepared and grabbed another basket of small stones. As it turned out, even such a simple item could become a fearsome weapon if used by Main. To do so, Akina carefully collected the small stones that were literally dotted around his field. In this way, a primitive throwing weapon was created especially for the superpowered adventurer. The solution was very simple, but the effect of small stones flying out at great speed was amazing. The inventive merchant called such a miracle weapon a basket shotgun and even felt like a real master of military affairs. But all this was of course due to the tremendous power of the Main. Another effective attack with a barrage of small stones turned off the bandit leader from the confrontation. Having lost their one-eyed leader, the bandits panicked and now did not know what to do next. Akina decided to show mercy and offered the bandits a peaceful surrender. And if they decided to flee, they would be immediately attacked. The merchant advised them to think carefully, for they might share the fate of those guys who are dead bodies lying under their feet. Judging by the expressions on the faces of the bandits, no one wanted to die this evening, especially not as stupidly as the others. It didn't take long for the brigands to respond. The boys bowed their heads and asked to be kept alive. The brigands explained that they were just hired laborers and didn't have to risk their lives. Akina ordered the adventuress to tie up all the remaining bandits, and Main gladly agreed to do so. The cunning merchant's tactics proved to be correct and resulted in victory. Akina rejoiced at his success and was already looking forward to meeting the moneylender who had dared to attack his house with such a huge pack of brigands. The next morning at first light, Akina and Main arrived at Golded's company and opened the doors wide to greet the locals. Immediately, indignant voices were heard at such an early visit. Although Akina realized that the collectors were probably waiting for a message from the attacking bandits about his successful assassination. One of the guys really couldn't stand it and asked why Akina was still alive. This reaction only confirmed the correctness of the cunning merchant's actions, and now there was no doubt as to who the author of the attack really was. Akina did not go into details about this reaction of the collectors and asked to immediately call Golded for a very important conversation. The guys obviously wondered if their limited intellect was even possible and promised to call the boss and fled to another room. In just a few minutes, the owner of the establishment himself cautiously appeared from behind the door. He did not look happy, for he understood perfectly well why he had been summoned. Golded nevertheless put on a mask of innocence and asked what Akina wanted. The young merchant told how his house had been unexpectedly attacked yesterday by some brigands. Golded pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about and said that it was all very unpleasant, of course. But only he did not understand why the merchant Akina had come early in the morning to tell him about it. Akina explained that it was still worth listening to him, for it would be more interesting next. The cunning merchant explained to the chief moneylender that these brigands who had attacked his houses had testified. And through their confession, it was revealed that it was Golded who had organized the attack. The owner of the lending firm decided to play to the end and stated that this could not be true and that the words of the thugs could not be believed at all. Akin asked what it meant that Golded had nothing to do with the attack, to which the moneylender replied that it could not be otherwise. The cunning merchant pretended to believe it and added that whatever the case, these criminals who had plotted robbery and murder had been captured and would answer for their crime. Akina confessed that he was indeed glad that the honorable Golded was not involved in such a horrible crime. After all he wanted to do was enslave the foolish adventuress by driving her into debt. And when you become someone's slave, it's not so funny anymore. Golded became visibly agitated and growled that if that was all the merchant Akin had, then he should leave his establishment immediately because it was still very early and he wanted to sleep. Akina rejoiced at Golded's loss of nerve cells and mockingly asked that if the head moneylender was working late, for it was very unhealthy. The young merchant then explained that the military police would probably come a little late about the brigands, so it might not be a good idea to go to bed anymore. After saying that, Akina wished Golded a good day and more guests and left the disgusting place. Already outside, Akina noticed how upset Main was and asked what was going on with her. The young adventuress shouted that she was very scared, and why did they even come here on purpose to provoke a dangerous man? From this reaction of the girl, Akina realized that Main was still subconsciously afraid of Golded and his company. The merchant hurriedly reassured his protector and explained that it was all on purpose. And now that all of Golded's schemes had failed, and he had failed to kill anyone, and now that the military police would be involved, the bandits could quickly go to the extreme and attempt the attack again. Main didn't understand anything and became even more agitated. The adventurers stated that they were now even more in danger than before, and now the provoked brigands would try to kill them again. But Akina replied that he had provoked on purpose so that the attack would happen as quickly as possible. For some short period of time, the brigands will be quiet, and when they feel that things have calmed down, they will attack again. And this time, they will be better prepared. The agitated Main finally realized the cunning of Akin's plan, and the merchant reminded her that it was important for a man like Golded not to lose his image. Therefore, this provocation was a necessity in order to give the bandits no time to prepare. Akina told his faithful companion to prepare to give a warm welcome to the guests. Main enthusiastically declared that this time no one would be spared and would destroy anyone who came near the Lord. Akina remembered his past life, for when he worked for a black company, he was often visited by scandalized men to clarify relationships, and this type of thinking was very familiar to him. Everything happened as the prudent merchant expected. Golded did not wait long, and as night fell, a band of brigands approached Akin's humble shack again. Akina and Main were of course expecting an attack, and as soon as they heard a suspicious rustling, they prepared to act. But this time, the bandits decided to use magic to smoke the shack's defenders out of hiding. The actual smoke attack came as an unpleasant surprise to Akin. The strange purple smoke was alarming, for nothing good could be expected from the bandits. The smoke was indeed behaving very strangely, for contrary to expectations that it would rise upward, the smoke began to approach the house purposefully. The adventurers suggested that this cloud of smoke was most likely being controlled by magic. Akina realized that in this magical world, the presence of magic is a common thing. But nevertheless, it should also fall into the category of an expected process. The resourceful merchant suggested his protector to drink a potion immediately. With this potion, they would gain resistance to paralysis, sleep, and various poisons. After all, it is likely that the smoke is not designed to kill them, but only to paralyze them. The bandits were unsuccessful last time and decided to change tactics and act in a new way. Akina expected something like this, but he wasn't sure what exactly the bandits would come up with. So the merchant decided to stock up on different potions, and thanks to his cultivation skill, he was able to increase their quantity. The Royal Potion Shop had a full set of everything needed, and each potion was sold at a good price. In the future, Akina decided to establish the production of potions by growing them in the field and then selling them. Gradually after the purple smoke, brigands began to appear, and they were becoming more numerous by the second. Akina noticed that the bandits had messed up the fence to skillfully hide, and this was already unforgivable, so they would definitely fix it, if they survived, of course. The group of bandits made their way to the merchant's shack, but to their disappointment, there was no one inside. The bandits themselves did not realize it yet because of the total darkness in the room. The first brave bandits found themselves in a deep pit that had been prepared in the house itself, and so ended their life's journey. One of the survivors who had not yet gone inside was wildly frightened and began to call out to his colleagues, but there was only ominous silence in response. Akina enjoyed the moment and praised himself for the great idea of replacing the floor of the house with a death trap. The intrepid adventurer was genuinely surprised, for despite such a simple trap, all the bandits were caught in it. The cunning merchant explained that because of the cloak of light, the bandits could not see anything in front of them and went only relying on their hearing, and certainly did not expect to find in the house itself such a deep hole. The hole in the house was indeed very deep, as it was Main who was in charge of building it. Her unique superhuman skill proved to be very useful in building the trap, and now the girl could be used in various physical jobs. The bandit informed the rest of the guy that something had happened inside the house, and since their attack had already been solved, it was best to call the boss. Soon the organizer of the dark deeds himself appeared. Golded called his underlings complete morons and ordered them to light up the room immediately. Obeying the boss's order, the wizard immediately launched a ball of light into the merchant's shack. The bandits finally saw the biggest trap of their lives and began to curse the creator of such a big pit. Now this beautiful trap, alas, has lost its relevance. But this in no way upset the two resourceful defenders of the merchant's domain. For now it was just the beginning of the second round of this exciting fight. The foolish bandits were confused and did not know what to do next. But Golded shouted that the merchant and the girl were somewhere nearby and ordered them to find them. The bandits stirred and began to give the appearance of activity. Now all that was left was to rely on the young adventurer's fighting ability. Main, in turn, promised to deal with everyone and asked Akin not to worry. It was obvious that the enemy wants to use Main's superhuman abilities and so will not kill the girl, which means the adventuress can fight quietly on the front lines. Therefore, Akina decided to observe everything from a command position because the main target of the brigands is him. The cunning merchant was interested in the strange people who stood behind in hoods. Main reported that she went into battle. The merchant wished his protector good luck, and the brigands felt an animal fear at the appearance of the superpowered adventuress. This time, the enraged girl armed herself with huge timbers that by their appearance could destroy any resistance. For a more intimidating effect, Main screamed like a wild beast, reminding everyone of her abilities. The terrifying sight of the enraged girl with a whole pile of huge logs inspired panic and terror in the bandits, and they began to gradually retreat. But there was no regret in the plans of the adventuress, and the huge logs flew into the target. The powerful blows literally scattered the entire band of brigands and greatly weakened the potential of the attackers. Not long ago, the fearless bandits were shocked, as the super strong adventuress was dismantling a wooden house for parts and had stockpiled a lot of logs. Akina and Main were pleased with this excellent attack tactic. After all, the tactic of massive projectiles using huge logs was very effective. And the house could be safely rebuilt. After all, it was still very shabby. Akin mass-produced most of the massive logs using his cultivation skill, and some of them were used to create torches during the last bandit attack. The super strong girl was rapidly approaching the band of bandits, and the sight of her made some of the guys freeze in place in terror, while others hurried to flee. But the speed of the bandits was too slow, and Main started swinging the huge timbers like an infernal helicopter. The bandits couldn't escape and flew off to the sides like skittles. Akina watched the battle from a safe distance and once again marveled at Main's incredible strength. It was also curious that the magic light didn't stop working even after the mage flew far away. A small portion of the brigands regrouped and decided to attack Main. Akina was not worried about his protector, as the adventurer needed the bandits alive, and they could not attack with throwing weapons or battle magic. The bandit squad was able to take the log from the girl due to their numerical advantage, but it was too worn out and crumbled in their hands. The young adventuress did not waste precious time and abandoned her attempt to retrieve the useless log. The brigands decided that now they had a great chance to win, while Main was left without the logs. But the evil guys forgot that the adventuress had a generous sponsor and an unlimited arsenal. Main quickly armed herself with swords and drastically reduced the bandits' chances of victory. Feeling the pleasant hilt of the mithril sword, the adventuress threw herself into a furious attack, and after a few minutes, some bandits went to the afterlife. The remnants of the bandit squad panicked and rushed to scatter in different directions, dropping their weapons and stepping on each other's heels. Golded, realizing that he was losing the initiative, ordered the bandits to stop immediately. The leader urged them not to be afraid of foolish Main, for she is a weapons killer and will soon break her blade. But no words could overpower the bandits' fear, and Golded began beating his charges. Golded could not believe that all his men could not defeat just two opponents. Akina watched the ringleader closely, for he was the main target. Golded realized that the ordinary brigands were useless and ordered the strange hooded creatures to engage. Akin and Main to confront a new and more dangerous foe. The chief moneylender looked very pleased as he prepared a certain knight in metal armor for battle. The fearless adventurer did not expect such a powerful opponent, and Akina figured it was some person with a unique skill. The bandit leader Golded laughed gloatingly and said that in this world, Main was not the only one with a superhuman skill. This news alerted Akin and Main, but a fight was no longer avoidable. The chief moneylender explained that this huge guy was unable to repay his debt in his time and became a loyal slave. Akina tried to think of a solution to the situation, and the young adventuress reprimanded the vile Golded. The despicable moneylender himself ordered a huge slave to immediately capture the adventuress and deliver the girl to her master. The huge knight instantly attacked the young girl, but Main was able to deftly dodge the slow guy and prepared for battle. Fulfilling her duties as a bodyguard, the adventuress covered Akin and ordered him to move back immediately. The frightened merchant himself noticed that the adventurous movements had slowed down too much. The reason was that the noble Main did not dare to attack, knowing that her opponent was only an innocent slave. Still, Main dared to attack, for Akin's defense was her main goal. The young merchant himself did not lose hope in Main. After all, the girl had a superhuman skill and was armed with a mithril sword, so no man with ordinary steel armor could be a competitor for her. But during the first strike, the unbelievable happened. The mithril sword shattered into 1,000 small pieces, colliding with some protective field. This situation shocked the young adventurer, and she rushed backward, avoiding the fierce blows of her opponent. The bandit leader rejoiced like a small child and shouted that resistance was useless as his loyal slave had the skill of defense. And even a strong adventuress like Main wouldn't be able to win this fight. Main now understood why this guy's armor was so hard, and it became unclear how to break through it, since the defense skill was very strong. Akina decided that a skill from the defense group could perhaps strengthen not only himself, but also the protective armor he was wearing. Golded continued to rejoice and promised that as soon as he caught the girl, he would cast slave contract magic on her. And after that, he would make Main kill the pathetic merchant who was hiding behind the fragile girl's back. The adventuress replied that this is utter nonsense, and although she knows very well that slave contract magic can be forced, but forcing her to kill is another thing. The huge knight rushed into a new attack, but Main's fury allowed the girl to jump up in time. Now the adventuress was determined to get to the ringleader himself. Akina, on the other hand, was trying to urgently figure out how to win this battle. Golded recognized that Main was right, that you can't just order to kill someone so easily. But that's only the case when using normal slave contract magic. And he has a personal contract mage in his office who is capable of making an unusual slave contract. The adventuress thought about it and realized that she would face a horrible life if she was defeated. Akina, on the other hand, marveled at how devious and sneaky the chief moneylender was. Main warned Golded that when such a crime was uncovered, he would go to the gallows. But the moneylender replied that the nobles of this country were his allies, so no one would do anything to him. Golded explained that there were people in this world who wanted secret work done by obedient slaves. And that's why illegal slave establishments like his office have many valuable customers. And since the slaves themselves can't tell the whole truth because of the magic imposed on them, they can do whatever they want without fear of punishment. Akina was horrified at how badly rotten this kingdom was, though it was probably unnecessary to be so self-righteous about it all. Meanwhile, the chief moneylender ordered the formidable slave to capture Main immediately. For motivation, Golded used magic to inflict pain on the slave, forcing him to act faster. It became obvious that Golded was doing terrible things, for he could safely inflict pain on his slave through the use of the illegal magic of the slave contract. Under such conditions, the slave would obey any necessary orders. But the brave adventuress was not going to give up and attack the enemy again, but it had no effect on the armor of the bully. The mithril sword shattered like glass again, and the excited girl demanded to be given a replacement weapon immediately. But the chief moneylender decided to prevent the adventuress from getting a new weapon and ordered the other slaves to immediately detain Main. But as it turned out, the adventuress had used all of her swords and only a useless scabbard remained. Also, Main could not act in full force against the innocent slaves. The situation was heating up. The girl was looking for something as a weapon. and the agitated merchant didn't know how to help Main. Akina and Main understood each other without words, and it became obvious that the adventuress would not be able to get hold of the new weapon. At this point, the treacherous moneylender exulted in his superiority and ordered a huge slave to attack while the adventuress was left unarmed. The armored Hulk rushed to the attack, trying to grab the young adventuress. But Main decided to fight to the end and began to fight with her bare hands, aided only by her empty sword sheaths. An agitated Akina was worried about his assistant and shouted for her to be careful and retreat. But the intrepid adventuress believed in her success and struck her opponent with all her might with her scabbard at a possible vulnerable spot of the bully. The astonished merchant could not believe that the girl was able to penetrate the magical defense with just a sword scabbard. Akina noticed that the adventuress delivers heavy blows starting from the waist up and continues to beat the chest of the armored Hulk. In this way, Main tries to concentrate all her power in one particular point. The adventuress struck many times at the same point, and each time it seemed to her that the scabbard was penetrating deeper. Eventually, the attentive merchant realized that because of the numerous attacks, Main had managed to exceed her defense skill limit, and now the armored opponent was left with just a normal armor. The adventuress told the enslaved knight that she couldn't watch him agonizingly follow criminal orders. But if the thug was still going to attack Mr. Karakin, she would use her maximum possible strength. The armored knight did not stop, and the adventuress fulfilled her promise. A colossal, forceful blow pierced through the steel armor of the bulky man. The defeat of the most protected fighter shocked not only the bandit leader, but also the young merchant. The incredible battle ended with the final victory of the young adventurer, and it proved the superiority of superhuman skill over magical defense. Main exclaimed joyfully that she was Akin's bodyguard and no one would ever harm him. The young merchant was delighted with everything that had happened, and all the remaining brigands finally decided to flee. Golded again tried to stop his wards by pointing out that the adventurer was unarmed. Main herself went to Golded, the chief scoundrel, and asked if there were any more willing to fight her. The chief moneylender decided to use his last trump card and ordered his obedient slaves to attack the adventuress. Main was furious at such meanness and decided to end it. Unable to withstand the fear of reprisal, Golded rushed to flee away, but at the same time, as every villain should, promised to be sure to take revenge in the future. The adventurous Main deftly handled the slaves and bound them with rope, and then the girl apologized for still being unable to catch Golded. Akina was not worried about it, but still wondered about future threats. The prudent merchant said that the dastardly moneylender was already finished, and not to worry about it. But Main reminded him of the nobles who cover Golded's dirty deeds. But Akina decided that now it was time for him to act. 2 days after the battle at Trader Akin's house, a detachment of military police stormed the building of Lone Shark Golded. The cops arrived at the treacherous moneylender's office to check him out on suspicion of illegal slave trading. It was exactly as Akina had promised. The cunning peddler himself, along with his faithful companion, the adventurer Main, were very close by. They were watching from the corner of a neighboring building. But as it turned out, after checking the military police, there were only enslaved people in the premises of the moneylender's office, and Golded himself was not present. Akin noticed a slave who did not participate in the attack like the rest of the enslaved people, and this interested him. The experienced military police officers meanwhile decided to test the contract magic that had been applied to these slaves. It was quite easy to do so by the specific magic seal on each slave's hand. After just a few minutes, the police officers found out that there was a disguised seal on the enslaved people. Also, the police officers easily determined that the contract magic that was placed on all of these enslaved people was illegal. The military police subsequently ruled that the moneylender Golded was henceforth wanted for the illegal slave trade, as well as for the forbidden disguise of contract magic. The wanted notice gave specific details of the criminal and promised a generous reward to those who could assist in catching the moneylender. It was also revealed that during his illegal activities, the lone shark Golded has accumulated a lot of valuable property. And when the despicable moneylender is caught, all the disgruntled people in the community will let off steam and get real satisfaction. However, some good in quotes people will not stop smiling, as they will be able to steal huge finances during this investigation. But in any case, the case ended with a good result, and Akin along with her defender Main were satisfied with their victory. After all this, the faithful friends went to the capital's hotel to get a little distraction from all this unpleasant business. The young adventurer and the possessor of superhuman strength rejoiced like a little child, for she had been able to defeat the man who had been causing her a lot of trouble and trying to enslave her for a long time. The girl could not believe that they were able to influence those terrible crimes that the moneylender committed. Maine did not expect such success because Golded was under the protection of influential people from the nobility, and this provided him for many years absolute freedom in any crimes. Merchant Akin understood how happy the young adventuress was at the moment, but still it should not be forgotten that the perpetrator of all crimes had not been caught yet. And even being on the run, Golded could still be dangerous. Of course, it was clear that the whole story lasted for many years only under the patronage of the nobility. While still one wanted to believe that not all nobles are involved in criminal activities. And if that was indeed the case, then it would be possible to provide useful information on the nobles who protected Golded's criminal activities against all laws. The adventuress pondered over such a cunning plan, and Akina decided to explain things to the girl in a much simpler way. Akira said that the activities of the despicable moneylender is protected by the nobles who acquire illegal slaves, which they later use for their own personal purposes. And when the scoundrel Golded is caught, then all this information about the acquisition of illegal slaves will become a huge problem revealed in the kingdom. And such an information bomb could affect very influential people in the country. At the same time, do not forget that all the royals are divided into factions and constantly compete with each other. And it is the nobles who only socialize with those who will benefit them. These groups among themselves cultivate constant rival clans. The whole life of a noble family is overflowing with guile and dastardly intrigues that are full of treachery and crime. After listening to her master, the young adventuress finally realized how tangled they had gotten themselves into. The cunning merchant Akira confessed that he had purposely sent a letter exposing Golded's crimes specifically to those nobles who did not support the moneylender. Akira also provided as evidence the illegal magical contracts of the slaves he was able to bind during the battle main. The prudent merchant decided to carefully collect information to convince the nobles who did not support the moneylender. To do so, he entrusted the information gathering to the staff of the Adventurers Guild and specifically assigned the information retrieval to taciturn adventurers who would carefully guard the essence of their assignment. There was also a great difficulty in front of the cunning merchant. In this world, it was impossible for a stranger to meet with nobles without a special letter of recommendation. Although in fact, Akin's merchant didn't want to contact the nobles of this world. Therefore, the merchant was faced with the problem of how to do all this, but with his presence minimized. After thinking hard about a plan to solve the problem, the cunning merchant Akina came up with a great solution. Akina masterfully disguised himself and decided to present golden sweets to the guards of the mansion. In exchange for the very expensive gifts, the resourceful merchant asked the bribed guards to deliver a letter and evidence of the usurer's criminal activities to the gentlemen nobles. And even if the source of the information seems suspicious, still because of the factional within the nobility struggle, it will be enough. And then the nobles from the opposing faction would be more than happy to start investigating about the moneylender's dirty deeds. Maine was amazed at such a carefully planned operation to discredit the despicable nobles covering up illegal slavery. Merchant Akina once again remembered his past life, namely the times when he worked for a black company. It was because of that infamous experience in an unloved job that Akina had acquired the necessary knowledge by participating in various work conflicts. Another problem that kept the cunning merchant busy was that the cursed moneylender himself was still at large. But as it seemed to him, this was not something to worry about, for Golded had probably tried to get as far away from the city as possible. Well, be that as it may, the nobles who were staunch allies of the dastardly moneylender also quickly changed their minds because of the changed situation and joined the search for Golded. These compromised nobles were eager to find their former slave supplier to prevent their own personal exposure. But there was no need to sympathize with Golded, for no matter how much he himself deserved such a fate, to hide and be feared until someone caught or killed him. Maine couldn't understand everything, but Akina didn't want to worry the beautiful adventurer too much. Eventually, the young merchant got tired of all these events and various heavy thoughts. To get some rest, Akino offered his faithful companion to go to a new city. Maine agreed without a second thought, as she herself wanted to go somewhere. Meanwhile, the evil moneylender Golded was furious at his utter failure, for he had lost all his accomplishments and influence. Golded wandered the deserted streets, cursing everyone in the world. He knew very well that he could be caught every minute and therefore needed to be wary of every person he met. Heavy thoughts tormented the moneylender who had lost everything. He could not accept the fact that all his subordinates had abandoned him and fled for fear of being caught. Golded promised himself that when he found them all, he would surely kill them all with a painful death. After all, they all couldn't handle a useless girl and an ordinary stupid merchant. But the main culprit of all his problems Golded considered akin. After all, if he had never shown up, the young adventuress Main would have become his slave. After all, he was going to use her profitably for protection and for assassinations in large figures. For that alone, he would lend her money and wait for her to fail to pay it back. And when his goal was so close and Main was already doomed to fall into total slavery, suddenly this nasty, jolly merchant appeared uninvited and paid off the girl's debt in full. On top of all this, Akin's cursed merchant managed to fend off 2 attacks by his brigands, and then sent squads of military police into his office, and this finally destroyed his thriving business, and the only thing that helped him avoid an encounter with the police was a secret hidden passageway out of the building. Golded gritted his teeth in anger and promised himself that he would surely avenge all his troubles and simply had to kill the damned merchant Akin. After killing the merchant, he would definitely get hold of the adventurous Main, and this time he would definitely make her work as his slave. And then he will feel much easier. But in order to do all this in the future, first of all, he needs to escape from this kingdom as soon as possible. And now Golded decided to get hold of some horse. The horse could either be stolen or taken from a merchant for health, and it must be done as quickly as possible. As he continued to ponder his devious plans, Golded failed to notice an obstacle in his path and fell with all his might onto the dirty sidewalk. Landing face down in a muddy puddle could not be described as the most pleasant thing the moneylender had experienced in his life. Golded tried to figure out what had really happened, but some voice called out to him. The assassin explained to the immobilized moneylender that a special magical seal had been placed on his body. The assassin then asked the moneylender not to worry, for he had received orders from his employer to kill him as painlessly as possible. The treacherous moneylender realized that now he was caught and apparently wanted to kill those for whom he worked, because he became an unnecessary witness. So ended the long and interesting life of the treacherous moneylender, who had great influence on people and ironically died in a muddy puddle. A young merchant and part-time farmer was as usual engaged in work in his field. But suddenly he was called by the adventurous Main and informed of guests. This news surprised the merchant Akira because he was not expecting anyone, but still asked who these uninvited guests were. Akin looked in amazement at the group of strangers who were dressed in unusual white robes. Among the guests were women and men and children. Remembering the recent events related to the despicable moneylender Golded, the merchant Akira realized that these people were the same slaves with an illegal magic contract. And it was these men that Main had captured during the attack by a band of brigands. The oldest man stated that they were all very indebted to Mr. Akira, so they had come to thank and express their gratitude. It all sounded kind of strange and really surprised the young merchant. All the freed slaves fell on their knees and began to thank Akin as if he was a real deity. Akina was surprised at such behavior of strangers, even did not know how to react to such a strange act. The happy slaves began to explain that thanks to Aquino and his indictment of the moneylender for the illegal slave trade, they had all been freed from their slave status, since they were considered victims of an unfair contract. In doing so, his nefarious business practices also came to light, and all the debts the slaves had taken from Golded also became null and void, so all the slaves started a new life. The young merchant thought about it and decided that most likely, in order to attack the nobles behind the despicable moneylender, the other nobles opposing them had purposely treated the slaves as unfortunate victims, and purposely freed them so as not to send them to the slave market. The grateful former slaves kept thanking their savior, but Akin felt embarrassed and asked them to stop idolizing him so much. After all, he had only helped a little to catch the criminal. But the grateful people continued to express their appreciation and promised that if Akin ever needed help, they would all certainly help. The young merchant thought that these people must be very responsible if they were going to help. Akina asked all the people if they had reliable jobs right now. The merchant realized that there were some people who had been cheated out of their skills, but there were also some who had been cheated out of interest when they borrowed money. Judging from the people's reactions, they themselves did not know how to answer correctly, for they had been slaves for a long time. Some former slaves began to say that they wanted to return to their home village, since in their home village, they would probably be able to find work with their parents. It was clear from the people's talk that they hoped for their relatives and wanted to become reliable helpers for them. One guy said that his house had sold all but his eldest son to a slave trader because of a bad harvest a few years ago, since the slaves could at least eat for free. Others told how their parents failed in thy trade and lost all their money. Many were enslaved by the fall of wild monsters that destroyed villages, and the ruined people were enslaved. All the people remembering their past problems looked very dejected. Aquino realized that these people had obtained real happiness when they were freed from slavery, but now they were facing completely different problems. Aquino decided that he had become greatly imbued with the problems of strangers. After all, he had participated in this incident to gain benefits for himself and Main, and now unnecessary problems would only burden him. Aquino silently pondered this whole situation, but Main decided to voice her opinion. The young merchant thought that he most likely knew what the adventuress wanted to say. The girl asked to help all these people, but Aquino replied that he perfectly understood the girl's noble feelings, but he could not support such a large number of people, for it was too costly and time-consuming. And even if he could increase all the money with the cultivation skill, it's still too tedious to take care of so many people. The young adventurer was visibly upset and said in a dissatisfied voice that of course she understood everything. But then Main showed marvels of ingenuity and offered to hire all these people to work in the store. Aquino did not even expect such a suggestion and pondered its rationality. The girl explained that perhaps in the future Aquino would own a proper store, not just to take away trade from his wagon. It would also be possible to organize a caravan with multiple wagons, even in retail. Aquino reflected on the fact that the girl was indeed right about many things. And if he wanted to reach great heights as a merchant in the future, then of course he would need employees to oversee the sale of numerous goods. The young merchant agreed with the wonderful ideas for the future voiced by the adventurous Main. The girl immediately offered to hire these people and begin training them. Aquino felt ashamed, for such a wonderful idea should have come to him as the head of the enterprise. His years of exploitation in a black company had ingrained his status as an office plankton, and so he does not know how to think about things from the perspective of an executive. From the very beginning, as Akira arrived in this world, he was eager to resume his dream, to open his own business and develop in trade. But with such a narrow mindset, it is difficult for him to succeed. Aquino looked at people and tried to decide whether he should take this difficult step. In turn, the former slaves waited for a positive answer and hoped to get a good job. But why did Aquino have the courage? Though still worried, he asked everyone to listen to him carefully. All the people were just waiting for these words and answered in a friendly manner that they were ready to listen. Akin's young merchant offered all the people, if they wanted to work for him in his store. All the people were happy at this offer and began to thank him for his trust and promised to do any work they were given. In turn, the merchant Akin said that he was counting on their abilities and promised a decent wage. The former slaves again started bowing to the guy like a deity and asked the young merchant to take care of them. Such treatment greatly embarrassed the young man. Akin asked why they called him master, since it was not necessary to do so. But here the young adventuress tried to explain. The girl said that Aquino now stood up a large merchant because he hired himself more than a dozen workers. And so it was only natural that the store staff would call him master. After all, this is usually the case in large businesses, and there is no need to be embarrassed by this, for Aquino himself should feel like the boss. Aquino realized that now he had become something like a director for people in his home world, and it was quite a pleasant feeling. But still the young merchant was embarrassed by the fact that all these people were constantly bowing to him. The new employees themselves began to praise their master and promised that they would follow him all their lives. They also promised to do any work and to learn all the wisdom of trade. Aquino could feel how much he was blushing from embarrassment and decided that in the future he should get used to it. After all, this would probably happen again every time he hired new employees. At this beautiful moment, Aquino was just as happy as these people because he was now one step closer to his dream. And now it is left to him to develop his trading business. The main thing is that he has an endless source of goods and a great team of workers, and also a reliable defense in the face of the beautiful Main. But the next day, when the young merchant was in the royal capital, namely the craftsman's quarter, Akina learned from the scowling dwarf blacksmith Harold that he was being targeted and was now in danger. This news did not please the budding entrepreneur at all, but it was clear that he now had a new problem. And perhaps this problem is far more dangerous than the confrontation with the loan shark Golded. Akina resented the dwarf blacksmith Harold's story and sincerely could not even imagine why he was being targeted. Harold recalled how the young merchant had caused his own problems with the moneylender Golded, and he had also developed a close relationship with the weapons assassin Main. And such activity, and especially the incident in the office of the moneylender, clearly did not like someone, and that's why these people wanted to get even with Akina, and to be exact, just eliminate him. The blacksmith also reported that strange people had come to him and inquired about Akina's activities, but were careful not to say what their true intentions were. Such news and the swiftness of the unknown enemies gave Akina a cold sweat and made her want to drink. Akina obviously did not expect to hear unpleasant news from blacksmith Harold on such a beautiful morning, because he was going to actively engage in the training of former slaves. And he had only visited Harold's workshop to repair Main's weapons, for her supplies had already run out after the last battles. Harold explained that after searching Golded's office, a list of nobles buying illegal slaves was discovered. Therefore, the balance of influence of the nobles had changed drastically, and it was rumored that the people above had made a fuss about the situation. Akina realized the substantial loss he had caused to the high-ranking nobles, and it was only natural that they sent assassins to avenge it. Bitter regret rolled over the young merchant as he was just about to start developing his own business. Harold kept at his work, tapping his hammer frequently, advised Akin to flee the city and to do so as quickly as possible. Main, realizing her involvement in all these emerging problems in Akin's life, asked for forgiveness. But the young merchant asked the adventuress not to worry, for they were friends and this was their common problem. But still realizing the mortal danger, Main suggested to speed up the plan and leave this country quickly to quietly start their business elsewhere. Akina agreed to do just that, but it was unclear what to do with all the new employees. The enterprising merchant did not want to part with his new employees, but running away with dozens of people together would be very difficult. With all this, it was not certain that it would be possible to prepare work in another country, because the risk of failure was very high. Therefore, it was worthwhile to stick to the former plan for the employees for the time being. A few days later, the former slaves and now completely free people lined up at the trade guild in the royal capital. Akina and the loyal adventurous Main had not yet left the country, but had taken some steps for their safety, trying to disguise their conspicuous appearance. Sipping sweet fruit juice through a straw, Akina rejoiced at his plan for his employees. For them, immediately after the hiring day, a job as salesman in his store of this country had been prepared for them. To begin with, all of them would be qualified as a merchant. Akin also ensured that the people who joined his company would be treated well, and various support was guaranteed, starting with assigning roles according to each employee's strengths. In the future, all these people would take over the store domestically as planned. Akin himself now planned to grow the necessary goods outside the country, and afterwards to give the products to the employees to sell inside the country, and it would become a safe business for him personally. But now it was more important to discuss together with Main where they could best escape to. Akina enjoyed the quiet moment for now, as they made sure to disguise themselves well as townspeople and take cover from pursuers. And the young merchant also enjoyed the company of the beautiful Main, who gave him hope for a better future. Akina nevertheless broke the carefree atmosphere and offered to discuss a future escape. After all, they had already solved the problem with the supply of goods. Main admitted that she thought about it all the time. It was obvious that it was becoming increasingly dangerous to continue to stay in this country, because sooner or later they would be found. And the disguise was only a temporary solution, for even former slaves from easily recognized when they met up close. Main also suggested that if the nobles were really looking for them, it was likely that the border had been informed through magic to prevent escape. Akina marveled at such possibilities and asked if there was such magic. The adventuress called it communication magic, and Akina realized how much he had not underestimated this fantasy world in which there were no telephones familiar to him. Therefore, it was necessary to leave as soon as possible, although it was now a difficult task. Beautiful Main explained quite calmly that there were constantly tracking mages along the entire border. These special mages were able to track down those who crossed the border without going through the border post at certain points. Mian's calmness was not matched by Akin's irritation, because such a serious control of the entire border greatly reduced their chances of escape. But Main decided to reassure her companion and said that of course it was impossible to keep track of the entire border. The adventuress recounted how she had heard that except for flat plains and terrain with plenty of hiding places, tracking magic was not cast in lands with many monsters and near places that were supposedly impossible to penetrate. But at the same time, it is virtually impossible to deliver goods from abroad while passing through such dangerous parts of the border. All these difficulties caused Akin to be wildly annoyed, for he had not even imagined that it would be so difficult to escape from the country. Realizing all the problems, it became obvious how difficult it would be to get goods to the employees to sell within this country. Akina was frustrated that he had too little time to gather information about loopholes across the border. Everything pointed to a stalemate in business development. Akina thought that perhaps he should still give up on the new employees and try to start over, but he sincerely wanted to avoid becoming a black executive who did not value people's labor. Meanwhile, Main was thinking about something and then suggested taking a route in the dark forest of destruction. Akina was certainly happy, at least some idea in this situation, but the name of the forest did not inspire much confidence. The cute adventurer explained that this place is a very dangerous forest with many strong monsters. Therefore, no tracking magic would be cast there since it is believed that no one dares to enter the dark forest of destruction. Also, Main pointed out on the map the special location of the dark forest that was surrounded by many countries. Historically, no one wanted to cut down this forest so as not to create corridors for invasion by neighboring countries. At the same time, the dark forest of destruction emits special waves under the influence of which even strong wizards lose a significant part of their abilities. Also, the territory of this dark forest was equal to approximately one country. The only thing that Akina emphasized to himself from Main's story was that this forest was very dangerous, and it was surprising that the girl recommended visiting it. But the brave adventuress exclaimed that she was quite confident in her abilities and could provide safe passage through the dark forest. This answer pleased the prudent merchant, and now there was hope for a safe escape. Main was excited about her future adventures and explained that she wanted to get plenty of weapons as usual, for she would likely have to break many swords in the dark forest. Akina decided that if they succeeded in capturing the dark forest of destruction, they could provide a way for the staff to deliver goods inland. And in doing so, they would be able to choose a country after escaping abroad and establish a decent business. The enthusiastic merchant offered to immediately get to work on planning the escape, and Main promised to think of every detail. Akina decided that the first step was to think of a way through the dangerous dark forest and ask the adventuress what goods she thought were needed first. Main, as a true adventurer, decided to stock up on useful potions before the dangerous adventure, and without wasting time, the conspirators went to a specialized potion store. Akina praised her partner for her foresight, for it was indeed important to provide herself with effective means of recovery in order to break through the dark forest with strength. The wise beyond his years merchant realized that his frivolous companion became a very reliable person when determined, and perhaps this is the same quality of Main as a very talented adventuress. Akina was excited to visit the very impressive potion store, for as a true merchant he was curious to see someone else's successful business, which was clearly different from the humble stores in the local market. Once inside the rather vast premises, Akina immediately noticed how professionally organized everything was, and the numerous goods attracted the eyes of a variety of customers. But what caught the young merchant's eye most of all was a beautiful stranger in a bright red dress, which evoked the most obscene thoughts, even for Akin, who always tried to keep women's attention in the background. Main noticed how mesmerized her partner was by the stranger's grace, and began to talk about how to distinguish the effects by potion color. Blue potions cured wounds, while green ones eliminated the effects of poisoning. The yellow ones cured all kinds of paralysis. Main also explained that the quality of potions was determined by how clear the contents were. The cheaper potions usually had a slight sediment at the bottom of the container. Well, as is already clear, good quality potions did not have anything foreign floating around. However, good quality potions were usually so expensive that not everyone could afford to buy them. Akina realized that it all depended on the raw materials and, of course, the degree of skill of the manufacturer who was doing the refining. Main asked the young merchant to wait for a while and promised to pick up some good and inexpensive potions that they would need on the dangerous trek. Akina offered to wait and buy the most expensive potions, but Main snarled and insisted that she had to figure it out for herself. But Akina only grinned and replied that he understood about the transparency of liquids, and that Main should buy only the best potions, because they were going to face dangerous monsters and her health was not to be spared. The young adventuress never realized what she had caused her partner's smirk. And Akina decided to show wonders of generosity and asked the seller as loudly as possible to give 10 units of the best potions each. Such a pathos move to Akin's delight caused the vendor and the customers present to stutter. Instantly, the stranger, who was completely unlike a well-to-do aristocrat, was heard discussing such a large purchase. Akina pretended not to notice the scrutiny, but in fact was glad of it. Main was also surprised by the uproar in the store, and together with Akina, they regarded the surprised visitors. The young merchant realized that he had demonstrated his financial capabilities too vividly and probably looked like an oil tycoon from his home world who had bought up everything. Then Akina felt an even more intense gaze, which belonged to the same charming stranger in a seductive red dress. And from the looks of it, this mysterious one was especially surprised as much as the others in the store. The brunette beauty studied the rich young guy with interest and even blushed with excitement. Akina began to feel very awkward from such attention and felt a strange premonition. And Main in turn felt her degree of jealousy begin to hit record highs from such mental contact between her partner and the unknown lady. The situation was diffused in time by the store clerk, who announced that the young rich man's order was ready and offered to look at the quality of the goods the store could provide. Akina scrutinized one of the vials, which caused a real panic in the shopkeeper. The young merchant could not understand the effects of the purple liquid on humans. But the vendor, who was pleased that there were no questions about the quality, quickly explained that the purple potion was for protection against monsters. According to the seller, if you sprinkle the purple liquid on the wagon or equipment, no monsters will be able to get close due to the specific odor. And such a powerful potion was guaranteed to provide protection from monsters for at least a week. Akina appreciated the effectiveness of the potion, which would become useful in his trade affairs. The salesman continued to praise the miraculous capabilities of the potions Akina had purchased, and the young merchant noticed how the beautiful brunette continued to watch him and even nod occasionally in agreement with the salesman's advertisement. Adventurous Main had also never heard of such a useful potion and regarded the purple liquid with interest. The store clerk told her that such a potion had been asked to be sold by a traveling wizard, and so the manufacturer had personally conducted all the necessary tests. Akina decided to move on to the cost of the miraculous goods and found out that one vial of the potion costs 10 gold coins. Main jumped from surprise, so surprised was she by the price. Akina immediately heard the indignant voices of the shopkeepers and realized that for that kind of money, he could hire some good adventurers for protection. Looking at the satisfied face of the shopkeeper, who was already clearly calculating today's profit, Akina still decided to buy this useful remedy against all sorts of monsters. Although it was clear that he would not be able to reduce the price, even if he bought a large batch, due to the rarity of this product. Akin asked how effective this potion was against monsters, and the seller explained how the wizard guaranteed protection against B-rank monsters. The adventurer Main explained that if it was true, it was simply marvelous because B-rank monsters were reserved for high-rank groups of the city's adventurer guild. Akina thought about the possibility of reducing the risk to Main while in the dark forest, and no money was spared for it. Though of course it would be nice to know the actual market value of this miracle potion. Akina decided to show who the real merchant was and offered to buy all the available supplies of purple potion for 6 gold coins each. The local merchant clearly didn't expect such an audacious offer and was not ready to give an instant response. A flustered Main asked if it was wise to buy the entire stock of such an expensive product. But Akina had a better understanding of commerce and explained that it was unlikely that there was much purple potion in stock, for otherwise it would be much cheaper. Meanwhile, the vendor had acquired an almost identical color to the anti-monster potions, and it gave away how tense he was. The local vendor decided not to set his mind at ease and offered to lower the price to 8 coins as an exception for Akina since he had decided to purchase in large quantities. Akina, however, remarked that this seller was an experienced fellow, but still willing to make concessions. Akira decided to ask the loyal adventuress how she thought this item would become really popular. Main immediately portrayed a deep thoughtfulness, adding to her importance. The girl correctly understood Akin's cunning plan and said that she would hardly be able to sell such an unpopular item in the future, because it would be cheaper to hire adventurers against monsters of rank B. And if there are monsters of even higher rank in the area, the potion would be useless and only adventurers who could guarantee safety from the beginning would be able to deal with it. The shopkeeper realized that a lucrative deal was sailing out of his hands, and it was noticeable how his face contorted in a successful grimace. The flustered salesman asked to wait a little longer and ran into the next room. Instantly, the store manager appeared and offered to lower the price to 7 gold pieces, but only if he purchased the entire stock of potions. The store manager explained that the monster protecting potion was only 20 pieces, and together with the other highest potions, which were 10 pieces each, the total amount of the deal would be 200 gold coins. Main was horrified at such an amount, for it was a lot for her. Akina immediately converted the amount into Earth money and realized that it was about several million yen, so Main's surprise was justified. However, after learning the market price of the monster protection potion, this amount is actually a small amount. Akin's decision was tensely awaited by everyone present in the store, and a lingering pause hung. Like a true actor, Akina waved his hand and agreed to make this deal. Immediately, the admiring cheers of the store's customers were heard. The salesman and the store manager rejoiced because they were able to get rid of the dead stock. Although the discount was 30%, they still managed to recover the purchase price of the goods, and that was not a bad thing. Akin referred to the very large amount of money and asked 40 gold coins as collateral to start with, and the rest of the amount he promised to pay only tomorrow, when the goods will be delivered in full. The manager of the stores, afraid of losing his client, agreed even to such terms. After the deal was completely finalized, the satisfied Akina and Main left the shop, and the manager and the salesman bowed in gratitude for a long time. The enterprising merchant was pleased with the result of the transaction and decided to grow the potions he had purchased today to use during the capture of the Dark Forest. Suddenly, Akina noticed again the very beauty who had flirted so sweetly with a glance in the store. The young merchant decided that such an encounter could not have been a coincidence, although such a spectacular lady did not look like a stalker. Then Akina noticed that the loyal Main was distressed about something. The young adventuress was of course jealous and began to mutter that Akina looked like a real fool as he looked at the unfamiliar beauty and scrutinized her lush bust and long tar black hair. Such a reaction from Main was only amused by the love of the abundant merchant. Akina decided to change the subject and promised his faithful protector to go home soon where they would check out different things together. Main agreed to the offer, and to everyone's relief her mood improved considerably. Meanwhile, Akina had already thought of something interesting thanks to the monster defense potion he had acquired. After all, they had a difficult journey ahead of them into a dangerous dark forest that was maximally filled with highly ranked monsters. At this point, Akina did not yet know how their fate would turn out in the new place. But as many people say, everyone's future is predetermined, and in it, Main had already defeated a huge monster in the dark forest. The incredibly powerful adventuress wielded her mithril blade like a true goddess of war, and then asked that if they were really going to live in the dark forest. Akina decided that the effects of the miraculous anti-monster potion, combined with Main's incredible strength, would allow them to settle safely in the dark forest, and his cultivation skill would provide all the goods they needed. Therefore, the difficulty of crossing the borders of other nations should no longer be a concern. As the organizer and leader of all the schemes, Akina declared that this dark forest would henceforth be their main base of operations. Shortly before starting their journey into the dark forest, Main and Akina decided to visit a clothing store located on the outskirts of the capital. The enterprising merchant decided to give Main the pleasure of shopping and watched with interest as the adventurous tried on different outfits. Akina was already dreamily imagining how they would settle down in the dark forest and start expanding their profitable business. At the same time, it would be possible to forget about the pursuers who would hardly dare to look for them in such a dangerous place. Looking at the clothing options Main had chosen, it wasn't even clear which outfit would suit her better as an employee of the firm. But the girl did not stop experimenting with images and once again pulled back the fitting room curtain. Now the adventuress tried on a schoolgirl costume with a seductive mini skirt. Such a daring look delighted the salesman and pleased Akin. The young salesman joked that if this was the new costume for the employees from the trading company. But Main wanted to hear other words, of course, and angrily barked that Akin was interested in nothing else but business. The salesman rushed to calm the outraged adventuress and promised that her next look would certainly be able to impress the young merchant. The images were indeed quite impressive, and for starters, Main dressed in a nurse's costume that reminded Akina of some not-so-decent movies from his home world. Then the adventuress transformed into a seductive dancer, which made Akin think that he was not the only one reincarnated in this world. The whole thing made for a hearty laugh, but it was in no way appropriate as a costume for an employee of a trading company. Main was furious at Akin's reaction, and the clothing salesman decided to pull out one last trump card. The trump card turned out to be a catgirl costume, which, judging by the number of elements, was rather intended as an outfit for enjoyable role-playing, but not for work. Akina felt embarrassed and asked his superpowered protector to cover up quickly before the clothing salesman passed out from overexcitement. Eventually having a lot of fun, Akina bought a few ordinary clothes for Main's daily life, and that was the end of the exciting journey into the world of high fashion. Akina watched admiringly as the strongest adventurer Main defeated the giant snake. But that in understanding how it happened, one needed to know a little about what had happened before. An overjoyed Main inquired whether the young merchant had really decided to live in this uncharted place. But to understand such an incredible decision by Akin, it was first worthwhile to look back and realize what had caused the desire to live in a dangerous dark forest that was originally intended to be merely a crossing. Not long before these events with the giant serpent, and more specifically 2 days later as fugitives entered the dark forest of destruction, Main felt quite confident and explored the dangerous territory in every way possible. Unlike her faithful protector, the merchant Akina was not as strong and was already quite tired of wandering through this forest. The trek through the dark forest was not an easy one, especially for an ordinary person. There were no familiar paths at all, and Akina's legs happened to be in pain. Main certainly wasn't experiencing what the young merchant was experiencing and suggested that her partner think about strength training. Akina only brushed off such an idea and reminded Main of her super strength. The adventuress, however, marveled at the calm atmosphere in the forest, for she had long expected to encounter dangerous monsters. The enterprising merchant decided that it was all thanks to the purple potion that really repelled the monsters. Main praised Akin for his excellent purchase. For now, they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked at all. Akin would periodically wet the potion with a plain cloth wrapped around a stick so that the scent of the purple potion would spread as far as possible. Sometimes even managed to spot fleeing monsters, which smelled the potion quickly disappeared into the dense thickets. Main, tired of boredom, began to ask why Akina decided to set up a base in this forest, why he wanted to do it only after buying such a potion. After all, the original plan was just to cross this dangerous place and settle down in another country where they wouldn't be able to be reached by the pursuers sent by the nobles. The prudent merchant admitted that he did not believe in a safe life in another country, because they could be found there after a while by assassins. And if they managed to take refuge in the dark forest of destruction, no one would dare approach them, much less pursuers from the capital. There were also some other problems, and for that Akin asked Main to install some sort of secret weapon. The merchant explained that there might be other problems in addition to the dangerous monsters in this forest, and one couldn't rely on the purple potion alone. After a while, threatening sounds were heard nearby, which made the fugitives remember where they were. Akina decided that it was most likely the king of the dark forest, a Ranka monster, a large snake. Soon, Main and Akina saw a horrible creeping creature that had already caught for its prey. In the role of victims were huge rank sea forest bears, just like the ones that Main had defeated while transporting the goods. Before heading into the dark forest, Akina heard from Main about the existence of a large snake. The prudent merchant then traveled to the Adventurers Guild and gathered all the information he could about this terrible monster. Realizing the extent of the danger, Akina carefully reviewed all the equipment they had prepared for the trek. Adventurous Main added another special sword to the regular mithril swords, and added some defense as well. The huge mithril sword was kindly forged by the stern dwarf Harold, and even gave a good discount. Akina, although he didn't rely on his combat skills, still got some light protection, because heavy armor wouldn't allow him to move. After finishing all the preparations, Akina reminded that to live in this forest, ensuring safety was the most important factor. And if they succeeded in defeating the big snake, this problem would be solved, and they would overcome the first step towards mastering the dark forest. Main asked why Akina still thought that defeating the big snake would allow them to live peacefully in such a creepy place, since the dark forest was still full of various monsters. The merchant suggested defeating the huge snake first, and then deal with the rest. The super strong protector agreed not to argue, and at that moment an ominous hissing was heard nearby. Despite its colossal size, the large snake was able to get close to the fugitives unnoticed, although maybe it was because they were just engrossed in the chatter and lost their guard. But whatever the case, now the encounter with the king of the dark forest had taken place, and the two frightened travelers were able to appreciate the size of the serpent's mouth. Main apologized for failing to notice the monster's approach, and apparently he was attracted by her chatter. But Akina asked the protector not to worry, for this was what they had expected, even if not as quickly as it happened. As the breakable king of the terrain, the big serpent decided to start attacking first. The strongest adventurer boldly met her opponent with a sword strike, but as it had happened many times before, the mithril blade shattered. What was surprising was that this time, only a single blow was enough to destroy the weapon. Main grabbed the special, huge sword, and all that was left was to test old Harold's skill. Only seconds remained until the moment of the incredible battle. And soon it was to be decided whether the former holder of the title would remain king of the forest or whether the fragile girl, though possessing super strength, would change the balance of power. The excited merchant was in anticipation of the colorful spectacle, and if he had the chance to bet, he would have put everything on his beautiful protector. But since it could not be done, Akina only asked Main to defeat the monster. Like a wild cat, Main rushed into the attack, swinging her huge blade. With smashing blows, the fragile adventuress chopped at the large serpent. But the monster was unwilling to give up its precious life so easily and responded with furious lunges. Akina was maximally impressed by what was happening, for even the trees could not withstand this battle and crumbled into splinters. Despite her incredible agility and powerful strikes, Main was still unable to tip the scales of the confrontation to her side. The large and vile snake was too strong an opponent and was not a rank up for nothing. In some places, there were already open wounds on the huge body of the creeping monster, but this only made the monster more aggressive. The big snake's attacks were becoming more and more rapid, and this caused Akin to be concerned. The nimble adventuress skillfully avoided the encounter with the vile snake's mouth, and apparently this made the king of the dark forest too angry. So the monster decided to use its poison glands and release a deadly plume of venom. The agitated merchant of course knew of this ability of the serpent, and Main knew of it as well. But now that this stream of vile liquid kept pouring outward, it became problematic for Mian to get close enough to the monster to deliver the fatal blow. Akina realized that it was time to use the secret weapons specially prepared for the king of the dark forest, the more the monster was in the right place. Hearing the special signal from the merchant, Main realized what was about to happen and Akina pulled the rope, activating the surprise for the big snake. It was all about the composition of the purple potion that contained a special poison that scared away the monsters. Akina was able to use his cultivation skill to create a huge supply of this beautiful potion, which in large quantities could unpleasantly surprise even a monster of rank A. And now, all of this prepared mass of the potion poured down on the long body of the king of the dark forest in a purple downpour. The resourceful merchant hoped that if not to destroy the big serpent with such a beautiful shower, then at least to give the adventurer the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. And so it happened. From the oversaturation of the purple liquid, the king of the dark forest lost the ability to move. Wasting no time, Akina ordered the adventuress to act so as not to miss the chance, and the girl began to extract huge trees from the ground. Main, with the help of her incredible strength, quickly gathered the right amount of heavy logs and hurried to the immobilized monster. With the help of the trees, the brave adventuress provided additional containment for the large serpent and prepared to seize the chance to destroy the king of the dark forest. But at that moment, the creeping monster regained its ability to move and attempted to break free of the restraining trap. Akina did not expect it to happen so quickly and watched in horror as the huge rings of the snake surrounded the brave adventurer. The frightened merchant shouted in desperation, trying to warn Main. But alas, the super strong protector did not have time to react and found herself in a death trap. At the same time, his smaller kin began to emerge from the dark forest king's belly. A whole bunch of disgusting reptiles began to try to dig into the delicate body of the young adventurer, causing her very unpleasant sensations. Akina, realizing the danger of the situation, frantically tried to think of ways to help Main. But the fear of the merchant was in vain. The young adventuress once again reminded of what incredible power she possesses and broke the deadly shackles of the mighty serpent. Main shouted that she was a person of super strength and she was the protector of the rich merchant Akin. And henceforth new business and adventures begin in this forest. The enraged adventuress rushed into another lightning attack, trying to get to the head of the great serpent, promising that the monster would be nothing but rust on her blade. Main reached her goal and, putting all her incredible strength into the blow, shredded the body of the king of the dark forest. The big snake gave one last doomed hiss and no more signs of life, and Main proudly lowered her mighty blade. The admiring merchant looked at the adventuress and realized why the moneylender Golded was so eager to get this super strong girl as his slave. Akina rejoiced at his victory like a little child receiving a long-awaited candy from his parents and promised to thank his protector with an additional bonus. Main was proud of her success and did not refuse the impressive sum. In this crude and bold way, the so-called expansion of Akin and Main into the dark forest of destruction where they intended to organize their main base took place. Main again wondered if Akina still intended to settle in this dangerous place. The prudent merchant explained that he now had full confidence in Main's ability to protect their peaceful residence in this forest, for her power knew no bounds. The adventuress resented this way of assessing her capabilities and promised to recall Akin to this day. The merchant hurriedly excused herself for such trickery and said that she just didn't want to worry Main unnecessarily. And if she had known about this method of evaluation beforehand, she might have been worried before an important battle. Main accepted the excuses and praised Akin for his sharp mind. Also, Akina explained that he purposely did not tell the details of the secret trap with the purple potion so that Main would rely only on her own strength. The adventuress recognized Akin's ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of his employees. The merchant, on the other hand, called Main an incredible adventuress, for despite all the difficulties she was able to deal phenomenally with the king of the forest and proved herself to be a superhuman. Akina further explained that because of the big snake's lair, other serious monsters did not dare to approach this place, sensing the persistent odor of the king of the dark forest. Therefore, this lair would be the most reasonable choice for a place to organize a base. Inspired by the new horizons in business development, the young merchant Akin said that now a new stage of their joint development would come, and now it was time to forget about that old shack in the royal capital. Akina and Main decided to get a wagon to the forest as soon as possible and start building an office for their trading company. Soon a loaded wagon load of materials arrived at Akira, and Main and work began on building an office in the dark forest of destruction. Most of the hour of work was of course done by the super strong adventuress, with Akina merely hammering nails and helping with fixing the materials. Main couldn't do precision work and Akina heavy work, and so they complemented each other perfectly. First of all, the strongest adventuress was busy leveling the area for the construction of the office. Thanks to her incredible strength, Main used an ordinary log as a construction roller, and she liked it a lot. Soon after this physical exercise, Main achieved a perfectly flat surface and bragged about her talent in construction. Next, the inspired merchant offered to take on the task of building the foundation. Main immediately set to work, for she had no trouble carrying heavy logs. Thanks to her incredible strength, the beautiful adventuress had no trouble driving huge logs into the ground, doing the work that in the ordinary world is done by powerful construction equipment. Main continued to labor physically, while Akina began to accurately measure the required distance on the already installed logs to make it easier to navigate the lines in the future. The construction of the trading office was proceeding at a very impressive pace. Of course, the basis of all the construction was the super strength of the young adventurer, but without Akina, nothing would have happened. Engrossed in their work, the fugitives from the retribution of the aristocrats did not even notice how the bright sunlight was replaced by the dim illumination of the full moon. But just under the glare of the night light, it was time for the finishing touches on the first ever building in the dark woods. The new office of Akin's trading company had been successfully built, and it was a momentous occasion in the lives of Main and Akin. The young merchant gazed dreamily at the fresh-smelling wood building and imagined how he would grow his trading business. The adventuress was equally excited about such construction accomplishments and clapped her hands cheerfully, while Akina thought that as beginners they had done quite well in constructing their first building. The young merchant remembered how in his past life he had marveled at log houses, and now his experience of learning about such spaces came in handy here. Though of course there remained obscure parts of the small construction. Akina had heard no talk of major earthquakes in this vicinity, and so figured everyone should be fine. And in a sense, on the other side of the door is where the most important thing for the development of the mercantile business lies. The specially fenced area was intended as a field for growing all sorts of goods. Akin had planned the fence around the field from the beginning so that no one could see the cultivation process with his unique skill from the outside. Thanks to this secrecy, it would be necessary to quietly increase the produce and not worry about outside attention, because Akin had even Main asked him not to enter his vegetable garden without permission. The first thing the enterprising merchant decided to do was to increase the number of monster defense potions, as well as wonderful mithril swords. In particular, he needed to increase the number of mithril swords, because after the numerous conflicts, the stock of these weapons had become critically small. The young adventurer in turn rejoiced at the possibility of getting her own room, which she had always longed for. Akina did not understand why Main was so excited about just a room. The adventuress explained that only very rich merchants or true nobles could have a room of their own. The merchant thought about it and wondered, for it turned out to be a real luxury for this world to have a room of one's own. Akina suggested that the next time they went to the city, they should buy the best decorations for the rooms. Main was delighted at the suggestion and was already dreaming of a real home. But then Akina had something to ask her faithful protector. The young merchant was excited and curious as to why Main had decorated their trading office with the bones of a large snake that had been killed. The girl immediately explained that the place was of course imbued with the odor of this powerful monster, and it scares away other monsters. But to be doubly sure of the defense, she also decorated the building with these bones for an additional deterrent effect. Akin praised the super strong defender for her foresight, and without any mockery, called Main a true master of the territory. The adventuress herself somewhat awkwardly admitted that she also had something she wanted to ask. Main explained that she was interested in the meaning behind Akin's speech. The merchant didn't understand the question and decided that perhaps the manners of this world were much different from his perception, and maybe he had said something wrong. The embarrassed adventuress reminded him that she was of course a subordinate and bodyguard to Akin, but she would very much like them to always communicate in a simpler manner. Main recalled how recently Akina talked to Blacksmith Harold in a very simple manner, so she too would like to have exactly that kind of conversation in a relaxed manner. But then the flustered protector apologized for her request. After all, she is only a bodyguard and should not ask for anything more. The manner of communication, this was indeed an important topic. But Akina thought about it. After all, basically everyone should keep this manner of communication for the sake of maintaining business relationships. The adventuress realized that she was asking for too much. After all, Akina was the boss to her, and so being too polite shouldn't be underestimated up close. The merchant thought about it, so this was a problem he had never even thought about, and it could be an obstacle to the success of the business. In the end, Akira decided to go along with his protector and promised to communicate more casually. Main was happy for this trust and thanked her boss for his concessions. Then the shrewd merchant and the superpowered adventuress pretended as if they had just gotten reacquainted and promised each other to build a friendly relationship. Akina was happy about such an event, because thanks to the fact that a new relationship had begun between them today, he could treat Main with even more trust than just a coworker. Although there was some awkwardness, because Main was still a very beautiful girl, getting close to her was risky. The adventuress noticed the extent to which Akina was withdrawn, thinking about what had happened and tried to distract him. But as expected of a superhuman ability, she shook the merchant's hands too hard, although she achieved the desired effect. Eventually, the relationship problem was resolved and Akina thought about future endeavors. Prudently, the merchant was pleased that he had bought many potions of the highest quality. For the next month, preparations for the first shipment to the market lasted. The wagon was fully loaded and Akina and her faithful protector traveled with her to the store, which was run by former slaves and now employees of the trading company. The adventuress was unsure if they needed to make the trip so soon. After all, it was a lot of fun and relaxing to do business in the dark forest together. But the merchant Akin said that when the former slave Oguma, he reported that no one had heard of the pursuers for a long time and no one had seen anyone suspicious. Therefore, there is a possibility that the aristocrats' pursuers have given up and calmed down. In the past month, Akina had grown the various goods brought in with the cultivation skill, greatly increasing the amount of expensive goods. So in any case, it was necessary to return to the city as soon as possible, as the living expenses that had been left to the company's employees were already running out. The Dark Forest was just a front for the main office, and so one had to return to the city to start developing the main business. Soon, the wagon laden with valuable goods was already rolling through the streets of the royal capital and came to a screeching halt in front of a store. Oguma, a former slave and now a loyal employee of the trading company, happily greeted Akin's chief executive, and the only thing left to do was to discuss pressing matters. Oguma showed the chief the exterior of the store, and Akin immediately liked what he saw. The building chosen for the store was quite compact, but very new compared to the nearby buildings, and Oguma suggested that they take a look inside as everything was ready to be shown to the chief. The former slaves who had been reclassified as employees of the store proudly lined up to greet the merchant Akina. Akina himself and of course Main were delighted with the result of the workers' labor. Everything looked more than worthy. Oguna, for greater effect, announced the master's arrival and called the day a real celebration. Over the past month, the former slaves never forgot their habit of bowing to their superiors and once again made the merchant Akina feel uncomfortable. Akina thanked almost every employee for their work and suggested that everyone continue to go about their business. The merchant of course realized that his sudden visit would make the employees nervous. After all, this is how it usually happens, that at the sight of the head of the company, the staff becomes uncomfortable. After inspecting the store's premises, Akin was satisfied with the result. Main also described the store as strikingly beautiful. Oguma was happy that he was able to please his boss and was simply glowing with joy. Akina then asked if the store was too expensive, because although it was small, it was located on the main street of the capital and in a very passable place. And the building itself was favorably distinguished by its newness. But Oguma began to assure that there was nothing to worry about at all. And about the appearance of the store, it is really beautiful and attracts the attention of people passing by. Oguma explained that the places invisible to the outside eye are actually quite dilapidated. It turns out that the present condition of this store is quite old, and the outside is just thin plaques pasted on to improve the impression of customers. Such a clever design solution surprised the merchant Akin very much. But Oguma explained that in order for a commoner to own a large, beautiful building, he had to obtain a special permit, and this was a very problematic procedure. Akina of course did not know this and now understood the intent of his staff. Oguma told him that to obtain this special permit, a proper reason, a large amount of money, the most important thing is trust. and this trust can only be obtained through long trading in the city and the necessary support of an influential person from the management. Therefore, at the moment, it is almost impossible for aspiring businessmen to obtain such a permit. Aguma also said that because this store is small and dilapidated, they were able to buy it without much trouble. But of course, it was clear that because of its appearance, customers would bypass it. So the first thing they decided to do was to give the building a proper look, namely to create the illusion of newness. And in this way, if the city government complained about the unauthorized alteration of the building, it would be easy to prove otherwise. Akina was pleased with the result that Aguma and the rest of the staff had achieved. Therefore, the merchant was once again convinced that it was the right decision to heed Main's advice and hire these former slaves. Aguma then revealed that additionally they had rented a small house nearby for the employees to live in as Akin had advised. All the employees were very happy to be able to live in normal conditions because as former slaves, everyone had long forgotten how good it was. After that, Aguma decided to clarify about the work schedule for all the employees, which had been keeping him in suspense. What surprised the former slave the most was that they all didn't have to work every day. And it was incredible for all the former slaves to have 2 days off a week. Akina confirmed that everyone had the right to take 2 days off every week and spend their free time as they pleased. Aguna was happy with this schedule because it was a great working environment for the former slaves. The enterprising merchant also reminded them that they were entitled to overtime pay. Akina vividly remembered those terrible times when he worked for a black company in his homeworld. His poorly paid labor and unpaid overtime hours caused irritation and a state of constant oppression. Therefore, Akina decided for himself that his personal business, including this store, would become a white company for all employees with human working conditions. The former slaves thanked their master and could not believe their happiness. Akina then inquired when they could finally open the store. Aguma explained that the training of the salesman had been completed, and now all that remained was to obtain the necessary goods to open the store at any time. One of the female employees, whose name was Julia, revealed that before she was tricked and enslaved, she had been in business and was therefore the general manager. Akin was pleased with the experienced employee and had high expectations for the girl. Everything looked great, and the inspired merchant was looking forward to the opening of the store and the first visitors. After all, this was what he had been striving for all his life. Akina ordered the goods that had been loaded on the wagon to be unloaded and to select everything needed for the trade. Aguma hurriedly carried out his superior's order, and Akina was surprised that the staff had even gathered a list of the prices in the royal capital that he had requested in advance. But as it turned out, the staff had only gathered information about the prices in the stores they were able to enter. Since stores selling and buying large quantities of materials, as well as stores for nobles or stores selling lumber for carpenters, were inaccessible to ordinary people. Akina realized that things were complicated about trade in the capital and asked to periodically monitor the prices of competitors, if possible, of course. The prudent merchant then decided to decide which goods would be the first to be sold in his new store. He had to choose between foodstuffs, materials, or ready-made products. After brief deliberation, Akina ordered several wagons to be prepared so that he could transfer the main merchandise near the dark forest of destruction. The budding entrepreneur enjoyed the leadership process and believed that everything was going great at this stage. Every employee was excited to get started. Everyone was trying their best to set up the retail space and handling the provided merchandise with care. This was the beginning of the store for which Akin had high hopes. After a week of painstaking preparation, all the preparations for the opening of the store were almost complete. The goods were delivered in full, the warehouses were filled, and the trading room was ready for visitors. But suddenly Aguma announced in an excited voice that someone wanted to meet with Akina immediately. This alerted the prudent merchant, for someone had come to the still unopened store, calling him by name, even though he was secretive. Akina's fears were of course due to pursuers from the aristocrats, though he hoped that he had already been forgotten about and had settled down with his revenge. But from Agum's words, it was clear that the visitor turned out to be a girl who refused to leave without Akin's audience. This aroused the merchant's intense curiosity. Apparently, he could not even imagine who this particularly feminine person was. Akina inquired about the name of the named guest, and from Agum's words, it was a very beautiful woman named Emmanuel. It was not the first time Maine standing nearby had heard such a name, and it caused an unpleasant flush of female jealousy. The merchant's protector explained that this was the name of a famous adventurer who was a researcher of magical items. This added even more questions than answers, for Akina could not understand why such a famous person would want him. Akina and Maine cautiously peeked out from behind the door, and the merchant immediately recognized the already familiar silhouette of a beautiful female body. She was sitting on the couch looking very contented, the same charming stranger with whom Akina had glanced at the potion store. Emmanuel turned to the owner of the establishment with all possible grace and thanked him for the very delicious tea. There was an awkward pause, for the shrewd merchant had not expected to see this beautiful woman as his guest at all, and Maine felt uncomfortable in the presence of a potential rival. 2 weeks before traveling to the capital and inspecting the new store, Maine and Akina met the coming of night in a dark forest of destruction. The young adventuress was incredibly enraptured by the magical object that gave light to the room even without the use of oil. Akina decided that Aguma must have brought this magic lamp with him along with his report on the state of affairs in the capital. This was the first time he had seen such a strange lamp, although he had noticed magical objects before in this world. The bandits had used similar magical devices during the attack of Goldeye's group, and there had also been magical items during the summoning when he had come to this world. Maine reported that in the royal capital recently, stores that specialize in developing and trading such lanterns appear to be very popular. Such magical items are quite expensive, and not everyone will be able to produce them. Akina, as a true entrepreneur, was immediately interested in the popular item on the market and decided that it would be a good idea to get himself a developer of such items. Although of course it was always a challenge to find a suitable specialist in any complex field. That was what the novice merchant decided at that moment, but now he was receiving a guest and apologized for the wait. The hospitable merchant immediately pointed out that he had already heard of Emmanuel, a famous researcher of magical items. The beautiful guest was surprised by Akina's awareness. The young merchant then explained that he was the owner of this store and was happy to see the first guest. Emmanuel clearly did not expect the young fellow to hear that he was the owner of the new establishment and recalled seeing him once in a potion store. Emmanuel herself demonstrated a small magic circle complemented her mysterious image with a story about her profession as a sorceress who studies magical objects. Although such an occupation of this girl Akina immediately assumed, judging from her spectacular appearance. Emmanuel was undeniably beautiful, but still looked like a very suspicious person. So Akina of course relied on the reaction of his protector Maine. The young merchant decided to move from sweet opening remarks to business and inquired about the reason for their meeting. Emmanuel also decided not to procrastinate and admitted that she had something she was willing to show. In the next second, the mysterious beauty made several movements that dramatically raised the shopkeeper's heart rate and reminded him that he was a man after all. Emmanuel's legs were indeed very beautiful, as well as the entire owner. But then the merchant's conceit was a little lowered, because the enchanting brunette had only thus pulled a certain bundle from under her skirt. Unfolding the cloth bundle, the enchanting Emmanuel displayed several magical items that no one present had ever seen before. Emmanuel proceeded to a detailed demonstration of the unique items, first taking a strange-looking vessel from which ordinary water suddenly began to pour out. Akina and Maine were maximally surprised by such a strange object and watched the floor of the store being submerged in water. Emmanuel explained that these were all magical items, and if a special switch was pressed, even people who were unable to use magic could use such devices. Then the beautiful brunette emphasized on a strange object similar to a staff, which she supposedly received at the excavation of ancient ruins. Emmanuel stated that it was a special magical item of lost magical technology and then activated the staff. Instantly, the entire room was filled with magical fire, and it caused Akina to worry about the safety of the entire store. But somehow the seductive brunette made all the fire disappear, and then told her that the magic that was lost was much different from today's magic, and there was a very advanced magical civilization in ancient times. In those distant times, unlike today, many things were made with magic items, and that ancient civilization was able to erect an advanced, super advanced society. And ancient magical objects have details that cannot be recreated in the modern world, and no one can create such things nowadays. Emmanuel further demonstrated a magic item that could produce ordinary wind magic, even at reduced power. After turning on the magic item, the flow of wind was so strong that Main and Akina abruptly moved to another part of the room, and the water spilled on the floor began to dry up instantly. The young adventurer immediately appreciated the capabilities of this item and said that it would be easy to defeat all the robbers in the neighborhood with it. Moreover, the power consumption power is reduced, and it is much more surprising than modern magic items, and most likely such a thing is worth several hundred gold coins. Akina immediately asked the charming brunette if she would be willing to sell such a device. But Emmanuel explained that she couldn't sell the items, at least now, because she had used up all the energy of the built-in special magic stones, so these gadgets couldn't be used. The brunette finished analyzing the power of the items, reported that all these items were now ordinary trash. Main was shocked at such wastefulness of the sorceress. After all, these were very expensive items. Akina, on the other hand, appreciated such a bold presentation, which was worth the cost. Disposable magic items of great rarity certainly surprised the enterprising merchant a lot, but it was unclear what Emmanuel was trying to accomplish with this whole demonstration. And apparently in the future, there would have to be real negotiations about future business together. Akin's hunch was justified, and the spectacular guest began to move on to the main topic. Emmanuel stated that she was going to restore these magical items and make them usable again. This was something Akina did not expect and asked for details. The seductive girl told him that magic items of lost magic are the height of magic technology. Many researchers have still not been able to fully analyze or repair the damage of such rare items. But she, as the best magician, will show her level of recovery carried out in an instant. The sorceress then promised to finally analyze all the lost magic and further create an item superior to anything ever created in this world. After the loud promises, Emmanuel asked Akina to fund her research, and the real purpose of her visit became clear. Akin asked that if this was her personal research, why didn't she ask the government for funding? But the girl explained that all public institutions had long ago been monopolized by permanent wizards. Akina agreed with these arguments, for there were bound to be strong competitors in such a lucrative business. The incredulous merchant then asked why. In that case, Emmanuel would not be willing to sell all her research to an influential private aristocrat. But Emmanuel quite accurately hinted that such wealthy aristocrats wanted something else besides research, and she herself was not too keen on being an entertainment toy in the wrong hands. The flustered merchant caught himself thinking that he understood such aristocrats perfectly well. After all, Emmanuel is an incredibly beautiful and sexy girl who is much better developed in terms of seductive body shapes compared to the adventurous Main. Akina then questioned why Emmanuel chose his store, since there are other owners who can provide much better facilities for researching magical items. This doubt was reasonable, since Akina was well aware that he had not even started his business, and Emmanuel was interested in him for some reason. But the seductive girl explained that she had good reasons for choosing Akin. The young merchant himself slightly lost the thread of the conversation because the delightful brunette slowly began to pull out of her cleavage a small vial of potion. The vial was filled with the same purple monster defense potion bought at the potion store. This surprised both Akin and her faithful companion Main. Emmanuel confessed that she had made the potion from an ancient recipe discovered while exploring the ruins of Legius. It was now clear to Akin who was the author of this unique potion, which he had bought up at a potion store. Main explained to her partner that the ruins of Legia are a very dangerous place, and even experienced adventurers rarely dare to visit these places. Emmanuel confirmed the adventurer's words, because it costs a lot of money to research these dangerous ruins, and the ingredients for the recipe are also costly, which is why the potion is too expensive. And as a result, this product sells too poorly in the market. The enchanting brunette admitted that she was very worried about the poor return on investment of this potion, but when she saw Akina buying up her entire stock at the potion shop, she changed her mind, and finally decided that perhaps such a person would understand her research and help in developing her magic production. The savvy merchant realized that the sale of rare potions was just a cunning plan of Emmanuel, who was looking for a rich patron, and he made the right moves to attract her attention. All that remained was to decide to allocate monetary aid to research lost magic and trust this beautiful girl who still left an extraordinary impression. Akina remembered his true goal that had kept him busy. The young merchant wanted to become a free entrepreneur in this world and not dependent on anyone. By now, Akina possessed a mass production ability called cultivation skill. He also owned a store and an effective guard in the person of the unrivaled Mane. Therefore, realizing all that he had achieved, the young merchant decided that it was time to expand his business. But Akina also realized the weakness of his cultivation skill, for it was only possible to increase what had already been completed, meaning that cultivation required a finished product. And thus his trading company possessed a production factory, but he didn't have a research and development department. Regarding guarding at the present time, Mane alone could guard only his alone. And in this regard, Emmanuel, who is a researcher of magical items and a wizard possessing the power to explore dangerous ruins, might be a very rare and excellent employee for his company, although it can't be denied that she is very strange. The savvy merchant decided that this conversation should not become just about investing in promising research, and he should as a manager think about how to lure the right person to work for him. Although this pretty girl looks like a very capable magician, no one even knows her real abilities, and it cannot be denied that she may turn out to be a common fraud. Akina decided to take this conversation as seriously as possible and asked what advantage he would have in funding this rare research. The cunning salesman's plan was to find out how profitable this deal would be for him, and then he would attract Emmanuel to his store. The ravishing brunette explained that the first thing she would be able to provide would be magical items that would be recovered. The total cost of her research, which would include special tools and necessary materials, as well as item enhancement, would be around 2,000 gold coins. Akina instantly converted the entire amount into Japanese yen, and it would come out to about 20 million. The prudent merchant called his chief employee, Oguma, who to Emmanuel's surprise entered the room with an impressive bag of money and silently handed it to his master. Akina said that he was willing to give 1,000 gold coins as a research fund right now, and when the completed magic items were obtained, he would hand over the remaining amount. Emmanuel was delighted by the young entrepreneur's generosity, but Akina made the calmest possible appearance, emphasizing his superiority at this moment. In fact, Akina was counting on being able to easily cultivate recovered magic items and recoup all his investment. Emmanuel admitted that receiving such generous funding was a very exciting moment for her as a researcher. Akina promised that should he become a financial patron for Emmanuel in the future, he had one condition. Akina explained that it would be important to him that Emmanuel become a permanent employee in his store. And her duties would include making magical items for sale, and Emmanuel would also take over his personal security as the store owner. And the rest of her free time, the sorceress can devote to her research. Then Akina, as a real leader, suggested that Emmanuel should first undergo a trial period, so that it would be clear how she could work as a bodyguard, and the test itself would take a few days. After a little thought, the sorceress agreed to such conditions. The beautiful brunette explained that instead of wading through the dangerous ruin as an adventurer and collecting research money on her own, working in this store would give her the opportunity to focus on research. As a sign of the partnership agreement, Emmanuel and Akina shook hands, and for starters showed her willingness to be tested as a bodyguard. The calculating merchant was pleased with the outcome of the negotiations and looked forward to working with the beautiful girl. A few days later, Emmanuel had a chance to show her talents as a bodyguard. Akina and his two companions were already on the road, not far from the dark forest of destruction. Akina, as the leader, had been asked by the staff to preliminarily investigate the village near the road for the possibility of establishing trade relations. And now there was an opportunity to test Emmanuel's security abilities. It was known that this village was periodically raided by various monsters, and just now a trio of travelers noticed the appearance of strange creatures. An incredible cloud of dust and wild stomping was the result of the raid of a whole herd of wanderers' horses, which with their wild temperament could cause considerable damage and trouble to the local inhabitants. Without much thought, Akina suggested that Emmanuel begin an apprenticeship as a bodyguard. The young merchant wanted to see what the lovely brunette could do. At the same time, Akina realized that the girl's main specialty is researcher, and as a wizard, if she was even slightly capable of protecting him, it would be quite enough. After all, they have the unrivaled Mane with them, who is definitely capable of repelling any attack. Although it was unclear how dangerous these wandering horses were. Mane explained that the wanderer horses are very brutal monsters, trampling their opponent with their large hooves. These monsters have a C rank, and their main advantage is their incredible speed. These monsters are very difficult to chase, and also very difficult to escape from. At the same time, wandering horses have the ability to become stronger and reach rank B, provided they are out in the open. To the observant merchant, this all reminded him of the group of forest bears that Mane had fought, though apparently these horses moved much faster. It remained to be seen how the sorceress Emmanuel would fight, and perhaps she could surprise with her abilities against the horses. The enchanting brunette herself decided that it was time to present all the achievements of her research regarding various magics. With a few movements of her silk-smooth hands, Emmanuel created countless magical wheels, which fueled even more interest in what was to come. The surprised Akina and the strongest Mane felt a sudden chill. Meanwhile, the enchantress decided to freeze her opponent. The ice fountain, huge in size, rushed lightning fast towards the herd of wanderers' horses and only had to wait for the result. Mane and Akina were delighted with what was happening, for ice magic was indeed a spectacular weapon. Emmanuel was instantly able to freeze the surface of the ground, thus forcing the horses to stop. But the pair of hoofed monsters showed wonders of intellectual development and decided to use their speed to jump over the ice. Although the lovely sorceress was prepared for such a turn of events and had prepared a restored ancient magic item in advance, which she was able to restore after Akin's impressive financial infusion. Such a magic item was called Ice Prison Princess, and now was the perfect opportunity to test it. And thanks to this item, the freezing speed of the territory had increased many times. The wandering horses couldn't get ahead of the effects of the magical energy and fell into the ice trap. Emmanuel was pleased with the result and asked how Akin liked her recovered magic item. The merchant was surprised, for he had not at all expected the sorceress to be able to get to work on restoring ancient magical items so quickly. Mane, on the other hand, was amazed at Emmanuel's ability to combine magic versus magical items. The beautiful sorceress decided to continue her apprenticeship, and all that remained was to finish off the surviving horses of the wanderers. Another wave of magical cold covered the space ahead, and Emmanuel promised that the wanderer horses would not be able to escape. Then the ravishing brunette shouted that the final act of this chilling performance was ahead. The air became really unbearably cold, and the merchant felt his teeth clench. Emmanuel displayed maximum magical power, and to Akin and Mane's delight, she created many magic circles. The next step in the demonstration of magical abilities was to create homing ice arrows that looked amazing. In the next second, the overexcited sorceress aimed the entire swarm of ice arrows in the direction of the horses. And the swift monsters decided to take advantage of their speed and try to escape. But it was not a good day for the wandering horses, and they fell into an icy trap where their hooves lost traction. The doomed monsters were still trying to get out of the ice rink when the first ice arrows were already raining down on them. A few seconds later, the deadly rain intensified, and this was the final battle. Having finished destroying the wanderers' horses, the powerful sorceress gradually calmed down. Akina was delighted with such a brilliant victory, because the monsters seemed very dangerous, and in this case could not show themselves in any way. Then Emmanuel began to reason, saying that such a number of horses in this area is not the norm, and Akina realized that the sorceress went into explorer mode. Eventually, the sorceress Emmanuel asked if she could consider the hiring exam a success. Akina, of course, confirmed the completion of the internship and praised Emmanuel's abilities as a bodyguard. The enchantress called the merchant her benefactor and decided that henceforth a new phase of her career began. Akina was happy to get such a useful employee for his store, and plus he was pleased to watch the beautiful girl. Mane at this time was once again seized by female jealousy and was no longer hiding her emotions. A week after Emmanuel's reception of the sorceress, Merchant Akina's store became a testing ground for rare magical items. The seductive brunette was excited about her new job, but explained that at this stage of her research, she had only managed to recover this ancient staff. Therefore, she would like additional funding to continue her work. Akina did not expect such a good result, because the sorceress in just a week was able to completely restore a magic item with ancient magic that was not usable. Emmanuel explained that she had to buy a powerful magic stone and then managed to restore the circuitry. But unfortunately, to achieve more times of use has not yet succeeded, and the maximum remained at 6 attempts. Emmanuel also admitted that she dreams of creating a magic item that could surpass all the lost magic. Maine praised her partner for her astounding achievement and expressed confidence that Emmanuel would definitely achieve her goal. The sorceress then bared her leg, clearly hinting that she had something to show under her skirt. From the storage under her skirt, Emmanuel pulled out a bonus magic item and offered to put it up for sale. The sorceress explained that she had applied lost magic to this new lamp. Therefore, thanks to the ancient lost technology, the lamp had better characteristics than what could be bought now. Maine and Akina were surprised by the seductive brunette's incredible achievements, because in just a week, she was able to not only recover an ancient artifact, but also develop a new magic item. Emmanuel also revealed that she used a magic lantern from someone else's store for comparison, and then creating a better version brought it back. But now the competitors will be behind in this field. It turned out that the ingenious sorceress had prepared 10 similar magic lights, and the production was willingly helped by Aguma. Emmanuel reminded that magic items with lost magic can only be restored by her. And if it was possible to create a stable energy core for such a lamp, the other parts would be easy to produce. Akina had already imagined how much such advanced designs could increase profits, and it gave hope for the business to grow soon. The village near where Emmanuel had destroyed the Wanderer's horses was in the plans to expand the trading network. So Akina decided to organize an itinerant trade, and soon the heavily laden wagon was in the humble settlement. This village, located far from the capital, was near the dark forest of destruction and had no stores at all. The settlement looked underdeveloped and the population was sparse. The main source of income for the locals was working as guides through the dark forest. A preliminary study of this village helped to find out the basic needs of these people to more easily understand what kind of goods to take with them. The village headman greeted the guests cheerfully and immediately thanked them for destroying the Wanderer's mad herd of horses. As far as Akin knew, this village had recently been targeted by some kinds of monsters, including the Wanderer horses. Such activity of monsters was inexplicable, because usually such creatures stayed as far away from the dark forest of destruction as possible. But after the destruction of the Wanderer horses, the attacks stopped. This did not take away the fear of the locals though, for they had experienced a lot after the numerous monster attacks. People were especially acutely afraid during the dark hours of the night, when even the slightest rustle could make them worry. Akina immediately hurriedly explained to the local headman that they were not adventurers at all, but representatives of the capital store. And the purpose of their visit to this settlement is to establish trade relations. The headman and the other inhabitants of the settlement gladly accepted the offer, because they lacked variety in their lives. So they were eager to see fresh goods from the capital. Akina decided to rent a place for trading and began to prepare the goods. The basis of any trade was always the demand for goods, so the shrewd merchant prepared to sell the new lamps designed by Emmanuel. In fact, Akina had already greatly increased the number of these lanterns with the cultivation skill, but it was kept a closely guarded secret from everyone. And he only took with him 10 copies of the ones created by the enchantress. Akina remembered that there was a constant food shortage in this country, and so he decided to sell fresh vegetables and spices at a relatively cheap price. The wagon was also stocked with the usual items for all the necessities. People rejoiced at the variety of goods and especially the affordability of prices. After the customers had already appreciated the generosity of the traveling capital merchant, Akina decided to start selling the main merchandise, namely the unique lamps. But at this point, the unforeseen happened and competitors appeared in the settlement. Akina wondered who these guys were in general. It turned out that these not-so-common merchants specialized in lighting items, and apparently they had been doing it for much longer than Akina. The guys started showing off a wide variety of lighting fixtures and said that they represented Gregory's magic lantern store. Akina was well aware of how useful competition in trade can be, because it promotes development. But at the moment, the novice merchant was ready to ask Emmanuel to freeze these merry lamp sellers. One of the rival merchants reported that they had seen a sinister monster on their way to this village and narrowly escaped the attack. But of course this was a vile lie, for Akina had been pouring purple monster potion all along the road on the way to the village to secure the entire route. Meanwhile, the guy was starting a real performance, and you had to hand it to him, the acting talent he had. As if on stage, the lantern salesman began to tell about the terrible events that happen at night, and fear would grip the hearts of defenseless people. And monsters would surely come for those whose dwellings would not be illuminated by the magical light of the beautiful lanterns. Akina appreciated the manifestation of advertising in this world, and even believed the diligently you guy himself. It became obvious that these rival merchants were deliberately increasing the demand for their goods through the wonderful warming of potential customers. The fellows urged to protect themselves from the dreadful darkness with the help of their beautiful and reliable lanterns that give saving light. Of course, it was possible to call such a technique dirty, but there was more to the trade than that. Akina was well aware of that from his past life. The super strong adventurous Main could not stand such insolence and resented it as much as she could. But the guys from Gregory's store certainly weren't going to lose profits and only asked Akin if he had magic lights for sale too. After examining Akin's magic lamps, the competitors said that his goods were too outdated and old-fashioned in shape, and it can in no way compare to the superior beautiful shape produced in their store by Gregory. One of the guys, the older one, Robert, turned out to be a supposedly brilliant designer of magic items, and his partner, the advertising wizard Morris, was the store manager. Together, the merry couple ran Gregory's store, and judging by their cheerful mood, they were doing very well. Akina immediately picked up the definition of these competitors. They were incredibly annoying. Inventor Robert scrutinized the lamp created by Emmanuel and concluded that its performance was too low and it was unlikely to be purchased. The adventurous Main exclaimed that this was nonsense and could not be said until it was on sale. In fact, Emmanuel's ability to create magical items was not suspicious. But as it turned out, the great sorceress herself missed the whole conversation with her competitors as she was sleeping peacefully. Main explained that developing items and guarding is certainly important work, but despite this, Emmanuel is most interested in research, give her energies in this direction. Inventor Robert praised Akin for his excellent composure in a difficult situation and suggested that a competition be arranged. And only the customers by their purchases would be able to reveal who was the winner and whose product was better. Such a suggestion interested Akin and irritated the extra strong adventuress. Robert and Morris were confident of their superiority and touted their magical item as the pinnacle of advanced productivity at the present time. Allegedly, their item surpassed the brightness of all other lights in existence and was also affordable. Akina mentally praised these guys' ability to advertise their goods, but still accepted with interest the challenge. The locals were excited about the upcoming merchant competition. Their dull lives had not been graced with such an interesting show in a long time. Everyone was looking forward to nightfall, and as soon as the bright dots of stars scattered in the sky, the village elder suggested that the contestants turn on their lanterns for comparison. Robert was fully confident of his superiority and suggested that Akin compare the brightness. In the villagers' estimation, the brightness of both lanterns was strikingly powerful and appeared to be about the same with no clear advantage to either side. Akira was slightly upset by this result, but judging from Emmanuel's reaction, the enchantress was not worried about her magic item at all. Next, Robert offered to compare the price of the goods. They charged 1 gold coin for their lamps, and Akina was asking for 2 gold coins for his lamp. The novice merchant discussed the cost of production with Aguma and the other employees beforehand. The price of the lamp was affected by the expensive cost of materials as well as the lack of mass production. Robert and Morris were of course confident of their victory, for with the same brightness of the luminaires they had half the price, and this clearly proved to be the deciding factor in the competition. Akina thought about it, because by all parameters the competitors were right, and the most important thing for any luminaire is of course brightness. If there is no difference in brightness and the price is different, then the choice for the buyer is obvious. The young merchant was most concerned about how Enchantress Emmanuel was indifferent to everything that was going on. That being said, Akina certainly understood that with his cultivation skill, he would be able to cheaply and mass-produce lamps, and thus manage to lower the price to a minimum. However, such magic items could become the backbone of the entire business in the future, so it was undesirable to lower the price of the goods. Besides, the method of these fellow competitors is crude, although the items they are selling are really good, and it is foolish to deny it. For all that, the entrepreneur couldn't believe that a magic item made by Emmanuel could lose the competition so easily, although the locals had already opted for the low price. But at the most decisive moment, the beautiful enchantress herself decided to enter and asked Akin to pick up the lantern. Emmanuel decided to demonstrate an additional function of her lantern that she had not yet announced. The girl explained that if you press the button at the bottom, you can activate this function. By pressing this button, one can see the real results of her painstaking research. But to everyone's surprise, when the additional button was pressed, the lamp went out completely. And then a second later, the unbelievable happened. The light from the lantern began to spill out like a stream of water and was so strong that it was amazing. The bright magical light from the unique lantern spread independently to where the shadow was, and this surprised Robert and Morris very much. The locals were delighted by this incredible effect and completely forgot about the difference in price. Many people immediately wanted to buy such an incredible magic lamp and lined up to buy it. And Akina told his competitors that the result of the competition was now obvious. Enchantress Emmanuel praised her competitors and recognized their lamp as a real achievement of this time, but then explained that the magic item she had created incorporated the technology of ancient lost magic, and in addition, the light emitted made it more difficult for monsters to approach the light source. Robert and Morris were amazed, for they could not even imagine the use of lost magic. Akin, a resourceful entrepreneur, felt his superiority and suggested that his competitors take a closer look at the light his lamp emitted. Akina explained that what the locals needed was light, not just bright light, but light that relieved anxiety and instilled security, and it was this bliss that his magic lamp provided. Robert and Morris gritted their teeth in anger, but finally overpowered, they admitted defeat and hurried away. The incredibly powerful adventurer Main and her master Akina watched their rivals leave the settlement and rejoiced in their success. The locals immediately began to praise the sorceress Emmanuel for her incredible invention. Akina, on the other hand, finally realized that this beautiful girl was not interested in anything other than her research in the magical realm. Though there's no denying that Emmanuel has ulterior motives. The enthusiastic villagers, led by the village elder, praised the beautiful sorceress in every possible way, who in turn basked in the glory. At the same time, Emmanuel promised to create much more powerful magical items. The day after the competition for the best magic lamp, merchant Akina continued to work hard and was about to leave this settlement. Akina called Aguma and other employees to help load the goods. The young merchant was still under the impression of yesterday's events and finally figured out that his goods were awesome. Adventurer Main was also happy with the successful trade, although she had been in the background the entire time. Main tried her best to get her boss's attention and was very helpful during the trade and reminded of her role as protector. The sorceress Emmanuel was not inferior to the super strong adventuress and also constantly promised magical protection to her sponsor. All this made Akin feel awkward, for he understood perfectly well that the girls were just competing with each other. Then the beautiful enchantress wanted to stop by on her way back to do some shopping for research. But the prudent merchant asked the enchantress to take care of guarding Aguma and the other staff on the way back to the capital. Meanwhile, he and Main have other important business elsewhere and will return to the capital later. Left alone, Akina noticed that the super strong protector was agitated about something and asked what was bothering her. But in fact, Main was happy because she thought that the young merchant had appointed her to be the main protector. In the end, Main thanked Akin for his trust. The prudent merchant was amused by the young adventurer's mood, and of course he realized that Main had a completely different take on his desire to be together. Akina then asked the super strong protector to fetch water from the reservoir near the river. Main was shocked by this request, for in her heart she had expected something completely different. Left alone, Akina pondered that it was a greater achievement for his trading company to make Emmanuel an important employee. But of course, in order to trade effectively, even if in complete secrecy, he must apply his cultivation skill. Akina grew magical staffs in complete secrecy, which Emmanuel was able to recover during her research. Such trickery was necessary for business development and helped produce rare and very expensive items in large quantities, only because of the unique skill. Such a magic staff with a single button could easily allow one to use magic. Although of course all magic items had their own limits on the number of times they could be used. Suddenly the keen merchant heard a strange creaking sound and the approach of someone unknown to his secret vegetable garden, and it caused concern. The next moment, the protective fence broke in two, and from behind it appeared an incredible monster with many arms. Such a creature looked too dangerous and gave Akin the creepiest feelings. The frightened merchant remembered how he himself had asked Main to go fetch water. And now, through his foolishness, he was left without the protection of a super strong adventuress. In a panic, Akina thought of nothing better and grabbed the magic staff. The multi-armed monster immediately rushed to attack the terrified merchant. Akina, realizing that he will not be able to escape, began to chaotically press the button to activate the magic staff. Fortunately, the magic item grown in the vegetable garden was no worse than the original one created by Emmanuel. A powerful shot was fired and the monster was enveloped by a fireball. The young merchant was incredibly surprised by the result, because thanks to such a magical item, even he became combat capable. The multi-armed monster still withstood the first hit and tried to attack Akin again. Inspired by the result, the merchant continued to press the activation button of the magic staff, and new fireballs rushed to meet the monster. But then the firing stopped and Akina remembered that the magic item unfortunately has a limit of action. The multi-armed monster had already withdrawn from the magical strikes and was intent on tearing up the impudent merchant. Akina decided to increase the distance, but his foot got traitorously tangled in something and the merchant collapsed to the ground. Akina then realized that his foot was entangled in roots and it might have been salvation. Pulling a long root from the ground, the resourceful merchant was able to reach the magic staff he had grown and was now ready to confront the dangerous multi-armed monster. Simultaneously, fireballs erupted from the magic staffs and met the named guest. Everything around him was covered in a deadly cloud of smoke and fire through which it was difficult to see the result of the merchant's efforts. But after a few minutes, Akina stopped firing, and it was clear that the monster had suffered irreparable damage from the magic items. The surprised merchant could not immediately believe that he had managed to defeat the enemy. Akina froze with excitement because he did not have any fighting skills and even less understanding of magic techniques, but he still managed to defeat the monster. The joyful merchant began to shout with delight, feeling a rush of incredible emotions. At this moment, the adventuress Main returned and hurried to find out if everything was all right with the head of the trading company. Akina replied that he was fine, and Main, concerned about the strange noise, asked for permission to enter the vegetable garden because the merchant had never allowed anyone to do so before. Seeing the charred monster, the adventuress exclaimed that it was a demonic bear, or as they say otherwise, a forest demon. Such a monster can literally tear metal armor with its many hands. And at the same time, the thick fur of the demonic bear protects it from any sharp weapon. Such a monster is qualified as a creature of rank A. Akina didn't immediately believe that he had to fight such a dangerous opponent. The merchant explained to the surprised adventurer how he managed to defeat the monster using a magical staff. And this unique item uses fire magic. Main was glad that Akin had such a magical item, because otherwise he would have just died at the hands of the demonic bear. But the merchant reminded her that for all the advantages of a magic item, it was disposable. Main remembered that she had seen a similar magic staff somewhere before. But Akina decided to change the subject and offered the observant adventuress to try the demonic bear, because it was perfectly fried by fire magic. The gullible adventuress immediately agreed to try the roasted bear and complained that she was hungry when she went to fetch water. Although the cunning merchant himself didn't even know for sure if it was possible to eat monsters, because he only wanted to divert Main's attention from the magic item. After choosing a not too charred piece of demon bear meat, Main and Akina built a fire and decided to cook the food until it was ready. The merchant, on the other hand, had been pondering all this time whether it was the right decision to hire the beautiful sorceress. Emmanuel's strength was amazing, for she was able to destroy the wanderer's horses without much difficulty. and her skills as a researcher could create incredible magical items that would sell well and make a good profit. And thanks to the abilities of the seductive brunette, there will be a significant increase in the guarding capabilities and expand the company's trading potential in the future. During lunch, Maine was saying that she couldn't understand why the demonic bear was in this place. After all, such monsters do not enter the nest of the big snake, as it is their natural enemy. Such an event really too frightened the prudent merchant, for the demonic bear looked completely insane. Akina recalled a recent encounter with horse-maddened wanderers, as well as the complaints of the villagers who claimed anomalous activity of the monsters. All of these strange events combined to inspire apprehension and endow the merchant with a bad feeling of foreboding. In the morning, Maine and Akina returned to the capital and were visited almost immediately in the store by Harold the blacksmith. The appearance of the ever-busy dwarf in the store surprised the novice merchant very much. It turned out that Harold was in need of iron and had come to buy the material. The dwarf blacksmith explained that he needed to get iron for the common good. Akina rejoiced at this unexpected meeting, for the iron trade could quickly increase his company's income. A few days after defeating the demonic bear, just before the visit of the blacksmith Harold, Akina was strolling through his store as usual and decided to stop by the workshop of the beautiful Emmanuel. The responsible merchant decided to ask the charming sorceress if she had any other interesting developments, but caught Emmanuel drinking an unknown potion. Emmanuel explained that she happened to have a new potion made from an ancient recipe and had recently had the good fortune to acquire it. The sorceress also admitted that the product was in the research stage, but was already partially formed, and so she decided to try the potion herself. This attitude towards untested preparations amused Akin, but it remained to wait for the result that the sorceress expected. The beautiful brunette's further behavior became unusual. The eyes of the sorceress literally absorbed into the surprised merchant, and the next moment the cape flew off the shoulders of the beauty. Emmanuel explained that she had made a super strong love potion, and it was starting to cloud her judgment. Akina decided to leave the room as soon as possible, for all this might not have been safe for his masculine self-confidence. But the enchantress had already felt the power of the love potion's influence, and was not about to let go of the young and handsome merchant. Emmanuel felt an unbearable desire to be together, and felt her temperature rising rapidly. But Akina himself was in a hurry to break free from the tight embrace of the horny brunette. But after a few minutes, the miraculous effect of the love potion ended, and the sorceress lost the desire to molest Akina. Such an abrupt change in Emmanuel's mood caused uncontrollable laughter and a stream of jokes from the merchant. The sorceress admitted that she had fun and invited Akin to the next tests, as it would be too difficult for her alone to test the potion's effectiveness. The merchant only guffawed and asked for a more stable potion with long-lasting effects. As a result, Akina, as the head manager of the store, withdrew Emmanuel's love potion, since researching in such a direction could disrupt the entire male staff. An excited Harold displayed a piece of first-class iron as a specimen, and declared that he needed a great deal of such iron. The enterprising merchant and his assistants examined the provided bar of iron and tried to understand why Harold was in such a hurry. The dwarven blacksmith said that he had been able to find out from the store clerk how the outgoing Akin sometimes came to visit, and so he hurried to see. Harold was pleased that Akina was well and noticed the addition of a beautiful brunette to the shopkeeper's team. The blacksmith then recalled how he had repaired many mithril swords and now had something he wanted to ask Akin. Harold said that he had recently been commissioned to make a great many weapons, but he was critically short of iron for such a large order. The far-sighted merchant immediately realized that this was the time to put his cultivation skill to good use, as this was the only way to obtain a huge amount of high-quality iron in the shortest possible time. Harold showed a wooden box and explained that he needed at least 50 such boxes completely filled with iron. It was also important to get that amount of material within 2 weeks, but of course the quality had to be at least as good as the sample provided. Akina, hearing such order criteria, decided to clarify some points. The prudent merchant asked to keep a few bars of iron as a sample so that he could show them to his partner to find the material he needed. Akina explained that he himself knew nothing about iron and was afraid of being cheated, as this was often the case in the market. But what Akina really wanted was to obtain ingots of iron as a basis for applying the cultivation skill. The blacksmith herald, of course, believed the words of the cunning merchant and laid out a few shining bars of iron on the table. Akina then asked the thoughtful blacksmith why it was suddenly necessary to make so many weapons and still from quality iron. But Harold remained silent, showing with all his appearance that he could not discuss it. Akina realized that he wasn't the only one with secrets in this world, though perhaps it was some medieval way of doing business. Or maybe it's just that dwarves are inherently not talkative. Though in modern Japan, this type of secretive customer usually caused trouble. The responsible merchant thought about it and began to weigh the pros and cons of this deal. Of course, it was important to grow his trading company, and important customers like Harold should be the foundation for a successful business. And if one was already in the treacherous world of trading, one should be able to take risks and set an example for his employees. In the end, Akina said that he agreed to cooperate with Harold and promised to get him the necessary amount of iron. The store manager then gathered all the employees and decided to discuss further plans. Akina explained that they had gotten their first big deal since the store had opened, and so everyone should get together and become a team. For this was a great chance to raise the rating of their trading company. The calculating merchant explained to the staff that he was going to buy a large amount of iron from the merchants near the dark forest of destruction. But such a large amount of heavy goods will be very difficult to transport to the royal capital because the distance is very long. So everyone should try to organize 3 important things to ensure that the iron from the dark forest is delivered to the royal capital. According to the plan of the prudent merchant, firstly, he needed 3 wagons to transport a large amount of iron. Secondly, he needed to organize security for the goods. And thirdly, it was necessary to determine the place of rest on the way to the royal capital and to choose an intermediate city for this purpose. Akina entrusted the preparation of the wagons to the team of material delivermen. The 3 former slaves had already proven themselves during the previous work, and so Akira was not worried about them. In charge, Akin distributed the guards as follows. Main would have to keep him safe, while the others would take care of the security of the wagons. About the town for the overnight stay, Akina also found a suitable place. Enchantress Emmanuel promised to try her best and protect the peace of the employees with the help of protection potions. As all the preparations were ready and the employees were motivated by their leader, Akina announced the start of the journey. Soon, the resourceful entrepreneur Akina reached the town that was to be the intermediate stop for his caravan. The town manager, a distrustful woman, was skeptical of the itinerant merchant's proposal for an intermediate base. Akina asked for permission and promised to provide the best goods for sale, which were popular even in the royal capital. The prudent merchant understood perfectly well the mood of the locals who were not particularly eager to let strangers into their town, and so Akina prepared in advance for such a reception. The head of the town explained that the locals were a rather willful people, and she was not sure if she could accommodate all of Akina's employees. But the merchant decided not to give up and see it through. The cunning merchant explained that all of his employees were well trained and could handle any inconvenience during their stay in this beautiful city. Main on the right, Akin's chief assistant, reminded all the employee of her training and how she taught them. The adventuress did pay special attention to the physical fitness of her subordinates, and they in turn were grateful. Main fully fell into the role of a strict instructor and encouraged the employees to forget their past, and she would make them into real human beings and not pathetic insects. The former slaves were enthralled by the motivational speeches of the super strong adventuress and responded cheerfully to any urging. Main reminded the employees that they could always take an extra day off in addition to their paid vacation if necessary, and everyone would necessarily be paid a decent wage. So now everyone should head to their workplace and not forget the set work schedule. Akina rejoiced at the excellent mood of the employees. The crafty salesman had easily incorporated the experience of motivational programs from his past life into his company, and it was yielding results. Everyone was really motivated to work productively and was looking forward to active trading. And the locals, although they looked suspiciously at the strange visitors, still wanted to see the capital's goods. There was a whole line of those who wanted to buy something. And everyone found something interesting, whether it was an impressive-sized hunting knife, old but high-quality things, or some other rarity that could not be bought here. People were also very interested in food, and everyone wanted to get a piece of meat or delicious potatoes. Trade was very active, and Aguma felt on top of offering the residents all the new goods that Akina had thoughtfully prepared for this trip. Eventually, after a few hours of constant trading, all the goods were sold out, much to the delight of all the staff, including the leaders of the organization. The city manager was delighted by the incredible trade in rare and useful goods and thanked Akin for coming. But the merchant was of course interested in the basic question of organizing an intermediate base. The owner of the settlement allowed to organize trade in the city on a permanent basis and confessed that she would always be happy to see the wagons of the wonderful trader Akin. The result was achieved, and the cunning young merchant was delighted with another victory. Akin then thanked Oguma and the rest of the staff for their excellent trading and promised everyone an extra bonus for today. After all this, Akina decided to actively pursue the cultivation of iron for blacksmith Harold. And for this purpose, the merchant saved the ingots as seeds for the vegetable garden. Of course, the production of the necessary amount of iron, with the help of the skill of cultivation, took some time. But after that, the entire harvest was loaded onto wagons and shipped to the royal capital. Soon all the necessary goods were delivered to the customer Harold according to the deadline. The dwarf blacksmith was delighted with the result, for only 5 days had passed since their meeting. The incredible merchant was already able to deliver the necessary material, which was even more than he had ordered. In fact, the enterprising merchant was himself delighted at such a rapid growth of iron with the cultivation skill, and it seemed that his ability was progressing each time. The skillful blacksmith Harold immediately recognized the incredible quality of the iron that Akina was able to gather so quickly. The dwarf inquired as to how the merchant had managed to do it. Then the usually serious Harold thought even more and explained that such materials are the lifeblood of any forge, and any dwarf is responsible about all of this. According to Harold, some dwarf smiths even go to the mines themselves to get the necessary material. Harold then admitted that he is always cautious of all business partners and advises Akin to do the same. Harold did stop muttering monotonously and asked more intelligibly if Akin had ever heard of orichalcum. The astute merchant remembered that this was the name of the legendary material in fantasy worlds. Harold explained that such information would be useful for the adventurous Mane, the weapons assassin, since it is possible to create an incredible blade that is much stronger than a mithril sword. Since orichalcum is the strongest and most legendary material in the world, Harold said that only those who work with a lot of quality materials in the process were able to accidentally discover orichalcum. And such material itself remains a real mystery. As always, the serious dwarf admitted that he dreams of forging an incredible weapon out of such a strong material, and for him it will be the pinnacle of blacksmith's skill. Having mastered the technique of processing orichalcum, it will be possible to create later excellent strong weapons that even the weapon killer Mane cannot break. The super strong adventuress was immediately interested in such a great opportunity to obtain the rarest weapon. Harold admitted that he admired Akin's ability to find and deliver the right materials, and if ever the merchant could get his hands on a large quantity of orichalcum, it would be a great development in the blacksmithing business. The harsh dwarven blacksmith reminded that he relies and trusts Akin, and when he gets the necessary material orichalcum, he will be able to create unique weapons that will conquer the whole weapon market. The adventuress, who had long dreamed of a weapon that would never break in her hands, was of course most excited about the opportunity. But Akin immediately realized how difficult a task this was. The caring merchant certainly wanted to please his incredible protector, but all that remained was to find such a rare material orichalcum. Then Akina all decided to satisfy his curiosity, which did not give rest. After all, it was interesting to find out why someone needed so many weapons for which Harold had ordered a whole bunch of expensive iron. Eventually, the shrewd merchant asked the blacksmith why he needed to produce a huge number of weapons so urgently. This time Harold was more talkative and expressed a desire to introduce Akin to someone who had a huge stockpile of iron. Harold showed the merchant an address where Akina could meet the right man who could lucrative work. According to the dwarf blacksmith, this man is quite good, and Akina himself will be able to decide whether to accept the assignment or not. All of this was of great interest to the curious merchant, and the next morning, accompanied by his beautiful protectors, Akina went to the right address. The most surprising thing was that the merchant found himself at a huge mansion, which clearly belonged to a rich aristocrat. Soon the owner of the estate himself showed up, who introduced himself as Isekai'd Rand. The aristocrat gave the impression of a hospitable host, although he described himself as merely a poor local lord, which clearly contradicted his appearance. Isekai'd Rand stated from the doorstep that he had absolutely no interest in the social status of Akin's merchant, nor did it matter what exactly he did in his store or where he purchased his goods. Akin liked this kind of conversation starter, for it was usually an indication of good profits. And if the customers were not interested in where the goods came from, then he was ready to pay as much as necessary. The hospitable count invited the guests to his mansion was incredibly polite. The aristocrat also thanked Akin and his beautiful companions for such a pleasant visit. The shrewd merchant certainly saw an aristocrat with fine manners in front of him, but what kind of person this count was yet to be discovered. Akina, following the etiquette, as far as he knew, introduced himself and his beautiful defenders. Then the merchant thanked for the wonderful reception at the mansion and hinted that it would be a good idea to get down to business. But Earl Rand didn't seem to hear the merchant's words anymore and turned his attention to the beautiful girls. It was noticeable that the aristocrat was carefully thinking about something and preparing to express his thought. Then Earl Rand began to admire the beauty of the two young girls and wished that he too had such bodyguards. The aristocrat was so excited that he jumped up from his seat and started gesticulating vigorously. The count was surprising with every second, and eventually Rand suggested that the girls have some fragrant tea after discussing matters. Akin had the impression as if the lonely aristocrat had never seen the girls so close. The suggestion of drinking tea together was repeated several more times, and it was noticeable that Rand was very much looking forward to the answer. The young merchant had not expected such an idiotic attempt to approach the girls and was surprised by the aristocrat's insolence. Adventurous Maine immediately refused to drink tea, referring to the strong employment. The sorceress Emmanuel followed her partner's example and refused, explaining that she could not leave Akin unguarded. Judging by the expression on the aristocrat's face, he was very upset to hear the refusal of two beauties at once and decided not to give up, offering to postpone the date to tomorrow. But one of the count's guards reminded him that his wife would be very unhappy to meet with beautiful strangers. As a result, holding back his irritation, the aristocrat proposed to move on to discussing the main topic of the meeting, namely his assignment. The young entrepreneur rejoiced because he had been waiting for this moment since the beginning of the meeting and was already tired of the count's useless chatter. Count Rand explained that he needed Akina to buy weapons for his needs, and the arms shipments should be especially large as possible. Such a task reminded the shrewd merchant of the blacksmith herald's request, and it all seemed too suspicious. Then, unfolding a detailed map of his vast holdings, the aristocrat pointed out a large dungeon. Akina immediately decided that this must be the kind of dungeon like in computer games, full of treasures, monsters, and various bosses. Count Rand explained that thanks to this dungeon, his territory is crowded with adventurers every day who want to explore the dangerous place. And also the valuable materials from the dungeon are an important industry. Akina realized that the aristocrat's entire territory had become a real mecca for adventurers, and apparently that was the reason for wanting a lot of weapons. The count went on to say that there were signs of a great escape in this dangerous dungeon. Akina recalled that he had heard such a name somewhere before, though he could not remember from whom exactly. The nobleman was surprised at such knowledge of the merchant and further explained that a great escape is literally the escape of many monsters. Although for the most part, the monsters living in the dungeon never leave. But sometimes there is abnormal breeding and hunger, and then monsters driven by food cravings would gather in groups and leave the dungeon. But usually humans could detect the signs of such an event and prepare forces to intercept. But as it turned out from the nobleman's words, no one had time to prepare for this great escape, as it emerged too quickly, and this time its scale promises to be grandiose. And now it's very difficult to keep track of the massive signs that appear simultaneously in different places. Gradually, the prudent merchant began to realize the reason for the recent events. And perhaps the recent encounter with the monsters that had lost their minds was the sign of the great escape. Although it all looks very dangerous, because monsters like the wanderer horses have been forced out of their territories and are bringing trouble to the people. The excited nobleman admitted that he thought the current Great Escape was bigger and faster than usual, and at this rate, his troops would not have time to prepare for a decent interception. As it turned out, the knightly order and hired mercenaries were not enough for defense, nor were the supplies and weapons produced. The Count explained that everyone is preparing for a forced evacuation, but there is a fear of being able to do so in time. But be that as it may, he is a responsible aristocrat and must be sure to protect his people. Earl Rand has promised to do whatever is necessary for countermeasures, and so has ordered a large number of weapons from Harold the blacksmith. The aristocrat then stated that he had specifically tried to test Akina's capabilities and ordered a large quantity of iron through him. He had also heard well of the young merchant's abilities and hoped for his help in procuring the necessary amount of weapons. Akina now understood how things really were and why Harold insisted on his participation in the purchase of goods. Earl Rand asked if Akina could find a good weapon that could be used by a minimum number of people to pull off a great escape. And such weapons had better get as many as possible. The prudent merchant realized that the blacksmith Harold had involved him in too dangerous a business, and the nobleman they had met only today immediately makes such a reckless offer to an unfamiliar merchant. Although if this earl is so worried about his people, he will surely pay any money, and it is possible to risk making an agreement with him. In the end, Akira offered the nobleman a fine single-action magic item that has excellent destructive power. Next, the resourceful merchant decided to demonstrate his unique merchandise and showed the aristocrat a magical staff while explaining that this weapon was endowed with lost magical technology. At this point, the beautiful sorceress was very surprised, but Akina asked her not to worry and explained that it was not her staff, but another one that he had gotten in a completely different place. The young merchant then explained that such a disposable magic staff was the main magical item sold in his store. The aristocrat fell into the skillful trap of advertising and became interested in the magical item. The Count immediately began asking how to use it and why the staff is considered disposable. Akina told him that to use this unique weapon, all you have to do is press a button that activates the firing of a powerful fireball. Also, when using the item, the user's magic power is not at all consumed. Just one staff contains the energy for 6 shots, with just 3 being enough to kill a demonic bear, a monster of rank A. After getting a taste of profit, Akina made up a story that a large number of such magic staffs were found in some ruins, and he would easily be able to get 300 items in just 5 days, but the price of each would be 200 gold coins. The aristocrat thought for a moment, for it all sounded incredible and tempting. The aristocrat's reverie was dispelled in the most insolent manner. A guard burst into the room to report trouble, which has always come suddenly. The guard, frightened out of his wits, shouted that the Great Escape had begun. The aristocrat swore as if he had been born in the most miserable back alley of the capital, and then said that in just 3 days, the monsters would reach the defense line, and unfortunately everything was happening faster than expected. Such news, of course, did not make the young merchant happy either, because his whole ingenious plan to sell magic staffs might never come to fruition. Also, from the words of the guard, it was learned that this time the monsters are more organized and they have a certain commander. The aristocrat explained that such a special monster didn't usually appear and couldn't be defeated even with cannons and magic. The distraught Count then began to speculate on how he should proceed, since a commanding monster reduces the chances of a successful confrontation. Also, the nobleman was concerned about the small number of soldiers, and 300 staffs are not enough to effectively repel the attack. Aristocrat Rand asked the young merchant to deliver him a minimum of 500 magic staffs, and additionally some more super powerful weapons. And all of this should be organized in just 3 days, because otherwise it would be too late. The Count was really excited about the dangerous situation and promised any money for the fulfillment of such an emergency order. Akina pondered his options and then asked the enchantress if she had a more powerful weapon than a magic staff in development. The seductive Emmanuel decided to inject some intrigue and replied that she needed to clarify that with her partners. The enterprising merchant understood all the desperation of an aristocrat who wanted to save his population from ruin. At the same time, Akina himself could earn 100,000 gold coins for 500 magic staffs, and it would be the most enormous profit for his trading company. In fact, Akina did not really want to become an ally of justice and selflessly help everyone around him, because his true goal has always been to do business, not to become a famous hero. But in spite of this, the merchant was uncomfortable with the suffering of ordinary people and needed to help. Akina also realized that the aristocrat would pay any money, and so the desire to help people would also help the trading company to quickly get the money needed for development, and so it was necessary to take risks. After weighing all the advantages and evaluating the problems involved, Akina responded by agreeing to the aristocrat and promised to do everything just in time. Earl Rand was happy with the merchant's agreement and promised to provide riding monsters to quickly transport the necessary goods, and the nobleman also decided to give an advance of 10,000 gold coins. Akina decided not to waste any time and ordered all the employees to collect the stock of magic staffs from the warehouse and hand them over to the count, and Emmanuel was to take care of guarding this process. According to the merchant's plan, Maine should also assist in the transportation of the magic staffs, but first she needs to get him safely to his office in the dark forest. Akina decided to take up the cultivation of the staffs in an accelerated format, as well as obtaining weapons far more powerful in their destructiveness. Soon the resourceful merchant was already in his secret vegetable garden and decided to begin the process of growing magical staffs as soon as possible. At this point, Akina had only 10 staffs at his disposal and needed one day to get the necessary 460 staffs from here. But first of all, he had to manage to grow them in just 2 days. The merchant realized that he was now facing two very difficult tasks: to urgently grow a lot of staffs and also to come up with a much stronger weapon. All of this was too bothersome for Akina, and so he decided to start with the cultivation. It was necessary this time to reach the limit of the fastest cultivation, and Akina decided to surpass himself. The excited merchant was dissatisfied with the first result, for at this stage only the tips of the staff had managed to grow. It was too early for harvesting. Akina then realized that staffs do not grow like normal farming products, and the top of the staff appears at the beginning. The top of the staff appears fully finished, while the bottom is just about to form. Examining the resulting item, the resourceful merchant recalled the words of Harold the blacksmith. The same legend about the incredible orichalcum material that appears when working with large quantities of any ordinary material. Akina was interested in the dwarf's theory and wondered if he himself could obtain something as incredible as the orichalcum material. After all, he was also currently working on a large amount of the same type of product. And since it was now possible to create huge amounts of staffs with the cultivation skill, perhaps through such an unusual method, it would be possible to create something that had never been created before. After only 1 hour, the impatient merchant once again decided to check the cultivation result. At this exciting and responsible moment, Akina even thought that this skill looked silly. After all, he only cultivated what he planted all the time. This time, the magic staff grew a little bit and reached the switch button. Next, Akina decided to do an experiment and tied the not fully grown staff to an ordinary stick and stuck it in the ground. After 3 days of grueling work, Akina's merchant met the nobleman Rand at the appointed place. The count explained that they were near the dungeon and the first line of defense against the Great Escape. And from the reports of the sweep, they were able to figure out that several monsters should be appearing here soon. And indeed, after a few minutes, the observer reported the approach of 10 daemonic bears of rank A. The excited nobleman thanked Akina for providing 500 magic staffs, but immediately inquired about the status of the weapon that would be much more powerful than the magic staff. After a brief pause, Akina demonstrated his new invention, which was bound to amaze the restless count. But the nobleman looked suspiciously at the object, which looked like a broken magic staff, and asked what it was. Akina explained that it was his newly acquired mana grenade weapon. Such an exotic name said nothing to those present, and the merchant realized that more work needed to be done on presentations in the future. After the unsuccessful presentation of the miracle weapon, Akina decided to get down to the practicalities and suggested that Maine throw the magic grenade at the monsters. Akina also asked the sorceress Emmanuel to protect them with a magical shield immediately after throwing the grenade so they wouldn't get hurt. The exciting fall was approaching, and the adventuress threw the miracle grenade with all her might into the distance. Naturally, the throw was as strong as possible, as Maine does not know how to do otherwise, and in a few seconds, the deadly ball was already near the demonic bears. All that remained was to wait for the explosion itself. The explosion was so strong that the admiring aristocrat thought his eyebrows were on fire. But even so, he couldn't take his surprised gaze away from the destructive flash. The first explosion was followed by new ones that were just as powerful. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and it was an incredible result that even Akina himself had not expected, let alone the others. At the epicenter of the explosion, a real crater was formed where the ferocious demonic bears had perished. The nobleman was the most surprised and rejoiced like a child. The stunned soldier reported to the count that 10 demonic bears had been destroyed in the hellfire. Earl Rand thanked Akin for his promise fulfilled. And Maine, along with Emmanuel, praised the merchant for such success. Akina had already realized the true potential of the new product and explained to the count that all it took was a simple push of a button and throwing the grenade far away and all the power would burst forth. And such weapons do not require lengthy training for soldiers. Akina remembered how he had tested the magic grenade in the dark forest, and now a huge crater had formed near his office. The merchant decided to ask the strongest adventuress to put him to sleep when they returned. Meanwhile, the delighted aristocrat rejoiced at the weapon he had received because he was now guaranteed to fight the special monster that commands all others. In the end, when asked about the price, Akina asked for 200,000 gold coins for all the weapons. Count Rand did not hesitate at all and immediately provided the requested amount, which turned out to be a whole cartload of coins. All the employees of the trading company rejoiced at the incredible success. And the cunning merchant once again thanked his cultivation skill and decided that the rich aristocrats could become great customers for him. Suddenly, a soldier came running in and announced the arrival of the main defense force. Earl Rand immediately transformed into an experienced military commander and asked Akin to immediately hand over the weapons to the soldiers so that they could take up the defense. It was now obvious to all that the Great Escape would fall upon the defenders any minute now. But everyone was prepared for it, and now thanks to the excellent magical weapons, there was hope of victory. The wave of dangerous monsters was fast approaching, but Count Rand's troops were ready. Akin and his staff had provided everyone with magic staffs and special grenades. The merchant himself gave the soldiers a quick briefing. The aristocrat was fully grateful to Akin for his help in strengthening the defenses. Akin asked for permission to be present during the battle to see for himself the effectiveness of his weapons. Earl Rand was of course not against it, and even wanted to offer it himself, as he would feel more comfortable doing so. Akina decided that this event would be a great opportunity for him to participate in something interesting. The maximally focused aristocrat then decided to explain the current situation to everyone and explained that they were now in the main camp. The count, armed with a detailed map of the area, told them exactly where the cursed dungeon was, then pointed to the winding road between the rocks behind which the first line of defense began. The defense line itself was organized in several stages, and it was important that the monsters did not overcome it, otherwise it would be considered a defeat. Also, the aristocrat once again reminded that this time the enemies were much stronger than usual, and it remained a mystery as to what the commanding monster was capable of. The chief observer reported in a trembling voice that the hordes of monsters were rapidly approaching, and it was impossible to determine their numbers. Quite soon, a huge pack of savage monsters made the ground shake, and all this made the unskilled and battle merchant worried. In addition to the horrible rumbling of the approaching monsters, there was a wild roar, each creature emitting an unpleasant sound that merged into a general mass. This whole terrifying spectacle was called the Great Escape, and Akina understood why it was so feared by the inhabitants of this world. Even the intrepid adventurous Maine was stunned by such an incredible danger that literally hung in the air, and the sorceress Emmanuel quietly admitted that such a number had not been described even in monster literature. Count Rand instilled confidence in his soldiers with his calm demeanor and ordered the use of wind magic to open up the communication network between the squads. Then the nobleman, ascending on a special pedestal, asked the young merchant to pay some attention to his words. As it turned out, Count Rand had decided to give an inspirational speech to his troops. And as it seemed to Akin, the soldiers had been waiting for this exciting moment for a long time. The nobleman shouted loudly, as befits a true leader of his people, calling for unity in this hour of need. Then Earl Rand eloquently began to explain to all the soldiers what a serious threat they were facing, because the current Great Escape is completely different than before. The aristocrat did not forget to mention the iron weapons created by Master Harold, but alas, only in small quantities. After enumerating the technical points, the Count asked the soldiers to be brave, because only on them depends whether their city will remain intact or burn to the ground. Then it was the turn of the merchant Akin, who provided very powerful weapons in large quantities. So there is every reason to hope for victory in this great battle. But then suddenly Earl Rand abruptly left the main topic. The aristocrat surprisingly admitted to everyone that of course he is married, but when he sees a beautiful woman, he cannot resist inviting her to dinner. Earl Rand was carried away by the heartfelt speech and began to tell how he had always endeavored to get everything he loved, and because of this, he was able to achieve an increase in population and industry. And so it is by all means necessary to protect all these achievements from the deadly threat that is inexorably coming. Judging from the reaction of the enthusiastic soldiers, they liked the speech very much. The cohesion of the soldiers was off the charts, and everyone wanted to earn a lot of money and protect their families. The loyal men promised their count to definitely win. The nobleman in turn was ready to reward his soldiers for their loyal service. For special motivation, the Count proposed to destroy as many monsters as possible, and the most effective warrior would receive a special reward at the end of the battle. The promise of high rewards and the Count's own esteem caused a wave of approving shouts from the troops, and now the soldiers were maximally motivated to fight the monsters. Akina, along with her loyal defenders, were also impressed by the nobleman's magnificent speech. Even they felt emotionally uplifted after such inspirational words. Akina saw Count Rand as a completely different aristocrat. After all, he doesn't monopolize profits, seems to be an excellent comrade, and strives to earn money for the good of his society. The young merchant sensed a kindred spirit in the Earl, for they both care about their business and strive to reach incredible heights, but only by normal methods, not by criminal antics. Having finished impressing those around him, the aristocrat suggested that they start the battle and get rid of the easiest monsters first to lower the enemy's offensive potential. Akina believed in the Count's abilities and watched his actions with interest. Like a true military commander, Earl Rand looked at the battlefield and skillfully led the troops. After quickly analyzing the situation, the aristocrat ordered the first operation. Count Rand put a squad of soldiers with magic staffs on the front line and ordered them to wait for his orders. As soon as the aristocrat decided that the right moment had arrived, his thunderous order to open fire sounded. The young merchant watched with interest and tried not to interfere, for he was an absolute nub in military affairs. Meanwhile, the observer reported that after the volley of magic staffs, the first wave of the Great Escape weakened and the enemy forces began to disperse. Everything that was happening began to develop rapidly. The advanced forces of swordsmen clashed with the maddened monsters and were able to withstand despite the incredible onslaught. The aristocrat was completely engrossed in the battle and ordered the archers to quickly filter through the ranks of the advancing monsters. Akina marveled at the abilities of the Count's troops. After all, the soldiers had initially weakened the enemy with magic staffs, then changed the route of small groups of the enemy, and afterward the swordsmen intercepted them. The aristocrat had figured out how to use the staff with limited uses. Count Rand fought in his own territory and made excellent use of the terrain. Next, the aristocrat ordered several units to gradually enter the battle, and everything looked very organized. Akina, watching the battle, relied on the Count's military leadership talent, but the most important event was yet to come. A new wave of monsters was on its way, and judging by the numbers, it far surpassed the previous one. The nobleman and the merchant Akina simultaneously realized how dangerous moments lay ahead. As it turned out, the ordinary monsters were summoning someone stronger, and that was indeed the case. Without stopping screaming wildly, the monsters parted and the iron bulls stepped forward. The strange monsters quickly picked up speed and literally swept apart the slender ranks of soldiers. Maine shouted that it was all very strange, for an iron bull could not move so fast, but now they had surpassed their capabilities. The observer further reported that the monsters had lined up for a death march and were gradually approaching. A death march is a phenomenon where monsters march relentlessly until they reach their destination or die. Then it was time for the commanding individual himself to show up. and the much of this monster commander made the Iron Bulls act more active than usual, showing maximum aggression. Also, his terrible call made the monsters start a death march. Such a dangerous creature like the monster commander turned out to be an incredibly powerful monster, and everyone realized it, even Akin, who was new to this world. Also, such an organized control of monster attacks came as a surprise to the Count's soldiers. Then the chief observer reported that ahead of the death march moving through the holes made by the Iron Bulls, the locals who had not evacuated in time were running. The aristocrat obviously did not expect such a turn of events, and the locals in the middle of the battle can ruin all plans, because they must be rescued somehow. Count Rand was furious, for he had ordered the evacuation of all the inhabitants, and now there were people in the middle of the battle. The Watcher explained that probably these people were probably on a long hunt in the forest and didn't get the evacuation warning. Adventurer Main immediately noticed that the girl had hurt her leg while trying to escape, and now they had slowed down. At this very moment, the swift attack of the Iron Bulls broke the soldiers' weapons and the monsters advanced. It became obvious that the soldiers would not be able to prevent the invasion of the Death March in several places, and at this rate, the monsters would break into the city. The aristocrat, changing plans on the fly based on the situation, decided that the magic grenades should be saved for the commander at all costs. And to prevent the breakthrough, other steps should be taken. It was noticeable that Earl Rand was terribly worried, because everything that was happening was far from the original plan, and it was necessary to change the situation as soon as possible before the point of no return. Suddenly, the aristocrat fell into despair and could not contain his angry emotions. The Count complained that he was approaching collapse because the monster commander was too serious an opponent with nothing to oppose. The prudent merchant reflected that he had met a nobleman in this world who was trustworthy. And to do good business in this world, you need a good ally and a regular rich customer. So it is necessary to help, for it will not cause loss. Akin decided to assist the people in a difficult situation, especially since they were good representatives of this world. It would be all the more interesting to demonstrate the strength of his trading company. At Akin's request, the super-strong adventurous Main was the first to rush into battle. According to the merchant's plan, the loyal protector was to slow down the monster's advance with her mighty blade. Main immediately repelled several attacks and began slaying all the monsters in succession, delighting the surprised soldiers with her fighting skills. This bold intervention of Main allowed the civilians to escape, and that was the main thing. The enterprising merchant then asked the sorceress Emmanuel to use magic to try to stop the monsters. The pretty girl did not expect such a request, and did not even immediately realize what was wanted from her. Emmanuel explained that if the breach point was won, she would be able to, but to deal with several waves of monsters at the same time would simply not have enough effective magic items. Akina realized that Main as well as the sorceress would not be able to single-handedly turn the tide of battle. But Akina offered to take the magic staffs and reminded them that magic items can change their capabilities when in an unusual state. Emmanuel didn't really understand what Akina meant and only listened in silence. And the merchant explained that if one were to cut a magic staff in the middle or rearrange its parts, for example, it would change its properties. It was by this method that Akina invented the magic grenade. The magnificent sorceress remembered that she had once read about something similar in literature on lost magic, and perhaps the merchant's words did make sense. Emmanuel then explained that a magic item derives its magical power from the embedded magic stone. But in reality, the surrounding parts determine the capabilities of the item itself. And in fact, there is also a weak magical power emanating from the parts, and that has an effect. So for example, if you use the same magical objects in close proximity, the magical power of the parts can interfere with each other and cause a reaction different from the original one. And if we talk about the parts of the magic fire staff, based on examples from the literature and what was discovered during disassembly earlier, then the power of the influence of the magical power could increase many times over. The beautiful sorceress decided to demonstrate her speculation and used both staffs simultaneously, creating a fireball much larger than usual. The result was a tremendous explosion that created a veritable wall of fire in front of the Iron Bulls. The delighted nobleman marveled at the appearance of such an incredible wall of fire and thanked Emmanuel for such a decision. After all, thanks to this, it would be possible to prevent new monster breakthroughs. The enchantress herself reminded that it was Akin who first came up with this idea, and she only tried to realize it. The observer confirmed in an excited voice that the wall of fire was indeed effective in holding back the advance of the iron bulls, and now the soldiers had a chance. The aristocrat immediately ordered to inform all the soldiers about the new method of using the magic staff. But the soldiers were not only worried about the danger of the advance of the iron bulls, but also about the shortage of weapons that broke during the first attacks of the monsters. But Akin's merchant promised to sort things out, for the weapons made by the blacksmith herald would soon arrive here and be ready for use. The prudent merchant counted on the delivery being on time, and that is exactly what happened. Herald was able to produce 2,000 excellent weapons, and Akin's staff was already unloading them in a hurry to distribute them to the soldiers. The Earl of Rand was delighted with this unexpected delivery and thanked Akin for his help in transporting the weapons, for otherwise Herald would not have been able to deliver everything on time. Everyone was delighted with the help of the trading company, for the adventurous Maine was able to repel the monster attack alone. The sorceress Emmanuel quickly invented an effective method of using magic staffs, and Akin's transportation unit quickly delivered Herald's weapons. Through it all, it was possible to change the situation on the battlefield and instill confidence in the soldiers who were trembling before the enemy. Akina explained his help by saying that he did not want his customers to die after trade relations had just been established, for it would hurt business. Everything was ready for the resistance to continue. The soldiers were armed and motivated, as well as Maine and Emmanuel decided to directly participate in the battle, which instilled confidence in victory. The aristocrat was jubilant at the new opportunities, and all that remained was to destroy the enemy. But first, the rank and file monsters had to be dealt with. But of course, everyone realized that ahead of them awaited a commanding monster, which will be a real test, and its power will be incredible. Feeling the support of the unrivaled Maine and the beautiful Emmanuel, the soldiers began to destroy the monsters with their new weapons and no longer looked so confused. The Earl's observer reported that thanks to all the help from Merchant Akin's side, the situation on the battlefield had changed dramatically for the better. The aristocrat was jubilant and was no longer as worried as before, because so far the confrontation was in his favor. The young merchant, on the other hand, realized that there was still a major event behind the ordinary monsters. Just as Akin expected, terrible things began to happen. The main watcher excitedly reported in an excited voice that a commanding monster appeared on the horizon, and the rest of the monsters became active. The first thing to appear from the dungeon was huge paws, and the aristocrat immediately assumed that it was most likely a high-ranking supreme troll that no one had seen before. After a couple of minutes, though, it became clear that this monster was much larger than any trolls imaginable. The Count said thoughtfully that perhaps it was a mutant species, the strongest of all troll species. But the speculation soon became irrelevant, for what escaped from the dungeon turned out to be a true arch-troll. The monster was of incredible size and made everyone think sharply of victory. The Count's loyal assistant explained that an arch-troll is a monster that has such regenerative abilities that they are called the disaster of an immortal individual. And from normal attacks, this monster recovers instantly. Past literature states that the Architroll even withstood the use of ritual magic by as many as 100 mages. The Akin merchant reflected on how much there was in this world that he did not yet know, and alas, more often than not, it was something unpleasant like this incredible monster. Architroll, possessing incredible strength and wild rage, immediately decided to show who was the boss on the battlefield and rushed forward. Count Rend, not wanting the death of soldiers, ordered the first line to immediately retreat to a more favorable position. The soldiers scattered in panic, trying to increase the distance from the enemy as soon as possible. But the Architroll quickly approached the first line of defense and delivered a crushing blow that destroyed all the fortifications of the soldiers. Everyone was shocked by such incredible power of the maddened monster. The frightened nobleman explained that such a powerful giant had never appeared on the surface before. After all, such creatures were doomed to dwell only in the depths of the dungeon. Concerned Maine tried to persuade Akin to leave the area to be safe, but the merchant rejected the suggestion. Meanwhile, it turned out that neither fire staffs nor iron weapons could do any damage to the arch-troll. Realizing the danger of the situation, Count Rand ordered the use of magic grenades, but making sure that none of the soldiers were hit by the blast. A few minutes later, the assistant aide clarified the situation and reported that the soldiers from the front have been withdrawn back and the magic grenades have been delivered to the right places. But unfortunately, it is very difficult to get close to the enemy to effectively use the grenades, and there is no solution to this problem. But once again, a young merchant with his charming companions came to the rescue and said that the after-sales service of the goods is still going on. Akina explained that the adventurous Main, thanks to her incredible strength, would be able to throw a grenade any distance so that she would not be endangered by approaching the arch-troll. Main immediately grabbed the magic grenade and prepared for an epic throw. The aristocrat and his assistant didn't really believe in the fragile girl's capabilities, for the distance to the next gorge was too impressive. The strongest adventuress prepared to amaze everyone with her abilities once again. The girl pressed the button to activate the magic grenade and took a rather impressive run up and threw the deadly projectile precisely into the target. A powerful explosion pleasantly hit the ears, and a bright flash of deadly fire hid the huge monster. As usual, the first explosion was followed by the next explosions, which were to finish what had been started. A powerful explosion quite expectedly raised a cloud of impenetrable dust and left the fate of the terrible Architroll for a while in secret. After a few minutes, the silhouette of the huge monster began to appear, and everyone waited with bated breath to see if they had succeeded in destroying the enemy. At first glance, the Architroll was very badly burned, and in some places its greenish skin had turned black, but the monster was still standing on its feet. Then the stunned onlookers watched in disgust as the Architroll's skin began to burst and peel off like the rind of a ripe fruit. After a few minutes of the gruesome spectacle, the climax occurred and the monster shed its skin completely. The Architroll appeared completely unharmed, and its regeneration proved to be no exaggeration. Main swore like a true pirate without choosing words to express how she felt. After all, she was sure that her phenomenally accurate throw would end the monster's lifespan. But the Archtroll's vitality proved to be astonishing. Enraged by the audacity of the humans, the Architroll laughed viciously and rushed towards the terrified soldiers. It was obvious that the speed of the monster left no chance for the soldiers to escape. Architroll easily and very quickly destroyed the defensive fortifications with powerful blows, and it made the noblemen panic. Count Rand realized that their last chance was magic grenades. But at the same time, it is impossible to let the terrible monster close. The role of the main defender is taken by the adventurous Main, who must throw the grenades. Magical grenades worked properly, but no matter how many adventurer threw them at the Architroll, it had no effect. Powerful explosions only left burns on the huge and ugly body of the monster, and after a few minutes regeneration restored everything. It seemed that after regeneration Architroll became even stronger, but that he was getting angrier it was certain. No one could believe that the monster was so invulnerable. The nobleman became desperate and cried out that now everything was useless and no one could do anything, and his lands were finished. The concentrated merchant tried to think of some solution quickly, but there was no certainty of the final outcome. Akina realized that this was the last chance, and if it didn't work, all the gains would be ruined. But at this point, one could not doubt the more there were no other options. The young merchant declared that he had one way to defeat the Archtroll. Count Rand was surprised at Akin's calmness and was glad for any help in such a difficult situation. The merchant asked the adventurous Main not to waste the magic grenade, and everyone waited with interest to see what Akin actually came up with. The resourceful merchant explained that if his attack worked, they would be able to deal so much damage that the monster would not be able to recover from immediately. Akin then asked the surprised aristocrat to finish evacuating the remaining soldiers as soon as possible and bring back all the magic grenades. After these instructions, the agitated merchant ordered the blacksmith herald to be brought to him. The rugged dwarf did not understand anything, but stated that he was willing to participate in the battle. Akina realized that there was no time for a detailed explanation and immediately asked Harold to make 2 huge barrels. The resourceful blacksmith did not think long, and with powerful blows of his hands broke apart the wooden wagon to get the necessary material. Everyone was surprised at how resourceful Harold was, and the blacksmith promised to pay for the damage if necessary. Harold then began to quickly create the necessary barrels from the material he had obtained and his tools. Surprisingly quickly, the master dwarf built 2 excellent and large-sized barrels, and everything was ready for the continuation of the merchant Akin's plan. The aristocrat was amazed by the dwarven blacksmith's abilities, yet could not understand how these wooden barrels would help defeat someone that even magical fire could not take. But Akina was in a hurry and did not want to take long to explain his plan. The merchant asked his loyal protector Main to quickly fill the barrels with magic grenades. Main noticed that all the pomegranates were unusually shaped and had only the tops, and they were all different in length. Akin, at the time when he was growing the magic grenades, here collected them too early and put the unsuccessful batch aside, but now they came in handy. But no matter how much Main doubted what she was doing, Akin asked them to do things faster and fill the barrels with everything they had, and at the end asked them to put the switch of one of the grenades outside and close the lid tightly. Very quickly, the strongest adventurer completed the task and slammed the lid of the barrel. Akina realized that they had created something like a huge hand grenade. If his plan with magic grenades didn't work, they would absolutely suffer a crushing defeat. The sorceress Emmanuel immediately realized what Akin's merchant wanted and said that the defective grenades would be used as gunpowder and the whole ones would be something like a wick. The Count's aide immediately reported that everything was ready for a huge explosion and the soldiers retreated from the affected area. After making sure they were ready, the resourceful merchant asked the superpowered Main to try to throw the barrel at the archtroll. The adventuress, despite the fact that it was much harder than throwing an ordinary log, still claimed she could do it. Although there was no assurance of perfect throwing accuracy, Akina asked the sorceress Emmanuel to control the flight of the barrels with magic. The beautiful brunette promised to do her best to make sure the barrels reached their destination. The merchant immediately reminded her that she would need to put up a magical shield after Main's throw. The moment of truth was just a little while away and the tension was running high. Akina activated the switches on the magic grenades that served as detonators, and all that remained was to send the package to its destination. Adventurous Main once again surprised everyone with her physical capabilities and lifted both huge barrels at the same time. The super strong girl broke her own record in weightlifting and absolutely surpassed herself in distance throwing. 2 huge wooden barrels flew off the cliff towards the architrave, and everyone waited breathlessly for the result. The magnificent Emmanuel, as planned with the help of wind magic, influenced the accuracy of the throw and only had to wait for the moment of detonation. As soon as the wooden barrels were close to the huge monster, the sorceress put up a protective magical shield. Time seemed to slow down, so much so that everything was like in slow motion, as everyone watched the flight of the barrels closely. And as soon as the huge bombs were at the muzzle of the architrave, the long-awaited explosion took place. A bright flash that was comparable to sunlight hurt my eyes, and then there was a deafening clap. An incredibly powerful double explosion stunned the valley, and if it wasn't for the enchantress' protective magic shield, everyone would have been hit by the blast wave. All that remained was to wait to see what results Akina achieved with her incredible plan. As soon as the dust from the explosion settled, everyone involved in the event saw the incredible size of the crater. The first to break the silent delight was the aristocrat's aide, who confirmed the defeat of the arch-troll commander. Everyone was happy and encouraged by such a victory. Only a small matter remained, and Earl Rand ordered the troops to immediately destroy all the remaining monsters. The merchant Akin was in a high spirits as he watched the scene. His dubious plan had worked, and he could not worry about his lucrative partnership with the Count. The day after the great battle, a celebration of the incredible victory over the monsters was organized at Earl Rand's mansion. There were toasts of praise to the valiant troops and of course to the merchant Akin. The aristocrat stated that there were incredible dangers and unexpected events during this great escape of the monsters, but thanks to Akin's ingenuity, the problems were managed. As a thank you, the aristocrat presented a huge amount of gold coins, to which Akin and all his staff were very happy. The merchant realized at that moment that his trading affairs would now go up. Count Rand then offered the resourceful merchant and his 2 lovely companions to work for him in the future. But Akina clearly did not want this and tried to politely say so. The aristocrat, though upset at the refusal, did not insist on his own. Earl Rand promised Akina to give him useful information to develop his business in the future. It turned out from the aristocrat's words that there was a certain race that had long been looking for a capable merchant. Such an unexpected statement surprised the young merchant very much, and his surprise became especially strong after the unknown race turned out to be elves. Akin's merchant confessed that he had not expected to cooperate with the elves, because it was a completely different country. The aristocrat in turn advised him to take the offer seriously and suggested that he move to his office and he could talk quietly about all the details. Judging from the facial expressions of the merchant's companions, everyone was as shocked as Akin himself. The aristocrat explained in the quiet atmosphere of his office that he was personally interested in Akin's future trade with the land of the elves, and would like to provide a safer and more suitable route for trade caravans. Also, Earl Rand reminded that he would be investigating the cause of the anomalous Great Escape, for there was a good chance that someone might have influenced the monster's activity. As it turned out, the aristocrat's scouts had already been able to find special incense in various places in the lower levels of the dungeon, which caused the monsters to be unprecedentedly aggressive. Count Rand promised that he would definitely find out who and for what purpose organized a great escape of such proportions, and then punish the culprit to the fullest extent. The aristocrat also explained that if whoever had distributed the incense had known about the incredible abilities of Akin's team, the culprit would have considered them serious enemies. After all, the heroes who stopped the Great Escape had become an obstacle to the unknown villain. Akina realized that this would probably bring trouble in the future, but it was not worth thinking about right now. The nobleman, on the other hand, explained that if the merchant had no intention of staying in his country, another country would be a less likely target for the organizer of the Great Escape. The point was that the elven nation was looking for a merchant capable of delivering large quantities of goods with technology that they themselves did not possess. And so for Akin's trading company, this would be a great opportunity to make huge profits and expand the sphere of influence of their business. After much talk about the possible prospects for the future prosperity of Akin's store, it was time to bid farewell to the hospitable aristocrat. Akina was glad to have a good ally among the influential people of this world. During the return trip, Maine kept marveling at the opportunity to learn about the culture of the elves. And the sorceress Emmanuel wondered what Akina would do now. Eventually, the enterprising merchant made an important decision and announced that they would trade with the land of the elves. In doing so, Akina decided to keep his distance as much as possible from what he did not want to be involved in. At the same time, it was necessary to expand his business as soon as possible. The adventurous Maine promised to follow the merchant even to the land of the elves to protect him as before. The enchantress Emmanuel also decided to stay on the team and help with everything, at least as long as Akina would pay for her magical research. After thinking for a bit, blacksmith Harold also decided to follow the others and promised to help through his skill. Harold's decision surprised the merchant very much, for the blacksmith did not particularly like to leave his workshop. But Harold explained that he had been thinking about it for a long time and wanted to become a personal blacksmith for the merchant. Akin would only be required to procure the necessary materials, and he would make useful goods. The dwarven blacksmith explained that the last time he asked to get a lot of iron, it was some kind of test for the merchant. And now he was confident in Akin's abilities and hoped that he could get his hands on the rare material orichalcums to forge the strongest weapons in this world. Harold explained that the elves were very successful in finding rare materials and cooperating with them would be beneficial. Akina himself relied on the blacksmith's abilities and wanted Harold to create mechanical items of earthly origin from his designs. The master dwarf stated that if they combined their abilities, they could create something really interesting. For example, it would be possible to build cannons connected to magical staffs. Such ingenuity of the dwarf pleased the merchant, because with the new developments in goods, it was possible to do business effectively in the land of elves and strengthen as a trading company. Both of the merchant's beautiful protectors supported the idea of cooperating with the land of elves, for it was very interesting and exciting. Emmanuel, after a short consideration, admitted that she had some questions. The enchanting brunette wondered where Akina was able to get such a huge number of magic staffs that no one could know about. The always cautious merchant realized that he was now in a very difficult situation, and it was difficult for him to answer the question. Emmanuel explained that all the magical staffs are absolutely identical to the item that Akina took from her. And this is unbelievable, For this, he wants a clear explanation. Blacksmith Harold also decided to find out where the young merchant got a bunch of broken mithril swords from. And since they're friends and partners now, it's best not to keep any secrets from each other. To Akin's rescue came the adventurous Main, who declared that it was wrong for everyone to try to uncover the secrets of their employer Akin. The merchant mentally praised his faithful protector and hoped for her powers of persuasion. Enchantress Emmanuel then stated that if the method of procuring materials was secret, there would be problems for them as guards, and it was unlikely that they would be able to effectively protect the supply of rare materials in case of hostility from the suppliers. To this argument, Main was unable to counter with anything. Akina understood the unpleasantness of the situation, but telling about the cultivation skill was dangerous in many ways. And if information about his unique skill that could grow any object overnight leaked out, he would definitely become a target for many people of this world. Superpowered Main admitted that she was actually very worried about it too, and just didn't want to worry Akin with her questions. The beautiful and cunning brunette suggested trying to use contract magic. The sorceress explained that contract magic is magic to keep your contract. And if you make contract magic, you can guarantee the protection of secrets and personal safety. Akina realized that it was indeed very safe since several countries jointly manage the use of magic and are able to cancel the contract. He had learned all of this from research when Main was illegally enslaved by the magic of the slave contract of the moneylender Golded. But now, of course, things were a bit different. The adventurous Main was excited about this opportunity, because with the magic of the contract, she would be able to learn even more about her boss Akin. The merchant asked that Main didn't feel bad at the mention of contract magic, but as it turned out the girl was completely at ease. Main stated that she wanted to learn more about Akina by all means, and so she wanted to be helpful. The merchant understood the desire of his fearless protector and decided that she could not even assume that she would be harmed because of this contract. After all, she has a great deal of trust in her supervisor. Akina decided that if he used the magic of the contract and everyone found out about his unique skill, then he could combine everyone's strength with his cultivation skill to strengthen the store even more. Blacksmith Harold agreed to make a magic contract for the sake of obtaining rare materials. The blacksmith also recognized that it was only natural for a first-class merchant to have a few secrets about his suppliers. The Enchantress Emmanuel followed the blacksmith's example and also agreed to make a magic contract with the merchant. Akina thanked everyone for their help and promised that he would not fail from waiting, and then decided that it was time to reveal his secret about the cultivation skill. The young merchant suggested that they immediately head to the contract magic shop and purchase a contract to keep their secrets. Everyone was enthusiastic about such an idea, supported the merchant leader's suggestion. Soon the whole friendly team found themselves in the store of contract magic. All the participants of the agreement quickly filled out the contract, indicating their name and signatures. All that remained was to confirm their intentions. But soon that part of the agreement was behind them as well, and Akina was only surprised at how elaborate this ritual was. And the only thing fantasy-like about it was that it required a drop of blood as a seal. After the contract was made, the enchantress immediately reminded that it was time for Akina to reveal her secrets already. The merchant explained that in fact, everyone knows perfectly well that his main base is in the dark forest of destruction. And there seems to be waves appearing there that can disrupt magical power. But Enchantress Emmanuel stated that there was no problem with that if she used her magic power manipulation skill. With this free magic power manipulation skill, even in the dark forest, she would be able to control her magic better, so everything would be fine. Blacksmith Harold, who had a poor understanding of magic, asked him not to strain his ears anymore with obscure terms and suggested that he should quickly head to the dark forest of destruction. Everyone was delighted as they all wanted to satisfy their curiosity and find out what the mysterious merchant was really hiding. Akina suddenly felt at this exciting moment that he had finally found the true friends he had missed in his old home world. Soon the team reached the merchant's forest base. Akina had already made up his mind and was even excited to see the surprise on his friends' faces at what he would reveal behind his secret fence. The young merchant solemnly opened the doors of the magical vegetable garden and invited them to come inside. Surprised friends were greeted by smooth beds on which to grow all sorts of useful things, ranging from magical staffs to mithril swords. The trees were not empty either. Their branches appeared to be dotted with bottles of quality alcohol and magic potion. Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't even believe what they saw. Harold asked in a trembling voice what it all meant. Maine was surprised and called everything that was happening a real devilish thing, because there was no way that the potion could be growing on trees. Harold marveled at the quality swords that were just sticking out of the ground, and the sorceress Emmanuel thought it was all a joke and a fake. The young merchant enjoyed his friend's emotions and demonstrated exactly how a magical lamp grows from the ground. But of course, no one understood the very principle of such production, and the friends kept calling it all some kind of quackery. Akina was surprised, for he was able to make the inhabitants of the fantasy world feel uncomfortable and reassure each other that they were awake. The prudent merchant stated that everything happening here happened because of his cultivation skill. And that skill is that one can grow any items by the method of burying them in the ground. The enchantress Emmanuel pondered and admitted that it all made some kind of sense based on what she had seen. The brunette also talked about her research on skills, but she had never seen such a skill or even heard of such a miracle. Adventurous Maine finally realized why the merchant was so careful to hide the properties of his unique skill. After all, if someone found out about such a secret, it would attract unnecessary and dangerous attention. Therefore, it was the right decision to make a magic contract. Blacksmith Harold stated that if the outside world revealed this secret, their lives would be in mortal danger, and enemies would kill everyone in their path to get hold of this secret and utilize such an incredible skill. Akina realized that all the fears turned out to be true. Now everyone might be in danger because of his cultivation skill. But judging by the satisfied faces of all the team members, it didn't bother them too much. Enchantress Emmanuel was excited at the prospect. After all, many items made with lost magical technology are one of a kind, but with the cultivation skill, she would be able to produce any research. Blacksmith Harold was also full of hope to produce amazing items in any quantity to completely capture the market in the land of elves. Looking at his excited friends, Akina thought that perhaps he should have not so obviously revealed his secret. The adventurous Maine, who was not strong in producing anything, had promised that she would follow Akin anywhere. And now she finally realized that thanks to her cultivation skill, she was able to deal with her debt and gain her coveted freedom. In the end, the entire team agreed to work for a single purpose and never under any circumstances to reveal Akin's secret. Just the next day, Blacksmith Harold came up with a new item using the cultivation skill to sell in the land of the elves, much to Akin's surprise. The joyful blacksmith promised to surprise everyone with his new invention, which with the help of the cultivation skill would be a real hit in the elf sales market. The surprised merchant was amazed at the speed of the dwarf blacksmith's inventions and was very interested in what Harold had decided to surprise everyone with, and also somehow connect it all to his cultivation skill. Master Harold explained that he had some connection to the strange elves and therefore knew something about their preferences and needs. As it turned out from Harold's story, in the country of elves very much care about nature, and also elves specialize in medicinal herbs and spices. However, the elves keep themselves apart and maintain a considerable distance from the country of humans. Akina thought about the strange way of life of the elves, and although it was a real country, they seemed to be a closed village according to the story. Also, Harold confirmed what Earl Rand said about the elves always looking for technological goods that were not available in their closed country. And as for humans, the elves would gladly use the inventions and goods of humans. Harold boasted a host of great ideas that would help them quickly establish trade relations with the elves. And for starters, the central commodity to start the trade would be a creaky old wagon. The master blacksmith explained that in the land of the elves, where they care too much about nature, the roads are full of plant roots, and so it is very difficult to travel by wagon. So if one could successfully modify an ordinary wagon to easily travel on such difficult roads, it would become a popular commodity. The curious merchant liked the idea himself and inquired exactly how Harold wanted to accomplish this. The master blacksmith decided to first melt down the mithril sword and make a real circular saw out of it, and then it would need to be multiplied using the cultivation skill. And eventually, the mass installation of such saws on the front of the wagon would provide the ability to ride by cutting roots. Harold was eager to begin the intricate work and was interested in studying the design of the wagon in detail. But Akin's merchant asked him to take his time with it, and even Maine had a question for the dwarf. The shrewd adventuress declared that in the land of the elves, where nature was too much appreciated, it would hardly be possible to cut the roots of trees. Harold was indignant at such objections to his invention. But the beautiful sorceress agreed with her partner and added that the many blades at the front of the wagon would be very heavy and dangerous to the horses. In the end, the master dwarf, after thinking it over, carefully admitted that his idea was not such a good one, even though he had originally looked at things differently. Akina realized that the ingenious blacksmith had simply been too involved and had therefore overlooked important details. Although the very idea of modifying the wagon to make it easier to drive on bad dirt roads sounds good. And if you develop the concept a bit in that direction, you could get a great result. A resourceful tradesman decided to change his approach to the problem and come up with a technology that allows you to drive a different way instead of cutting down roots. Akina realized that this was a great chance to take advantage of suitable Earth technology in this fantasy world. After all, he himself had long wanted Harold to try to recreate mechanical products from modern Japan, and if it would be possible to combine Harold's skill and ambition with the technology of the land, the result would be a wagon that would impress the most demanding elves. Such a direction can therefore be considered promising. The merchant himself was not going to stay away from such an important matter, and asked if Harold knew anything about the principle of suspension transport. But judging by the blacksmith's reaction, it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Akina explained that suspension is a cushioning mechanism for means of transportation that is used in his distant homeland, and the basis of such a mechanism is powerful springs. Harold warily asked what a spring even was and what it looked like. The merchant, of course, explained to the master blacksmith as best he could what a spring is, and the very next morning Harold demonstrated a prototype of the first suspension of this world. Such promptness in creating the mechanism surprised Akin, for he had not even expected such a... The master dwarf explained that he was greatly inspired and worked all night, which was why he was able to create the mechanism so quickly. Akina praised Harold's skill, for it looked amazing. The master dwarf admitted that he didn't quite understand the explanation, but he still tried to do just as Akina said. The merchant really felt the spring springing and even sensed something from his homeworld. During the manufacturing process, Harold had difficulty with grease and other viscous lubricants, but the beautiful sorceress Emmanuel helped solve the problem with magic and materials obtained from monsters. Harold quickly installed the necessary shock absorbers on the creaking wagon and offered the merchant a ride to see how it would all work. Akina, of course, knew how the shock absorbers worked, and now it was left to compare with the dwarven wizard's invention. The heavy wagon overcame the first bumps surprisingly smoothly, and it was indeed a success. The excited merchant exclaimed that it was amazing and the movement was much more comfortable than before. Everyone was delighted with the result, for such a wagon would not hurt the roots so much, which was what was required for the demanding elves. The prudent merchant decided that in the future it would be possible to train his friends in other devices from his world. After all, there are still other elements of the pendant that Harold would easily create. The first thing Akina explained was the leaf springs and how they work. Inspired by his first success, the master gnome was ready to fully dedicate himself to new devices he had not seen before. To this end, Harold proposed the creation of a workshop to modify wagons, and Akin liked the idea very much. The enchantress Emmanuel, looking at the grown men who were as happy as children, joked that they would always remain so if they had new toys. So it was in fact, Akina gave the genius blacksmith Harold new projects, which the dwarf gladly tried to realize, diligently working the metal. A few days later, Harold was ready to show off his new project, and judging by the excitement, it was really something incredible. Everyone was eager to see the invention and marveled at the speed of the blacksmith's construction. It turned out that the ingenious Harold had listened to the stories about the various mechanisms and thought it would be much quicker to create an entirely new wagon than to go about modifying the old ones. The monster's materials were also used in the construction of the miracle wagon. The appearance of the new wagon surprised even Akin, and it was more like a car that lacked an engine. After demonstrating his ingenious creation, Harold collapsed to the ground. The sorceress Emmanuel immediately identified the dwarf's severe fatigue after the grueling labor. The beautiful brunette ordered to give the master blacksmith a nourishing restorative potion. Let him sleep and he would be fine. The adventuress easily picked up the massive dwarf in her arms, and at the sorceress's request, she was about to carry him to bed. Akin, however, asked Main afterward to help him with an important matter. Akira had something interesting in mind as usual and decided to do it while Harold was resting. The next day, the master blacksmith had already fully recovered, and Akina decided to surprise everyone with his ingenious solution. While Harold was sleeping and the girls were doing their chores, Akina used his cultivation skill to increase the number of wagons and solved the issue of marvelous goods. Harold was amazed at such data on the merchant's vegetable garden and admitted that he would probably never be able to get used to this kind of item and material creation. Adventurous Main boasted that she was the one who was able to bury the wagon completely. The resourceful merchant reminded him that this way they could increase the material as much as they wanted, and there was no need to create the same things. Harold realized the full potential of such mass production and decided in the meantime to do something new and useful. The master blacksmith admitted that he was always eager to create something new, and the incredible skill of cultivation would allow him to pursue new developments. The joyful merchant then invited his friends to test the running capabilities of the new wagon and take a little ride. The horse easily picked up a good speed, and Akina felt how comfortable the ride in this new wagon had become. The blacksmith Harold explained that he had made the wheels from materials obtained from the monster, and they were much softer, allowing for a smoother ride. The ingenious dwarf also installed Emmanuel's magical lights on the wagon, allowing it to travel safely even at night. And the main body of the wagon itself was made of fine and strong mithril, which guaranteed the longevity and quality of the wagon. In the end, Harold and Akina admitted to each other that they had both made the right choice in agreeing to a productive partnership. The merchant would receive magnificent inventions, and the master blacksmith could pursue new discoveries in peace. All this cooperation, backed by a magical contract, gave Akin hope and confidence in the success of his trading company. After all, they could offer customers absolutely unique goods. Having quickly finished all the preparations, the team of friends set off for the uncharted land of the fantastic elves. But the horrible hilly road exceeded all expectations for a difficult trip. Real blood seemed to drip from the protruding roots on the road, and it made one dread and wonder what awaited them in this isolated land. Half an hour before entering the land of the elves, Akin and Main's wagon was overtaken by a wagon carrying the sorceress Emmanuel, who had decided to join on this journey. The beautiful brunette explained that Harold was busy developing new projects and decided to stay behind, and she was bored and wanted to see with her own eyes how the elves lived. And in doing so, she would feel more comfortable staying close to Akina in case something unforeseen happened. Eventually, the wagon with the three companions pulled into the territory under the control of the elven people, and a whole new world opened up ahead. The adventurous Main was delighted by the beauty of the elven settlement. She also liked the long ears of the local inhabitants. Because of her poverty, she had never left her homeland, and this was her first trip abroad. Akina was surprised at how well maintained everything was, and it was clear how careful the elves were to nature. And despite the insularity of the elves' country, everything looked modern and fresh. But despite all the good impressions, there was a problem of roots on the road. All of them were different shapes and created a completely uneven surface. Although for the elves it was a common thing in their quiet life. The shrewd merchant was confident at the beginning of the journey that his super comfortable wagon would be a sought-after commodity in the elven territories. But the state of the local roads drastically reduced confidence. In fact, it was not as simple as it seemed at the beginning of the journey. All the routes on the road were completely different in size. Some of them exuded liquid and some did not. Akina realized that of course the resourceful Harold knew about all of this, and now to start a business he needed to find out everything in detail and find a foothold in this realm of nature worshippers. The first elf merchant he met was quite surprised to see the human travelers and immediately noticed from their behavior that they were here for the first time. The welcoming elf offered to taste the best local dish, and the adventurous Main immediately agreed. But as soon as the super strong Main tasted the local delicacies, her face contorted in a horrible grimace. As it turned out, almost all elf food was incredibly spicy, and such a reaction from the adventuress only made the long-eared merchant laugh. The polite elf then explained that virtually all of the soil where his people grew food had become unusable due to the contaminants that leaked from the roots. From the elf's words, it was learned that the local roads had always been bumpy with roots, but it was only recently, about 5 years ago, that liquid began to leak from the roots, which came as a surprise. The leadership brought in the best experts to deal with the problem, but all that could be found out was that the soil had fallen into disrepair. In the end, it didn't affect the elves' daily life or drinking water too much. But later the food became very spicy, and the elves gradually got used to it and began to live without noticing it. Also because of the escaping liquid, the wheels of the wagons deteriorated very quickly. And even in the best of times, local roads were a real challenge. But in the last 5 years, it is a real headache for vehicle owners. All the information he had gotten from the elf had been quite useful to Vin. The merchant decided that the people here were quite peaceful, and he would be able to negotiate a favorable trade with them. Akina and the sorceress Emmanuel were thinking about the future prospect of the journey, but suddenly the merchant was called by the elf girl and asked to follow her, as there was someone who wanted to meet him. Akira was very surprised at the unusual girl, for he had not seen beautiful ladies with cute long ears before. As it turned out, with them wants to meet a young elf, who at first glance seemed very nice and friendly guy. The smiling elf explained that he had been following Akin's wagon, but had never been able to catch up. The beautiful elven girl turned out to be the assistant of the young elf, who in turn was the local Baron Avard Ragadorai. The local elven aristocrat asked for some attention and thanked him for the arrival of traders from distant lands. Akina was surprised that the Baron himself wanted to meet him and remembered how, while traveling along a bleak forest road, he noticed a common wagon weaving behind them and got out and Avard rode in it. The young nobleman of the elven lands was immediately interested in Akin's unusual wagon. It turns out that Baron Avard was a very observant elf and immediately noticed how the incredible wagon very easily and smoothly drove on the bumpy road, and the wheels as if pushing the viscous liquid from the roots. The young Baron explained that he was familiar with this topic because one of his tasks was to improve the transportation situation in the country. And all the inhabitants of the country are very concerned about the deterioration of the wheels due to the nasty liquid, as well as the rugged terrain that requires a lot of time to move. And so the elves have long been looking for technology to solve these problems. The Baron's assistant, the beautiful elfess Galadriel, explained that the old men of this country simply forced her master to improve the traffic situation. Akina immediately compared the young nobleman to a middle manager who persistently searches for a solution to a difficult problem. The resourceful merchant immediately explained that this miracle wagon was a new product of his trading company, and they had specially designed the latest suspension, knowing the road conditions of the elven country, and therefore brought this wagon to demonstrate and establish trade relations. Baron Avard wanted to study the design of the incredible wagon in detail, for he was about to have a meeting on the results of his work. After a brief conversation, Akina and Baron Avard agreed on a demonstration of the newest wagon that would possibly solve the problems of transportation in the elven country. The young elven aristocrat then confessed that he had some other merchants in mind who were going to sell him the wagon, and it would be a good idea to compare competing organizations, since he could only contract with one vendor on the allotted budget, although it will take more than one wagon to solve the transportation problem. And so whoever wins the supplier competition will train local elven artisans in the art of wagon making. Baron Avard has stated that he wants the necessary wagons to be produced in his country, and for that he is willing to pay compensation for valuable technology. The young elven nobleman agreed to buy one of these wagons for 5,000 gold coins and pay 100 gold coins for each one sold thereafter. Akina immediately calculated that if he sold 100 such wagons, it would be 100 million yen in Earth equivalent. The very idea of having a competition to get a license to produce wagons was interesting to Akin. And as for the license, they would have to wait until after the competition to get confirmation from Harold, but that Baron Avard would probably agree to. After all the arrangements were made, the young elven aristocrat invited Akin to come to the backyard of his mansion tomorrow. All that remained was to carefully prepare for the competition. The prosperous merchant turned to Emmanuel and asked why she was acting so differently lately. The beautiful brunette explained that she was just excited because she had found a new subject to study. And since the resourceful herald had created a beautiful wagon, now it was her turn to be surprised. The gorgeous sorceress asked for help with something, for only Akina can do it with her cultivation skill. The next day, the hospitable elven baron thanked the merchants who had arrived at his mansion. The nobleman then reminded them that only one wagon would be chosen to solve the problems of his magnificent country, and the contestants must take turns demonstrating the delights of their inventions. Akira was most interested in who actually became his rival in this difficult competition, for still it remained a mystery. There was no end to Akin's surprise when he saw in front of him the same flashlight salesmen Robert and Morris whom they had already encountered. None of the rivals were happy about this meeting, because everyone realized that the previous acquaintance had left a lot of unpleasant impressions. Akina certainly remembered exactly how their dispute about the effectiveness of magical lights had gone and had a bad feeling about it. But the Elven Baron was in fact pleased that the contestants were familiar with each other. Morris and Robert explained that not only were they capable of creating magic lights, but they could also surprise others with their designs, so this time they would definitely win as revenge for the last time they lost. It was Robert and Morris who first decided to demonstrate their newest wagon design, and at first glance there was nothing unusual. Robert and Morris boasted of the excellent body of their new wagon, which was both light and strong, all thanks to the latest woodworking technology. The wagon was also covered with a thin and heavy-duty tarp that provided excellent protection from wind and rain. But the main point that the merry merchants wanted to win over the rich elven customer was the running gear of their wooden wagon. Morris and Robert explained that they used shock-absorbing technology with a newly invented magical item, a superior spring plate. Akina was surprised. After all plate spring, it was a technology used on the ground where the layers of old absorbed the shock he had, and here it was also magically reinforced. The wheels of the wagon were coated with paint made from monster materials that made it difficult for liquids to contaminate the road, and this wagon was the latest development of Morris and Robert's store. The Elven Baron Avard was delighted with Morris and Robert's superior accomplishment and found many advantages in their wagon. But then it was the turn of the demonstration for Akin and his team. By spectacularly removing the cape from the wagon, the young merchant was able to surprise the competitors who had never seen anything like it. Akina explained that his wagon would serve not only as reliable transportation, but also as excellent protection, for the body was made of super strong mithril. Robert and Morris couldn't believe such wastefulness, for mithril was a very expensive and rare material, so the cost of such a wagon would be incredibly high. But the prudent Akina proudly announced that his team was able to stabilize the mithril and was willing to offer it at half the normal price. Akina also demonstrated the magical lights installed on the wagon, which allowed for night travel even over long distances. The merchant did not forget to mention that it was these magic lights that had won the lantern competition. Akina talked about equipping the wagon wheels with a special shock-absorbing technology called suspension. And this smooth suspension is much more reliable and efficient than a leaf spring. Elf Aristocrat first video incredible technology and marveled at the design of the suspension. In addition, the wagon wheels are made of monster material, and they are incredibly flexible and can absorb liquid. No one had ever seen wheels as thick and elastic as those on Akin's wagon, and this greatly influenced the Elf Baron's preference. The nobleman Avard liked the appearance of Akin's wagon, and especially the sturdy body. The competitors were also shocked by the unusual design, which no one had ever used before. But Enchantress Emmanuel added that these were not all the advantages of Akin's miracle wagon. The young merchant was expecting something interesting from the beautiful brunette. And the young elf baron admitted that he had heard of Emmanuel before, about what an accomplished researcher of magical items she was and how she could achieve wonderful results. The charming sorceress suggested that they try to drive over the roots from which the liquid flows and the advantage of the attached mechanism, which is specially designed for the elven country, would be immediately apparent. First, Akin's beautiful wagon easily overcame the obstacle, but then an even more amazing event took place. Everyone saw with their own eyes how after the wagon passed the roots, they stopped oozing a vile liquid. The admirable enchantress called it all a new technology that specifically distributed a potion against the poisonous liquid. And indeed, the suspension system was additionally equipped with a potion container. The young merchant said that combined with the suspension system, such a unique mechanism could use the potion to cure infected plants. And the potion was also specially created for the land of elves. That was exactly what the inventive sorceress idea was yesterday. Emmanuel usually carries a huge amount of all sorts of potions with her, and so she was able to come up with a cure for the local plant infestation very quickly. It was also possible to create a simple mechanism for atomizing the cure from a bottle of perfume overnight. The only inconvenient point was that the effect of the medicine from the vial liquid only lasted for a short time, and the potion only superficially stopped the liquid from coming out of the roots. Therefore, there was no final solution to curing the soil itself and creating food that was not so spicy. But even such an incredible result pleased the young aristocrat elf. All his previous research had yielded no results at all. The sorceress Emmanuel admitted that all her knowledge of potions came from her research into lost magical technology. Akina explained the advantages of potion spraying technology, which, if not completely solving the problems of contamination, would at least make the elves' existence easier. And if such wagons equipped with a mechanism of spraying will be massively used in the territory of the country of elves, it will practically neutralize the flow of poisonous liquid. Akina did not forget to remind him once again that only his trading company has the ability to produce such high-tech wagons. All of this caused wild annoyance to his competitors and made Baron Avard think about the right decision. But in the end, the elven nobleman won the Akin store team in this competition and offered to immediately negotiate the terms of the contract. Robert and Morris were acted like last time, just ran away cursing Akin. But at the same time, they promised that they would not lose in the next one and would make better products. After discussing all the details of the contract with the elven Baron, Akina decided to meet with the blacksmith Harold. The merchant explained to the master dwarf that he had not yet transferred the technology of the miracle wagon to the elves and wanted to know Harold's opinion on it. But the stern blacksmith expressed complete indifference to this technology because he has already mastered it once, and for him it is the past. And while others will use his achievements and try to copy them, he himself will do something new and interesting. Then the sorceress Emmanuel remembered Harold talking about his connections in the land of the elves, and it would be interesting to see exactly who he knew. It would help to find out how someone from the outside world was able to learn in detail about the soil in the land of the elves. Akina didn't fully understand why the beautiful brunette was so interested in the matter, but it was interesting to hear Harold's explanation. The master blacksmith dwarf said that he knew an eccentric sage from the elven forest, a small and charming girl named Furia. And though she is a bit strange, her knowledge is very deep. Akina and his two protectors became interested in the mysterious sage girl and decided to find out more about her. Akina immediately assumed that if Furia was really such a wise member of the elven people, then she knew about all the problems of the elven soil. Harold agreed with that opinion and offered to find out from her personally. The master blacksmith dwarf told how he once met this same elven woman when he was gathering materials for his workshop. Furia possesses spirit magic and can communicate with the gifts of the earth. Such an ability is rare even for elves. This elfess used the power to study the earth and plants deep in the forest, but the details of her work no one knows. The sorceress Emmanuel has realized how much Furia may know of Furia's secrets, and she must be sure to meet her. The adventuress Maine supported the idea because of her incredible curiosity. But Harold warned that meeting the wisest elven woman was not so easy. Akina realized that the Elfland issue was bothering too many people, and he himself would like to expand his new wagon business in the future. As a result, the enterprising merchant stated that in order to do business in Elf Country, they needed to know more about the soil problems in the area. And so they should definitely meet with the eccentric sage Furia and find out everything she knew about the soil disease. The one who supported this idea the most was Maine, who was willing to follow Akira anywhere. Soon the whole team of friends found themselves in a dense elven forest. As a guide was a dwarf Harold, who although not completely sure, but still knew where the mysterious elf Furia dwells. Eventually, tired of exploring the dense thickets of the elven forest, the resourceful Harold simply began calling to the wisest of the elves with his loud bass. But it had no effect, no matter how much the master dwarf tried. Eventually, Akin's merchant suggested that perhaps Furia was simply not at home and they had come all this way for nothing. But as the team of friends were about to leave the forest, some strange and huge plant suddenly jumped out at them. No one knew what it was, and only the sorceress Emmanuel explained it all by magical manipulation of plants. Eventually, from the huge flower emerged a little elf girl who was the same Furyu. The wise one asked why Harold had disturbed her peace and brought strangers. Everyone just silently watched the actions of the fragile elven woman, and the conversation was continued by the master blacksmith. Furyu reminded the dwarf that he was only interested in blacksmithing in this world, and so it was surprising to see him here. Harold explained that he and his friends wanted to find out something important, and that was why they were here. The sorceress Emmanuel explained that they are dealing with the problem of soil pollution in the land of the elves. Also, they are trying to deal with too spicy food. And if Furyu can tell something useful about it, they ask to share the information. A mysterious elf woman asked why humans would want to interfere with the problems of the elves. Akina told about a magic potion that helps to fight the poisonous liquid, and this potion had already proved its effectiveness during the tests. Furyu was surprised by such news and thought it was simply impossible. The beautiful Emmanuel spoke of her extensive knowledge of lost magic, and so she used her expertise to purify the impurities, but so far she had only managed to achieve a temporary effect. So in the future, their team wants to use such a useful potion to expand their trading business. But for that, they need to finally solve the problem of soil poisoning. The wisest elfess became silent, and Furyu's sinister gaze caused all the guests of the elven forest to feel uncomfortable. But then the young elfess broke the silence and revealed that she had been able to learn two important pieces of information during her research on the soil. But she was not going to share this information so easily. Akina wondered why this was even a secret, since it was important information for all elves. Furyu explained that if she revealed her accomplishments, it would jeopardize all of her research. Such a response was not expected by anyone, and it came as an unpleasant surprise. The wisest elven woman became visibly agitated, and it was evident that she was having difficulty confessing something. The miniature Furyu then stated that she was thoroughly researching various sweets that she was incredibly fond of. Such an answer made even old Harold, who rarely gave vent to his feelings, surprised. The wisest elfess confessed her fondness for sweet fruits, as well as anything related to sweet food. Any sweetness allows her to feel a rush of energy and fight emotional fatigue. And if sweets can help her, it could be a lifesaver for the world. The team of friends continued to listen in silence as Furyu enjoyed talking about her strange hobby and waited for her to calm down. But then the enigmatic elfess told how she used to just work on extracting sweetness from various plants. But now in the land of elves, only spicy food is produced, and she is desperate to fix that. So Akin's team's invention for curing plants could be truly revolutionary. And finally, the wisest elfess demanded a special task for her, and then she would be happy to share information about her research. Furyu asked for a sweet that would make her, a lover of all things sweet, get a real gustatory delight. Such a task proved to be as strange as the elfess herself. Furyu explained that people who could understand sweets well couldn't be bad, and she herself couldn't stand artificial sweeteners with a long shelf life. Akina decided that he could still somehow satisfy the elf's demands since his business depended on it. All of Akin's friends were also not happy with the local food, which was incredibly spicy, as if it was flavored with Carolina Riper. And so they decided to deal with the problem as usual altogether. The resourceful merchant agreed to the elf's terms and promised her something sweet that would make her feel heavenly pleasure. Back home, the friends immediately began experimenting in the kitchen. The beautiful protectresses Maine and Emmanuel tried to surprise them with their special talents and tried to create something completely new out of sweet foods. Akina, meanwhile, decided to meet with the elven Baron Avard to discuss building a wagon factory. Baron Avard was surprised by the story of his meeting with the wisest Furyu, and for some reason called her a mysterious old woman. The savvy merchant was surprised and assumed that the elven lover of sweets was skillfully concealing her real age. Akina explained that he just wanted to find out from Furyu what she might know about soil problems. The elven nobleman called Furia very strange and warned that it would be very difficult to get her to talk about anything. Akina realized this already and sipped his tea, surprised by the sharpness of it. It turned out that in the country of elves, there were even problems with fresh milk. which was delivered from neighboring countries, and therefore the tea was not something to dilute. Baron Avard explained that the elven people are very fond of dairy products, and especially so in recent years when there has been a problem with spicy food. The elves like to drink it fresh, add it to tea, and there are several options for processing milk into yogurt or cheese. But sometimes shipments are delayed, and that frustrates everyone. Profit-hungry Akina was immediately interested in the dairy topic where he could find his niche. The conversation with the elven nobleman gave the inventive merchant some interesting ideas, and he decided that he could surprise the wisest Furia with his abilities. The next day, the team of friends traveled again to the elven forest to meet the wisest Furia. The sweet-toothed lover complained that her breakfast was too spicy and asked if the guests had anything to give her in the form of a sweet treat. Akina replied that they had not come empty-handed and displayed an impressive wooden box. The wooden box turned out to be an invented refrigerator inside, which hid a fine ice cream. The wisest elf had seen something like this for the first time in her life and looked at the incomprehensible white product with interest. A kind of refrigerator could be made by the ingenious Harold, and the beautiful Emmanuel filled it with ice using ice magic. Furyu was delighted by the pleasant coolness and decided to experience the unknown product up close. The wisest elfess asked what this strange dish was called. Akina explained that it was whipped chilled cream, and it was delicious. Cautiously approaching the plate with the mysterious product, Furyu smelled the wonderful sweet and milky flavor of the exquisite whipped cream, and she liked it very much. The wisest pixie still dared to try something unknown and was surprised at how soft the whipped cream was when she touched it with a spoon. Once Furyu tasted the marvelous dessert, the elfess marveled at the sweetness and marveled at how pleasantly the whipped cream spread in her mouth. The wisest elfess confessed that she had never tasted anything like it before, and that the delicate, refreshing, and enveloping flavor of the sweet dessert was the most satisfying thing she had ever had to eat. Furyu continued to savor the whipped cream and feel the milky sweetness restoring her strength. The mysterious elfess then thanked Akin for such a delicious gift and promised to tell all her secrets. The task was successfully completed, and Akina was pleased with this success due to his knowledge in cooking. But for now, it was necessary to wait for the elf to come to her senses and calm down after the pleasure she had received, for only then would she be able to discuss important matters normally. An observant merchant determined that the dairy food industry was underdeveloped in this magical world, as there was almost no technology to sterilize the bacteria that easily spread in milk. But Akina was able, thanks to the sorceress Emmanuel, to perfect a potion of antidote and scope it out for food and sanitize the milk. Instead of a centrifuge, they used the power of Main, which rotated the container of milk at great speed, thereby whipping the cream and then gradually added flavored honey to it. Through their combined efforts and knowledge from another world, they were able to create a product that never existed in this magical world. With joy and gratitude, the wisest elven woman began to embrace the young merchant, calling him a revolutionary in the field of sweet products. From this reaction, the adventurous Main and the sorceress Emmanuel felt an attack of jealousy. Eventually, the super-strong Main could not stand it and asked the elfess to calm down and move on to a story about her research on native plants. Furyu still managed to curb her emotions and reminded her that she was able to get two important pieces of information. The wisest elfess told her that only a few years ago, the roots had begun to secrete a strange and harmful liquid, making all food too spicy. But all indications were that the soil contamination itself began much earlier than the first effects manifested. Also, from the words of the elven woman, it became known that in the local mine, which was located nearby recently, was found a liquid similar to that which is released from the roots. And it is very strange, because in the mine itself is a rocky structure and there are no roots. This discovery invalidated all of Akin's previous assumptions about the origin of the contamination, for it was now clear that the contamination was not due to the roots alone. A curious merchant asked why there was such secrecy surrounding the subject. The mysterious elfess admitted that there was an assumption of the artificial origin of the contamination, and therefore one must not provoke the culprit and raise a ruckus. Akina was surprised at Furyu's frankness and asked why she told about it. But the elfess explained that since the merchant was able to surprise a great sweet dish, she would be able to keep an eye on him and trust. The wisest elfess then exclaimed that from now on she considered herself a close friend of Akin and therefore expected the same treatment from him. Furyu's eccentricity was indeed off the charts, just as Harold had warned. Akina did not expect such friendliness and asked what Furyu really meant by offering to be friends. The sorceress Emmanuel reminded him that she needed to find out as much information as possible about the infected soil. The wisest elfess explained that that was why she wanted to join Akin's team. The biggest problem is that the contamination really started much earlier than imagined, and it needs to be dealt with. The eccentric pixie told how with the help of spirit magic, she communicates freely with the plants, and so she learns a lot of information from the plants themselves. And thanks to her abilities, she was able to start an investigation into the pollution that had happened, and to do this, she was able to communicate with the roots that go deep into the ground of the elven forest. In the name of investigation, she was able to find out that even the deepest strata of the earth had been contaminated. It is believed that the strata in the elfin forest, the deeper they are, the older they are. And so it is safe to say that the age of contamination of the deep strata of the earth dates back to ancient times. Master Harold thought about this information and wondered how ancient these strata of the earth were. Everyone was also interested in the strange mine the elfess spoke of. Furyu explained that after learning about the strata, she became interested in the land of the elves itself. And so she began to explore the Rocky Mountains and other places outside the forests where there is almost no vegetation. Then in a nearby mine, which is now an abandoned mine, it was possible to find a liquid on the surface of the earth with a composition almost identical to the liquid that exudes from the roots. And it was incredible and strange. The wisest elf explained that when she discovered the underground contamination and the liquid on the inside of the mine, she decided to investigate further. And so while things remain unclear, she now goes every day to explore the abandoned mine. Akin asked what this had to do with them becoming comrades. The mysterious elfess explained that there was once a rich culture of sweets in this country, and she would very much like to revive it again. Furu confessed that she could not solve the mystery of soil pollution alone. And so together with such ingenious people who created the miracle wagon, they will be able to deal with this problem. And also during the cooperation, she will be able to eat many more delicious whipped cream. So she is ready to become part of Akin's team and follow along with everyone. Akina immediately understood the eccentric elf's motives and asked her not to turn their cooperation into a constant eating of sweet desserts. The prudent merchant asked what good it would do for his team to have Furyu join them. The elven lover of sweets reminded her that only she could communicate with plants, and she used her power to commune with fragrant herbs on wonderful whipped cream. And now she recognized how Akina had somehow multiplied those plants with her unique power. The plants also told her that Akina could grow anything, and if this was true, such an ability was absolutely unique and incredibly valuable. The young merchant explained that it was a trade secret and could only be known by close comrades. The enchanted beauty reminded of the connection by a magical contract that forbids spreading the details of their cooperation. The curious pixie immediately wanted to join the magic contract and prove her desire to become a trustworthy comrade for everyone. After all, everyone should realize how useful her participation in the team would be. The wisest Furyu immediately determined that Akina was in charge of overall command. The adventurous Main was in charge of overall security, and the magical beauty along with Harold were in charge of product development and occasionally participated in security. The elfess praised the whole team for a good balance and then asked that didn't Akina want to further increase the overall strength. The elfess stated that she was willing to be a support for the team, and especially when combined with her strength. It would help hide the weaknesses of the whole team. The surprised merchant didn't quite understand why his team needed additional support, but the elfess reminded him that the abandoned mines were inhabited by dangerous monsters, and so she would support the whole team and facilitate the investigation. And for the sake of it, you can even arrange an entrance exam. The young merchant liked the idea of an entrance exam, but they had to come up with something interesting. The blacksmith Harold supported the idea of an exam in the mine, and since the country of the dwarves is close to this mine, he is greatly interested in the mysterious liquid. And with Furyu's support, he will be able to expand his blacksmithing skills. The beautiful Emmanuel also agreed to accept the elf girl into the team, because the sooner they solve the mystery of the soil contamination, the stronger they will enhance the store's ability. and also Furyu's abilities could be useful for researching lost magic. An exam is quite adequate before accepting into the team. Adventurer Main was also enthusiastic about the new adventures and recalled that she had recently been promoted to the rank of adventurer because of her recent achievements. And if Furyu's support would increase the strength of the whole team, she wouldn't mind the elven woman joining at all. And it will be interesting to experience new opportunities and reach a new level. Then the superpowered adventuress was embarrassed by her eloquence as usual and apologized for the extra emotion. The prudent merchant contemplated an entrance exam for a support position to increase the strength of his team. Akina admitted to himself that he wanted to increase strength to cope with new business and an unknown problem. The skill of cultivation is of course a great way to increase productivity, but it takes at least a night to harvest. Also, cultivation requires a field or favorable soil, which is a weakness. Akina said thoughtfully that he was certainly interested in the possibility of making up for his organization's weaknesses. And if Furyu can accomplish this difficult task, it is an interesting proposition. The merchant agreed to hold an entrance exam for the enigmatic elven woman so that all could see what the wisest member of the forest people was capable of. Wasting no time, the team of partners traveled to the abandoned mine. Thanks to a comfortable wagon, the road seemed not long, and soon the heroes found themselves in the dark space of the underground. Master Harold said that this place was once the source of the rare metal adamantium, but now the deposit has dried up. And if there was any left, a fine, powerful weapon could be made for Main. The Elfess recovered forward and decided to demonstrate the spot where she had found the contaminated liquid on the floor of the mine. But suddenly horrifying sounds were heard, and everyone except Furyu was frightened. The sweet lover stated that this time the local monsters appeared too quickly. Main immediately identified the enemy, saying that they were large ants with incredibly hard armor. The young merchant was horrified, for he had never seen anything like it. Everyone prepared for a difficult battle. Main was habitually in front with Harold and the beautiful sorceress, while Akina and the elfin remained behind. The wisest Furyu watched the battle with interest and realized that the adventurous Main was the team's greatest strength. Fearless Main was indeed breaking swords against monsters as usual and did not feel tired. The elven Furyu admitted that they had heard about Weapon Killer Main from someone before and now understood how it all happened. And because the ants have too powerful armor, the weapon consumption will increase. The Elfess was right, and the swords were breaking like toothpicks, and soon there was only one blade left. The mysterious lover of sweets decided that it was her time to join in the regret, and asked the spirits to connect her to a small life. The following events unfolded rapidly and proved to be fantastic. Little blades of grass turned into huge vines that were controlled by an Elfess. Furu ordered the plants to immediately plow the plot of land, and the process took a small number of minutes. After that, the Elfess ordered the merchant to bury the only sword so that the cultivation skill could be used. Akina followed Furyu's instructions and didn't think much about how the swords could grow fast enough. The mysterious Elfess herself could already feel the first roots from the new swords growing. The whole process reminded her of growing potatoes, and it seemed ridiculous. But Furyu's next step was able to surprise everyone present. Thanks to her plant control skill, the elven woman instantly accelerated the growth, and immediately there were ready swords. The battle-hungry Main immediately grabbed a pair of blades and rushed to attack the armored ants. After a few minutes, the super-strong adventuress had destroyed all the monsters. Now, with this kind of teamwork and fast growth skill, one didn't have to worry about running out of weapons at the most inopportune moment. The Elfess warned that this plant growth activation could only be used a limited number of times a day because of the too high energy consumption. But Akina had already realized the full potential of this ability, which could drastically increase the productivity of any goods. The team traveled further into the deepest depths of the abandoned mine in search of the mysterious liquid, but had yet to locate it. After traveling a considerable distance, the nasty giant ants reappeared along the way. Main was surprised that she had failed to destroy all the monsters and prepared to correct her mistake. But the excited merchant explained that this ant was red. The new giant ant turned out to be much more dangerous and agile than its black counterparts, and its armor reflected all the blows. Even the beautiful sorceress did not have time to hit the monster with magic, so fast it moved through the dark walls of the dungeon. The situation was becoming more dangerous with each passing second, for it was difficult to resist such an agile monster. The wisest elf decided to influence the events and promised to create an opportunity for everyone to deal a decisive blow to the red ant. Akin's merchant as leader ordered Harold and Emmanuel to cover the Elphus's attack, and Maine would have to deliver the decisive blow. Furyu once again utilized her plant control skill and created a huge amount of large creeping ivy. According to the Elphus's plan, such a serious obstacle was to delay the monster's rapid movements and give it a chance to be caught. It worked as intended, and the ivy tentacles were able to immobilize the red ant. All that remained was to deliver the fatal blow, which was to be performed by the super strong Maine. Harold did not want to be left behind, who struck with his mighty hammer, and the sorceress Emmanuel used ice magic, shooting ice needles. At the end of it all, the fierce adventurous Maine was already approaching the enemy. With an incredibly accurate strike, the fearless Maine was able to pierce through the ant's thick armor and thrust her blade into the ant's head. The victory over the monster was very spectacular, and most importantly a credit to the entire team. But the elf lover of sweets didn't forget to remind that everything happened thanks to her support. After destroying the ant, what was left of it was the very rare metal adamantium that blacksmith Harold was so eager to find. Apparently it was the last piece in this mine and was swallowed by the monster for some reason. Continuing to explore the depths of the abandoned mine, the heroes discovered a contaminated liquid spilled on the floor. The beautiful sorceress immediately determined that this liquid was slightly different from that which flowed from the roots on the surface. Everything was very suspicious, and Emmanuel decided to take a sample of the liquid for detailed examination. The main task was completed, and the whole team was back on the surface. Everyone rejoiced in the sunlight, and the wisest Elphus asked if she had passed the entrance exam. Akin's merchant without hesitation expressed the opinion of the whole team, stating that Furyu had fully met all expectations and was entitled to take her place in his trading company. The eccentric pixie immediately declared that their cooperation would be mutually beneficial, and she needed 3 meals of whipped cream. On the way back from the abandoned mine, Akin's store team encountered Baron Avard's wagon, containing his secretary Galadriel. The excited elven woman asked to be taken to the elven nobleman's mansion as quickly as possible, explaining that it was urgent to save the country of the dwarves. Shortly before meeting the excited Galadriel, and immediately after visiting the abandoned mine, the team of heroes decided to have a meal before heading back. The new member of the team, an eccentric elfess, immediately wished for whipped cream, because this incredible flavor keeps her going. Akin asked if Furyu would be as impressed with the sweet dessert as she was the first time. But the wisest of the elves took the plate of whipped cream and said that you can't admire the same thing twice, so the effect would be much less. But as soon as the elfess once again tasted the sweet milky dessert, she immediately felt the full range of flavors that caused a lot of emotions. The young merchant only laughed, saying that he was right after all and knew how Furyu would react. But the wisest elf decided to argue and began to explain that now everything is completely different, and she even liked it more than the first time, because the taste seems different. Akina explained that this dessert was actually thicker and richer than the previous one due to the shorter mixing time. But the elf who had learned the wisdom of the times couldn't contain herself and confessed that all that cream made her happy. The resourceful merchant had fun watching Furu and asked the elfess to get ready, for she was losing to the impression of the sweetness of the dessert. But Furyu was unable to resist the urge and continued to devour the whipped cream. From the pleasure, the eccentric pixie completely lost control and didn't even notice how she was completely soaked in the sweet dessert. It all looked too provocative from the outside, and Akina's merchant asked the excited elf to wipe herself off. But Furyu refused to hear anything while she still had whipped cream. As a result, the prudent merchant decided to completely forbid giving thick, heavy cream to the wisest elf, for it completely deprived her of normal perception. Soon after the meeting with Baron Avard's secretary, the team of heroes found themselves in the elven nobleman's mansion. Akina asked you what really happened in the land of dwarves. Baron Avard told how a messenger came to him looking for a certain thing. The elven nobleman was very surprised that the wisest Furyu was along with the team of humans. But the lover of all things sweet explained that she recognized the abilities of Akin's store and decided to join his team. Baron Havard decided that it was all another manifestation of the mysterious elf's unconventionality, while Furiu herself referred to the power of whipped cream. Then the elven nobleman pointed to the next room in which the tired envoy from the dwarven country was resting. And soon, strange figures showed up, which aroused interest. The blacksmith herald immediately recognized his kin, whose names were Gaston and Barian. The two shabby dwarves were also very surprised at such an unexpected encounter with a distant relative. The gnomes began to discuss amongst themselves how things had been going for them lately. The guests from the gnome country were very surprised that the blacksmith herald had joined the human merchant. But the master gnome asked to get down to business, and we could talk about the rest later. As it turned out, the dwarf Gaston was an itinerant blacksmith who traveled almost all his life. And Barian was his personal bodyguard who followed the blacksmith to the farthest lands. Gaston and Barian admitted that they were excited to meet the illustrious merchant akin, about whom they had heard good things from the elven nobleman. And since they need a good merchant, they decided on the advice of Baron Havard to meet someone who can create anything. The blacksmith herald asked to leave the unnecessary politeness that only wastes precious time. And instead it would be better for Gaston and Barian to tell her what is really going on in the land of the dwarves, for has there come a war? But the two wandering gnomes replied with bitterness in their voices that events in their homeland were far more terrible than war. Gaston exclaimed in an excited voice that a real disaster was about to happen and the tall column was about to break. Akina didn't understand what he was talking about, but judging by the horror on the blacksmith herald's face, it was clear that the problem was really serious. Gaston explained that it was indeed true, and one day it turned out that a huge crack had suddenly appeared in a tall column. And this crack keeps widening. Master Herald explained that the tall column is a huge pillar that holds up the entire country of the dwarves. After all, their country is deep underground, and the ceiling is supported by metal pillars. The young merchant was fascinated by such a story, for he could not even imagine a whole country being underground. And apparently this is the most fantastic thing that even exists in this magical world. Gaston explained that if nothing was done about the cracked column soon, the ceiling would collapse and the whole country of dwarves would cease to exist. That was why he had come to the elven lands to find help. Gaston reminded that for thousands of years, the tall columns had been a reliable support for the gnome country. And no one still knew why a crack had formed in the main column itself. But one thing was certain. It needed to be thoroughly repaired while it could be done at all. It also turned out that the main column itself is made of a large amount of rare metal adamantium, so dwarves need to find a merchant who trades in such a rare metal. The shrewd merchant immediately realized that it was the metal they had found in the abandoned mine after killing the red ant. Harold confirmed that it was the very material Gaston wanted. Master Blacksmith Harold revealed that originally there were large deposits of adamantium under their country. And it was the material used to make the main columns, but now it can no longer be mined because the deposits have been devastated. But Gaston insisted and said that he had to collect 100 large wagons filled with adamantium, and he had to do it as soon as possible in order to save the country of the dwarves. Such a huge amount of rare material surprised everyone, and it was completely unclear where to get it. Gaston and Barian promised 400,000 gold coins if Akin's merchant team agreed to complete this task. And upon successful completion, they would be treated like true heroes. And the Dwarf King himself promises to make favorable trade contracts with the trading company in the future. But at the same time, to fulfill the task of supplying the rare material adamantium must be completed as soon as possible. The entire country of the dwarves is in mortal danger. Akina thought about it. After all, 400,000 gold coins is 4 billion yen by earthly standards. And it was also important to make a favorable deal with the king himself. And if he agreed, it would be the biggest deal of his life. The excited merchant asked Harold how far the dwarven country was from the elven lands. The blacksmith explained that on the map the gnome country was close, but in fact it was deep underground and the journey to get there took a very long time. Akina explained to the elven nobleman that he had already accepted the job of transferring the technology of a new type of wagon, and if he now accepts but the task of the dwarves, he will have to postpone the work with the wagons for a while. But Baron Havard took it calmly and suggested Akin to turn all his attention to solving the problem and save the country of the dwarves. Galadriel's secretary reminded the elven nobleman that yesterday the country had experienced a heavy rainfall deep in the southern lands, and it had caused considerable damage to the crops. As a result, there was a food crisis, and she had learned of it through the channels of magical emergency communication. Galadriel admitted that she too would like to help the dwarves, but at the moment their own country is in a difficult situation. And so they urgently need to get new wagons that can move quickly and deal with the poisonous liquid. So if Akin's trading company is dealing with food, they need two things. Gaston became agitated, for his interests might have taken a back seat, but Galadriel explained that she could not remain silent about her country's problems, yet she had a proposal. Galadriel promised to provide her coachmen, including those traveling to the land of the dwarves. But they need more than 100 wagons fully loaded with food. Akin's team was terrified of such difficult tasks, but Galadriel promised 300,000 gold coins for the food delivered. But the elven aristocrat reminded his assistant that it is impossible to prepare such a large number of wagons at once. And the problem of the dwarves and the threat of destruction of the entire country, much more important than their problems related to the food crisis. Akina was of course interested in both tasks, for the fulfillment of these important assignments promised him a huge reward, and so he asked his team for their opinion. The first to speak was the beautiful sorceress Emmanuel, who explained that 100 large wagons of adamantium for the country of the dwarves was a very difficult task. But their new type of wagon has about the same carrying capacity as the large wooden carts, so they can well handle 100 wagons of the new type. But also do not forget about the serious problem with the soil in the country of the elves, as it turns out this problem also goes deep underground. And if the country of the dwarves is underground, then perhaps there is a key to unlocking the mystery of pollution. So we need to prepare in advance for some research in this area. Adventuress Maine confessed that she would like to feed the people of the elf country with the nutritious vegetables they sell in their store. And the elfess Furu stated that she could treat the elves to whipped cream for the sake of increasing the popularity of dairy products. The blacksmith herald surprised most of all by stating that he was not very interested in the fates of different countries. But in any case, he would be grateful for the salvation of his homeland, and therefore was ready to accept any decision Akina chose. Akin the merchant had a difficult choice before him, because two important problems had to be solved at the same time. It would have been impossible to do such a thing before, but now everything is different. And since everyone has already learned the secret of the unique ability to grow, it is possible to produce a huge amount of necessary material. And thanks to the skills of the wisest elf, it will be even easier. In the end, the resourceful merchant agreed to accept both tasks at the same time, surprising both the dwarves and the elven nobleman. Gaston and Baron Avard asked how it would even be possible to have time to complete a task in different countries at the same time. But at that moment, the blacksmith Harold intervened and vouched for the merchant. Harold explained that Akina was a man of his word, and if he promised to do something, he would do it. But both interested parties wanted to hear the details of future deals, but the resourceful merchant decided not to waste time talking. Akin suggested that his entire team start with detailed instructions. The merchant decided to show all his organizational skills and ordered the adventurous Maine together with the elven girl Furyu to work on expanding and fortifying the field. The girls promised to do whatever was necessary and in a short time. The blacksmith herald was instructed by the merchant to begin training the elves to operate and maintain the wagons. After all, the new wagons will be incomprehensible to everyone who will see them for the first time, and it is necessary to reduce the time for mastering the new equipment. The enchantress Emmanuel will have to take on the job of improving the tires of the wagons made from monster materials so that the wagons can be suitable for the different roads of the two different countries. The lovely brunette has promised to improve the wheels to suit all the nuances of the new routes. After distributing all the tasks, Akina stated that they had very important tasks in front of them, and only through teamwork would they be able to accomplish everything in the best way possible, getting the reward and glory they deserved. The adventurous Maine was organizing the field where the necessary goods would be grown, and the sorceress Emmanuel was engaged in careful research. Meanwhile, the rough blacksmith Harold was explaining to the elves exactly how to use the newly improved wagons, and the eccentric elfess was plowing the land with the help of controlled plants, preparing it for cultivation. Eventually, the expansion of the field was completed. Akina was surprised at how quickly everything had happened, and now it was time to move on to the next phase of the work. The resourceful merchant immediately decided to bury the adamantium he had obtained from the abandoned mine. After the rare metal was thoroughly buried, it was time for the elven woman to speed up the cultivation process. In doing so, Furyu did not forget to remind her that she had been longing for a taste of whipped cream for a long time. The elf's magical accelerated growth instantly helped create a huge amount and was a great addition to the merchant's cultivation skill. Akina was delighted with such an incredible result, as the rarest material grew quickly like ordinary vegetables. Akina further suggested the same method to dramatically increase the amount of food and new wagons. By late afternoon, the resourceful merchant had already discovered that Harold was busy making something out of metal. Harold explained that he wanted to tackle adamantium and had taken only a little to make a new weapon for the adventurous Mane. After all, one must be prepared for whatever trouble lies ahead. The shrewd merchant recognized Harold's aspirations, for the blacksmith simply could not relax when doing nothing, and so it was worth the extra effort as well. After 5 days of grueling work, Aiken's team was ready to deliver the results of their efforts. Both customers were delighted and did not even immediately believe what they saw. Gaston and his faithful bodyguard could not believe the good fortune that had happened, for in front of them were fully loaded with rare metal adamantium, the newest wagons. There was also a huge number of wagons lined up on the field fully laden with food for the starving elves. None of the customers could believe such an incredible result achieved in only 5 days. But anyway, both tasks were completed at the same time. Akina explained that all wagons were provided as a service and could be used to deliver goods faster than standard wagons. The elven noblemen and the envoys from the land of dwarves appreciated the quality of the newest wagons and were still impressed with the speed of the order. Baron Avard and the dwarf Gaston thanked the overproductive merchant for saving their countries. Thus, the problem of rare material was solved for some, and food was now plentiful for others. After the customers were finally convinced that the wagons in front of them were real wagons, they invited Akin to collect the well-deserved reward of a huge amount of gold coins. Gaston then suggested that no time should be wasted and that they should go immediately to the land of the dwarves, for the destruction of the main column was continually taking place. The caravan of heavy metal-laden leashes set off on a long journey, and Akina was looking forward to the moment when he would find himself in the unknown land of the dwarves. But the young merchant was fully confident of success, for his entire team was together. Soon after traveling a considerable distance, the caravan of the newest wagons found itself in front of a huge cave, which was the entrance to the mysterious land of the dwarves. The gate to the gnome country was truly huge. A surprised Akina saw such a huge gate for the first time in his life, which surprisingly opened easily. Adventurous Mane was also marveled at the unusual design of the sloping gate. The blacksmith Harold explained that this gate was called the Underground Gate of the Gnome Kingdom. Akina remembered that the abandoned mine where they had fought giant ants in the land of the elves was indeed very close to this place. Then a long corridor that descended deep underground appeared before the travelers. The delighted merchant asked Harold why the country of the dwarves was underground. After all, one might as well live on the surface of the earth and not know the problems of the underworld. The stern blacksmith explained that originally the dwarves lived on the surface of the earth, but after an incident that happened a long time ago, they all moved underground. Subsequently, they found a large vein of ore, which turned out to be very convenient for the dwarves to blacksmith by profession. And when the dwarves dug down to the vein, they found a huge cavity, and then the king of the dwarves decided to make the huge cavity a home for all the dwarves and founded the first city. Such a story greatly surprised the young merchant, for it sounded fantastic. At this point, the traveling blacksmith Gaston declared that the corridor before them was only one of many, and the road extended far underground. The most unusual thing was subtly that there were no torches or any lights on the walls. But Harold explained that the dwarves specially cultivate glowing moss on the way to the underground kingdom, which solves the lighting problem perfectly. This kind of lighting method reminded the young merchant of the special glowing paint that was used in his homeworld. And such a solution was very convenient even in the fantasy kingdom of the dwarves. But the further the travelers progressed, the more they wondered. Then Akina and his friends saw for the first time the huge columns that supported the ceiling in the land of the gnomes. The sorceress Emmanuel declared that these columns were made of mithril and that their relief was beautiful. The blacksmith herald explained that these columns are a welcome to guests to the land of the dwarves, and they were made with great care to show the true art of the dwarves. Akina marveled at the skill of the gnomes and could not even imagine the technology they possessed. The huge walls were also decorated with incredibly beautiful paintings and looked quite impressive. Harold said that the paintings depicted a very ancient myth of the dwarf kingdom. Gaston explained that this myth is about how the dwarves went down underground, and the whole story is from a very distant past when the whole world was a wild and harsh place. In those distant times, the world was a hell on earth with wild monsters running rampant everywhere. One race built huge walls and hid behind them. Another race hid in a dense forest and never came out of it. And a third race fled underground to save themselves. As it turned out, it was the ancestors of modern gnomes who hid underground. At least that's what the history of the country of gnomes said. And in those times was too difficult life, which is full of pain and suffering. Then the blacksmith herald showed one strange drawing that showed how the ancestors of the gnomes created a safe country. The underground gates were also deliberately built at an angle so that they could not be easily opened by approaching monsters. Such an incredible design was a great addition for safety and has proven itself more than a dozen times over. Akina realized that myths and legends always have interesting creations of people from later times mixed in. So there is no absolute certainty that such things really happened in those times. Harold agreed with Akin's assumptions, for all these events happened many generations ago and are known only from drawings and chronicles. The young merchant, from what he had heard, understood with certainty only one thing, that the history of the dwarves is very ancient and too complex to be understood so easily. But the sorceress Emmanuel reminded him that in agreement with generally accepted research, traces of a large number of wild monsters living long ago have been found all over the world, and this serves to confirm the legends of the dwarves. Many scholars agree that there was some sort of great dungeon escape in those distant times. Akina thought that such a situation might well have happened, and if such a thing had happened all over the world, then similar memories are held by all the peoples of this world. Gaston told him that this was the reason why the ancestors of the dwarves fled deep underground. And this incredible tunnel is a tribute to all the ancestors who risked their lives to give their descendants a better future. All this is the result of years of work by engineers of that era who devoted all their energies to repairing the tunnel. The astute merchant realized that every time the dwarves found a part in need of repair, they updated it with new technology, and the result was this majestic tunnel. Soon the end of the tunnel showed itself, and that meant that the travelers had reached the dwarf kingdom itself. What was revealed to the eyes of the travelers was incredible. Huge columns that rested on the ceiling of the incredible cave resembled real skyscrapers, and below were multiple buildings. This was the very same, incredible country of the dwarves. Akina and all his companions, except Harold of course, marveled at the monumentality of the structures, for it seemed impossible to create such a thing, even for diligent and industrious dwarves. The enchantress Emmanuel confessed that she did not even expect how huge the country of the dwarves would turn out to be. Adventurous Maine was surprised by the illumination of the underground country, for even in her hometown it was not so bright in the evenings. The merchant Akina just silently marveled at everything that came across the path, for this was the fantasy world he had often heard about from Harold. Then the blacksmith herald showed a huge adamantine column that supported the entire kingdom of underground dwellers. The size of this column was incredible and gave Akina a real culture shock. But then the ingenious blacksmith pointed out a problem spot where a crack had formed, and it threatened the very existence of the dwarven people. Akina inquired whether the skillful dwarves could really deal with this problem with prepared adamantium. Harold explained that it would be necessary to insert adamantium into these cracks by pouring molten metal into the crevices. But for now, the strengthening method is being used to keep the column stable, which is still a temporary solution. A curious merchant asked how such a serious problem could be solved with such crude. But Harold explained that he was only giving a general description of the process itself, for the details were a trade secret of the dwarves and he could not reveal it. Harold then pointed out the place for unloading the materials. Here the wagons could be left, and the dwarves would unload the metal themselves. Meanwhile, Akina continued to enjoy the dwarves' architectural masterpieces and confessed that he had found himself in an incredible and amazing place that he had not even realized. But then one of the local dwarves, apologizing for the disturbance, said that one of their senior craftsmen wanted to see the illustrious merchant Akin. Such politeness surprised Akin, and he was curious to meet someone new. Soon the merchant and his team were met by a majestic dwarf who looked bigger than the other dwarves. His name was Murdo, and this formidable dwarf thanked him for helping his country. Harold the blacksmith immediately explained to his friends that before them was His Majesty the King of the Gnome Country. Akina realized that his guesses were confirmed, for this dwarf Murdo was too different from the others. Akina introduced himself and explained that he was a traveling merchant and thanked him for his hospitality. But the stern king declared that one could communicate much more simply and leave all these formalities. His Majesty the King marveled at the vast quantity of the rarest adamantium that had been made available in such a short time. Judging from the king's own reaction, Akina realized that the amount of metal brought would be enough to somehow deal with the crisis in the country. At this point, King Murdo decided to move to reward the merchant. His Majesty the King decided in recognition of the great work of Akin's store to prepare in addition to money a special thanks. Such an unusual decision surprised the young merchant, and it remained to wait to see what Murdo had prepared. His Majesty the King declared his desire to give the traveling merchant the title of Chief of the Underground Gate. Such an unusual sign of attention was completely incomprehensible to Akin. But the blacksmith Harold immediately explained that such a title was comparable to that of an earl in human nobility, and Akina realized that it was indeed an expensive gift. As it turned out, the king of the underworld himself was the best craftsman in the country. After all, it was he who discovered the weak spot in the center column of this large cavity and almost single-handedly built 2 additional columns. And to receive the title of Gatemaster from such an illustrious king is a great achievement and an honor for a man. All 3 of the young merchant's beautiful companions began to praise Akin and joked that now possessing the title he would be an enviable groom. And the eccentric elfess Furiu even declared that Akina now owed her much more than fine whipped cream. The cunning merchant himself rejoiced at the title of nobleman, for now he had the opportunity to benefit even more and to develop his business more actively. But then, unexpectedly, the young merchant said that he was grateful for the honor, but had to give up the title of nobleman. Akina explained that he would hardly be free to pursue his favorite business if he had such a responsible position in the underworld. But King Murdo laughed back and agreed with Akina's words. His Majesty confessed that he himself had thought many times that he wanted to stop being king. After all, it gets in the way of doing his favorite business of being a blacksmith and takes up too much time. Murdo accepted the wandering merchant's refusal and promised to think of something else as a reward. Akina breathed a sigh of relief, for he didn't need the nobleman's worries at all, especially now. Akina's friends began to joke about the merchant's decision and decided that apparently he wanted the title of king, so he gave up the title of earl. Akina was glad that his refusal was not a cause for offense on the part of the king, and Murdo offered to vacation in his country and experience the hospitality of the dwarves. The king promised the most delicious root vegetable dishes and asked for interesting stories from the surface of the earth. The ever-hungry adventurous Mane was most pleased with the treat, and the wisest of the elves, Furiu, immediately inquired if there was anything sweet in the Gnome Kingdom. Everything was beautiful in this exciting moment, and Akina realized that he now had even more friends in this world. Although the problem of the crack in the main pillar and the liquid that was contaminating the soil still had to be dealt with ahead. The next morning of their stay in the land of dwarves, it was time to say goodbye. The locals thanked the merchant's team for the funny stories they told in the evening and invited them to come back for more. The elf coachman had long since left the dungeons of the dwarves, and now it was time for Akin's team to return to the surface. Blacksmith Harold declared that their mission to deliver adamantium was complete, and there was nothing more he could do. But as a farewell, King Midro decided to speak with Akin's merchant. The agitated head of the dwarf country reported that a mysterious liquid was leaking from a crack in the column. King Midro admitted that he wanted to ask Akin to look at what was happening and discuss it all. Soon the merchant's team traveled with a gnome guide to the specified location. The gnome said that the morning patrol had discovered a strange smelling liquid in the barn. When they investigated the crack of the high column, the liquid had accumulated on the floor, and the roof of the shed itself was melted and a vile liquid was dripping from it. Akina decided that the description of this liquid indicated that it was acidic in origin. After carefully examining the vile liquid, it became quite clear that it was very similar to the liquid they had discovered in an abandoned mine in the land of the elves. Akina was surprised at this suspicious similarity to the liquid from the mine, although for now that was all that was known about the soil contamination in the land of elves. Contamination had also been found in ancient geologic strata, and a similar liquid had been found in elven territory, and now it appeared that a similar substance was present in the dwarves' dungeon as well. The enchantress Emmanuel immediately wanted to investigate the local liquid a bit to make a comparative analysis. Akina asked His Majesty the King for permission to investigate the local area as well as the liquid found, for Emmanuel and Furyu are excellent scientists among their people. Eventually, King Midro agreed to honor the merchant's request and promised to provide a basic research department for such work. King Midro then asked the traveling merchant Akin to help him deliver a new shipment of the rare metal adamantium, for he needed supplies for any contingency. His Majesty explained that the crack on the main pillar had only appeared about 7 days ago, and it had happened in the middle of the night. And then there was a loud noise and everyone knew what had happened. The king demonstrated the incredible cracks on the column that were rapidly increasing. And judging from the dwarves' assumptions, it was due to the recent small underground tremors that had appeared. But at this moment, it is impossible to make a detailed investigation without breaking the large column. And today something new has come to light, and if the liquid is leaking out, it means that there is a small hole in the column itself. As long as this hole remains small, there is no cause for concern. But at the same time, no one knows how much the hole will enlarge in the future. And that is why if the rare metal adamantium is missing in an unforeseen situation, it will be a tragedy. Akina immediately noticed a pattern in what was happening, for the cracks on the column, then the small hole and the acidic liquid were the result of one destructive process. Then everyone suddenly noticed that something was happening at the very height of the column. Immediately afterward, small seismic tremors were felt, which proved to be an unpleasant surprise to the dungeon guests. But after a couple minutes, the small earthquake stopped as suddenly as it had started. The king of the dwarves explained that the tremors appeared recently and never happened before. And such phenomena have caused cracks to develop that grow larger with each earthquake. But why the king stated that it is really not necessary to be so afraid, because such small fluctuations are not enough to destroy the great column. Because the dwarves continue to protect from generation to generation the crystal of the best craft techniques. Akina and her friends did not take the king's words too trustingly and decided to go to the research department to find out what results Emmanuel had achieved. Akina caught the two beautiful girls at work, and Emmanuel immediately boasted about some of the discoveries in her research. The beautiful brunette stated that first of all it was a liquid that was said to be dripping from a tall column, very similar in composition to the liquid in the abandoned elf mines. Though for all the similarities between these liquids, there are slight differences. The liquid that seeps from the great column is more acidic, while the liquid from the abandoned mine is less pernicious. And the liquid that contaminates the soil of the elves is close in composition to both of these liquids, although it is also different. And it comes out that all three liquids are similar, but with slight differences. Such discoveries did not please the merchant Akin at all, for there were even more questions than answers. As a result, the merchant decided to leave the girls to quietly offer research, and in the meantime he wanted to go to the city with Harold. Akina inquired exactly where they were headed, but the frowning blacksmith promised a surprise. As they progressed through the town, the human traders were recognized by the locals and cheerfully greeted. All this was because Akina had been telling interesting stories about his business in the evening. And apparently the local dwarves, who had almost never been to the surface, liked it. As it turned out, all the local dwarves were craftsmen, and their task was to continue to tidy up the city inherited from their ancestors. Everyone only dreamed of improving in this direction and found it their favorite thing to do. Why Harold was brought to a deserted place and told that this was where his ancestral home used to be. After seeing the local landmarks, Akina agreed with Harold's opinion that the architecture here was a delight and admiration. Then the resourceful blacksmith pointed to the little gnome and opined that the child would make a good artisan in this country. Also, all the artisans of this country love and believe in antique things, and they find the meaning of life in protecting and mending all these things. That is why they are so skillful artisans. Harold admitted that when he himself was that age, he wanted something completely different, namely to create something new. And so he left the country and dismantled his house. Now he came back to see the unchanging king and his country and thought about the differences between him and the other dwarven artisans. The locals are eager to defend their homeland, while he had never done such a thing. Harold said with incredible sadness in his voice that he did not even realize how he had lost the right to defend his country. Akina decided to support his friend and reminded the distraught dwarf that his help in preparing and sending a huge shipment of adamantium was unquestionable, and that was how he had been able to help his country in a time of need. After listening to the merchant, Harold offered to return to the inn, for the girl's research would require some more time, and he did not want to work overtime and just wanted to rest. Left alone in the hotel room, Akina noticed that at the same time the lights in the city were going out. The young merchant then reflected on the words of Harold, who had tried to choose a different path in life from his fellow artisans. As Akina realized, the ingenious dwarf was not satisfied with his decision, although he could not call it wrong. After all, he also had the right to defend his country, even though he did not stay in it to live. It was deep night, and even the restless Harold was already dreaming as suddenly the tremors came again. Everyone immediately woke up and began to panic, and the blacksmith Harold was puzzled about the state of the great column, for this time the seismic tremors were much stronger and longer. The whole team of friends ran outside to see what was happening to the known city. But as it turned out, they were not prepared to see what they were about to see. A huge ant had emerged from inside the great column and literally gnawed through the monumental structure. Astonishment and horror froze on the faces of the friends, for this ant was many times larger than the one they had seen in the abandoned mine. And now there was a realization that all inexplicable and destructive events are probably connected with such monsters. The blacksmith Harold cried out in horror that it was the same Iron Eater. It was the first time Akina had heard such a name, but it was clear that it did not bode well. The warriors of the Kingdom of Dwarves bravely began to defend their hometown, but all their efforts were useless. The sharp arrows could not harm the huge monster, who did not even notice the deadly swarm fired in his direction. After realizing their helplessness, calls for retreat and desperate cries for help were heard. Harold kept repeating that the creature was an Iron Eater and its solid body was virtually invulnerable. Akina asked how dangerous such a monster was. Harold explained that it is a legendary monster that destroys mines and eats all the metal that gets in its way. Akina remembered the termites on Earth that eat wood and realized that something similar, but only eating metal. And if this is true, the destructive potential of such a monster is unbelievable. After all, it can eat absolutely all tools and weapons made of metal. Harold said that Iron Eaters used to live in different parts of the world and were not considered such dangerous monsters. But when it was discovered that Iron Eaters were eating ore in the mines, all countries finally realized the real danger. The state recognized the Iron Eater as the worst enemy in the entire world and destroyed them during fierce battles. It was believed that during those long wars, it was possible to completely destroy this species of monster. Akina realized that they were all in a very difficult situation since such dangerous monsters were still alive. And there were hardly many warriors who knew how to fight them. But suddenly, the Iron Eater once again hid in the Great Pillar, and immediately the tremors began, causing a veritable hail of debris. Akin suggested a full evacuation to the surface, for the damn monster would eat the entire tall column from the inside, and at this rate it would simply collapse along with the entire base. Maine was in solidarity with the team leader and said that such a shock to the country of dwarves may not survive. But to the young merchant's surprise, no one was going to evacuate anywhere, and all the dwarven artisans were trying to quickly rebuild the destruction. And even small children were involved. Akina shouted how in a difficult time like this, repairing the country could be a priority. Harold explained that this was a country where an artisan's pride was more important than his life, and so they would not be able to abandon their goal. Harold noticed a huge rock falling right where the little boy was fixing his wooden house and rushed to help. In a last-minute rush, the resourceful gnome was able to catch the stone and save the child from death. Although he himself was seen to be in incredible pain, The adventurous Main rushed to Harold's aid and quickly freed her friend from the enormous weight. But the terrible events continued to unfold with great speed, and ever more huge stones were being deposited from the main column. At this point, the beautiful Emmanuel decided to step in, for he wanted to help and thus continue his important research. The beautiful sorceress was able to create a magical shield and protected Harold along with the child from the barrage of falling stones. Immediately, the elfin Furyu also joined the universal cause and once again reminded of the unjust ban on heavy whipped cream. By creating and controlling huge plants, Furyu was able to catch many dangerous stones that threatened to kill the dwarves. And the merchant Akina joked that it was not always possible to avoid overtime, hours of work. And so he sometimes thinks that it proves beneficial to spend time together even in the hours of rest, for they can come to each other's aid at any time. Harold was grateful to his friends, but it was hard for him to express his emotions now. Akina, on the other hand, was already waiting for the next appearance of the Iron Eater to try to destroy the monster. Akina was confident that his incredible team would be able to adequately show the monster who was the strongest in this situation. A prudent merchant decided to assist an important business partner and promised his entire team to pay overtime hours for their work. But first, of course, he had to carefully assess the situation. It was perfectly clear that the locals refused to leave their country and would defend it to the end. And the main great pillar supporting the country was on the verge of collapse. But at the same time, the Iron Eater could reappear from the high column at any moment and attack. In doing so, many warriors have been injured defending their country, and their weapons have been rendered completely ineffective. This state of affairs was not good, and to begin with, Akin suggested to deal with the wounded. The organized merchant made sure that the beautiful sorceress did not forget to take a small supply of medicines and potions with her, and then asked the adventurous Main to clear the area of tree debris and other debris. Next, the Elfis Furyu tilled the new cultivation field with her plant control ability. And then the resourceful merchant set about cultivating the healing potions that the injured dwarves required. All of this was accelerated with the help of Furyu and her unique ability. In just a few minutes, a huge number of potion vials were ready, and it caused positive emotions among the entire team. Akin asked for the potion to be handed over to the warriors as quickly as possible, and then suggested that they get busy evacuating the stubborn city dwellers. After all, it was too dangerous to fight where there were still civilians. Harold decided to take up the problem of persuading his kinsmen and asked Emmanuel to use magic to transmit his voice to the whole country. With the help of a magic loudspeaker, Harold addressed the people of Dwarf Country. Many recognized in Harold the gnome who had left the country many years before and were surprised by his appearance. The harsh blacksmith asked all the people of the country to evacuate at least for a while, and even though it goes against everyone's beliefs, but it must be done. Harold admitted that his words were hard to believe, for he had left this country long ago, although he did so for the sake of creating something new. But when the time came to return, he saw once again the hardworking dwarves who are ready to defend their country. And it is wonderful to create something that is dear to everyone because everyone has the same roots and all together must overcome difficulties. Harold said that he understood why the dwarves did not want to leave their country and evacuate, but those who have a sincere heart and the ability to take care of their country will be able to cope with all the troubles. Harold realized that his speech was taking too long, and he himself is not a master of words, so he just started urging the dwarves to flee to save their lives. The shrewd merchant Akina and everyone else of course noticed how difficult their friend Harold was worrying about him at this minute. But then King Murdo himself decided to speak up, as he hurried over to the magic loudspeaker. As head of state, Murdo exclaimed that from now on, everyone except the soldiers should follow what Harold had said and immediately begin evacuating to the surface. His Majesty King Murdo decided that no matter how much tradition faded and destroyed, as long as the country and its people were preserved, they would rebuild their homeland, for that was their whole essence as dwarven artisans. The Dwarf King urged that evacuation should not be delayed, and if the dwarves could, they should form a team, and if not, they should flee alone to the surface. Meanwhile, Akina and his team were busy distributing healing potions. The dwarven warriors were delighted with the quality and quantity of potions that would surely help them in battle. His Majesty Murdo thanked the young merchant for his help and said that they now had only one task before them, and that was to defeat the Iron Eater. The wise king of the dwarves looked in silence at his country, which was in mortal danger and for which he was ready to sacrifice everything. Murdo exclaimed that they had no other option in them but to defeat the Iron Eater. But at that moment, the dreaded monster burst forth from an entirely different place than the Great Colony. The Iron Eater literally burst through the ground and wreaked colossal havoc on the city of the dwarves. The king of the dwarves was shocked to find that the huge monster had dug huge holes under the entire country and was now easily anywhere. Akin was not happy about this news either, and if it was true, the whole country was in an ant's nest. And it turns out all the recent earthquakes were just vibrations from the movement of the Iron Eater. The king of the dwarves found himself at a loss as to how to fight such a monster, which could easily escape through any opening, and arrows from bows were completely ineffective. No one could figure out exactly how to fight the monster, since a powerful magic grenade could bring down a weakened column or even an entire country. Akina didn't take any grenades with him though, because no one expected to encounter a dangerous monster while visiting the country of the dwarves. As far as the merchant understood about battles, a point attack was necessary. At this point, King Murdo ordered the captain to prepare a certain thing. After a few minutes, the young merchant was surprised by a huge, ridiculous bow. His Majesty explained that it was the most powerful mass weapon in the land of dwarves. A huge mechanical bow capable of firing a series of large stakes. Akin liked the idea of such an attack because instead of blowing up everything around, with this bow you can use it to make a pinpoint attack and cause less damage in the country. King Murdo said that if this weapon didn't work, his country would be destroyed, but the captain was optimistic and promised to definitely defeat the monster eater. The captain reminded that the weapons artisans had put their skill into this incredible weapon. The captain was very confident and shouted that their army was the strongest and then ordered to open fire. Huge stakes snapped into the Iron Eater with a crackle, and the enthusiastic dwarf king shouted that the miracle weapon had worked. But the monster's movements did not stop, and it seemed that the huge stakes sticking out of its body did not bother it at all. His Majesty explained that Iron Eaters had no sense of pain and could only be destroyed by a large number of attacks. Taka ability made the monster, and even more dangerous, and it didn't give the merchant hope in the success of the battle. Then suddenly, a foul-smelling liquid began to pour out of the Iron Eater's vile mouth. Akina immediately assumed that it was the very liquid that had fallen from the Great Column. The foul-smelling liquid, which turned out to be the Iron Eater's saliva, instantly dissolved the earth. The hard layers of earth instantly became soft, and the Iron Eater began to dig them up, and then hurriedly hid under the ground again. The king of the dwarves shouted frantically that now was their last chance, for if the Iron Eater escaped again, he could continue to destroy the country. His Majesty ordered the immediate firing of tide stakes before the monster burrowed underground. The dwarven soldiers worked harmoniously, and the king's order was immediately carried out. As soon as the tide stakes dug into the monster's body, the king ordered them to pull and at the same time continue firing. Akina appreciated such ingenuity of the dwarves and watched the process with interest. But alas, no matter how hard the dwarven soldiers tried, their strength was too little. The giant monster was able to escape from the trap and even pulled down many dwarves behind it. Then the Iron Eater once again tried to hide underground. Soon, the monster showed its ability to surprise and burst out of the ground exactly where the dwarves' beautiful giant bow was. The gnome commanders were shocked at the loss of the weapon, of which only a few stakes remained. The captain regretfully reported the complete destruction of the huge bow. King Murdo was in an uproar and said that at this rate the Iron Eater would make many holes and bring down the entire country of the dwarves. At the same time, the monster proved to be elusive and completely indifferent to pain. Heated discussions broke out among the dwarven commanders about using mages to fight the monster. It was a risky decision, for magic could cause terrible destruction. Also during the debate, it turned out that there were not even enough dwarves in the land of the dwarves to be sure of success. His Majesty Murdo was trying to decide what was the best thing to do in this situation, for he was responsible for his people. The Elfess Firu offered to stop the huge monster with her spirit magic, but that would result in the destruction of the city. Enchantress Emmanuel recognized that at the moment her magical power combined with her limited supply of magic items would not allow her to defeat the monster. Akina realized that only pinpoint attacks could help with this problem. The fearless adventurer Main declared that if there were no other options, then it was time to show her abilities. Main admitted that she alone would have had a hard time defeating the Iron Eater initially, but now that the dwarves have worn the monster down quite a bit, there is a chance to overpower it. The young merchant excitedly reminded his protector that there were no effective weapons against the monster, but Main assured her that this was not true at all. The adventuress decided to use the last stakes left from the huge bow. Akina understood the defender's idea, for she possesses super strength. Akina's merchant, after some thought, agreed with Main and allowed her to intervene in the battle. The fearless adventuress herself was happy about it. But at that moment, the blacksmith Harold hurried over to Main and offered her something to try on. It turned out that Harold had prepared some fine armor for the young adventuress. The industrious blacksmith explained that he had worked on this adamantium armor before they arrived in the land of the dwarves and wanted to make this gift for Main personally. Harold explained how he had applied the suspension spring technology used in wagons to make the body move better in the armor, and the whole design greatly increases protection. Akina was fascinated by what he saw, and it reminded him of some power suit from his past world. Even the elf Furyu was surprised by such unusual armor that while it was hard in appearance, it made it easier to move. The adventuress herself was very grateful to the blacksmith, but Harold asked her not to worry and only to be careful during the battle. The young merchant decided to help Main and asked the sorceress Emmanuel if she had any effective poisons against the Iron Eater. The beautiful brunette was resourceful as always and decided to combine a pest control potion and a neutralization potion of sap and elf country. Emmanuel ended up with the newest potion, which was an effective poison capable of causing damage and hindrance by running into the ground using the body fluid of a huge ant. The Kin's merchant decided that all of this combined should work, and the beautiful Main praised the sorceress for her incredible ability to create potions literally instantaneously. Preparations for the destruction of the Iron Eater were being made by everyone. Akina had asked the mysterious elf to help with the cultivation, and Harold was to take care of smearing the stakes with poison and actively assisting Main. Eventually, the agitated merchant announced that a special operation had been launched to destroy the monster. But in doing so, Akina decided that his cultivation skill should definitely be hidden from King Murdo and the other dwarves. Meanwhile, the king was in contemplation about the future fate of his country and did not spend too much time with the visiting guests. Harold the blacksmith informed his majesty that their team should go upstairs and look for some effective weapons. Once again, Akina's specially made hidden vegetable garden of wooden planks came in handy, on which Akina expected to covertly engage in cultivation. Adventurous Main quickly buried huge stakes, and Akina immediately applied the cultivation skill. The elfess did not stand aside and was already habitually using her magic to speed up the cultivation process. Huge stakes instantly grew, and now there were a sufficient number of them. The entire team was pleased with the result as always, and now all that remained was to defeat the Iron Eater. Meanwhile, the huge monster continued to ravage the dwarf country, and by the time Akin's merchant team returned to the scene, the Iron Eater had once again emerged from the ground. Harold reported that he had already smeared the stakes with a special poison, and the merchant commanded the adventurer to begin the battle. With a fierce shout, the light strong Main launched the first huge projectile at the huge monster. Following the first projectile, other wooden stakes rushed in, digging into the Iron Eater's body and thus activating the effects of the newest poison. The dwarf captain couldn't understand where so many wooden stakes came from, as there were only a couple of them left. No less surprised than the captain was the king, who watched everything that was happening and shouted that all this was simply impossible. Also, His Majesty Murdo couldn't believe that the young adventuress was throwing stakes at the monster with more force than the mechanical bow did. Main's strength as usual surprised those who were unaware of her existence. The intrepid adventurer herself stated that the newest armor was definitely easier to move in, and she was able to gain strength more easily than she had before. The king of the dwarves, Merlot, was the most observant and shouted that the monster was releasing its corrosive liquid. It became obvious that the Iron Eater was trying to escape underground again. But this time it was completely different, The ground flooded with the ant's inner juice did not dissolve, and this meant that the Emmanuel Enchantress's poison had worked as it should. Also, everyone noticed that the Iron Eater's movements had slowed down considerably, and this caused everyone watching to marvel. Akin's entire crew along with King Murdo and his captain waited for the decisive moment and watched Main's movements without taking their eyes off. The intrepid adventuress wasted no time and was already rushing towards the terrifying monster. The king and his faithful captain felt elated and sincerely hoped that the super strong Main could save their country. The captain once again had a taste of real battle and cheered the incredible adventuress with his piercing cry. Main herself was determined only to win and was rapidly approaching the Iron Eater. The adventuress's powerful strikes delivered incredible painful sensations to the monster. After all, possessing incredible strength, Main was able to drive sharp stakes deep into the monster's body. The attacks did not stop. Fearless adventuress Main attacked again and again, not allowing the Iron Eater to recover and proved to be a decisive factor. Watching the battle, the king of the dwarf country and his loyal captain, as well as the entire merchant crew, were delighted with Main's results. For it was evident that the horrible creature had become completely silent and stopped moving, something no one had been able to accomplish before. After that, His Majesty's Murdo wondered, since they had now defeated the Iron Eaters, why had he appeared at all if they were thought to have been destroyed long ago? The sorceress Emmanuel reminded him that that vile liquid dripping from the tall column was also most likely from the Iron Eater. And now the connection to the liquid from the land of the elves, whose composition was very similar to that very liquid in the land of the dwarves, was becoming obvious. To Akin, all these discoveries came as a real surprise. But at that moment, while everyone was discussing the recent events and speculating about the source of the destruction, a piercing crunch sounded and the great column began to gradually collapse. None of the heroes expected that the greatest column would collapse so suddenly, and it caused real terror and panic. The eccentric elf Furyu rushed to save the situation and apologized in advance that if she suddenly destroyed the country of the dwarves, and then applied her plant magic, namely Earth Root and Spirit King, and summoned her power based on the old contract to apply all the power she possessed. The unbelievable happened. The mysterious elven woman was able to hold back the crumbling center column with plant magic for a moment, or maybe for a long time. Everyone was shocked by this, for it was only minutes away from destruction. The huge giant roots that used unprecedented energy were able to hold back the fall of the center column. His Majesty King Murdo was truly amazed at such incredible power. For his country with the help of magic had survived, and there was still hope for salvation. But as much as everyone around him disliked the results, the elfess Furyu warned that it wouldn't last long, even though the earth stopped shaking. The king of all the dwarves exclaimed that everyone should take immediate emergency action. After all, while the Iron Eater had fallen, the tall column had stopped. But the lingering earthquake must be eliminated and investigate everything that was happening. Soon the commanding captain exclaimed that the cause had been discovered, and everyone became very curious as to what it really was. The commander of the gnome soldiers was so excited that he could only utter that the problem was underground. The gnome king immediately demanded an explanation, for he already knew that the problem was underground. The captain gathered his strength and explained that the underground pits dug by the Iron Eater is all over the country, and it is a great danger. Especially the scouts discovered countless giant iron-eating eggs, and evidence of soon-to-be hatched eggs was also found. The dwarf king seemed to be in some sort of prostration and was taken in hand by Akin's merchant, who immediately assessed the degree of danger if multiple Iron Eater semblances were to suddenly hatch. The danger was felt by all the representatives of the various countries, because if the hatching of the Iron Eaters happened, absolutely all countries would be in mortal danger. Neither the country of elves, nor strangely dwarves were not able to resist this danger, and only a combined effort could offer hope of salvation. The beautiful sorceress Emmanuel claimed that the eggs had been laid by the very monster they had defeated, but immediately the captain of the dwarves entered into argument with her, who was not so sure of Emmanuel's claim. The blacksmith herald began to reason and agreed that perhaps in other lands there were other creatures that fed mainly on metal. But in this country, with its tall columns and small amount of metal that the artisans worked hard on, it was the best feeding ground for the ants, So there is no doubt that this country was chosen as an ant's nest for the Iron Eaters. King Murdo was horrified at such information and began to reiterate and reproach themselves as to how they could not have noticed such a thing before. After all, once the eggs under the ground hatch, everything will be over, so it is urgent to fix the high column and then defeat all the ants that are hidden under the ground, if it is possible. The prudent merchant understood all the emotions of the irritated dwarf king and thought of a solution to such a difficult task. Akina declared that it was urgent to deal with the countless eggs of the Iron Eater, for the tall column of the Elphus would not hold for long. Once again, the debate raged on. King Murdo reminded that they even initially did not have enough adamantium to repair the Great Column, and now its crack was rapidly widening and the task of repair was becoming more difficult. Harold alluded to the fact that they were facing two difficult tasks at once, fighting the Iron Eaters and maintaining the condition of the high column at the same time. Akina at this moment was pondering that the solution to the lack of metal could be solved with his cultivation skill. In the end, the young merchant said that he had an idea on how to solve the two problems at the same time. However, this idea would require a large number of laborers. The king looked around and asked if the amount everyone here had wasn't enough. The young merchant began to assess the situation again as a friend heard the threatening sounds of approaching rumbling. No one could figure out what it really was, but the sound grew larger and larger. Eventually, the mystery of the strange noise was solved, and it turned out to be a new type of wagon group that absolutely no one expected to see at that moment. As it turned out, it was the return of the inhabitants of the country of dwarves, who actually had to evacuate. King Murdo once again had an emotional attack, because he could not understand why all these dwarves had gone back and why it was on new wagons. At this point was surprised as much as the others and the elf Furiu, since along with the dwarves on the new wagons were even the elves who should have left even yesterday, and this raised even more questions. The questions of the dwarf king and the wisest elf woman were unexpectedly answered by Emmanuel. The sorceress explained that she had actually been using communication magic all this time, in order to keep the evacuees informed, and they were within range of her magic. The skillful artisan dwarves said they had heard of the new danger and the labor shortage. And since there are no Iron Eaters on the surface and the high pillar was temporarily fortified, so they all came back to be useful in their country, especially now there is no such danger. Of course the dwarves were all clear, but Furiu still had questions for his kin. The elves explained that when they stopped for a break during the journey, they had been called by several dwarves and had learned of the situation and so had come to help. It also appeared that the elven baron had ordered the dwarves to help for the sake of establishing cultural and friendly relations. Akina decided that now his idea was bound to succeed, for enough laborers. The resourceful merchant asked the dwarf king for permission to use all the adamantium in his vaults. King Murdo of course didn't understand what it was all for and was ready to refuse, but then asked if it was to save the country. Akina explained that it was indeed, but just don't take the time to explain. The loud king decided not to ask the reason and promised to give the keys to Akin's vault, and in addition gave the merchant whatever he needed. Murdo also promised a generous reward if Akin succeeded. This was exactly what the young merchant was waiting for, and he immediately turned to all the people who were waiting for his orders, be they dwarves, humans, or elves. Akina inquired of Harold about the smithing furnaces in each dwarven house. It turned out that each house had not even one, but 2 or even 3 furnaces. In addition, in the royal castle, there is the largest furnace, which can be used to reach enormous melting temperatures. Something like this was what the young merchant expected. After all, this is a country of skillful artisans. Akina asked to distribute the remaining adamantium to all the dwarves, also asked them not to worry about the remaining amount, but just to take it home and just melt it. Akina then said that a little later he would have a request for King Murdo. The resourceful merchant asked the elves to take the molten adamantium to wherever he said on their wagons. And while the tremors subsided, we must lose no time and begin preparations for the plan. King Murdo was encouraged by the joint operation of humans, dwarves, and elves. It was exactly like the fresco at the entrance to his country, 3 races fighting together against demons in an ancient war. And now those ancient events were happening again to save his country. The Dwarf King called this event the greatest event of modern times and thanked everyone for their help. While the Dwarf King was delivering his next inspiring speech, the young merchant was contemplating the fact that he would now be able to defeat all the ants and rebuild the tall column. Then, wasting no time, Akina and his loyal friends went to the dwarves' vault to try to grow as much adamantium as possible. Once again, they had to ask Furia to help with the growing process and speed it up as much as possible. But the wisest elf was not confident in her abilities, for at the moment she could barely hold the tall column. Even so, Furia did not refuse, for all must help with the destruction of the Iron Eater that threatened her country as well. The wisest elfess applied her powers to increase and speed up her cultivation, but also declared that after all, Akina would be obliged to feed her a mountain of whipped cream. All went best, and in a few minutes huge blocks of the rarest metal adamantium grew in the ground like ordinary potatoes. As the growing process continued apace, the merchant Akina asked Emmanuel if she had any potion that would slow the solidification of the molten adamantium. The beautiful sorceress wasn't sure, but suggested using a potion to prevent blood clotting, as these processes are somewhat similar. A resourceful merchant asked that adamantium and such a potion be delivered to every dwarven home, so that artisans would be employed to melt the metal. Blacksmith Harold decided to offer the most efficient method of melting adamantium so that the local dwarves would not waste their time. Harold explained that he had learned this new method by ferrying mithril swords and such at the request of various customers from the outside world. The resourceful Harold explained that at a certain temperature, the slime and a special potion must be mixed together during the melting process, and then a sufficient fire temperature can be maintained. The dwarves were surprised at this unusual method, for the metal melted very quickly indeed, and all the craftsmen decided to tell their tribesmen about it. The dwarves also asked Harold to tell more about the new technology, for all this would allow the best way to rebuild their country. Harold agreed to help with the new material processing techniques, for it would be truly beneficial to all the artisans. Such openness by the resourceful dwarf pleased even Akin. Once all the supplies of the rarest metal had been created to all the dwarves' homes, Akina ordered to start firing up the furnace and melting the adamantium and adding Emmanuel's potion to it. Instantly, thick smoke showed from all the houses, a sign of the hard work of the dwarves. The process was completely familiar to the artisan, so there was no problem in accomplishing it. All the artisans of the gnome country of course used Harold's technology, and it greatly sped up the process. After the rare metal is melted into it, Emmanuel's potion should be poured into it, which would slow down the solidification process considerably. Since if it solidified too quickly, it would be difficult to pour it in the right place. After that, the elves will take it on new wagons to the place the resourceful merchant indicates. Soon all preparations were authorized and all the molten metal was loaded onto the wagon. Akina was pleased with the result and decided to proceed with his plan. Akina exclaimed to all present that now his idea would come to fruition and they would destroy 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was delighted and amazed, and the king of the dwarves asked what was this cunning plan that would solve 2 problems at the same time. Akina again asked for help from the wisest elf, who was already too exhausted by the special ordeal. The merchant asked to reshape the route that was the view around the main column so that all the wagons could pass. Furio set about fulfilling the merchant's request to the utmost of her possible strength. The elf had succeeded, and everyone watched in amazement as the huge route upholstering the high column facilitated a spiral ascent, with numerous wagons climbing up its rings. The spectacle was amazing and clearly demonstrated for the first time. As soon as the wagons immediately melted metal to the top, a resourceful merchant ordered liquid adamantium to be poured through the opening to inspect and repair the column. The elves and dwarves obediently carried out the order, pouring out the sizzling metal. The process had to be repeated continuously to get the new metal deeper and deeper. Akina explained to the surprised dwarf king that his plan was to use the holes made by the Iron Eater to repair the tall column. The metal would then harden to the monster eggs below. In addition, it will strengthen the high column to a root-like hole, and the strength of the high column itself will increase manifold. The young merchant said that this plan was exactly what was called killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and this way they could solve 2 difficult problems at the same time. Soon the dwarf captain's scouts reported the imminent hatching of the Iron Eater eggs. Akina decided to react instantly and put the finishing touches on the plan as well. A special role in this plan was of course the strongest adventurous Main, and only had to wait until all the wagons poured out the prepared metal. The beautiful and young Main easily took the huge bowl of molten metal that had been melted in the royal furnace. Such incredible strength once again caused everyone present to marvel. King Murdo was delighted with what was happening, and all that remained was to wait for the scalding metal to reach its target. In a deadly avalanche, the hissing adamantium rained down upon the cluster of metal eater eggs, thus preventing the offspring of the dreadful monster from hatching. The ingenious merchant's plan was fully executed, and every channel made by the Iron Eater was filled with hot metal, which as it solidified rebuilt the vast country of the dwarves. Everyone rejoiced with joy and happiness, for now while repairing the tall column they had simultaneously defeated a deadly monster that threatened not only the country of the dwarves, but also the country of the elves and men. King Murdo was literally shining with joy, and said that he wanted to prepare a thank you for everyone as soon as possible, but before that he would have all sorts of investigations to do. For it is becoming apparent that the underground channels of the Iron Eater extend into the land of the people, to the very border where the village is located. Hearing this, beautiful enchantress said with a tremor in her voice that is this really the village she is thinking of. Akina had never seen Emmanuel so upset and wondered what was the matter. The girl replied that this village was her home village and now she was scared for it. Everyone of course understood Emmanuel's bitterness and despair, so there was an urgent need to help somehow. A few days after the destruction of the Iron Eater, the king of the dwarves thanked Akin and his entire team for their help in rebuilding the country. Murdo also collected a huge reward and had it accepted as a sign of respect from all the dwarves. At this, Murdo revealed that more information had come to light about the incident. Akina himself was worried about his friend Emmanuel. The bounty received was quickly loaded into the wagon by the super strong Main. And the king then suggested discussing where the Iron Eater came from in the first place, since it had been completely exterminated in the past, as well as where such a huge number of eggs came from. Murdo explained that this situation was still under investigation, but some things could already be said for sure. First, it is absolutely certain that there are numerous channels dug by the Iron Eaters, and they seem to extend into the lands of the elves and several human settlements. So there is a sense that there is something unholy about this whole story. It has also come to light that an artificially reinforced exoskeleton was found on the body of the Iron Eater himself, and such super technology is beyond human knowledge. Akina immediately realized that someone was behind the Iron Eater incident. If the spread of monster channels was so extensive, it was absolutely certain that other countries were in mortal danger as well. It was also worrisome that such a channel had spread to Emmanuel's home village, and now it was unknown if everything was alright there. But then the beautiful enchantress said that everything was probably fine in her home village because she had not heard anything like that. And she hadn't been contacted by anyone recently. Akina and Main were surprised enough, for before it seemed that Emmanuel was too upset, the Dwarf King suggested that as it seems to him, there are still too many dark spots in this whole matter. And there might be some organization with amazing technology or something like that behind it all. Also, the Dwarf King explained that they are thinking about countermeasures. Right now it's quite difficult because of the rebuilding of the country. So he is worried about someone plotting, and the next target could be Akin himself in response to his actions. Akina remembered Count Rand talking about something like this, and that is why they left the land of humans headed to the land of elves where they found soil contamination. And then to the land of the dwarves where they met the Iron Eater. At this point, King Murdo said that he intended to help the young merchant in some other way and therefore prepared an additional reward, which surprised Akin very much. The Dwarf King offered to take a few magical items from his treasury, all of them from lost magical technology that could be useful in future wanderings. The sorceress Emmanuel was most excited about this, for she has an abiding interest in lost magic and has devoted her entire life to it. Finding the treasury, Emmanuel rejoiced and called the country of the dwarves the best, and Akin asked if there was anything good and useful for them here. The first thing the enchantress turned her attention to it was the staff of the water dragon and the wind scars. Emmanuel was very surprised that these items were here. The Dwarf King explained that the details of the origin of these items had not been preserved, but that long ago his people had received them from the land of men. It all sounded marvelous and mysterious. The water dragon staff is made of water dragon scales, and this item only makes water taste much better where the staff itself touches it. The wind scars are a tool to purify the air that passes through a large tree, and as we know, this item is from the wind spirit god. The king wondered if these items would suit the merchant's team, even though they were valuable. Akina realized that it is like a water and air purifier, and at first glance, it all sounds too simple. But the beautiful sorceress explained that they were actually wonderful items that could be used as material to make a magical device that she had wanted to make for a very long time. So if the two items could be successfully combined, a marvelous item could be created that could clean up the polluted soil in the land of the elves. Such a statement really surprised everyone, because no one expected it. Everyone immediately called it the greatest invention, but the sorceress asked and calmed down, because it is quite difficult to do it once. Then she whispered to the merchant that to begin with, one must first grow the items on a field in the dark forest of destruction, and then do a thorough research and fusion experiments. The wisest elfess suggested to take up the matter and try to merge the two items, and the adventurer Main asked to take up the matter quickly. Emmanuel still wanted to hear Akin's opinion, but he pondered and remained silent for the time being. The young merchant was trying to decide what he should do first. Return to the forest and cultivate, and then combine the items and go to the land of the elves. If this happened, it would bring in a lot of money for his company. He himself is safer in the land of elves than in the land of humans, where nobles and other strange people want to kill him. Plus, it will bring huge development to his business. In the end, the prudent merchant said that he had no reason to refuse, and now their next and important goal is to combine the two magic items and save the country of the elves. The dwarf king praised Akin for his wise decision and wished the best for his team and offered to come visit them anytime. At farewell, all the dwarves together with their king thanked Akin's team for their great help in saving their country and asked to inform if there was any additional information about the mystery of the Iron Eater. Of course, and the elves were waiting for new information, and so a group of new wagons set off from the country of the dwarves. On the way, when Akin's team reached the land of the elves, an additional detachment was sent to them, and it turned out that the elves had managed to cope with the famine caused by the abnormal, whether the remaining work on the production of new wagons was temporarily entrusted to Harold and the sellers. The young merchant himself returned to the dark forest of destruction. Only now did he realize that this was his true home, which he missed dearly. Without putting off important matters, Akina decided to grow the lost magic as soon as possible so that Emmanuel could begin her experiments. It was not long before the growing process was complete, and the adventurous Main invited Emmanuel to pursue her experiments in combining magical items. The work continued unabated. More and more items were grown, while the beautiful Emmanuel practiced her experiments and modifications. This continued more than once, and it took more than one cultivation. The young merchant was really looking forward to positive results from the enchantress. Akina decided that at first glance Emmanuel was enjoying her magical research as usual, but at times she was still in uncharacteristic despair. Sometimes the beautiful sorceress has been acting strangely ever since she saw the problems with the elven soil. Akina couldn't remember when he would have seen her in such a distressed state before, and hoped that would change very soon. The beautiful Emmanuel herself was unable to combine the two magical items, and the constant failures were too depressing for her. But she continued her experiments nonetheless. After 7 days of non-stop experimentation, Akina found Emmanuel in a field where she was just sleeping, just like he did when he first started cultivating. The beautiful sorceress admitted that she was not doing well so far and was a bit tired. But the young merchant explained to the girl that she was too exhausted and needed to sleep on the bed. But then, taking a closer look at the field, they were both extremely surprised, for in front of them was a magical object unknown to anyone. The surprised merchant asked what it was and why it was in the ground. The enchantress explained that the result of her research had been successful, and now the two magical objects were joined. Akina was still much more surprised than Emmanuel, for he had no idea that his cultivation skill had such a powerful power to fuse two magical items. During the cultivation, the two magic items were superimposed on each other, and when the beautiful enchantress fell asleep beside them, they merged together at the growth stage. Emmanuel was more enthusiastic than ever and was now ready to conduct her main experiment that she had long dreamed of. Akina was very much looking forward to seeing him, for the sorceress always knew how to surprise. The girl was very happy after such a success, and now it was now possible to completely save the country of elves from pollution. And also it turned out that the cultivation process is able to combine, and it is possible to conduct other experiments by combining different things. All these possibilities will give new perspectives in business, and all that is left is to realize them. The next morning, everyone was startled by the frightened scream of the adventurous Mane, who burst noisily into the house. The super strong girl reported that yesterday's manufactured unified item was missing from the warehouse, and in addition, all of Emmanuel's belongings had disappeared. This one really surprised and scared Akin, but judging by Mane, it wasn't all. It turned out that the beautiful sorceress herself had also disappeared and left a note to say goodbye. Emmanuel said in her last letter that in her opinion, she and Akina had originally become close companions only because they could use each other. The beautiful brunette also advised the merchant to never let his guard down in the future, and that it was his own fault for believing in something like a foolish friendship. The adventurous Mane and the elven Furyu were horrified at such a brazen betrayal. But Akina remembered how yesterday Emmanuel looked too happy with the result. And her face didn't look like the face of someone who seriously intended to betray him. Therefore, it is unclear the true reasons for such an act. The young merchant decided to find out what really motivated Emmanuel to make such an escape and declared that they should go in pursuit. The chase for the enchantress Emmanuel had already lasted for a day and a half since the merchant Akina and her two beautiful companions had been riding forward without stopping. The companions were in pursuit of their former friend who had taken the successfully grown united magic staff with her and left a note saying that it was their own fault for letting their guard down and so they had been deceived. The wisest elfess remembered that Emmanuel's wagon should contain the vegetable seeds they usually carried, and so she would be able to track her down with her plant spirit magic. Along the way of the chase, Akina decided to pick up Harold, who would assist as their wagon before setting off. The friends loaded food and goods for trade weapons and all sorts of equipment. Also, the beautiful brunette left behind the staff of the water dragon and the wind scars. For some reason only she knows, Emmanuel only took with her the united staff that can cure soil pollution in the land of the elves. That's why Akina on the way also tried to grow the united staff to find out the meaning of such behavior, applied the growth acceleration and fusion cultivation. In the end, it was possible to grow the exact same magic staff that Emmanuel had taken with her. But then the wisest elf woman explained that using this staff would hardly be able to clear the soil in the land of elves. Furyu was desperately trying to figure out how to properly customize the united staff, decided that perhaps some important part was still missing. No one could figure out why Emmanuel needed this particular staff and why she took it so. The prudent merchant suggested not to torture themselves with guesswork and first catch up with Emmanuel, then find out from her what to do. And perhaps when they caught up with the sorceress, they would find out that everything had happened for a surprisingly minor reason. 2 days after the brunette sorceress disappeared, their wagon was much closer to the source of the seeds. In one of the villages along the way, they managed to find out that beyond the next mountain, there was only one village whose communication had completely stopped. And it was the only village near the border between the country of elves and the country of humans. And since according to Emmanuel her village was near the border, it was her home village. Blacksmith Harold was indignant, because as it turned out he had not expected such behavior from the sorceress and could never think that she was capable of betrayal. Quite a long climb during which in the distance showed some settlement. Indeed, after driving a few kilometers showed the same native village of Emmanuel, which was called Grihasar. The friends were surprised to see that there were huge walls around the village, which were more suitable for a castle. There were also close guards around the walls and at the entrance, which indicated some oddities. Though it could all be because of the conflict at the border. But Harold recalled that the country of the elves and the country of the humans are usually on good terms. The wisest elven woman analyzed the local plants and found out that there was indeed a tunnel leading from the country of the dwarves under this settlement. Therefore, the Dwarf King's words about the Iron Eater's underground passages were confirmed, and the fact that this strange passage was located here made the situation even more suspicious. Furyu confirmed that the source of the Samashka he brought to this village, and now we will have to search by ourselves. And Akina noticed a traveling merchant who was communicating with the guards and trying to get inside the village. with the party proving to be unfriendly. As reported by the blacksmith herald who was observing the situation, the poor merchant was simply chased away. Subsequent observation gave Harold the idea to disguise himself as a soldier, and then the guard at the gate would easily let them through. Akina thought about taking a uniform from someone and then growing it, although the design would remain the same when grown. And so different soldiers had distinctive points in their clothes, and if it is an important condition when entering a village, then it will become a problem. Eventually, blacksmith Harold assumed the role of an experienced saboteur and was able to attack one of the soldiers and inject him with an effective sleeping pill. The stolen mold was then cultivated away from the village, and then the cultivation was repeated by fusion with the clothes he had brought with him. The result was excellent. Each form of clothing had slight differences, and due to the acceleration of growth along with the fusion method cultivation, the resulting uniforms were almost indistinguishable from those worn by the local soldiers. Everything looked fine. Even special headgear was provided to hide the peculiar ears of the elf and dwarf. Everyone liked this result of the clothing production, and the prudent merchant decided that such a feature would be very useful in business. After all, different matter could be fused in this way, and Furu suggested trying to grow something sweet. As a result, the group of friends made a completely confident look and calmly walked past the guard at the gate without arousing any suspicion. Thus, the friends found themselves inside a very strange settlement. Once inside, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around in the inner part of the village, which was unfamiliar to anyone. At first glance, everything was normal, whole houses and strolling inhabitants who seemed completely serene. But then the merchant Akina noticed an unusual mixture of dilapidated houses and very nice buildings, and at the top was an interesting waterfall. On closer inspection, the faces of the locals seemed very grim, and none of the friends had any idea where they should look for a manual. The wisest pixie decided, as always, that these inhabitants lacked sweets. Soon the friends found one interesting and very large building with strange people busy doing something magical. The young merchant assumed that this village had a group of inhabitants and a group of those who controlled them. Gaining courage and driven by curiosity, Akina went to the group of villagers and greeted them as if nothing had happened. The mysterious people decided that this was some newcomer, and it was unusual enough for someone they called Supreme to allow an outsider to come in here. Akina decided to improvise and offered these people to buy into it on a lighter bought outside as he needed some money. The strange people did not understand at all what was going on, but took the unusual thing in their hands. The young merchant continued to talk about a magical item that can be used to easily light a fire. Akina explained that it was a special lighter without oil that was a fusion of a fire stick used for magical grenades and a portable flint that was also found in this world. The mysterious men became fascinated with the magical item, and Akina continued to tell them how difficult it was to light the fire each time. The strangers then asked if it was really a very useful item, for they had already bought various trash described as worthy items more than once. Akina fully displayed his talent as a merchant and started the strangers to not stress so much and learn to trust people. Then the strangers complained that the only source of water, the well, in this village is controlled by a certain boss. And they pointed to a neighboring building under guard, and the people also explained that the air was very polluted. All this was unusual and very harsh on the people. That's what the young merchant thought as he looked at the soldiers strolling around. The locals explained that the water serves as a hostage, and this boss orders and manipulates the people as he wishes. The orders are sometimes so harsh that the locals are not even allowed to leave the village. The name of this local dictator was Gurgur, and Akina was very interested in who gave this man such rights. The young merchant was also surprised by the fact that these people did not oppose such a terrible law at all. It was also incomprehensible why people could not get water from the waterfalls he had seen before. Suddenly, the locals were even more frightened and thought that Akina was specifically looking for potential rebels, and they were here daring to complain to Lord Gurgur. The young merchant rushed to reassure the people, but suddenly the door opened and an anxious man announced that a certain Disahim had rebelled against Gurgur. Akina and the astonished people quickly ran to the window. Outside the window, a scene worthy of a medieval writer's pen was taking place. One downtrodden man was telling another well-dressed man to go to hell who was strolling haughtily by. The man was desperately shouting that the people were at the end of their tether and that they should not go on like this. And apparently the dictator was scoffing, feeling impunity. Gurgur rejoiced like a child and declared that he wanted to save everyone in the settlement, and everyone was obliged to smile at the sight of him. Akina was horrified by such an ugly situation and turned his attention to the guards behind the local lord. Dizahim decided not to back down no matter how terrified he was, and promised to complain about the lord to the higher authorities of the country for all his antics against the people. Suddenly, Lord Gurgur brought the sacred beast of the water dragon, and this caused panic in the locals. Akina immediately realized that it was the very same water dragon from the staff of the water dragon. And indeed, the local dictator was not deceived, and an unusual and fearsome animal head with fiery red eyes appeared from the waterfall. The young merchant was horrified by such a hideous creature, and Lord Gurgur ordered to open fire, and immediately magical flames burst out of the dragon's mouth. The people screamed in horror as their home was destroyed in 1 second. And the local dictator declared his marvelous power, and so he wished that everyone would be united because of it in his hands. It was obvious that this Lord Gurgur was not a completely normal person, for he began to keep forcing the budding rebel Zehim to just smile and not break his rules. The young merchant couldn't understand what this strange man who incredibly controls a water dragon really wanted. All of his friends were horrified by what they saw, and the adventurous Mane kept saying that it was simply impossible. The native village of the sorceress Emmanuel refused to be a very unusual place where the local lord rules through fear of the water dragon and holds a monopoly on the water source. The only thing that remained more of a mystery was why she had come to this village and where she was now with the united staff. But suddenly, in one of the alleys between the houses, a man from the Lord's Guard appeared in that strange white garb, which of course Akin recognized. In an instant, the stranger brushed the tight hood off his head, and underneath was the very sorceress Emmanuel. The entire team of friends were shocked by this, and the naive but superpowered Mane began to thank God that she had been found from. But suddenly, the brunette sorceress attacked Mane with a magical ice spear and threw her aside. Emmanuel then declared that she shouldn't have come here and annoyed her, and the friends saw the same united staff in the hands of a former friend. The beautiful sorceress declared her betrayal and reminded them that this staff was not for curing the contaminated soil in the elven lands. And she herself had constantly lied and used her team from the beginning only for her own purposes. Emmanuel smiled predatorily and declared that her whole life was research for the sake of the great Gurgur, and then attacked her former friends with magical ice spears. The sorceress then declared that it was time to end it all, and her former friends should taste the power of Gurgur and die ignominiously. The girl applied some sort of magical ring and then simply said goodbye and walked away. Just a few moments later, huge red ants, exactly like the ones they had fought in the abandoned mine in the land of the elves, came out from all around the team of friends. Akin noticed at this terrible moment that the eyes of the huge ants were exactly the same as those of the water dragon. Gradually, it became clear that these huge monsters were controlled by and crawled out of the very holes in the ground that the Dwarf King had described. Without wasting time on other thoughts, Akina decided to fight back. And that could be helped, of course, by the super strong adventuress. But Mane reacted to our situation in her own way and stated that she would never forgive for such a thing. And then stated that in fact Emmanuel was being controlled by someone and their closest friend just couldn't say such a thing and do such a thing to them. Blacksmith Harold stated, "The sorceress Emmanuel is not the kind of person who would say that life is meaningless and research for someone else." And Furyu, as always, pointed out the reason for everything was a lack of sweetness. And Akina agreed with adventurous Mane and called the face of the sorceress the face of a stressed-out, heart-killed employee, because the whole place is clearly a black workplace, and they don't want to lose out on employee welfare. Akin stated that his order sounds wrong in this case, so they need to do more than just fight now. And now his trading company is fighting to win back the hearts of their employees and is far more important than just killing someone. Quickly breaking away from the red ants, Akin's team drew the attention of the local guards. But this was of no concern to anyone, for the young merchant had decided not to hide as before under the clothes of strangers. Unexpectedly, a local old man appeared on the way of the friends and offered to tell them about the way to salvation. The old man was also aware of how Akina had sold a rare item to a villager, And then he began to question what the young merchant was dealing with in the first place. It all looked very suspicious, for no one knew who this man really was. The suspicious man did help Akin's team break away from the pursuers, for which he was deservedly thanked. The man then admitted that he had seen the merchant team fighting and asked if they had all fallen Emmanuel's comrades. This man was striking with his morbid curiosity and desperately wanted to know what they traders were actually doing. After a bit of breathing, Akina asked the man to start by introducing himself so that it would be clear who they were talking to. Such a common question only caused the curious man to be perplexed, and he called himself a great. The man called himself the headman of this magnificent village, and this now caused Akin's team to be perplexed, for the headman was strangely positive about such a terrible settlement. The headman then offered to get straight to the point. The headman asked to sell him as many weapons as possible for the liberation struggle against the terrible oppressor Gurgur. All of this somehow didn't add up in Akin's mind and brought up a bunch of different emotions. The young merchant wanted to clarify about the weapons, but the headman offered to show something good. Akin's team had no choice but to follow the strange man, for it might be the only way to save the sorceress Emmanuel. They soon found themselves at some sort of gathering of people, where the headman for some reason was immediately labeled as a former. Akina asked what all these people were doing here, and the headman, whose status remained a mystery, explained that the villagers were not easily oppressed, and the strongest base with the villagers gathered here, secretly gathering for a confrontation. All these people seemed moody and less energetic than the bald headman himself. The headman himself asked the gathered people why they were so not positive, but in response one girl asked him to shut up, and then reminded him that they had gathered for a strategy meeting, but the headman was just late. The indignant girl then asked who the headman had brought with him to the secret meeting in the first place. The locals heard that the strangers were from some store and became indignant at the headman's stupidity. They accused him of leading dubious people to a secret place because it was deadly. Akina certainly understood the mood of these distrustful people, but he himself was also not in a hurry to trust the locals. Loud arguments broke out among the conspirators. The headman tried to calm some fellow named Boldo and tried to remind them that they needed to take back their settlement. But Boldo cursed the headman and said that it was impossible because they had been trying for 5 years and nothing had worked, and they had lost all their weapons. The headman pointed to Akina's team and said that these people could sell new weapons because they were Emmanuel's comrades and therefore could be trusted. Akina sensed the unpleasant looks of the locals and did not count on their trust. But suddenly meeting the brunette sorceress impressed the conspirators. They changed their mood, and all began to say what should have been said earlier. The locals began to refer to Akin first as Emmanuel's boyfriend, then husband, but eventually laughed, saying that the sorceress could only be married to her studies of magical items. There was no trace of the recent resentment, and Akina found himself as if he were among friends. The local conspirators kept calling the mysterious sorceress Emmanuel very interesting. Akina and the rest of his team looked on in surprise, but at least now some trust had formed between them. Akina then decided to gain credibility as a merchant and announced the temporary opening of his excellent store. The local revolutionaries did not immediately realize what exactly was going on. Akina promised to return in a few minutes and set up a small vegetable garden in the next room to grow. Returning really quickly, Akina decided to treat the revolutionaries with the grown candy. The locals were suspicious of the expensive treats and did not understand why they shone so brightly. Akina explained that it was all free and offered not to be shy, and the Elphus Firu showed by example that the candies were indeed edible. The first local clandestine still dared to try the unknown product and marveled at the incredible flavor. After a few seconds, the woman's amazement increased by an order of magnitude, because after the amazing candy, her wounds inflicted by the water dragon began to heal quickly. In fact, it was a special energy candy that was a fusion of recovery potions and sweet candies. The effect on the locals was tremendous, and the headman started asking to sell them weapons. The young merchant thought about his own weapons and decided that it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat the water dragon so easily. Especially this situation was much different from when they fought the Iron Eater. Now there were no weapons or military support, and they were no longer assisted by the Enchantress Emmanuel. The available weapons were more effective against the guards than against the water dragon. and the magic grenade was too powerful, and it was possible to completely destroy the entire settlement. And since it involved the use of magic, Harold wouldn't be able to somehow modify it for a gentler use like a lighter. Adventure Main's sword was also not suitable for use by the local rebels, for it was very heavy. So something safer and more effective had to be found. Also, Akina was not sure about the need to team up with these revolutionaries, even though they had already established a trusting relationship. From the looks of them, they didn't have enough strength to organize a rebellion properly, and it was unknown in general what these intimidated people were capable of. The young merchant asked what exactly the local oppressor Gurgur had forced them all to do. The elder immediately demonstrated a certain vial. Strange in all things, the elder stated that it was a special potion that allowed him to control monsters. This greatly surprised Akin, and new questions arose. Akin's team was horrified by such events, for controlling monsters was somehow bad. The elder again began to talk about the uniqueness of this village, but Akin thought about the fact that all the monsters they saw had one thing in common. They all had bright red eyes. Apparently, that was the indication that they were being controlled by someone. The blacksmith Harold also decided to talk to the elder now. The resourceful dwarf asked the chatty elder what a water dragon was, if there was even a water dragon staff. The elder said he had never heard of any water dragon staff. The elder said that the water dragon, according to legend, was once an immensely powerful monster. For some reason, until Lord Gurgur appeared, it was a monster that hid and mostly slept by the waterfall lake. But as you would expect from a legendary monster, this potion is still unflammable. And the water dragon can't be controlled by the potion alone, so you need to add a magic item, a ring, to control the monster. But even so, there are rumors that Lord Gurgur couldn't completely control the water dragon, and so there are constantly magical item research to improve the control effect. Akina inquired why the Lord needed a monster control potion in the first place, but the headman still couldn't answer that question. Blacksmith Harold asked why then make him make such a potion at all, and even take away the villagers in the village. The headman told of the incredible ability of the people of this village who could recognize just by smell the ingredients of any potion and mix exactly. As it turned out, this was a village that traditionally made various potions and sold to other villages as well to make a living. So over many generations, the locals have developed their own secret recipes and special medicines that can't be sorted out anywhere else. So over time and such a life, more and more locals have naturally developed a good sense of smell and intuition for concocting mixtures. All of this was certainly astounding, and something that the merchant's team was not even aware of. Akina remembered his homeworld and the professionals capable of mixing different kinds of spirits, but now it was obvious that these people were just an easy target because of their unique ability. Also, the headman reported that they are even capable of handling lost magic, although not as well as Emmanuel does. All this news was very surprising to Akin, for if so many people can handle complicated potions, the great danger. In the end, the young merchant said that he might be able to provide the necessary weapons to start the rebellion. Such words pleased the headman, who couldn't stop dreaming of regaining control of the village. The young merchant explained that in order to do so, he needed the help of the locals themselves. Also, Akina pointed out that they were only in this village to help their employee Emmanuel, whom they intend to return with the village. And only under such conditions will he undertake to present the needed weapons. The headman agreed to such conditions and explained that in addition to the return of the village, he also wished to bring Emmanuel back to sanity. The young man who had approached the headman and unwittingly ruined his father confessed that only the headman had the strength and patience to resist tyranny. The locals also recalled the absolute rule of Lord Gurgur and the water dragon. Their guards greatly outnumber the villagers and are always on guard. And if you go against them, the water dragon will immediately attack. And even the sorceress Emmanuel has changed a lot under the influence of these people. The elder reminded them how they are being held hostage, and that is why if they go against them so openly, they will just be killed by the water dragon. And Emmanuel is actually pretending to be different and needs some power to act. Shrewd Akina that it still doesn't explain the brunette sorceress's behavior in any way, even though her people are being held hostage. Suddenly, the frustrated revolutionaries are wary, because there were supposedly the Lord's guards behind the wall. Everyone behaved very quietly so as not to show the large gathering of people in any way. Everyone realized that if discovered, they would be in mortal danger. Suddenly, Boldo confessed to a terrible fatigue and mouth that he was tired of thinking of different reasons. After all, this rebellion could only slow down the completion of the potion work. Therefore, it would be easier to do nothing, disband we and follow Gurgur's men. Boldo then regretted having this ability at all, because otherwise they would just live in peace and not attract any oppressors in any way. But the elder said that one should not say so, for this ability was the pride of their settlement. It was obvious to the young merchant that except for the elder, the hearts of the other people were broken and they were not optimistic. And most likely they had received a lot of punishments from the water dragon before. Also, the people were too depressed by the behavior of Emmanuel's sorceress. Yes, and there's no telling how their fate would have turned out if they didn't have such a unique ability. The adventurous Main tried to somehow calm the locals and reminded them that without their abilities, they would not have been happy and had never thought of getting rid of them before. And what mattered was what had brought them to such a desperate state now. Akina immediately remembered how the super strong Main herself had struggled with her ability, and she knows how to feel it. Boldo talked about how Emmanuel and all the residents were really happy. At that time, Emmanuel lived with her parents and had the best talent in the village in potion making. And then gradually Emmanuel became fascinated with researching magic items. And the village itself used to have several good wells, but at some point, the water in them became contaminated with toxins and one of the wells became completely unfit for drinking. Then Gurgur appeared with his guards and was appointed lord of the settlement. On his orders, the last good well was covered, ostensibly for protection, but in fact the new lord established a complete monopoly on water. The inhabitants, of course, tried to find water besides the town wells, but alas, there was only enough rainfall for agriculture. And the nearby river also received harmful toxins, as did the wells, just before Gurgur's arrival. It became obvious to Akina that the whole toxin poisoning thing was very suspicious and Gurgur was clearly involved. The newly minted lord then made a very friendly face and only gave his monopolized water to those involved in the potion-making process and cut off the village from the outside world. Gurgur then used the potions prepared to manipulate the water dragon to further control the village. One day, Emmanuel's parents snuck outside to fetch water for their favorite daughter's hobby, potion making. But there, disaster befalls the parents and they are killed by a ferocious monster. Emmanuel, of course, had only herself to blame for it all, and the deceitful Gurgur pretended to sympathize and tried to get close to the grieving girl. When Emmanuel asked to go outside the village in order to conduct a study on purifying the water in the well, Lord Gurgur, for some strange reason, allowed her to do so. He even personally asked Emmanuel himself to go and gather all the important information about the pollution. At that moment, Emmanuel was the hope for the whole village. Akina finally realized where the girl got such an interest in soil purification research. But when the young sorceress returned to the village, she became a completely different person and completely obeyed Lord Gurgur. All the people's hopes crumbled and it broke many hearts. The adventurous Main stated that Emmanuel is not the kind of person who would go to such lengths, and so there is a very good reason for her actions. Therefore, all of them together must take back the settlement and Emmanuel from those who did such a despicable thing to her. But the appeals of the young adventuress were not supported by the frightened villagers. They really feared the wrath of Lord Gurgur and the water dragon. As a result, the failed rebels began to kick out Akin's team and announced the disbanding of their organization to listen fully to Gurgur in the future. Akin's team was pointed out a deserted road to the cemetery by which to safely escape. It was also explained to the resident that Emmanuel was not aware of their secret meetings, and therefore it was safe to move safely to the exit. Boldo became indignant at the sight of the graves and decided that they too would be killed sooner or later when they became unwanted. Therefore, if they didn't have this cursed ability, things would be different. Eventually, after a dismal and silent trek through the dreaded cemetery, the villagers once again announced the disbanding of their rebel movement. All the conspirators supported the idea and had long since resigned themselves to their enslaved fate. But suddenly everyone noticed a strange hooded figure at one of the graves. After a few moments, it became clear that it was the sorceress Emmanuel sitting quietly by the grave of her parents. The adventurous Main immediately called the one she sincerely considered her close friend. Everyone was very frightened and surprised by the whole strange situation, for nothing was clear. The beautiful sorceress herself wept quietly at the grave of her parents and promised to save her native village very soon. Emmanuel cried as children cry near their parents, unrestrained and unashamed, no matter how old they were. This was still the case, and none of the people watching dared to disturb this incredibly sad ritual of the young sorceress. The villagers actively began to discuss something again, and Akina asked them if they had changed their minds about disbanding their rebel movement. The failed revolutionaries stated that they were just looking for work, and so it would be a good idea for Akina to hire some temporary professionals. The young merchant, driven by his goals, agreed to hire such people. It was of course obvious that the locals would want to use their abilities in potion making. The young merchant himself was not against it, because in everything you can find a benefit if you apply it correctly. Everyone quickly went back to the room where the elder was waiting for them and asked him to prepare a table to mix the ingredients. The table didn't take long to prepare, and all that was left was to start working. Akina prepared a recently sold lighter with a special liquid on the days. The same magical liquid with explosive properties extracted from a magic grenade. Akin asked them to mix the magical liquid with the potions they had brought with them to make several types of explosive liquids that were not as strong as the magic grenades. The process itself was very familiar to the locals, and they were really fluent in their skills. The resulting explosives would help to hit the enemy without completely destroying the village. The only thing left to do was to speed up cultivation in order to obtain a sufficient number of staggering grenades. Akina traveled with his friends to a hole that had been made by large ants. It was there that the young merchant's plan was to surreptitiously prepare a cultivation field. All that remained was to combine Harold's modified grenade top and bottom and bury them. Soon the cultivation process, accelerated by the Elphis Furyu, presented a large number of the necessary magical grenades. A young merchant showed the rebels new potion magic bombs, which they were delighted with. At this, the oppressed people admitted that they had absolutely no money to pay for such a large number of such weapons. But the prudent Akina declared that the money would be paid by whoever was in charge of the entire village. And since the village is now under the leadership of Lord Gurgur, he will pay for everything in full. The rebels felt a rush of happiness they hadn't felt in a long time and were willing to do anything for Akin's store. In this, a real liberation movement was born in the captured settlement, and now all thought and wished for one thing, having no doubt at all of their success in regaining the village. All the inhabitants of the captured village, together with the young merchant's team, were determined to take back the village and the sorceress Emmanuel from the invaders. Akina pondered over the fact that he had now managed to befriend the villagers, and now they could both try to free their settlement and needed to figure out exactly how to do it. The enthusiastic adventurous Main wondered exactly how they would proceed. The villagers also began to plan their moves against the oppressors. One of the men said that Lord Gurgur and Emmanuel were usually in the same quiet mansion, usually very many guards, and most importantly, there was a water dragon nearby. It was crystal clear that there was no point in fighting the water dragon at this moment. Akin asked the wisest elf to dig a hole and thus try to get inside, although it is also not easy. It is also revealed that the last time Gurgur and Emmanuel left the mansion was only to punish and to instill fear in the humans, and there is very little chance of meeting them. Suddenly, one of the rebels tried to suggest something. The locals began to discuss some kind of ritual that Lord Gurgur and Emmanuel were going to perform, some kind of resurrection ritual. Smith was immediately interested in this strange event. It turns out that the resurrection ritual is a ritual to purify the water in one of the wells in the village, which is contaminated with toxins. And it's a ritual that Lord Gurgur himself calls so pathos. The villagers explained that Emmanuel went outside to seek power to purify the water, and when she succeeded and brought the right staff, the Lord himself decided to perform such a ritual as soon as possible. Akina wondered if it was really a staff with such power, and if the sorceress really wanted to make it for this. According to the local rebels, this ritual was a very rare occasion when the two of them appeared in public. And then they could bring back the sorceress Emmanuel, as well as the entire settlement. The adventurers supported such an idea, and Akina pondered. The young merchant couldn't understand why a person like Lord Gurgur would even bother doing this. After all, he was most likely the one involved in polluting the wells and rivers. The villagers themselves thought so, though they had no proof. It was all very strange, because if Lord Gurgur really purify all the water, it will deprive him of all control over the villagers, and he will no longer be able to force them to create potions and thus no longer control the monsters. And most importantly, he will no longer control the water dragon. Therefore, it was quite obvious that the cunning ruler had another goal. The villagers, of course, also did not suspect the intentions of the oppressor lord, but they thought that this occasion would be the best chance for revenge. According to the information received from the lord's manor, the first floor has the first polluted well in the village, upstairs is the storage room, and on the roof is the ritual area. There is a stairwell on the second floor and on the roof, and each floor is connected by stairs. The main ritual itself will be held on the roof, where Lord Gurgur and Emmanuel will gather and use a special staff. This is done for the sake of maximizing the number of residents to be able to observe the event. Therefore, one should start by observing the situation from a neighboring building. When the well is actually cleared, it will be possible to quietly use magic bombs of sleep and wind to get through the guards under everyone's enthusiastic shouts. The next step will be to rescue Emmanuel and bring her back. After listening to the local rebels' plan, the adventurous Main asked that no bombs be used on Lord Gurgur as she intended to capture him herself. Such a statement from a frail-looking girl caused the conspirators to be surprised bordering on fainting. The super strong Main demonstrated her ability by lifting the terrified elder with one hand. The astonishment of such a performance was even greater than before, and Akin was only amused. The local dictator Gurgur himself did not faint from this. Blacksmith Harold immediately asked a very important question: what to do with the water dragon? It turned out that Lord Gurgur had promised to put the water dragon to sleep tomorrow, as there would be a celebration in honor of the purification of water. The conspirators began to discuss whether they should tell the rest of the villagers about everything, especially those who had no intention of rebelling at all. But in the end, all the rebels agreed that it would only cause chaos and might interfere with the original plan. The distrustful Akina immediately sensed some sort of catch in all of this. For how could Lord Gurgur put the water dragon, his main weapon, to sleep? Everything definitely pointed to a great trap, but Akina didn't know how to deal with this situation, and no sensible ideas were born yet. In the end, the rebels and Akin's team decided to proceed as planned despite all the concerns. The day finally arrived when the great performance of the local mad ruler was to take place. Everything was ready to begin. Guards were stationed all over the grounds. The suffering people begged for a drop of water, and the great and omnipotent enjoyed the proceedings from above. The feeling of complete superiority gave Lord Gurgur real bliss, and he began his address to the villagers. The local dictator declared that now was the time when he must use his power to save this settlement. And now Emmanuel's most excellent assistant had searched the outside world with great permission, and at last she returned with an item to clean the well. Meanwhile, the rebel team was at the starting point, and everyone marveled that it was very easy to hit the overlord with a bomb. Though one still felt uneasy about the water dragon, who might not actually be asleep. Now it was the beautiful sorceress' turn to act, and the crowd began to clamor for Emmanuel to purify the water. Lord Gurgur promised to make the beautiful girl his obedient puppet after the ritual. The whole action that was taking place gave Akin mixed feelings, and it was not even clear how exactly to react. On a special platform, Emmanuel slowly approached the well, the water in which even from afar seemed horrible. Then the beautiful sorceress dripped liquid from the united staff, and to Akin's surprise, the water actually became absolutely clear. The most important moment of the operation had come, and now the conspirators along with the merchant's team had to spring into action. The main strategy of the whole operation was stealth, and instantly the dream bomb flew towards the guards. And the next wind bomb finished the silent process of breaking through to the right place. For the next attack, a slime bomb served perfectly and immobilized several guards. The conspirators moved as fast as they could, and the young merchant began to notice that the guards' resistance was too weak. It seemed as if they were making no effort at all to get hurt in this attack. Because of all this, Akin's suspicions only grew stronger, for he initially thought it was all a trap. But then the rebels suddenly stopped, because what was happening on the main roof they had not expected at all. The beautiful Emmanuel attacked Lord Gurgur, who clearly did not expect this. In fact, No one had expected this, and everyone was watching with their mouths open. The brunette sorceress literally growled with anger that now that she had seen the polluted well with her own eyes and had undeniable proof, she would never ask Lord Gurgur this. Emmanuel remembered her abuser and her dead parents and the oppressed villagers he had literally driven into slavery. The weighty sorceress shouted many more things, but that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that she really didn't turn out to be a traitor. But one of the rebels warned that if they were to intervene in the situation now, it would be too sudden for everyone and possibly hurt Emmanuel. The beautiful brunette herself screamed at the universal oppressor and promised to leave a greasy, bloody mark on his clothes. Since all his clothes pissed her off initially, Emmanuel used her magic to restrain Lord Gurgur and rejoiced in the long-awaited retribution she had so badly dreamed of. But suddenly another of the Lord's guards with a triangle on their robes attacked the infatuated and Emmanuel, thus securing her master. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be the real Lord Gurgur, and only a shadow warrior was lying on the castle. As expected of any dictator, this one was no exception and was always waiting for betrayal, so he used such a cunning method, allowing his doppelganger to speak in public, thus securing him. Lord Gurgur called Emmanuel still a little girl who was incredibly easy to deceive. The sorceress snarled angrily in response and sent the Lord where it was best not to hear, to children under the age of about 16. Akin's team were shocked at such treachery and watched Gurgur talk some nonsense about the marks on his clothes. Then the treacherous old man began to laugh and make fun of the clear water in the well and promised to fix it. The beautiful enchantress watched in horror as the cursed Gurgur once again poisoned the well she had just made drinkable. Lord Gurgur explained to the sorceress that this village was not the only one with potion mixing masters, and although they themselves could not concoct a potion to control monsters, they had an evil master who was unrivaled in mixing special toxins. And it was such a rare toxin that he threw long ago into the local water. The wily lord then claimed that the monster control potion was absolutely made in this very settlement to have. But it was only a close to the desired result, and his potion master had finally finished the potion to the best effect. These words made everyone feel uneasy, for no one could even imagine what exactly there was in the vial. The sneaky lord explained the true meaning of today's ritual. In fact, he wanted to show the villagers the hopelessness of the resistance so that they would know the truth and despair, and also to punish more severely those villagers who deliberately delayed the completion of the great potion, and also to expose the rebel group, and so the guards were intentionally weakened. Akina once again praised himself for his excellent long-range vision, although it was not pleasing this time. Gurgur was clearly an unhealthy person mentally and continued to bully the young sorceress. It turns out he was still very eager to break her heart and make her obey to help him fulfill all his ambitions in the future. All this really amused the mean lord and gave away in him a manic being. The vile laughter rang out seemingly far beyond the village, and judging by the look on Emmanuel's face, she was completely desperate. Akin's team tried to rush to the sorceress's aid, but they were immediately attacked by the dastardly Gurgur. The treacherous dictator promised the sorceress to make her round and ordered the guards to lock her in a dungeon. According to Gurgur, his dungeon was unbelievable, and so no one would be able to help. After that, the dastardly little man decided to complete his devious plan. Gurgur turned to the water dragon and ordered him to immediately hunt down and destroy those who interfered with his plans, especially since their faces were already known. The maddened dictator exulted in his efforts to complete the true ritual of resurrection. A huge water dragon burst up out of the water, obeying the words of its master. Akin's team and the local guerrillas immediately realized that this was most likely the result of that extra monster control potion that the accursed Gurgur had boasted about. And if this is indeed the case, it is incredibly bad, because then Gurgur will be able to completely control the water dragon. And now it remains to be seen what that sick bastard is really up to. Akira, sensible as ever, remembered the location of this village and said that it was on the border of the country of the elves. And so that crazy Gurgur would want to attack the peace-loving elves. Akin's assumptions were indeed confirmed, and the maddened tyrant led the horrible monster toward the border. The elves naturally did not expect the water dragon to attack, and of course were horrified by such treachery. The wisest elf Furious said that they must stop such a scoundrel. After all, there is her favorite forest to which she has sworn to return the best sweets. The dastardly Gurgut then used a magical loudspeaker and addressed the elves. This madman introduced himself and was about to give a speech inspired by the power of his monster. Gurgut declared that he was from a village on the border between human and elven lands and demanded that the whole of elven country be given to him. Unless, of course, they want it completely destroyed. At such insolence and treachery, all the representatives of the elven nation were shocked, as well as Akin's crew and the local rebels. At last, the true purpose of the Mad Lord was revealed, but no one even suspected that he was going to take the country of the elves for himself. Meanwhile, the rebels decided to free Emmanuel for starters and found out that she was in the dungeon of the Lord's own mansion. The local rebels possessed a map and knew perfectly well the location of this place. The excited merchant decided to carry out this dangerous plan and outwit the cursed Gurgut. Akina and his team decided to set about freeing the beautiful enchantress, and ordered the rebels to take the bombs with them and temporarily retreat. The resourceful merchant decided to use their first plan to infiltrate the Lord's mansion with the help of the wisest elf's abilities. Normally, the noise would have been very loud, but now was the time to dig a tunnel into the Mad Tyrant's mansion itself. Furyu did an excellent job thanks to her ability to control tree roots and break through to tunnel straight into the mansion's dungeon. But unfortunately, Blacksmith Harold found out that the center of the dungeon was made of the strongest adamantium. Even the lock of the dungeon was also made of this rare and strong metal. Therefore, not even the adventurer Main's sword would be able to shatter it despite her super strength. The only solution would be a huge increase in power, but no one knew how to achieve that in the shortest possible time. Akina pondered the matter and tried to find an emergency solution. The young merchant turned to the sorceress and explained that there was a huge mess going on upstairs. But Emmanuel was broken and asked that did everyone come to laugh at her. A despondent Emmanuel said that ever since she left the village she had been searching for the power of purification, and it was partly for this search that she had turned to Akina. But then an incredible staff came into her hands, and she thought it would restore water to the village and put an end to all the disorder. But it turned out, alas, not to be so. And the only thing she could do in the end was betray her closest friends. So she has to be left in that cage like an ordinary employee who's quit her job. The resourceful merchant handed the girl a piece of paper, and it surprised Emmanuel very much. Akina explained that she hadn't signed the resignation letter yet, and where he was from they wrote it when they quit their jobs, and so he had come here to get it. And of course he is sorry for all her problems and tiredness, but if she really wants to quit, she will have to try and write a letter. The beautiful brunette wrote exactly what her employer demanded of her, and a happy Akina got the coveted piece of paper. But the next moment, the young merchant simply tore up the resignation letter. Such an act instantly made Emmanuel's blood pressure rise and any fatigue go away. Akina laughed and confessed that he had always wanted to do just that. And so he asked to write a resignation letter, but he wasn't going to accept it either. And so the beautiful enchantress is still an employee of Akin's trading company. And the fact that she just picked up and walked away like that can only mean that she has some grievances. And if there's something that's really bothering Emmanuel lately, then he as the boss wants to hear about it. Stunned by the recent events and really physically and mentally tired, Emmanuel just collapsed on the floor and started sobbing uncontrollably. Through her tears, only one single name could be heard, Gurgut. Emmanuel gave vent to her feelings, just as she had done at the grave of her beloved parents, and asked for the bastards to be driven out of her home village. Akin and his entire team unanimously promised to do so, for they had really gone through a lot for their friend. The first thing the resourceful merchant decided to do was to deal with this prison and asked the resourceful herald to make a directional explosion out of a wind bomb. Then the resulting bombs Akina decided, with the help of the Alphys Furyu, to grow together with the mithril sword main. All of this was to be done with a fusion method. The new sword turned out to have an amazing explosive effect and instantly destroyed the adamantium castle. The adventuress found herself delighted with such a powerful weapon that matched her strength perfectly and called herself the new superhuman. The beautiful sorceress was saved, and the whole team was once again at full strength. And most importantly, there were no misunderstandings left. Akina, like a true leader, stated that from now on everyone should do their best to solve their employees' problems. It was time for the most powerful benefits package in Akina's store. And now everyone was ready to deal with the scoundrel who had caused so much trouble for the trading company. After getting out of the underground dungeon, Akin's merchant team was firmly determined to defeat Lord Guriger as soon as possible. Enchantress Emmanuel admitted that she had no idea of the plans to invade the land of the elves, though she knew very well that the Guriger were planning to rule over more than just a small village. Akina was not at all surprised by the sorceress' knowledge, for as it turned out the vile tyrant did not trust her. The adventuress Main stated that they still had one more important thing to do before moving on, and suggested that the sorceress urgently change her clothes. As soon as Emmanuel changed her clothes, she immediately became the person who had been with them all along. The merchant Akina suggested that there was no time to waste, but the beautiful brunette said that there was no need to rush. And first, they needed to decide what to do about the water dragon, for that was a much bigger problem than the nasty Gurger. Emmanuel explained that the water dragon is not like ordinary monsters at all. And he's actually not a bad monster initially, it's just that he's being manipulated in this situation. It belongs to special creatures called spirit beasts, and such monsters live for tens of thousands of years. Such monsters spoke to the people of this land in the days of lost magic. When water was scarce, the water dragon would send rain in exchange for an offering, and as the story goes, such creatures were worshipped as gods. But for some reason in modern times, these powerful beasts have gone into hiding and no longer interact with humans. Akina marveled at the ability of such a monster to talk to humans. Emmanuel explained that perhaps the water dragon is perhaps not as powerful as the Iron Eater in the Dwarven lands. So we need to think hard about how to like with him. After all, he is still quite dangerous. Akina realized why the beautiful brunette left their team so suddenly. She just didn't want to put the whole team in mortal danger. Why the sudden scary sound? Enchantress Emmanuel explained that this sound signaled that the water dragon had fired a second shot, although it might not be true. The young merchant suggested that they go ahead and find out for themselves what was going on. The sorceress still felt uncomfortable about her action in the past, tried to apologize to her employer. But Akina understood everything without words and asked Emmanuel not to worry, because her presence only benefits his entire business. Climbing higher up, Akin's team noticed two smoking pillars in the distance, and this indicated the second shot of the water dragon. Also discovered were large red ants that had prepared to invade the land of the elves. Enchantress Emmanuel applied her observation magic and saw the country of the elves, namely Baron Dorai and the king, who were clearly puzzled by the new problem. But at least they were alright. Meanwhile, Guriger continued to threaten the great elves and demanded the immediate surrender of the country. Also, this mad tyrant threatened to destroy the capital first. And as it turned out, the second shot damaged the elves' guns, which unfortunately proved useless against the water dragon. Harold swore his last words against Guriger, and Akina could not believe that in the land of the elves there was no force able to resist the water dragon. The wisest elven woman Furiu told him that there is indeed such a thing. It is necessary to gather magical warriors and use the great magic. Ruse on chance go into long hours, and it is unrealistic in such a difficult situation. And at that, there is no guarantee that the great magic can defeat the dragon. Kuznetsk Harold resented why the cannon did not help in any way. After all, this is the latest technology. It seemed that a force from a dimension more powerful than the standards of this world had appeared, and there was nothing the country of the elves could do about it. It was of course obvious that there was no way the elves would give up their country so easily. And the wise merchant declared that Guriger itself was completely defenseless, and if attacked directly, it would be the best way to get rid of it. But it was as if the evil tyrant had read the minds of his opponents and declared that if they wanted to strike at the defenseless him, it was necessary to know of a water dragon that would protect him with the absolute protection of a water barrier. This was definitely something that no one on the merchant's team expected. And Guriger rejoiced at his superiority and shouted that it was the power of the water dragon absolute wall that would repel any attacks, although he could only put up one wall. Akina just couldn't believe in Guriger's invulnerability. Harold said that something had to be done to the water dragon to get to the tyrant. But how to stop the water dragon itself was unclear. In the meantime, Guriger had once again decided to manifest the power of the water dragon, and this immediately raised the young merchant's fears. The cursed tyrant began to boast that he had also placed a water barrier on his huge ants, even if it wasn't as good as the absolute barrier surrounding himself. The elven Furyu was horrified at what was happening and demanded that the water dragon be stopped as soon as possible. Gurgur's madness seemed to have reached its highest point when he ordered another shot at the village, causing the sorceress Emmanuel to become enraged. The water dragon obediently shot where his master had pointed him, and this made Emmanuel scream. Gurgur then decided with all his forces, the water dragon and his walled and large ants, to begin the invasion. Smith Harold expressed a general fear that the big ants would attack the neighboring village at this rate. The adventurous Mane declared that however it was, they should all at least stop the invasion of the big ants, and Akina agreed with this suggestion. Unexpectedly, the sorceress Emmanuel declared that it was certainly dangerous, but she had figured out how they could stop the damned tyrant. And to do so, she needs to return to Gurgur's mansion for a while. Akina agreed without much thought and decided to go along with Emmanuel. Akina ordered the rest of the team to take care of the giant ants. The adventurous Mane was already ready to pull out her beautiful sword, and Harold decided to give thanks to the country of the dwarves and use their beautiful hammer. And the wisest elf, Furyu, longed to avenge the damage done to her country, to whom she longed to return the sweets. Akina and the sorceress Emmanuel reached the right mansion very quickly. The merchant asked if the girl was all right, for she might have been affected by Gurgur's magic. The beautiful sorceress admitted that she didn't have any recovery potions, so it was hard to tell. The enchantress explained that it's a warehouse where the cursed lord keeps the things they collect for their plans to take over other lands. And usually Gurgur is in the mansion, but now things are different and they can search the warehouse in peace. Soon the sorceress found the right safe and opened it, and then explained that it was materials collected by the cursed tyrant about water dragons. The beautiful brunette told how she once saw that Gurgur had put down one important water dragon lore. The lord had found something that had been left in the shrine behind the waterfall, and this material was an important key to somehow controlling the water dragon. But the book was under a magical lock, and if it was taken out of the room, the device would simply explode. The sorceress Emmanuel decided that if she couldn't take it out, then they would have to decipher the book right there all, even while surrounded by enemies. On top of that, it's an ancient magical scripture from the time of lost magic, and it seems Gurgur himself just couldn't decipher it and abandoned it. Akina himself didn't understand anything about it and only hoped for the brunette's abilities. While he was busy deciphering the ancient pages, their friends were desperately fighting horrible monsters. It was obvious that the big red ants were too many, and even Mane and the others wouldn't be able to defeat them all. Also an unpleasant surprise in fighting the red ants was their water barrier, which gave them considerable defense. Suddenly, the very rebels from the sorceress Emmanuel's home village burst into the battle with the ants, and this caused great surprise to Akin's team. At the same moment, the cursed Gurgur's warehouse was broken into by his guards and discovered the intruders. Akina began to hold the defense and pelted the enemies with various bombs to allow the sorceress to continue deciphering the ancient pages. The beautiful Emmanuel promised that she would definitely decipher the ancient texts, and therefore the leading expert in the study of lost magic should not be underestimated. There were more and more opponents, and the young merchant naturally had fewer bombs, and so Akina was very interested in the speed of deciphering the mysterious texts. And indeed, after a few minutes, the beautiful sorceress exclaimed that she had read the ancient texts at this point. The excited merchant ordered a retreat from the Lord's mansion. As they retreated, they managed to find out that the rest of the team was holding up well in the battle with the huge ants. And if things continue like this, it should all work out in the end. The young merchant then inquired about those ancient ones in the texts. The enchantress Emmanuel explained that in them lurked a description of water dragons, almost exactly the same as what they already knew. And it also said that in the time of lost magic, mighty men, elves, and dwarves measured their strength against the water dragon. The water dragon himself was amused by the ingenuity of his opponent's bravery. The water dragon was at that time in his old age, and when such a monster gets old, he can lose his mind and go on a rampage. Therefore, he had tools to help him regain his sanity and once again demonstrate his incredible strength. The young merchant was excited, for if there were such things, they should be used. Only he wondered what such tools would be needed and where they were even. The sorceress Emmanuel explained that in order to obtain the necessary tools, One must simply enter the oldest well in her village and then shout, "Grant me." Akina couldn't believe it was that easy. Meanwhile, the fighting team with the huge ants felt the terrible blow of the water dragon, and it broke their desperate resistance. The agitated merchant said that at this rate their whole team would perish, so they should hurry. Soon Emmanuel was led to the same ancient well and explained that it was too old to be used for its intended purpose. But the place had unfortunately also been polluted by the Gurgur. The cursed Gurgur learned that the beautiful brunette had slipped from his secure prison, and he began to call out to her in some way. The enchantress Emmanuel herself decided to do as the legend said, and so she simply jumped into the muddy water in the well. Akina offered himself in place of the sorceress Emmanuel, but the girl reminded him that he should be on top and in command of everyone else. Meanwhile, Gurgur was watching all of this with magic and didn't realize what was really going on. The beautiful brunette could smell the horrible odor of the water and was only glad that this vile sludge did not get inside her. Making her way further and further, the girl decided to act exactly as it was written in the ancient pages and shouted the very same, "Grant me." Nothing happened after the first phrase, not after the second phrase, and Emmanuel began to despair. So she began to scream and demand that something be given to her. Akina, being at the top of the well, was very nervous because he was all alone. One part of his team was one step away from death, trying to survive the battle with the terrible monsters. And at the bottom of the well was a beautiful sorceress who unfortunately said that nothing was happening. The sneaky Gurgur would magically ask the enchantress what she was really doing, for she was behaving obediently. And he would have even allowed her much more, but she had ruined it for herself. The tyrant suggested that Emmanuel defeat the water dragon for starters, and then think about defeating him. Gurgur continued to taunt and mock the weakness of the young sorceress. The flustered Emmanuel herself admitted that she simply did not know what to do next, and that there must be something really wrong in this world. Gurgur asked why the girl in that case just doesn't give up and still sits alone in that dark and cold well. Emmanuel was silent, and she found it very difficult to accept defeat. Eventually, the beautiful sorceress declared that everyone had come to help her despite the mortal danger, and she simply could not give up, for that would be a real betrayal. Emmanuel again and again set to repeat the very phrase that was supposed to give her incredible power. The angry girl just demanded to hear it and not turn away. Suddenly, the young sorceress's appeals were heard and something began to happen. Suddenly, the dwarves led by King Murdo appeared in front of the girl. Most of all, the appearance of dwarves surprised, of course, the young merchant. And King Murdo explained that he was preparing to go to the land of men to report the results obtained in the last pit of the Iron Eater. And then part of the wall in the land of the dwarves representing the human country suddenly lit up and collapsed. It was obvious that this was for a reason, and so he and his dwarves hurried down the road leading somewhere. Also on the path in the mural is an ancient document that says that when this mural is destroyed, it means it is a distress signal based on the ancient treaty of the 3 sacred weapons, and one should rush to help. Akina is incredibly surprised and asks what this treaty is about. The 3 sacred weapons. The appearance of the angry dwarves did not please the tyrant Gurgur at all and demanded the water dragon to attack them immediately. But suddenly the united staff of Emmanuel was snatched from the aide's hands. Something incredible was happening. Gurgur yelled for the lost staff. And Akina marveled as the fusion of the water dragon staff and the wind scars dissipated. Along with that, the object that the dwarves from their country had brought with them resonated, and in the very center of the 3 objects was some kind of liquid. Everyone watched as if mesmerized, and only the adventurous Main distracted Akin with her shout. The excited adventurer reported the appearance of a group of dwarves who had helped him in the battle with the huge ants, and now all the monsters had been destroyed. But Akin asked not to be distracted and promised to talk later. Murdo the Dwarf King was reading an ancient book that had 3 sacred weapons in it. It turned out that the first 2 lost magics that the Dwarf King had given to Emmanuel, the Staff of the Water Dragon and the Scars of the Wind, were originally the lost magic of humans and the land of the elves. And the 3rd lost magic was also passed on to their dwarf nation in the form of the 3rd sacred weapon of the Great Spear of Earth. After a contest of strength between the Water Dragon and the heroes of the 3 countries, the magic items were given to each of the 3 heroes by the Water Dragon who once possessed them, and they were taken to their respective countries. and it seems that over a very long time their value was forgotten, and all three items ended up in the land of the dwarves where they were kept secret from everyone. And in the end, the legend says that only when the three races join forces again and fuse the three sacred weapons together will they become an object to bring the maddened water dragon to his senses. The sorceress Emmanuel stated that she gets the feeling from these components as if there is some sort of potion in the middle of them. And this liquid looks like a blueprint that tells them what they should do next. Enchantress Emmanuel stated that perhaps only with the knowledge of lost magic and cultivation fusion, the three lost magics can be fused together. And all of this would create an item that could bring the water dragon back to normal. To the young merchant, all of this seemed unrealistic. Akina decided that there was no time to think about it and told all his friends to do it. And everyone went about their usual business. The enraged Gurgur could not believe that they were reading literature from his secret safe. But as far as he had studied the text himself, there was little to be written there. The mad tyrant decided that if the water dragon fired now, then the rebels would be finished. Meanwhile, the friends tried their best and rushed to put together the three rarest magical items of lost magic. The result, after a few minutes, was an incredible item that looked like something truly magical. It turned out this incredible item could fend off the water dragon's attack, and it was amazing. The sorceress Emmanuel explained that in order to bring the water dragon back to its senses, one must pour the liquid from the object's tip directly into the monster's mouth. No one even doubted that such a dangerous job would be undertaken by the adventurous Main, who herself had dreamed of participating in something magical. The most important moment was approaching, and Akina, as the leader of the team, asked the elf Furia to make the finishing touches. Gurgur, who was watching this, became incredibly furious. The Lord was cursing wildly because he had been working on his plan for a long time, and they had decided to interfere with his masterpiece plan. And anyway, when can they consider themselves heroes who received the object of an ancient water dragon? Gurgur ordered the water dragon to immediately fire at full power. But Akina already realized that the scales of this confrontation tipped in his direction and declared that they were not heroes at all, but merely fellow workers. At this very moment, the brave adventuress was already rushing towards her goal, holding a magical object in her hands. The super strong Main did the right thing and accurately poured the necessary liquid into the water dragon's mouth. The entire team froze in anticipation of the result that was sure to happen. Of course, watching all this was the vile Gurgur, who, unlike the others, did not understand what was happening. Gradually, something really began to happen to the water dragon, and the first thing that was really wrong was that the color of his eyes changed. The dragon's movements became less abrupt, and everyone immediately realized that they had succeeded in stopping the water dragon. And at that moment, Gurgur felt what it was like to lose his power and authority. The young merchant was overjoyed and decided that now all they had to do was to capture the vile tyrant and then solve the problems and mysteries left in the village. The dark forest of destruction, the cabin of the young merchant, the day before Emmanuel disappeared. The young merchant found himself in a very awkward situation right at home in his living room, something he didn't expect at all. In the evening after a hard day, Akina covered the beautiful Emmanuel with a blanket so she wouldn't catch a cold when she fell asleep on the couch. It was of course obvious that the girl was very tired and suffering from the fracas due to her constant explorations. But suddenly the beautiful brunette, half asleep, decided that the young merchant was apparently a pillow or something and hugged him sharply. Akina immediately realized that however this situation looked ridiculous, and it would be very bad if anyone saw them in this pose, so something had to be thought of immediately. Meanwhile, the beautiful Emmanuel was whispering that she was very hot and was trying to get rid of her clothes on her own like people who sleep do. Akina decided that this was too much and needed to wake up the enchantress as soon as possible. But it turned out to be a completely impossible task, because the girl's fatigue was enormous. The situation was heating up with every passing second, and the young man's excitement could no longer be kept inside. Akina realized that if he was now seen by the adventurous Main or the elven Furyu, his position as a responsible leader would be in jeopardy. While Akina pondered the consequences, the beautiful, in every sense sorceress tried to change her clothes in her sleep, and of course did not care at all that she was not alone at that moment. Akina felt that everything was happening as if he was undressing the girl himself, and if he let it end, his life would never be the same again. But then Emmanuel grabbed the merchant's hand for some reason and started muttering that she was very bony. To understand what the girl was thinking in her sleep was of course impossible. But then the sleeping sorceress began to tell that if the bones of this hand were ground into powder, it would help her magical research. Such plans of the sorceress made Akina completely dizzy, and he still managed to escape from the stupid position. That very night, the young merchant could not sleep because of the mysterious excitement and terrible fear that engulfed him. The whole situation repeatedly replayed in his head during the night. The next day, of course, Akina never told anyone about it, and only grinned when the beautiful sorceress asked why he didn't sleep well, because he even had dark circles under his eyes. Emmanuel herself boasted of a wonderful sleep after which she felt fine. No one understood what really happened to the head of the company and why he was always grinning during the day. Having finished the process of fusing the 3 magical items of lost magic, Akina declared that the potion controlling the water dragon was now purified, since the water dragon itself had obtained the necessary liquid. The beautiful sorceress, filled with anger, declared that the only thing left to bind was Gurgur, who must answer for all his evil deeds. But the dastardly tyrant himself continued to laugh and poke fun at all the situations. The beautiful Emmanuel was even angrier at this and could not understand what was so funny. Suddenly, Lord Gurgur showed wonders with his speed and abruptly turned around and rushed to flee. The young merchant only managed to shout after him to stop, but it was obviously not enough to influence the evil tyrant, who rushed to the water. Once in the lake, Gurgur displayed his numerous stores of poisonous beasts and threatened to poison the entire lake if anyone came close to him. As a sign of the seriousness of his intentions, he threw several vials into the water, which instantly began to turn black. The cursed Gurgur shouted that this waterfall lake was connected by an underground water vein to the village wells, and he personally enchanted all the caps of the vials so that they would open if anything happened to him. Then he gradually started pouring the vials into the water. Adventurous Maine asked that do they really care since they have such an incredible staff. But the beautiful Emmanuel explained that the poisonous substance was so powerful that a few drops could contaminate an entire well. Therefore, no amount of sacred weapon synthesis staffs would be able to purify such numerous water poisoning, even if they multiply and cultivate the staffs on a constant basis. Akina realized the full meaning of what was happening, because no matter how much weak disinfectant solution you apply to a strong pathogen, it wouldn't make any sense. Gurgur also stated that the water dragon had not yet fully recovered. But that wasn't all, and even if the control potion was purified and used up, if he put his magic power into the control ring, it would be possible to try to control a water dragon. Gurgur was indeed right, and the water dragon began to obey his will. The sorceress Emmanuel admitted that she had let her guard down, and now the accursed tyrant was trying to put up one last vile resistance. Gurgur himself began to laugh and shout that it was he who had won in the end, and therefore everyone should listen only to him. The mad tyrant began to order the villagers to deliver the wagon that was in his mansion, and to do so as soon as possible. The situation was a stalemate, and Akin's merchant didn't know how to proceed yet, and one of the village rebels said that they would purposely go slow to buy time. The sorceress Emmanuel called Gurgur a wretched man who had gone too far and was now going to get away with it. But Gurgur himself kept laughing and demanded that Emmanuel shut her mouth. He then declared that even if he ran away, he would surely come back with a wonderful new plan. Then the distraught Gurgur, pointing to his clothes, said that after all there was absolutely no lack of round ambition. The blacksmith herald began to resent all this nonsense, for it was completely incomprehensible what this circle and triangle were, and what ambitions this vile man was talking about. Gurgur continued to laugh and decided to talk while the wagon was traveling, which would go very slowly. The dastardly tyrant realized that the villagers would stall for time, and feeling invulnerable, he decided to talk. Then he suddenly took off his headdress. The horrible scars on his bald head surprised the merchant's team. And Gurgur began to explain that every time he felt his weakness, he impulsively carved anger at his weakness on his head, as well as anger at the world that humiliated him. All these words seemed like the ravings of a madman, and most likely they were. Gurgur then told that he was born into one of the poorest families from the poorest villages in the country. In those dark days, he did not know why his life was so hard. On one such terrible day, his parents died in a terrible epidemic, and he realized perfectly what true pain is. Gurgur realized at that moment that he was in pain because he was too weak. He had no will to live, no money, also no brute strength or status. It was hard because he didn't appear to have any more of those things than the people around him, which meant weakness was the real evil. Then, for the first time, Gurgur made a bloody cross-shaped mark on his head with his sharp fingernails and decided that this would be the mark of existence and something in his life needed to change. After that, losing his native home, the future tyrant wandered from village to village. Then the last time he was in this village of Grihasar, and after that he left for a year or more, completely changed his appearance, so that his people in the village did not even recognize him. The adventurous Mane was horrified by such a grim story and asked if Gurgur had been treated so badly. But it turned out to be quite different. People were kind to him and wanted to help him climb up in life. But Gurgur himself decided that he should hate people for being kind to him. The number of bloody marks on his head increased greatly, and Gurgur didn't want to be kind to anyone. After all, if you are truly strong, you don't need to help anyone, and you don't have to help anyone. On the contrary, it is the act of kindness that most shows human weakness. It was then that Gurgur decided to finally harden himself and take revenge on all those who had humiliated him. And while he was working hard to become much stronger, he learned of the existence of a potion capable of controlling monsters and realized that this village was the most suitable place to make it. Crazy Gurgur confessed that he absolutely hates kindness and everyone here hates violence. So he will make this village the most hated, violent, and powerful in the world. And then will be able to recognize themselves as criminals and appreciate real strength. The evil tyrant declared that he has made everyone strong with himself, not weak, not deprived, but truly round being. So he would surely take over this village, rule the water dragon, and then invade the neighboring elven lands. And eventually get all the elven lands and become a great king there, and isn't that plan wonderful? Gurgur asked the sorceress Emmanuel. She probably doesn't remember, but she was the kindest person in this village, and that turned out to be the worst. And that's why he's going to take control and force Emmanuel to become his wife, because power over anyone can also be useful. The exasperated brunette bellowed back that there was no need to make her laugh like that, and there was no way she was going to be his wife. Gurgur explained that there was another reason why he had allowed Emmanuel to go outside the village in search of tools to purify the water in the wells. The reason was partly that he wanted Emmanuel to finally despair when she found the items and failed. Also, he of course knew that Emmanuel would need the combination of the water dragon staff and the wind scar for that needed enough. According to ancient legend, the tool that combined these two artifacts together could release the true form of the water dragon from the outside, which originally could only be released by the water dragon itself. Gurgur stated that this was why if he could control the water dragon in its true form, this would not have happened and was the only reason Emmanuel went on her travels. And he ended up becoming much stronger at the very last moment because weakness is true evil and strength is justice. And if someone doesn't like it, they can try to defeat the greatest man. Gurgur felt a real euphoria and now definitely resembled a maniac. Adventurous Mane was angrier than ever and wished she could use the unique staff to cleanse all the impurities of this vile man. But the sorceress Emmanuel reminded her that a sacred weapon is a tool, and every tool has its limit. And if only there were more items to purify together, things would be different. The shrewd merchant immediately thought about this possibility, for it was a great chance to turn the tide of the confrontation. All that was needed was more items for joint purification. Suddenly, a solution came to mind and Akina realized that this could work. Unbeknownst to the vile dictator, Akina began to explain his plan to the entire team and did so in a whisper. Gurgur suspected something and his joy instantly faded. Then suddenly the head of the trading company ordered to begin and instantly the Elphas Furiu created a huge concealing route. This turn of events the bald maniac clearly did not expect and his curses were heard. Then, the shrewd merchant together with the wisest Elphas engaged in the accelerated growth of numerous united staffs. After that, after uniting all the grown staffs with the help of adventurous Mane's power, they planted them together. After that, Akina took on the most important project of his life and together with the Elphas Furiu, they began the fusion method of cultivation. By working together, they were able to grow a giant fusion staff. Akin's team was so happy with the result that they didn't even notice Gurugur's angry cries. The staff was indeed colossal in size, and as the protective roots went underground again, Gurugur's bald head broke out in a cold sweat of horror. Fusion cultivation tends to fuse and improve both performance and appearance. And so up until now, Akin had fused a small number of different elements, but now if one were to fuse a large number of the same elements, it might be possible to make the performance more powerful. Such an idea was new, but it completely worked, although Akina did not expect to see such a huge staff. The Enchantress Emmanuel asked Gurugur to stop resisting. And it is indeed true that the world is set against the weak and positioned in favor of the strong. But it's also a strength to be able to bear your weaknesses and rely on someone else when you're in real trouble, and this time she personally learned how to do that. She did exactly what Gurugur had failed to do in the past. So it still pays to rely on people and their help sometimes. The sorceress Emmanuel reminded Gurugur that it was quite normal for him since no one came to his aid. The distraught maniac remembered his guards. But Emmanuel explained that they would never come, for Gurugur himself used them as shadow warriors, and would they be willing to risk their lives for him? Emmanuel explained that on the other side her friends and a huge number of villagers came to her aid, because they are different in character and popularity because of their actions. Gurugur came to a real rage and demanded that Emmanuel shut up immediately. The crazy man was shaking in a fit, for he once again felt his powerlessness. Finally, the beautiful Emmanuel couldn't take it anymore, did what she had been dreaming of for a long time. The brunette slapped him with a powerful slap reinforced with magical energy. The force of the blow was so great that the bald dictator went into a long flight, which amused the entire Akin team. The elf Furu even joked that she had not expected Emmanuel to have such a bad temper. Akina's merchant asked the sorceress if she felt much better now after this event. Emmanuel exclaimed that she felt much fresher now that her long-held dream had come true. Akina reminded her that now they must clean up the pollution, because even with such a huge staff, it would be very difficult to do so. The sorceress Emmanuel explained that she would do it herself and could now move on alone. Unexpectedly, the water dragon changed eye color and began to talk. Akina of course knew from ancient lore that this mighty monster could talk, but it had some strange way of saying words. Then the amazement continued and the huge monster began to shrink in size. Eventually the huge water dragon turned into an ordinary cute girl, but only with horns on its head and a tail. Akina decided that if this was actually the true form of the dragon that Guru wanted to get to. The dragon girl stated that she felt responsible for many things and was sorry for what she had done. She then asked if she could have the staff for herself. The strange girl then thanked Akin's team for their brilliant battle and resourcefulness during the confrontation. And she herself is the kind of person who appreciates the kindness of the people who helped her and spared her from the influence of the evil elixir. Then the incredible dragon girl cleansed all the water in one motion and said that this was not all. And now she would spread this influence throughout the village's water system so that all the villagers could finally use the wells. The dragon girl exclaimed to rage clear water, and a huge stream of crystal clear water rushed with renewed vigor. All the wells of the settlement exploded with a literal fountain of purest water, and such a thing the inhabitants of the settlement did not even expect. All their hopes were justified, Gurugur was completely defeated, the water was purified, and of course the threat of the water dragon no longer hangs over the villagers. Huge fountains of raging clear water continued to delight the villagers, and above all this water extravaganza stretched the most beautiful rainbow. The long-awaited feast began in the village and joyful drunken songs were heard. And of course the entire team of the merchant Akin joined in the fun. Although everyone was actually intoxicated by the pure well water. The drinking party started off quite naturally, but soon after it began, the sorceress Emmanuel apologized to everyone and was forgiven. As for Gurur, Baron Dorai of the Elven lands and Count Avard of the human lands arrived to deal with the situation. Count Avard was put in charge of the case because it was a case of demon control, the same as the Great Escape, and it was likely that Gurur's fate would be decided after careful questioning in the land of men and the land of elves. And just as they were about to take the bald maniac away, he suddenly announced that there were supposedly people behind him who could help, and then began to mutter something. Akina decided that Gerer was trying to make a statement about his community. After all, there are many crazy things he can do alone, but still he could have someone helping him. So it was decided that further investigation into the matter was necessary. The dragon girl asked that if there was someone else behind her manipulations and who knows her hobby of watching the world. There used to be interesting people, and she wanted to watch them to the end. But then she got tired of seeing all the ugly squabbles within the human race and went into hiding. Now, however, things are almost back to the way they used to be. The dragon girl stated that Akin's merchant group was the most interesting group she had seen in a long time. And now she will watch them until the end so they can keep it up. The young merchant admitted that he was very tired and had to go. But suddenly the sorceress Emmanuel was also following him. Everyone was worried about the new behind-the-scenes leader with all sorts of troubles. But Akina himself was just an ordinary guy and just wanted to do a profitable business. Enchantress Emmanuel, of course, understood these worries and was also worried about her supervisor. Emmanuel then thanked her for her help. And Akina explained that it was not unusual because it was the duty of every employer to take care of their employees. The beautiful enchantress admitted that she felt the firmness of a true supervisor, and that is a very good sign. The beautiful brunette asked that if they are just employee and employer, and maybe they can somehow increase their communication. The beautiful enchantress kissed the shy merchant and made him blush. Adventurous Mane, of course, saw this and erupted into another fit of jealousy. The next morning, Akina realized that the future was going to be really hard, but they all had to solve all the problems. The soil contamination in the land of the elves and the Iron Eater in the land of the dwarves are perhaps links in the same chain. The strange name that Gurirum tried to say pointing to his patron raises many questions. Who could be this devious person who is orchestrating all this? The prudent merchant wanted very much to know what was really going on behind the scenes of this world, and who was really moving the major pieces on the chessboard. A huge black raven flew swiftly over the night city, and soon this creepy bird was in the right window of its owner. The bird conveyed the message that Lord Guragur had suffered a total defeat. But the black man valiantly playing chess only barked back that it was no longer a big deal. Soon after the first raven, the other exact same messengers of the night arrived, and the master continued his chess game. Surrounded by devilish birds, the black man declared that it was time to make the next move. Meanwhile, in the village of Grihasar, the fun continued, and one of the most grateful for the release was of course the headman himself. The elder, surrounded by villagers, displayed the riches found in Gurgur's mansion and offered to let Akin's team take it as a reward for their incredible help. Even the king of the dwarves praised a job well done and called Akin a wonderful leader. The young merchant himself, however, was not so optimistic. Akin explained to King Murdo that he had not yet been able to recognize the name of the accomplice Gurgur was trying to tell him about. The elven nobleman stated that everything would depend on the interrogation that his loyalists were conducting, and for now we could wait for the results. He then asked what Akina and his team intended to do next after such an excellent job. Akina replied that he had not decided exactly yet, but he had something to discuss. Various ideas were floating around in the young merchant's mind, but he still turned to his team and inquired about the connected staff, as the wisest elven woman, Firiu, said she had some thoughts. The elven sweetheart inspected the magical item and explained that if they could successfully modify it, the actually could be used to clean the polluted elven soil. But the beautiful Emmanuel stated that she was sorry, but it was unlikely that this magical staff would be able to live up to Firiu's expectations. The only thing Emmanuel thought possible was that the capital city had the best laboratory of magical instruments in the country. It is the only laboratory in the world that can change lost magic, and it would be great to take advantage of such an influential place. Enchantress Emmanuel agreed that the lab is great, but the problem is that many researchers want to misuse magical tools, such as turning items into destructive weapons. And modifying a magic staff itself is a very time-consuming and precise job. And even with the preliminary preparation, there is a need to create new parts on the spot. And it will definitely be necessary to use fusion cultivation on site. And then if one does not rent the lab completely, there is a huge risk that the skill of fusion cultivation can be uncovered by the researchers. And then that skill will be misused or the owner's own life will be jeopardized. Blacksmith Harold became more pensive than usual and asked what they should do then. while adventurous Maine reminded that nothing was easy in the capital and danger could be waiting everywhere. The super strong Maine explained that they were now in the middle of nowhere, and they had originally left the land of men for fear of being pursued by the organizers of the Great Escape. The young merchant, of course, agreed with his faithful protector, for they had indeed avoided meeting dangerous strangers. And it would hardly be possible to use such a famous laboratory without the knowledge of other researchers, and thus avoiding the inhabitants of the capital. Akina decided to ask the aristocrats present from different countries. Everyone was of course surprised that a young merchant wanted to use the great laboratory of magical items in the capital, and also rent it, and also so that no one would know the reason. The response of the aristocrats was positive, and it turned out to be possible to lease the laboratory. At the same time, it turned out that the aristocrats, including the dwarf king Murdo, had an important conversation and an equally important request. Dwarf King Murdo recalled that he had originally come here to tell them about the underground dens that the rampaging Iron Eaters had dug in his great land. However, one thing later came to light: that burrow. It extended from the royal capital in the land of men. However, the very beginning could not be determined precisely because it was buried near the entrance. Akina and everyone else were surprised by this information, and it was very suspicious that the main burrow was coming from the capital. Also, it was not to be forgotten that Gurur controlled the red large ants in this village. Yesterday, the elves traced their main burrow, and it led to the burrow that extended from the capital itself. Akina began to realize that the abominable Gurur was also connected to the Iron Eaters. Besides, the red big ant had been found abandoned by an elven mine, and perhaps it was all so interconnected that few people even realized. The young merchant asked what request he had for him. The aristocrats asked to find out if the pits had been dug by the Iron Eaters naturally, or if someone had dug them artificially. At the moment, the three countries are conducting a joint investigation into the norm of Iron Eaters in the three countries. But there is a certain nobleman from the land of men named Marquis Berthold, and he is the one leading the investigation. As a material for the equipment used in the investigation, he urgently needs that wagons with quality iron. In fact, there is a global iron shortage because the Iron Eaters have eaten all the iron. And so the Marquis Berthold would be very grateful if he could turn to Akin's store, which has a real success of somehow always having in stock large quantities of any commodity. The young merchant noticed that the aristocrats for some reason ignore the method of acquiring iron, although this could be discussed later. From the aristocrat's words, it turned out that Marquis Berthold is the rector of the Magical Instruments Laboratory, and he should be able to give the necessary license to reserve the laboratory. The elven nobleman immediately promised to prepare wagons in his country. Count Avard promised to separately pay Akin's merchant a huge reward, then he could enter the capital through the Marquis' personal back door. And Marquis Berthold himself will shelter the entire merchant team in his mansion, and then everyone will be safe. For this, you just need to sign a document as a pass through the back gate. This document also provided by Marquis Berthold. Looking at the document and feeling a huge responsibility, the merchant pondered how he should proceed. After all, in this world, he just wants to be free and conduct his business as he sees fit. And going to do his business, Akina just wanted to make a lot of money, but now there are completely different worries on his head. The young merchant decided that of course he wanted to save the countries and people he was involved with and make a big profit as a result, even though it could all be deadly. Akina remembered that he had already received similar requests to deliver goods, so it wasn't difficult, and this Marquis Berthold seemed trustworthy since he was represented by Avard's temperament. Eventually, Akina's merchant and his entire team agreed to take on the task, and the nobles thanked him for his help. After a brief farewell, Akin's wagon traveled down the road. During the trip, Adventurer Maine kept remembering how Akina and the sorceress Emmanuel kissed yesterday. Each time it caused negative emotions, but in the end, Maine decided that it was all just a trifling joke. But then the super strong adventuress noticed Akin's hand practically touching Emmanuel's, and it once again triggered a painful jealousy that even made her shriek. Akin asked what was happening to her, but the adventuress tried to pretend that everything was fine. Soon, Akin's merchant wagon was at the back gate of the capital. No one had even suspected that there was such a secret passage in the fortress wall facing the dark forest of destruction. Akina joked that it had been a long time since he had been to the capital, and the adventurer Main admitted to being a little nervous. The entire team of the shrewd merchant was surprised by the sight of the capital. It seemed as if something had changed, for everything sparkled and glittered in the rays of bright sunshine. Moving already behind the fortress wall, it seemed that everything was going well so far. The blacksmith herald said that when earlier on the way in the dark forest of destruction to grow goods was difficult to make a group of wagons waiting in a distant city. Now all that was left to do was to deliver it to the building in the back, and it would be over. Along the way met huge, wide buildings that apparently had not been there before. Everyone was delighted by such unusual buildings and agreed that they really hadn't been there before. In fact, they looked like some kind of factory. Then Akin's merchant team was approached and welcomed into a large workshop. The one who greeted the guests was the same Marquis Berthold of whom so many have already been told. Akina was surprised at the strange name of a large workshop, and Marquis Berthold smilingly explained that this large workshop can mass-produce anything, and with its help he helped the country and quickly rose in status. The young merchant was surprised at the appearance of such mass production, because there was nothing like this in this world before, and the local civilization was developing too fast. Akina immediately realized that his cultivation skill was now in danger. Although this kind of factory can only produce the same kind of things, so it's still not a problem for the cultivation skill. At the same time, Berthold still also smilingly remarked that everything that happens inside is a big secret. Once inside the mansion, Marquis Berthold remarked that the guests were most likely tired after the long journey and explained that his house was perfectly safe and they could feel free. Marquis Berthold thanked the merchants team for taking on such a difficult task, if only for the sake of using the magical tools laboratory. Marquis Berthold explained that his large workshop only produced processed goods, and he was pleased to hear that there were merchants capable of secretly fulfilling bulk orders for materials. And above all, he has a great interest in people with useful abilities, and it was interesting to meet such recommended people. Berthold stated that he was willing to accept the goods immediately. Akina demonstrated all the iron delivered, of which there was really a great deal. Marquis Berthold was delighted and began to smile even more than usual, and then declared that he could now continue his investigation of the Iron Eaters. Berthold thanked Akin and confessed that he now realized how capable and skillful a merchant he was. The benevolent Marquis then offered to rest, and in the meantime he would produce licenses for the use of the laboratory of magical instruments, and this would allow full use of the laboratory without being seen. Left alone, Akin's team could talk quietly. Akina asked the Furyu Elfess if there really was an Iron Eater's pit in the basement of this cathedral. After all, one should do one's own investigation just in case. Sweet Furyu confirmed the existence of a hole at the bottom, but then it breaks off and most likely it was skillfully backfilled, but where exactly it comes from is not clear. Akina wondered, for it all seemed very strange. It was not possible to think for long because the Marquis Berthold, who never seemed to stop smiling, returned. The Marquis thanked him for his expectations and admitted that he had heard about Akin's store, that it was also good and very hard work. So it was great to have the merchants team help take all the iron to the lab in the back, and their one could get all the necessary. Such a suggestion too alerted the prudent merchant, who was already accustomed to relying on his premonition. The blacksmith herald noticed this and asked what was the matter, but Akina replied that everything was all right. The team then helped carry the heavy boxes of iron, and of course the adventurous Main was the best at handling the heavy loads. Marquis Berthold never stopped thanking, praising, and of course smiling. At last they reached the place Marquis Berthold had spoken of and lowered the heavy box. Then the smiling Marquis promised to give what Akin's team needed. Akin's merchant's suspicions were confirmed and everything turned out to be a trap. A huge monster appeared behind, which came as a surprise to the whole team. The huge ants attacked the friends with unprecedented fury. Akina panicked a little and had time to think if they could handle such a threat now. After all, there were at least 10 of them. After a while, it became clear that they were being controlled by the joyful Marquis Berthold. At his command, the monsters line up and cut in all together. It was necessary to react instantly, and Akin's merchant ordered Furyu to put up plant shutters. Huge protective roots instantly burst out of the ground and sheltered the merchant's team in a protective cocoon. Akina then decided to take and plant the same goods, and then habitually they applied fusion and accelerated growth, eventually creating a huge iron ingot. Next, it was up to the adventurous Mane, who easily grabbed the heavy object and rushed into a furious attack on the monsters. The adventurer's super strength and the hardness of the metal allowed her to pierce through the red ant's solid body, instantly destroying it. The ingot swept through like a lethal projectile, leaving behind only the bloody parts of the hideous ants. The joyous Marquis Berthold praised such a fine result and then asked how they had managed to react so quickly. After all, it was an absolutely impossible reaction for non-vigilant people. Akin's trader stated that the Marquis seemed a competent and pleasant man, but that such work was overtime. Alina said that he was uncomfortable at the beginning with being forced to carry heavy things, and for free, and that was unacceptable. Akin asked if Berthold now realized what they were capable of. The Marquis admitted that he really wanted to see the power and strength of the merchant's team. And then Berthold said that he was interested in seeing the cultivation process, and it came as a surprise to Akin. The merchant thought how could it be possible since they were closed by the cultivation shutters, and even Count Avar Docentin know about his ability. It wasn't clear how Marquis Berthold could know about such a secret. The Marquis stated that with the skill of cultivation, one could try many things. After all, it was a power to increase ordered iron. And now this unique ability was also demonstrated in battle. Then the treacherous Marquis Berthold in one motion took off his white clothes and appeared all black. Oh, and he appeared to be a completely different man, with a more predatory look. Then the creepy man decided to tell Akin about his real request that he was interested in. The stranger also introduced himself as Gandaroff. The suspicious and dangerous stranger offered to sell the merchant his unique cultivation ability. Such an unexpected offer made not only Akin's own mouth drop open, but also the entire team, including the ever-serene Herald. Such an abominable request seemed a real impudence to the entire merchant's team, and how could Akina ever sell what made him unique? The indignant merchant asked who Mr. Gandaroff even was. The black man Gandaroff explained that his past image was only a temporary mask, but now he was the real one. Gandaroff's words seemed imbued with danger and cunning, and the merchant's team expected an attack every second. Gandaroff stated that he just wanted to see for himself the power of the cultivation skill, and it was now clear to him that it was truly an amazing ability. After all, to gather so much iron and instantly grow a giant iron block is admirable. Gandaroff acknowledged that Akin's judgment is quite good, and that is why he will give him a special job and also let him take his favorite team with him. Akina irritatedly replied that he was certainly honored to receive such an offer, but his ability was not for sale. And there's no way to work if you don't even know what it's about. Gandaroff paused for a moment and promised to explain a little bit of the whole point. The cunning man gestured with his hand to open a huge hole in the floor, where the entire team of merchant Akin instantly fell through. The flight down was not pleasant, and the fall made them feel the hardness of the pavement of the mysterious dungeon. It became obvious that the entire team had fallen into the trap of a vile man. Many curses and insults were sprinkled from every member of the team, but Gandaroff himself was no longer visible. This particular dungeon was too dark, and the height of the walls was unreachable. The entire surrounding space, as far as one could realize, was very spacious. But then in the semi-darkness of the dungeon, the dark figure of Gandaroff did begin to approach, and most surprisingly, the sneaky man was surrounded by a whole bunch of birds. Gandaroff explained that his wonderful crows are an excellent information gathering squad. And simply put, each bird has a magical device that sends him images from anywhere. So he conducts certain experiments around the world using these remarkable spies. Using his ravens, you can watch the results of the work. Gandaroff said that at the moment he is observing an insect that has flown in for nectar from his planted flower. He also sees that in a rural town his men got a promiscuous son drunk and he beat his mother. It's also interesting to see the madness that goes on at a disgusting party thrown by aristocrats. And that's how one was able to follow the adventures of the merchant and his friends. Gandaroff recalled the great escape in the domains of Count Avard. Gandaroff stated that the self-generating crowd of monsters was not his deeds, but he had intervened a little in the phenomenon. Akina marveled at the vile man's every phrase and realized how insidious he was. The young merchant finally realized that the incense found underground that additionally aroused the monsters was the work of Gandarov. The black man confirmed the assumption and explained that it was his subordinates who had skillfully done everything, speeding up and enhancing the Great Escape. Gandarov praised the cultivation merchant's abilities when he was able to grow many magic pomegranates, and it was indeed a surprise. Gandarov went on to say that the incense-stirring monsters certainly wasn't his only invention and pointed out the ring that was during the recent events. The stunned merchant asked if the potions that controlled the monsters that Gurgur was dealing in were the same. Gandarov confirmed this too, and it was clear from his voice that the vile man was very pleased with himself. Nadarov explained that Gurgur was a very miserable man, and when he hinted to him about the villagers for making potions as a way of revenge, Gurgur immediately agreed to this vile plan. And this time, creating sacred weapons through fusion cultivation was just an excellent solution to the problem. The embittered herald couldn't stand it and growled why Gandarov was doing this. After all, this is a lot of horrible events. Gandarov asked him not to jump to conclusions and just listen to him calmly. The black man stated that he had built a large workshop, and since Akina is such a great merchant, there were some great ideas. Gandarov stated that it is much more fun to build a store from scratch and set up rules, organize the staff to praise and punish him, to reorganize it in every way that he himself would like as a manager. Akina immediately noticed that this strange man was acting very arrogant. Then Gandarov changed his face and said that even as a leader you cannot do whatever you want. And that is why even if your job is going well, your daily life may not be what you want it to be. Your family, your loved ones, your friends, even your significant others are very difficult to control at will. But what if you think about it and it's not really about work? In everyday life, and indeed people on the streets, wouldn't it be great if everything worked the way you want it to? But for everything to work not as puppets, but as properly realized man cannot go against himself. A world working according to one's own will, and wouldn't such a world be beautiful? Akin's merchant replied that he had never thought about it as it was impossible in real life. After all, even dictatorships cannot take over the whole world, and it is impossible to liberate the way of thinking of people all over the world. Gandarov smiled predatorily as if laughing at the naivete of the young merchant and said, "What if it were possible to make this a reality?" Gandarov stated that the experiments and observations were preparation for this world, and he had almost completed that stage. And it was basically left for him to obtain cultivation abilities, so the question became how to. The crafty man asked the merchant to put this plan into action. Would Akina be willing to sell his great cultivation skill and work for him? It was important to make the right choice. Akina asked how he was going to carry out his plan. But Gandarov replied that they would only be able to talk about the details when Akina agreed. Akina decided that the ill-conceived corporate philosophy and treatment of employees was damned opaque, and it all smacks of ridiculous one-man management and a super black company restricting even human hearts. At this point, the adventurous Maine took the floor and declared that people who suddenly attack guests with monsters should not be listened to. The young merchant held up his beautiful protector and replied that he refused to cooperate with the Gardars. The vile and treacherous man grinned maliciously and said that he would do something else then. Gardarov stated that since he had been brought so much iron, then he could give his pets a good meal. Akina had already guessed the meanness of Gardarov's decision. But what happened next exceeded all expectations, because a monster of unimaginable size appeared. An Iron Eater, but much bigger than the one in the land of the dwarves. A moment later, there was a second shock to Akin's team. There were already 2 Iron Eaters. The stunned merchant was trying to figure out why there were 2 such seemingly rare monsters here at once, if they weren't supposed to be here at all. And the joyous Gardarov enjoyed the moments, spreading his arms apart like a conductor. The sordid schemer that it was all very amusing to investigate the Iron Eater pits in the capital. After all, he is the one who personally opened the pit, and everyone is waiting for the result of the investigation. The young merchant was shocked at the perfidy as well as the ability of such a level. Perhaps most outraged of all was the blacksmith herald, who finally realized exactly who was behind the appearance of the Iron Eater in his home country. From the master dwarf flew words that were hard to understand, but the meaning was obvious. The three beautiful girls from Akin's team were also not left out and cursed Gardarov with the very last words. They resented everything, and especially the deception about renting the magic laboratory. Gardarov said that if the negotiations broke down, there was nothing to be done, and if possible, he would like to finish peacefully. And he would acquire the necessary cultivation skill in a certain way a little later. And so he really didn't care whether Akin's team members were alive or not. The treacherous Gardarov once again gestured with his hand and ordered the two huge Iron Eaters to attack the confused heroes who had no choice but to fight for their lives. But first, everyone decided to make a friendly rescue run from the deadly attack of the bloodthirsty monster. Akina cursed everything in the world for the madness that was happening to him at the moment. The strong and durable Iron Eaters were very serious opponents, and since it was a nobleman's mansion, Akin's team couldn't carry weapons with them. The situation turned out to be mega dangerous. After all, in the Gnome Kingdom they had plenty of gnomes, weapons and space, and only one Iron Eater. But now there was nothing, and they had two monsters against them at once. As the deadly Iron Eaters approached, Akin's brain processes became many times more active, and a life-saving idea came to him. In a choked voice, Akin ordered the adventurous Mane to draw the monster eaters to the top of the cliff. The beautiful protector had long been accustomed to trusting her leader and immediately promised to fulfill everything. The real teamwork began. The adventurous Mane was leading the bloodthirsty monsters away. Akina asked the sorceress Emmanuel to cast ice magic under their feet to make the Iron Eaters fall. The beautiful brunette wasn't sure, but promised nonetheless. Furia, meanwhile, was busy creating a field. The young merchant decided to bury his jacket this time. Due to the acceleration of growth, many identical jackets instantly appeared, and Akina ordered the blacksmith herald to gather them all in a pile and plant them in one place. Taking up cultivation again with the accelerated growth and fusion method, Akina was able to grow a giant garment. After that, the resourceful merchant asked the sorceress Emmanuel to use wind magic to drop the huge jacket in front of the leading Iron Eater, ice magic to let it under his feet. The genius was bordering on recklessness, but it worked nonetheless. The huge Iron Eater was disoriented and slipped on the ice and fell down, collapsing onto its kin. Both huge monsters fell to the bottom of the cliff, and thus the weight of the mass and speed did its job. The nasty creatures died to the delight of the staff of Akin's store. The agitated merchant told the wily Gardarov that his iron-eating pets had been an accident. Gardarov applauded heartily and praised Akin's team for such a fine victory. After all, they had really grown older than then in the Dwarf Kingdom. A ruthless adventuress rushed forward and declared that Gardarov would now answer for everything. But the black faceman only laughed back without showing any fear of the superpowered Ming. The vile Gardarov reminded the merchant of the document he had signed before arriving at his mansion. So-called document for passing through the back gate. Gardarov smilingly explained that it was actually a clever trap. And the most important thing was that he needed to see in person the activation of the cultivation skill several times along with this document in his hands. And then under those conditions, this skill would come into use to him. The young merchant instantly felt an unbearable pain inside, as if some internal organ was being ripped out. But there was no way to do anything about it. The whole team was left shocked at the disgusting laughter of the despicable Gardarov. Gardarov contentedly declared that he had now finally obtained the unique cultivation skill at last, and in confirmation of his words, the energy that had left the young merchant entered. Akin's team didn't know how to help their leader. Akin himself couldn't believe what had happened and rushed to the mini-field to test his cultivation skill. But no matter how hard the young merchant tried, he failed. His cultivation skill had absolutely no activation, as if it had never existed. At this time, Gardarov enjoyed the suffering of the young merchant and once again reminded him that he was now the full owner of the cultivation skill. Akin's team was in a complete stupor, because if this was really true, and it really was, the entire team and the entire collective business would lose the most important skill. The frightened merchant tried his best to grow at least something, but it was all completely useless. Akina did not believe what was happening, and all his employees refused to believe it. But alas, the facts remained the facts. Gardarov grinningly explained that Akina's merchant had fallen for the prepared magic of the contract. Well, it is certainly not surprising, because he penetrated the document with the technology of lost magic, which in today's world is completely unavailable to anyone. Gardarov also asked not to blame Count Avard for this, as he was completely uninvolved. He too was just banally deceived. Gradarov continued to rejoice at the cultivation skill he had obtained and was already dreaming of his devious plans to enslave the world. The blacksmith herald roared with anger and asked what plans Gradarov was talking about and how he was going to bend all the inhabitants of the world to his will. But the so far failed enslaver continued to laugh as he looked at the angry dwarf. Gradarov, driven by the desire to boast, replied that he had plans for the near future to engage in a large harvest, whatever that means. Akin's team, looking at the angry look of the enslaver, immediately realized that this does not bode well. After an ambiguous conversation, Gradarov stated that he had done his business here, and now it was time for him to go. And if Akin's team wasn't going to join him and had completely lost their cultivation skill, they would now still have to be removed as useless witnesses. Gradarov grinned gloatingly and said that he had something to show for the aftermath and summoned the Demon King. Something incredible appeared. Compared to what the Iron Eaters seemed like small insects, and it caused real terror among the entire staff of Akin's store. A terrified herald yelled out what was this incredible hulk that was many times the size of the Iron Eater. The vile and despicable enslaver ordered the Demon King to destroy the uninvited guests, but to try not to destroy the underground space of the mansion. The creature called the King of all Demons slowly moved forward, showing off its incredible limbs. Akin's entire team had never been so united in the realization that they were about to die. Harold, who had lost his composure, started to talk about some danger, but the team leader shouted that it was time for everyone to run. Adventurous Maine was worried about Akin, but the merchant replied that he was fine and there was no time to talk now. The Enchantress Emmanuel asked how they would ever escape from such a giant. Harold was in solidarity with the beautiful brunette and recognized that in this case little tricks would not help at all. The wisest Elphys Furu asked the adventurer Maine to protect the others from the blow, and meanwhile herself called upon the root of the land of the King of Spirits to show her power based on the old contract. Something powerful indeed, which could be called some kind of root king, appeared and put up a plant support. But the hope of escape only lasted for a few seconds. The Demon King instantly broke the plant shackles and continued its movement. The whipped cream-loving elf couldn't believe what had happened. After all, she had used the most powerful plant spirit magic. All her words were accompanied by some insertions that were clearly not to the pretty girl's face, but the situation was putting off. Enchantress Emmanuel shouted to the monster that too intrusive didn't like nice girls. Next, the beautiful brunette unleashed a veritable barrage of homing ice arrows at the Demon King, hoping to do some damage. No tangible effect of the ice arrows did not cause the terrible monster, and this caused the lovely sorceress emotions expressed only foul words. The girl could not believe it, because she used magic at the limit of humanity. Next into the battle entered the super strong adventuress and delivered a devastating blow to the King of Demons, from which there was even a deafening sound in the confined space of the dungeon. But the third heroine of this collective also failed and only tore her clothes. Maine stunnedly admitted that the cursed monster was too hard and she couldn't even leave a scratch. All doubts fell away at once, and it became obvious that no one would be able to stop the bloodthirsty giant. But the team leader, deprived of his favorite jacket and his unique ability, ordered everyone to run, and Harold pointed to a discovered hole leading upward. Everyone rushed upstairs hoping to escape, for there was no other way to do so. The adventuress shouted that she had to save Akin and carried him literally in her arms. At this point, Gardarov said that it could stop there, and now the gentleman from Akin's store must get out and tell everyone what they had seen today, and that would be the price for their rescue. Soon Akin's crew did indeed make it to the surface somewhere behind the mansion of the overly hospitable host. Of course, there was a desire to get as far away from this place as possible, and luckily their wagon was nearby. It turned out the faithful horse had sensed that their masters were in danger and came running to the rescue. This was the kind of behavior that everyone expected from a regular horse, which was treated perfectly by all members of the team and if possible always spoiled with something tasty. The wagon quickly moved away from the ill-fated mansion and gradually became somehow even calmer. The wisest elf could not understand what had happened. whether they themselves had managed to miraculously escape or whether the cursed Greateroff had let them go after all. The blacksmith herald decided that it was still the right decision to let all the other wagons go beforehand after unloading the iron. Meanwhile, Akin's leader was in a kind of prostration and reacted weakly to everything around him. Soon the faithful horse brought the wagon and friends to the dark forest of destruction, namely home. Once inside the house, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, for they had made it without pursuers. The Elven Fury was trying to figure out how far the future enslaver's plan stretched and whether his request was a trap. Blacksmith Harold recalled that Greateroff had indicated his goal was the so-called Great Harvest. Adventurer Main resented the skill displayed and could not understand how such a thing could even be done. The beautiful sorceress said that Greateroff had mentioned the special magic of the lost magic contract, and she herself had never even heard of such a tool ability. The young merchant left alone could not accept the loss of his unique skill and just muttered to himself. Akina believed that the cultivation skill was the reason why he was in this world at all, and without his ability, he was just a worthless person. Now he was back to being just a tired office worker who dreams of escaping from a black company. And now any colors and joys have disappeared from his life. Friends looked at the actor with regret and did not know how to help him in this situation, as suddenly the door of the house opened. There appeared someone no one expected to see, the water dragon girl. Everyone asked why she was here, but the water dragon explained that she had just followed her scent, and now she was here. The water dragon stated that she had come to play, and reminded them that she had promised to keep an eye on the whole team as she was very interested in them. And if they had anything interesting to tell her, she would be glad to listen. After listening to the account of the recent horrible events, the water dragon replied that she had heard the name of the Gandars somewhere before. Master Harold was surprised and asked for help with the information. About the Demon King, the water dragon could not say anything specific but promised. Although this one will take some time. And the fact that Gandaroff had gotten hold of a damn dangerous cultivation skill is not good news at all. The water dragon explained that skills are a special power, and they are very rare in humans, and said that skills reflect the very essence of man, and therefore he is simply not separable from man. Then the water dragon decided to look inside the young merchant, which caused a jealousy attack from the entire female half of the team. Although the water dragon, as it turned out, just decided to listen to Akin's heartbeat. In the end, the water dragon said that it was clear to her what had happened, but unfortunately there is nothing she can do to help in this situation. After that, the tailed girl said that now it was time for her to go home to remember Gandaroff, and maybe she has some old diary or something like that. Everyone was shocked, because if even the water dragon couldn't help, there was certainly no hope. After the water dragon left, there was a heavy silence in the house, which expressed the mood of the entire staff of Akin's store. The young shopkeeper kept repeating the water dragon's words, and this sent him further into a terrible depression. Eventually, the frustrated merchant announced that he would be out for a while and went to his vegetable garden to just get drunk and forget himself. Akina found this moment amusing, for this was exactly how it had been when he first came to this world. That time he got drunk and went to sleep in the field, and when he woke up in the morning, he found out about his incredible cultivation ability. It would be nice to repeat exactly the same trick now. But he wasn't even planting anything right now, and it was all completely useless. Akina felt terribly depressed, because having the cultivation skill, it was such a big factor, and he relied on it so much. And in fact, without the cultivation skill, he was worth little in this magical world. His drunken thoughts were unrelenting, and Akin kept on reminiscing about how he had the cultivation skill. He was making great money and had wonderful companions. And without his skill, he is nothing more than an ordinary mediocre man, and it is apparently a joke of fate, first to give and then to take away. It started to rain quite heavily outside, but the store manager was too drunk to go inside, and he didn't care at all. Soon Master Harold joined him and also decided to get well drunk, and dwarves need really a lot for that. The beautiful sorceress Emmanuel was not left out either, and was happy to get wet and drunk with her friends. In the rain was also the elf Furu, who said that when dewdrops fall on flowers, they combine with the nectar to create a lovely sweet flavor. Not like perfect whipped cream, of course, but still not bad. Akina was happy for his friends, but he was still very sad. The adventurous Main, who had been with Akina almost from the beginning, was not left out either. She was also very sad, and although she was a super strong person, she was still a fragile girl. The merchant's beautiful protector cried in the rain and cried out that she couldn't be depressed alone, because they had all lost to Gandalf and were all equally upset. Beautiful Main suggested that everyone enjoy both pain and joy together, for that is what it means to be comrades in work and friends in life. The adventuress and advocate stated that even if the cultivation ability is gone, it doesn't mean anything and Akina is still the same person. And even if he has no money or power or whatever and is left weak and vulnerable, he is still the leader for them all. Main, of course, spoke sincerely and also decided to get drunk like everyone else to keep up with the collective. Already feeling the first rush of the alcoholic wave, which affects everyone differently, but still releases emotions that sober people do not have, Main called Akin a stupid principal who had just had a bad day. The broken-hearted trading company executive himself just lay silently staring up at the sky. There was no strength from both fatigue and a sufficient dose of alcohol. Akina remembered that the place where one is forced to work in horrible conditions is an incredibly black place. And when he was on Earth, drinking parties were full of worries and just terribly tiring, but with these friends, it's completely different. Oh, and actually it just so happened that, before he even knew it, he was in this world and a new life with an incredible skill had begun. And you can also thank the new life for such a great team, because in the previous life could not have such a thing. From the noise, alcohol, and different thoughts, Akin felt something strange and didn't even realize what it was. But it turns out that it was not only the drunken leader who noticed something strange, but everyone else as well. Akina stated that he had an overwhelming feeling that if he planted something in the ground right now, something would definitely appear. The excited merchant then asked the Elven Furyu to apply the growth accelerators. Harold realized how drunk Akina was and reminded him that he hadn't actually planted anything. But Akina was so engrossed, and the wisest elfess had already applied her magic, that there was no stopping the process. In the end, the drunken company waited for the result, and the leader ceremoniously pulled something out of the ground. What happened was really incredible. Akina pulled out something that absolutely did not plant, and it nullified all the efforts of the company to get drunk. In fact, from what happened, the surprise was so strong that everyone almost instantly sobered up. Akin's entire team was jubilant with happiness, for the leader had actually managed to grow something even without the skill of cultivation. Of course, most of all was happy young merchant himself, who had already managed to plunge into a hopeless depression. And now, despite Gandalf's stolen skill, he had succeeded. There was a feeling of incredible burst of energy and inspiration, and the young merchant decided not to stop and continue to experiment and test. Akina further stated to the entire team that above all the basis of the ability they had realized, and it was completely different than before. Now as it turned out, it is not necessary to plant any object at all, but just stick your hand in the soil and grow it. The time taken is the same as before and can be shortened by speeding up the growth. Only items that have been grown in the past can be grown, and the lower the amount of growing at the moment, the less likely they are to appear. Also, the ability to grow by fusion remains, and fusion adds gigantism. Adventure Main was simply glowing with joy at the sight of Akin in his normal state. The young merchant himself, for all his successes, actually recognized a big problem. Akina decided to try to grow a mithril sword, but to the surprise and disappointment of the entire team, grew, albeit wonderful, but still wine. It turned out that grew completely random items, and it was unknown what would grow until it did not grow. Harold the blacksmith didn't believe it and thought it was some kind of useless joke. The excited merchant declared that he would call this skill gacha cultivation for now and explained that it was a word from his distant homeland. One had to now figure out how to cultivate mega rare and expensive magic items. It became clear that one never knew what one would get at a critical moment with such an unpredictable skill if they suddenly got into a dangerous situation like many times before. And what one would be able to do there would have to try it once to find out. And because of such a skill, the world will now be in a crisis, and they will all be in it if they have to settle for this reckless skill for now. Because that's all that's left for now. The prudent merchant decided to bring in a few more people and figure out what was going on while these people were still in this country. The news that the Marquis Berthold is a treacherous and dastardly villain who has built a secret base has caused the aristocrats from all three nations to be incredibly surprised. Akin asked that no one believed him, though of course he had nothing but his own testimony and the words of his crew. Count Avard promised an immediate corroborating investigation, but he personally trusts Akin far more than Marquis Berthold. Dwarf King Mirlo recalled that during the thorough interrogation, the distraught Gurgur kept repeating the words of Gandar's Marquis. The meaning of his words had not been clear at the time, but now it was becoming clear. Akina admitted that they were connected. Count Avard apologized for being involved in such a terrible situation. After all, under such circumstances, he too could have easily been suspected of a vile betrayal. Count Avard offered to put contract magic on him. If he lied, he would immediately die. But Akina replied that it was unnecessary and not worth making such a sacrifice. Now it has become obvious to everyone that there are Gandarov's accomplices in the center and many other places, and now it will be much more difficult to get this information to the center from people's wounds. Count Avard did not realize who Gandarov really was, and it is a huge surprise to learn that the great escape of our territory is his deeds. And all this after being so ostentatiously friendly. Such a thing cannot be forgiven. The young merchant explained that it was far from over. The tale of the Demon King that had to be faced caused a fit of anger in the Dwarf King Murdo. It turned out that at the moment people are currently engaged in a very long war with the country of demons and a huge wandering monster that roamed the land of demons with ease to deal with the armies of demons and humans, and it is that terrible creature and called the King of Demons. Count Avard said that he had heard that the Demon King had suddenly disappeared at one point, and now it was a wonder to know that it was possible to control such a terrible creature. All three aristocrats thanked the miraculously surviving merchant for the useful information. And they decided that they simply could not put Akin and his men in any more danger than they were already in. So they would try to take care of everything themselves, and Akin and his team should just retreat. After meeting with the aristocrats, the prudent merchant decided that Gandarov, the Demon King, it was all becoming clearer that it looked incredibly dangerous. Some sort of status quo has set in. Akina turned to his team and admitted that he simply couldn't leave the aristocrats alone with such a threat, especially since he had a cultivation skill. Everyone replied that the gacha cultivation skill was too unstable, and it was unclear when the ability could stop working and how to be in a critical situation. Enchantress Emmanuel said that if Gandarov's plan to enslave the world with his insidious plan brings real danger to the world, still the merchant and all his colleagues would not be left out. Everyone eventually came to the unanimous decision that of course they must stop another mad villain. In other words, Gandarov would naturally have them at once, and if he interfered in their business, then altogether they will definitely defeat Gandarov. The young leader said that in that case, they should cultivate his gacha cultivation to delay the battle for a while, because they would never be able to defeat the Demon King. Back home in the dark forest of destruction, the young merchant said that they still needed to test his new skill to find out how they could use it in a real battle, and need to find some good opportunity to test it. Once again, the front door suddenly opened. The water dragon girl as usual came when she wanted to. After listening to Akin, the water dragon girl stated that his skill would grow even if he didn't say anything, and she thought so right away. The tailed girl explained that she didn't tell the merchant that right away because she couldn't do anything about it, and she felt that there was some residue left from the skill. And now what had ever been grown before had left a seed in Akin's body, and it could be grown again. The water dragon girl explained that she had come today for a reason, specifically because she remembered something about Gandarov. Of course, any information about the enemy interested the young merchant. The water dragon explained how she had heard the name before, but could not remember and now realized the reason. It turns out the name of the Gandars she had heard before in ancient times, what is now called the era of lost magic. Akin was certainly interested in hearing about ancient times, but wanted some specifics. Blacksmith Harold as usual commented in too much of a group and couldn't understand what ancient times had to do with lost magic at all. The elven Furio couldn't believe that the dastardly man had been alive since such ancient times. But the water dragon reminded her that she always wants to memorize everything around her. But this time she couldn't, and that made her very interested. and all indications are that she has sealed all memories of Gandaroth for herself, and that is even stranger than first imagined. Master Harold resented rather more the fact that he didn't understand anything about magical nonsense. After all, why would she seal her own memories? Akina's merchant suggested that perhaps all those memories were all very bad, and so she wanted to forget them as soon as possible. But the water dragon couldn't answer that question, and now she had a suggestion just about that, for it all had to do with the current state of affairs. The water dragon asked if Akin's team wanted to become much stronger, and at the same time uncover all the secrets related to the dastardly Gandaroth. And Akina's can experiment with cultivating gacha in a real battle. And if this is all really interesting, why don't the whole team go to the ruins of the era of lost magic, where you can find the answers to many questions? The young haggler was interested in the strange name and asked where this place was even located. The water dragon explained that it was a pyramid deep in the great forest of the west. At this phrase, the enchantress Emmanuel immediately became agitated. In a quick voice, the brunette explained that this was one of the most difficult dungeons of our time, where there were absolutely zero survivors. Many went in search of the super precious treasure of lost magic that was said to lie in the deepest depths in the dungeon. Numerous adventurers, national search parties have tried to pass through, and not only has no one succeeded in touching the treasure, but it has been difficult to return back even without it. The Akina merchant was surprised at such knowledge of the brunette, and Emmanuel explained that there was no explorer who did not know of this place. The beautiful sorceress told how she had also challenged a few years ago, but the ruins had proved too difficult a challenge, and she had abandoned the foolish venture. Emmanuel asked the water dragon if she knew what was there. The girl with the tail confessed that after all she was one of those who built this terrible labyrinth, and so she knew something. Then the water dragon confessed that in fact she does not remember much about this labyrinth. But unlike the memories of Gandaroth, she kept a diary in which she talks about the joint construction of these ancient ruins with humans. But how it happened remains a mystery. The water dragon decided that in all likelihood she had hidden in those ruins the key to unlock the memory of Gandaroth. Moreover, that dangerous facility was built using the best technologies of the era of lost magic, among which are 3 legacies. The first is a collection of blueprints of rare magical tools. The second is a piece of orichalcum, and the third is a scroll of the summoning circle of the Spirit King. All these 3 magic items can be used to strengthen the whole team. Blacksmith Harold was most interested in the magical orichalcum, because with its help he could make the most powerful weapon in the world for Maine. The sorceress Emmanuel is interested from the collection of blueprints of rare magical tools, and there is very much interested in scrutinizing them. The wisest of the elves, Furyu, decided that with the circle of the Spirit King, her control of plant spirits could be greatly enhanced. The young merchant exclaimed that this is all just fine since the water dragon says so. But at the same time, the girl with a tail reminded that just for the sake of hiding the treasure and the key, they had made many dangerous traps, because she herself always wants to test people, while being unable to enter these ruins herself. It was also conceived that the key and treasure cannot be taken by a random person, and they were left for someone who will need them at the right time. That's why there are such difficulties in finding them. Akina thought that who might need them even more than they do now. The water dragon, on the other hand, was waiting to hear whether or not the heroes were going into the dangerous labyrinth. The responsible merchant pondered the situation. After all, it was all too risky, but in the end, it would allow the entire team to be greatly strengthened. And the dungeon itself was just right for a real test of the new gacha cultivation skill. Oh, and if he didn't clear all this up, he wouldn't be able to fight with his new skill in the future. After finishing his thoughts, the young merchant declared on behalf of the entire team that they were ready to go to the ancient ruins to search for the unknown. Wasting no time, the heroes traveled to the great forest of the west, and following the exact instructions of the water dragon, discovered the ancient ruins of lost magic. The site itself appeared to be in the shape of a huge pyramid, and it reeked of something truly ancient and magical. Akina's admiring merchant admitted that the structure was truly incredible. Meanwhile, the sorceress Emmanuel looked around and found that there were no other adventurers willing to challenge the labyrinth. And so there were many dangers ahead of them. As far as was known, the treasure of the ruins and the key to the water dragon's memory were on the 7th level of the pyramid. From the words of the beautiful Emmanuel, It was revealed that there are a total of 7 levels in the ancient ruins, each containing various dangerous traps and other hidden objects. Some explorers even claim that there is a level of powerful monsters, but no one has ever returned from there. The levels themselves are connected by stairs, and so the team will have to go through and clear one by one level each. And by the way, the team will not get the treasure if they try to enter the 7th level from the outside. This has been tried by many cunning adventurers. After discussing all the known details, the team still embarked on the path of exploring the ancient ruins to find treasures, answers to questions, and test the skill of gacha cultivation in a real battle. Before the new explorers lay the first level of the dangerous pyramid, everyone on the team was tense, feeling responsible for this first step. The first level turned out to be a giant labyrinth that had been described by many adventurers who had dared to embark on this dangerous path. Leader Akin once again warned everyone of the dangers of hidden traps, and the adventurous Main, in her usual fashion, suggested climbing over the walls and descending from above. But the sorceress Emmanuel observed that if they did so, it was unlikely that they would get a clear decision on their results of the labyrinth. At this point, the merchant Akina decided to do what he wanted to do the most: try to grow something with the accelerated growth of the elf Furyu. The result was all too successful, as the most ordinary beets grew. Although at that, the merchant stated that it worked out fine, as it was actually the most grown vegetable so far. And in terms of gacha cultivation skill, it was certainly an unfortunate result, but it was what they needed right now. The young merchant explained that if they put a landmark where they had already passed, they would never get lost and would definitely reach the finish line of the maze someday. And this is very easy to do with the help of red beets. The blacksmith herald was surprised at such resourcefulness and praised Akin for his ingenuity. But then the master dwarf, without too much consideration of the ground beneath his feet, stepped on some button hidden in the floor. The loud click, of course, did not please anyone, and especially not Harold himself, because everyone of course realized that most likely activated some dangerous trap. The fears were confirmed just a moment later, when a huge stone ball rolled out on the team and rushed forward at great speed, causing panic in the ranks of the explorers of the ruins. Adventurous Main, of course, offered to instantly destroy the stone with her power. The beautiful sorceress stated that this should not be done under any circumstances, as she had heard that if one tried to stop or break the stone with an attack or magic, it would sense it and destroy everything around it with a great explosion. It was all interesting and informative, but Akina was getting tired of running and wondered what they should do now. Ahead showed a sharp turn, and the excited merchant that this was the salvation. But alas, the stone easily changed direction even without regard to the sharp angle of the turn. Such a thing the young leader did not expect at all from the stone block, and once again rushed to escape. The beautiful manual explained that there was most likely a lost magic device inside the ball that was changing the direction of travel. Akina immediately mentally reprimanded the water dragon, who unfortunately turned out to be incredibly resourceful at all sorts of challenges. Soon, the young merchant's team was still able to pull away from the deadly ball a bit, and it was time to apply defensive measures. The Elfis Furyu instantly created a mini field, and Akina hurriedly applied the skill of growing gacha. But just like last time, the results were rather strange. The first time, the young haggler grew an ordinary carrot, and the second time he got an ordinary spring. All his efforts were completely useless, and so the entire team continued the rescue run. Blacksmith Harold even managed to call this new cultivation skill completely useless, but he was immediately reminded who exactly activated the death trap with the ball. There was a real dead end ahead, and the merchant once again decided to try his luck with his cultivation skill. This time he had a slightly better result. He managed to grow iron ingots and wooden planks. But the blacksmith herald did not understand how it could help in the confrontation with a huge stone ball. Akina, however, came up with a cunning plan and asked the dwarf master to simply join some planks together and try to strengthen them. The resourceful herald worked very quickly, for absolutely no one wanted to be crushed to death by a huge boulder. After that, the resourceful merchant asked the adventurous Main to forcefully throw an ingot of iron at the rock, and the elf girl Furyu should quickly dig a hole at that moment. All except Master Harold understood the plan of the leader and now just waited for the stone opponent, which was inexorably approaching. Akina himself hoped for a successful outcome, otherwise there would be no second chance. The metal ingot thrown by the adventurous Main caused the expected reaction, and the stone ball exploded powerfully. And the entire team instantly rushed to the dug hole, which was to keep everyone safe from the explosion, at the order of the leader. The frightened heroes managed to take cover in such an improvised trench, which was covered with planks from above, and they in turn were held by the super strong Main. Akin's whole adventurous plan worked, and they stayed alive without breaking any rules, because it was forbidden to pass over the labyrinth, and there was no prohibition to pass under it. Soon after, the team was able to reach the finish line of the first level, and this caused a wave of excitement among the participants. The young merchant rejoiced that he was still able to effectively apply his strange gacha cultivation skill in such extreme situations. After that, the team leader declared that from now on, they would switch their goal to mastering the ancient ruins and head to the second level of the pyramid. Meanwhile, the water dragon rejoiced and marveled at the team's success, for they had indeed passed the first level. Soon after overcoming the first level of the ancient ruins, Akin's merchant team found themselves in a difficult situation, and they couldn't figure out what to do about the upcoming challenge. But to understand what is actually complicated going on, you need to go back a few hours. To confront the vile Gardaroff and the Demon King, the team of Akin's trading company traveled to the ancient ruins of lost magic. In these mysterious ruins must lie the key unlocking the sealed memories of the water dragon, as well as valuable treasures. These 3 treasures were from the era of lost magic, and many people had tried to conquer the difficult dungeons for their sake, but remained in them forever. With incredible efforts, the team of Akin's store overcame the second level, followed by the third level, which also brought not a few unpleasant surprises, but thanks to the team working together, the team was moving forward. The 4th and 5th levels were much more difficult and dangerous than the previous ones, but still the well-coordinated team of the store overcame them, and all this was a great result on the way to achieving the main goal. Of course, all of this was constantly watched by a mysterious creature dwelling in the ancient ruins. The mystical creature was indeed delighted with such excellent results in conquering the ancient ruins, because many adventurers did not even get further than the second level. That being said, it would soon be Kuro's turn. A joyful and tired Akina reminded all the team members that they had managed to clear the 5th level of the cursed ancient ruins. The store team had gotten this far because each member's abilities were better than the average adventurers. And the gacha cultivation skill, Akina hardly used it anymore except for the first level, but even so, the entire team was almost completely exhausted. And ahead lay the difficult, penultimate 6th level. According to many rumors, the 7th level is the summit with a room of incredible treasures. Therefore, the 6th level is the final test, but no one has ever ascended to the 6th level, and no one has any idea what that test is. But it was too late to retreat, and so store manager Akin led his few staff to where no one had ever been before. But the first impression, as always, was surprise. All the team members were stunned by what they saw, because they found themselves in a real dense forest. How the forest could be inside the pyramid was a real mystery, and apparently it was to be found out. The wisest elf Furyu immediately determined that there was something wrong with this forest, and it was not healthy. Akina couldn't even imagine what they would have to face during this mission. But then what they saw ahead caused apprehension. A strange shadow, or perhaps even a figure that clearly did not belong to a human, showed up ahead. But then the ominous shadow did turn into something tangible, and a creature resembling a girl greeted the conquerors of the ancient ruins. The girl admitted that she had been watching the progress of Akin's team, and was quite impressed since they had even managed to reach the 6th level. Excited Akina said, "Is it really another water dragon?" Well, as it turned out, it was a black water dragon. The black water dragon was very surprised that the new guests of the pyramid knew her relative. And Akina explained that they just needed to find out something, and that's why they were here. The black water dragon realized that the merchant's team had arrived to completely sweep the dungeon, and the shrewd merchant decided to go along with that assumption. The young merchant explained that they needed information about the 3 treasures, and about a man named Gandaroff who was threatening the entire world, and also needed the water dragon's memory key. The beautiful sorceress Emmanuel wanted to clarify something else, but noticing how the black water dragon changed in her face changed her mind. As it turned out, the name of the Gandars caused the black water dragon an attack of apparent discontent, But what exactly was bothering her? The girl with a tail could not explain to the frightened heroes. The black water dragon admitted that she could not tell much about herself, except that all her conscious time she has been in this pyramid and does not even remember from when. Much less does she know anything about the world around her, except that there is a white water dragon outside, and she is on her assignment specifically to test people who can reach the 6th level of the ancient pyramid. The young merchant didn't understand much, but decided to listen to the tailed girl calmly. But then the strange black water dragon cheered up and said that she was ready to fulfill her immediate role and begin the trial, because that is why she has been here for so long, waiting for at least someone. And since no one had ever been able to reach the 6th level, she missed her guests very much and would be testing them. The young merchant had already realized that it wouldn't be easy and asked what exactly the task at this level would be. The water dragon explained that there was no set test for this level. Although she had actually seen all of the team's abilities from behind the scenes up to this point and had chosen a special test based on those criteria. The black water dragon stated that the pyramid level 6 trial would be the solution to the problem of the damaged forest. No one expected such a thing, of course, and it caused complete surprise on the faces of the staff of Isekai'd store. The black water dragon explained that the trees in the forest were constantly turning yellow and withering and needed to be solved. The elf Furyu, the most important vegetation expert, immediately determined that the forest was unfortunately dying. Judging by the joyful grin of the black water dragon, she herself was very pleased with the chosen challenge. The black water dragon explained that she noticed how everything looked and everyone was indeed very active while going through the levels. That being said, the Enchantress Emmanuel and the Elfess Furyu had almost completely exhausted their magical powers and were already exhausted. Only the Adventurer Main remains still quite awake, and Master Harold's blacksmithing abilities are more suited to support. So the ability of the merchant akin to extract vegetables, various trash, iron and wooden planks from the ground is an amazing skill. Other than that, there is no other activity, and he is just an ordinary person and can be considered a useless burden. Akina felt the hurtful words for himself, but still remained silent in response. Therefore, to solve the problem of the sick forest, the plant spirit magic of the elven woman Furuya and the magic of the Enchantress Emmanuel would not be enough. An adventurous main's brute superpower would certainly not be able to this problem, and so this challenge would become very difficult for the whole team. But if still managed to clear this place, the team of Isekai'd store will get all the treasures and the memory key of the white water dragon. But if the team fails to clear and save the local forest from destruction, then the self-destruct attached to special runes will be triggered and all participants of the test will die on this level. The black water dragon said that if she saw no ability to solve the forest disease problem, then she would just start the destruction process and leave, and then hide afterward and stay out of the way. Akina realized that apparently all water dragons usually like to say all sorts of crazy things. The black water dragon stated that since her relative liked such people, she would also be interested to see how they could pass her test. Then the completely unorthodox girl with a tail enthusiastically announced the start of the trial and advised her not to take too long to solve the local forest's disease problem. The young merchant wondered how it was even possible to cure the forest of an unknown disease, and in a short time. Akina told his team that apparently the black water dragon had completely underestimated the ability to cultivate gacha, since he had never used it anywhere else but the first level of the pyramid. Blacksmith Harold recognized that his ability and Adventurer Main's ability were completely useless in this case. It was also a correct observation that the magical powers of the Elfess Furyu and the Sorceress Emmanuel had almost run out. Also, all the magic power regenerating potions had been used up. All these factors were absolutely not in favor of the merchant team. Master Harold suggested that perhaps the forest was withering because it lacked nutrients, and it was located inside the ancient ruins, where there was absolutely no sunlight. But the observant merchant noticed that through the upper wall sunlight does enter and is somehow drawn toward the forest. The wisest Elfess Furyu scrutinized the local soil and stated that the food is also provided in full, and this is most likely due to the technology of lost magic. Also, the Elfess was amazed by the perfection of this monumental structure, and the way the local forest is fading looks very strange. Most likely this forest was very fluffy and healthy in the past, and it started to wither only a while ago. Akina was surprised at the amount of information, but how to put it into practice was unclear. The wisest of all elves suggested that over time the growth of vegetation must have upset the balance of sun exposure, and an immobile enclosed area could not naturally return to a better balance. Adventurous Main had little understanding of vegetation, but great interest in listening to Furyu. The Black Water Dragon was truly enraptured by the wisdom of the elven woman Furyu. The sorceress Emmanuel then claimed that she was able to prepare a potion to heal plants even without the use of magic. The young merchant was delighted by such abilities of the beautiful brunette, but it turned out that the girl was able to make only one vial, since all the ingredients ran out. Akina thought that if it was possible as before, it would be much easier, but if you plant anything, it will grow anyway, not noticeable what? Because it is the skill of growing gacha. Yes, and you can only grow something that managed to grow for all of this, until his real cultivation skill was stolen. In other words, now the team can't get products to directly heal the forest and unfortunately can't rely on the magic of the elfess Furuya and the sorceress Emmanuel. The adventurous Main, with her usual simplicity, suggested that the trees be torn out and moved to a place with good sunshine and planted anew. But the wisest elven woman immediately rejected this idea, because you can't replant weakened trees, it will kill them completely. In the meantime, the Black Water Dragon joked that apparently this task was impossible for her team, and it was time to prepare the self-destruct switch. The young merchant was angry, because this was the hardest test of all that have been able to pass before, and hand-to-hand combat with huge monsters was even easier. All the more it was necessary to get the treasure that was hidden in this pyramid. The entire team would start arguing, and it caused general annoyance. No one could figure out what I should really do with this difficult task, and how to stay alive as a result. Even the always reserved Master Herald was absolutely as indignant as the girls on the team. But the leader had no answer to this important question, and was himself feverishly trying to think of a solution to the crucial problem. But suddenly a crackling sound of wood was heard from the adventurous Main's side. The girl herself was startled by the unexpected crunch, and immediately explained that she hadn't even used her skill, and the wood was more brittle than it seemed. The young merchant looked at the broken, dilapidated boards, trying to figure out how he could best heal this ailing forest. And then the solution came instantly. The agitated merchant asked the elfess Furia to create on the remaining magical powers of the field and accelerate growth. No one could understand what was really going on. And a flustered herald, who had little understanding of magical matters, was trying to figure out what was going on. Akina himself hoped for a positive result. The young merchant had some sense of a sinister lottery in which the prize might be not only expensive treasures, but also his own life. It remained to be seen whether or not it worked out. Everything turned out as the young merchant wanted, and a whole bunch of magical pomegranates pulled from the ground. A real euphoria swept over Akin, for this was the best success in recent times. The astonished Black Water Dragon couldn't understand how this even happened, for the young lad should be pulling all sorts of debris like iron and wooden sticks out of the ground, but now he had strange round things in his hands. Just at this moment, the equally surprised sorceress Emmanuel was trying to figure out what the leader was going to do with all those magical grenades. Then the resourceful haggler pulled out huge logs they would use to subdue the moneylender Golded and build houses. The agitated Akina asked the wizard to take some magic bed buried in one place. And then the cultivation by the fusion method of gigantism occurred, and a huge magic pomegranate was produced. The joyous members of Akin's store staff finally realized the entire cunning plan of their leader. And only the Black Water Dragon girl remained completely perplexed and tried to understand what these people were rejoicing over. As always, the well-coordinated work of the entire team pleased their leader. Soon a large magic grenade was placed on each huge log. Akina then asked the wisest elfess to do one last thing, identify the target. To which Furyu made her promise a whole mountain of whipped cream as usual. The wisest Furyu had quite accurately pointed her finger to the desired location, and it was only up to the formidable herald to do the job. A game remotely resembling baseball began, in which it was necessary to hit the right place with a magic grenade. The bat was a real log in the hands of the adventurous Main. The magic grenades were carried one after another to the exact spot that the wisest Elphus had indicated. The team of Akin's store had gotten really excited playing such an interesting game. And judging from the expression on the black water dragon's face, she was extremely surprised. Eventually, it was time for the farewell shot, and the entire roof of the pyramid began to be covered with cracks and holes. The excited merchant declared that his team had now changed the balance of sunlight exposure to the local forest, and the disease problem should be solved. In confirmation of the young merchant's words, the sunlight did indeed begin to warm the withering branches of the lovesick trees. The delighted black water dragon looked at everything that was happening with amazement and began to realize that the trees were really getting better. The wisest Elphus Furiu, who loved trees like no one else, explained that the place now had a good angle of sunlight, and also a good variation of daylight throughout the day. And thanks to all these factors, all the vegetation will feel much better very soon. The black water dragon examiner was trying to realize how these people had actually managed to pass her difficult test. And in the end, she was delighted that the young merchant was able to cultivate some very strange bombs. And then there was the amazing solution of launching them upwards with logs and thereby breaking down the walls, and thanks to all this, the whole solar climate in this forest was changed. The solution was truly a stroke of genius. The black water dragon lady was truly delighted. Although the young merchant himself said that it was just a temporary cure, and if the original environment was not changed, the trees would wither again. And for this problem, it was better to apply a fundamental solution. And if suddenly the position of the plants will change again, it will be necessary to try to correct it by backfilling the wall or applying some other engineering solutions. The sorceress Emmanuel stated that she could personally give the recipe for the right potion to cure the vegetation, and then the black dragon lady could prepare it herself, if of course she followed exactly what was written. Akina reminded her that his store had full after-sales service on all items. Looking at all of this, Lady Water Black Dragon really realized how interesting these people turned out to be. Lady Black Water Dragon was left extremely impressed from meeting such interesting people who helped heal the forest. I was really important. And she couldn't solve the problem herself, just watching the poor trees die before her eyes. The young merchant Akina thought about how the Black Water Dragon lady said that this was just a test. But in reality, she wanted to heal this forest because it was important to her from the beginning. If they couldn't cleanse it completely now, then it would have to be healed in some other way in the future. In the end, the Black Water Dragon lady resigned herself to the fact that her trials had passed with flying colors and announced the successful clearing of the 6th level, after which she would personally escort the entire team to the 7th level where the main treasures of the pyramid were located. This is what happened in reality. The team followed the Black Water Dragon lady, and they found themselves at the door of the 7th level. The team of Akin's store finally found themselves in the treasury of the pyramid and breathed a sigh of relief as they found the most cherished items that had been the dream of many generations of adventurers. The 3 boxes contained a collection of blueprints of rare magic tools of lost magic, a piece of huge orichalcum, and a Spirit King summoning circle. Worthy treasures as a reward for passing the incredible trials. Adventurous Main stated that with this, they could easily prepare forces against Gandaroth and the Demon King. The leader of the trading company stated that he would like to return to the Dark Forest of Destruction and start doing this as soon as possible. At this point, the only key left is the Water Dragon's memory key, which should not be forgotten about either. The Black Water Dragon lady started to say something incomprehensible, and then she declared that she would transform, and suddenly a bright light illuminated her. After these strange manipulations, the Black Water Dragon lady herself disappeared, and in her place appeared an incomparable key. The astonished merchant decided that it was most likely her true form, though there is no information on additional water dragons. Adventurous Main only asked if the Lady Black Water Dragon had disappeared forever. But suddenly, the extraordinary girl with a tail materialized into human form again, which quite frightened the young merchant. The Black Water Dragon lady explained that she could no longer maintain the essence for long, and she needed to take care of the forest, and so she couldn't just disappear. Soon the entire team of Merchant Akin, including Lady Black Water Dragon, returned to the Dark Forest of Destruction home. The Water Dragon thanked her kinswoman for preserving the ancient ruins because of the memories passed down by the key. The black water dragon lady was also happy to see her relative, for it had been a long time since they had met. The light water dragon lady explained that to understand her memories after using the key, it would take a few days to fully open them. And during that entire period, she must sleep and therefore has to borrow a room in this house. Light Water Dragon explained that at the moment they don't know how to use the treasures they received, and she herself can't wait to see how the wonderful merchant team will increase their power. Left without the water dragons, the head of the trading company said that they should all confront Garderow and the Demon King with the treasures they had brought. And since they fought off the Demon King with the help of all the power of the plant spirit magic of the elven woman Furyu and the forbidden level of human magic of the sorceress Emmanuel, as well as the squeeze to the limit superhuman skill of the adventurer Main. Therefore, it is necessary to get new additional powers to confront. And to do so, they all together must make use of the treasures they have obtained. In this idea of the Merchandikin was of course supported by the whole team, because everyone wanted to equally avenge their offense to the treacherous Garderow. After a few days of study and preparation, the sorceress Emmanuel continued to study the received collection of blueprints of magical objects of lost magic, and in this process was so engrossed that she did not even dare to go to bed. The beautiful Emmanuel stated that in the past few days of research on lost magic, she had advanced more than 100 years. Therefore, if they are going to devote themselves to a thorough immersion, it will be the perfect knowledge to create items superior to all known items of lost magic at this time. The beautiful sorceress then explained that so far she had managed to recreate one magical item from the blueprints she had received. I also have confidence that she will even manage to improve it. From all this, the Akina merchant was surprised, although I never doubted Emmanuel's abilities. The brunette sorceress explained that she had managed to create a searchable encyclopedia of the era of lost magic. This particular encyclopedia contained more detailed information about everything in the world than any other modern encyclopedia, and it was searchable for words and phrases. On top of all this, it will make researching items of lost magic much easier. At this point, it is obvious that the Demon King is an enemy that is beyond the grasp of the highest level of modern human magic. Therefore, it is absolutely not worth practicing such magic. Emmanuel stated that as a researcher she had been thinking about how to improve her powers and at some point realized that this great encyclopedia could help her. First of all, any magic is the deciphering of world phenomena and replacing them with a magical language. And breaking this magical language with spells and other means of interfering with phenomena and generating power is a well-known rule. The young merchant listened with interest to all these magical interactions and realized that they were very similar to hacking in his home world. The beautiful sorceress went on to tell him that the era of lost magic was actually a magical civilization where magic flourished the most, and this magical encyclopedia was written in that very civilization. Just touch the screen with just 3 fingers and the encyclopedia displays phenomena in magical language. In other words speaking, with this encyclopedia, it is possible to learn the magical language of all listed world phenomena in more detail than there is today. And this in turn means that one can apply magic better than any of today's even better magicians. Such magical prospects made the young merchant's imagination run wild. That being said, the sorceress Emmanuel has combined the inventions from this encyclopedia and collection of blueprints to make them more powerful, and this is just the beginning of her grueling work. Akina has decided that this sorceress is not to be outdone until she reaches the highest peaks of magical science. Then the young merchant went to find out what the elven Furyu is doing. To his surprise, the head of the trading company found the wisest elf just hanging on a tree, and then asked that she is still all tormented. But Furyu calmly replied that it was easy for everyone to say that. The wisest elven woman explained that with this scroll of the Spirit King summoning circle, one could summon the plant Spirit King and make a contract with him, and then she could use more powerful plant spirit magic than ever before. The whole essence of the process involved, she understood, but there was a small but. The terms of the contract with the Spirit King are such that every time you throw him for help, you have to abstain for a whole year from your most favorite and expensive thing. In other words, for each use, she will not be able to eat for a whole year her favorite sweets, which is much more precious to her than life. Including the excellent whipped cream cannot be eaten either. The young merchant agreed that the terms of the contract were indeed too harsh for such a lover of all things sweet, Sweetness is what the pixie lives for, and it is absolutely no joke. Akina realized that Harold the blacksmith was the only one left, and if they were to fight the dreaded Demon King, they would need a first-class weapon. A sword made by Harold using the small amount of orichalcum he had at his disposal. And as for expectations of the weapon received, it is bound to be ultra-reliable as usual. But in reality, the great Master Dwarf was faced with an insoluble problem. The very same orichalcum said to have the strongest hardness in the world. Master Harold wanted to create the strongest weapon in the world that never breaks even with the adventurous Main's superhuman skill. No matter how hard the two of them tried to work on this rarest hard metal, they failed. Orihulk was not at all amenable to boiling or smelting, not even to adventurous Main's powerful blows. Akina noticed that they had failed this time as well. Master Harold explained that ordinary materials, no matter how hard they were, could always be slowly melted with fire and blacksmithing magic, but orichalcum did not melt even into fragments no matter what he did. Adventurous Main explained that even with her human skill, she was unable to not scratch in any way or damage this piece of metal. An excited Harold explained that orichalcum was his dream material, and his goal was to one day forge a fine weapon from it. But unfortunately, that proved to be a completely unaffordable task, at least for the time being. Of course, the young merchant did not expect it, for he had hoped for Harold's experience and ingenuity. Although on the other hand, if they could make a weapon out of this material, it would be a truly amazing product. But the only remaining question was how exactly to do it. The head of the trading company wondered if he himself could be of any help in this matter, although in fact his knowledge of blacksmithing and metals was nil. Then Akina remembered that the Encyclopedia of Lost Magic created by the sorceress Emmanuel might provide some useful information about the metal orichalcum. Blacksmith Harold didn't understand what it was about, but was interested in any help with his problem. Soon the young merchant returned with the enchantress' borrowed invention and began a detailed search in the minerals section. But no matter how much the young merchant searched for information about this rare metal, there was absolutely no information, and it only caused irritation to the blacksmith Harold and Akin himself. In the end, the blacksmith called the item completely useless, and the merchant thought about some other solution to the problem. Akina once again began tearing through the magic encyclopedia in hopes of finding some useful information, and the stares of his friends seemed to be trying to help him. In the end, the young merchant said that the material left behind in the ruins of the Lost Magic era, and whose name has survived to this day, doesn't even have a name in this detailed Encyclopedia of Lost Magic. It all seems too strange. At least it could have been included in the list of legendary materials from the time of Lost Magic, but that's sadly not the case. The indignant blacksmith Harold agreed with his supervisor and only snorted in annoyance. The resourceful haggler decided that it might be worth removing the genre of the minerals themselves from the list of search criteria and trying to search through all the genres in the encyclopedia. It was obvious that everyone had a preconceived notion that orichalcum was actually a mineral, and no one knew exactly what genre orichalcum belonged to, so the left was to search for it more broadly within the encyclopedia search. In the end, showing ingenuity, the young merchant still found in a detailed magical encyclopedia what was needed. But unexpectedly, this strongest material was found in the genres of plants, which caused an attack of incomprehension in the experienced blacksmith Harold. In the end, the encyclopedia could only give the name and no more detailed information, and they also knew nothing more about the era of lost magic. The young merchant then realized how much he had been involved in the cultivation process before, and his intuition told him he needed to try something. Akina grabbed a piece of orichalcum and ran away in the direction of the vegetable garden. The resourceful merchant realized that if orichalcum was actually a plant and an unusual mineral, that to try experimenting with it. Akina found himself in the vegetable garden and decided to use this piece of the rarest orichalcum as a seed. After all, if planted as usual, it would be interesting to see if anything would grow from it. The agitated merchant thought about it and tried to calm down and then figure out what kind of life form the orichalcum had, assuming that it was indeed a plant. And if this material is so rare, does that mean that it is almost extinct in nature, having lived since the lost magic itself? And this extreme hardness may be just a seed coat, and perhaps this plant is now just in a kind of hibernation. Akina finally decided that he needed a hard seed coat and needed to understand what happens to the seed coat when it blooms. But unfortunately, until plants bloom, they don't know anything for sure. The young merchant wondered how we could get this incredible plant to bloom and why it didn't bloom much earlier, and why its blooms had never spread around the world in the first place. And is it due to the fact that the blooming conditions of such a strange plant are quite harsh? Suddenly, the wisest elfess Furyu appeared and explained that these plants are so timid fearful that they are protected by the strongest hardness. And perhaps this plant will bloom in the best and safest environment, though it is not known for sure. That was the explanation of the Spirit King from whom she had asked about this problem. From the look on the wisest elf's face, it was clear what she had decided to do for her team by contracting with the Spirit King. The sweet lover stated that everything else could be left to her, and one of her new abilities could solve this problem without much effort. The young merchant wanted to start praising and thanking the elfess for her incredible act and sacrifice. But Furyu explained that if the scum of Gondorov made a mess of the whole world, it would still lose the most precious and sweetest thing in its life. The elf girl showed her hand with a magical seal and explained that she had made a contract with the Spirit King and was now able to display all of the Spirit King's power that she was endowed with for the coming year. Akin's merchant rejoiced that many more problems would now be able to be solved and suggested that the process begin. The wisest elf Furyu began to call upon the Spirit King to lend her the powerful force of the contract, and judging by the look on Furyu's face, the Spirit King of the plant began to respond in some unknown way. Suddenly, a huge garden of the King of Plant Spirits appeared all around with its green shades of color and all sorts of rare plants. The astonished leader didn't even realize what had happened or how it was even possible. Elf Furyu explained that she had summoned the King of Plant Spirits to the garden of the house, and if the orichalcum is really such a timid plant, then it should be given the best conditions in this world, and then it will be able to germinate and bloom. The garden of the house of the King of Plant Spirits is surrounded by a special barrier to protect it from external enemies. It also has optimal regulation of sunlight and nutrients, and of course water. It is a true plant paradise where all plants weep and rejoice together. Delighted Akina realized that this place is simply amazing, a kind of top-class hotel for plants with incredible comfort and conditions. Moreover, it became clear that the King of Plant Spirits himself did not want this precious plant to become extinct, and it was noticeable that the plant garden was filled with enthusiasm. Even the spirits are flying around. The wisest elfess explained that it was one of her new abilities. If the whole team used this power correctly, they would be able to strengthen the cultivation of the gacha and achieve high results. Then the sweet, loving elfland lover decided to take on orichalcum. Furyu began to indoctrinate the plant that in this garden, it could feel at ease among the strongest in the world and fully unfold. The wisest elfess applied the magical bloom and put it on the orichalcum, and an incredible thing began to happen before everyone's eyes. Gradually creaking as if cautiously peeking through a door, the seed of the orichalcum began to unfold. And soon after a few minutes, the unbelievable happened. A magnificent flower appeared that no one had seen for many hundreds of years. And the seed coat peeled off and softened, and it was exactly what the astonished blacksmith Harold had been waiting for. Harold rather declared that he could now easily forge the magnificent sword he had dreamed of for years. Akin's merchant asked if the weapon could be returned to its original hardness after it was forged. But Harold said that there was no need to worry about that, and that it was just a technical matter for the craftsman. The master dwarf set to work as quickly as possible and used his blacksmithing instincts to the best of his ability. Harold tried. The more he tempered it, the more he concentrated on the thing being made. Harold the blacksmith tried to restore the original hardness and made no mistakes when striking the hammer. Finally, he shouted that everything was ready and ceremoniously displayed the finished sword made of the hardest material in the world, orichalcum. After that, the sword of course passed into the possession of the unrivaled adventurer Main, who like an ancient samurai accepted the best weapon in the world and decided to test it as soon as possible. With a single blow, using her incredible strength, adventurous Main was easily able to cut an entire rock in half. And the sword itself did not even have a scratch on it after such a blow and the use of her superhuman ability. This was a testament to the incredible hardness of the weapon, as well as the great skill of the blacksmith who forged it. The adventurous Main was ecstatic and declared that with such a weapon, she could easily fight the Demon King himself. Supervisor Akin was ecstatic at the magnificent result. Meanwhile, the sorceress Emmanuel, along with the blacksmith Harold, felt an overwhelming sleepiness after sleepless nights of labor. The next day from the very morning, the water dragon lady entered the house and finally woke up and recalled her lost memories. But as it turned out in reality, the water dragon lady had not remembered anything yet, but was awakened by the presence of Gandaroff, who apparently was currently moving towards the capital. Akin's team packed up as quickly as possible and hit the road, as there was every indication that Gandaroff was heading for the capital and clearly not with good intentions. The water dragon lady explained that she constantly sends her consciousness to the rivers all over the country so that she can detect any unusual processes around the rivers. Well, now she has detected Gandaroff's huge magical presence in the capital, although it is unknown what exactly he is doing. The young merchant asked if there was any news about the memories from the past about Gandaroff. But the water dragon lady explained that she urgently woke up in the middle of the cycle, and so she needed some more time to realize her memories. Akina understood everything and suggested that the dragon girl immediately fall asleep. It also became obvious, and that the team of heroes cannot allow any nobles or anyone else to know about their presence in the capital, and so need to act as covertly as possible. And now, wielding new weapons, they went out to assess the situation. The only thing that was important to find out was, of course, why Gandaroff was moving towards the capital and what plans he had already started to realize. As a result, the team heroes ended up near the capital from the back door. On the way, with the help of magic, they contacted Count Avard, and he let the guests through another back door. Finding themselves on a hill overlooking the entire city, the team of heroes were horrified, because in the distance behind the walls of the capital was the King of Demons. And even from such a great distance, he seemed incredibly large monster. There were also several Iron Eaters spotted outside the walls of the capital. The beautiful sorceress Emmanuel was outraged. After all, they had defeated them last time, and where did the new ones come from then? No one could understand what the hell was even going on and what the Gandars were preparing for. Count Avard said that suddenly from the sky shone, the King of Demons panicked. But the soldiers managed to orient everyone, and all the locals began to withdraw organized special opening. They meanwhile investigated Gandaroff's activities, including underground in the capital. But so far no statement has been received from the investigators that it is still unknown what is really going on. The young merchant wondered, what could it be that this insidious man has decided to destroy the country's capital, and it seems that this is the danger that the water dragon lady sensed. Then everyone noticed that the king himself was standing on the balcony. Who would be best to hide now? And the young merchant himself remembered that he was still a wanted man, and it was better not to show himself to the guards unnecessarily. Then everyone saw the magical image of Gandaroff in the image of Marquis Berthold, and since it is a magical connection, he is somewhere else. Like a real TV announcer, Gandaroff in the image of Marquis Berthold addressed the people of the capital, welcoming them. Gandaroff smiled as usual in the image of the Marquis, and began to tell the inhabitants of the capital about an incredible case, how he was able to subdue the King of Demons himself. And the frightened citizens of the capital cannot go outside the walls because of the Iron Eaters. Then Gandarova, aka Marquis Berthold, smiling even wider, said that all these factors indicate that all the inhabitants of the capital are about to die. The king, Count Avard, and everyone else were shocked at such a brazen statement. The frightened merchant caught himself thinking that he had not even expected such guile and such direct actions from Gandaroff. Although it should not be forgotten that the enemy base is located underground in the capital, and it is very strange why they did not rise directly from the ground in the center of the city. After all, the castle walls the Demon King will definitely not be able to fly over. This whole situation is too strange. But the young merchant had no more time to think, because a huge monster called the Demon King simply began to ram the walls of the city. Team Merchant Akin was faced with a difficult choice, because if they start fighting right now, it will reveal their presence in the capital, and what to do now remains unclear. Difficult times of the country usually come a place for the word of the king, and apparently now is just such a time. The majestic king, in a not quite confident voice, urged the people of the capital to stay calm and take shelter, and then promised to deal with the Demon King. As far as Akina knew, the local king was a popular figure, and perhaps he would really give the people hope and calm. The king, meanwhile, said that the royal capital had excellent defense troops yet to come to the front against the Demon King, and now was the time for them to act. The king declared that the royal guard as well as a division of excellent mages were immediately sent to defend the kingdom. Only now did the king realize that all the reports about Marquis Berthold had turned out to be true, and all the information about the Demon King was worth his attention. The king called to settle a long-standing score with the enemy of the kingdom, and his mages immediately reconstituted the magic circles. The agitated blacksmith herald declared that the war between the Demon King and mankind had begun. To confirm the dwarf master's words, the vicious barrels of cannons on the walls showed. Multiple shots marked the battle first, and a whole swarm of hard nukes flew towards the Demon King. Akina was very surprised at the use of ordinary cannons, but Blacksmith Harold explained that they were the most modern type, only in service in the capital. But after a moment, it became clear that these weapons proved to be completely useless. Then a whole cloud of magical lightning from which there was an incredible crackling sound fell on the Demon King. Such large-scale magic the young merchant had never seen before, but it turned out that the magic had only bought a little time. The next instant, the enraged Demon King broke through the city wall and stormed inward. All the efforts of the royal army were useless, and now a new phase of confrontation was coming. The troops began to panic, but still the commanders held back formation, an order forcing to take care of the wounded by treatment with herbs and potions. And those who are seriously wounded should be in the care of the recovery mages. The king was shocked by this situation, although he realized that he could not show weakness to his people. The king admitted that he had such an expectation that all his attempts would be futile. After all, the Demon King was originally a creature that even the elite troops on the front line and the demons could not resist, and now there was no hope of salvation. It became obvious to everyone that the capital was about to fall. Count Avard turned to the young merchant and confessed that he was aware of his situation of not standing out in the capital. Now was a very different moment, and help should be considered. Count Avard suggested that the merchant's team would definitely have something to counter the Demon King, and it would be a good idea to demonstrate it. If they have a solution to this crisis, he, Count, is willing to bet his life on it to restore Akin's position in the land of men. Also, Count Avard promised a huge reward for his help and the right to conduct business in the capital until the end of time. Akin's calculating merchant realized that the conditions were really not bad. After all, originally obtained treasure in ancient ruins for the battle with the Demon King. And above all, he decided to fight Gandaroff if he attacked his team. But is it really better than the risk of his team being discovered here and now? Meanwhile, shouts and reports of the Demon King breaking through to the shelter where the children, women, and old people were. It was all too much pressure on the young merchant's mind, and Akina realized that the moment of truth had arrived. The merchant finally decided to save the capital. After all, voluntary social service is another corporate activity to improve their image, and if they are going to open their business in the capital again, it will be a great advertisement and will be of great importance. So if you make the most of it, coming out of the shadows will not be a bad thing at all. The young merchant said that his team and himself are ready to defend the capital, and the king himself and everyone should know that the corporate social service is on the warpath. Akina ran forward, and all his friends kept up with their leader. Akina shouted that Adventurer Mains or a Chalcom sword had a long range, but if they started swinging it right now, the people of the capital would get hurt, and this monster was too fast. You need to slow it down to begin with, so that you can get close to it to some extent. The Enchantress Emanuela offered to reveal the results of further research on the treasure of lost magic and apply the new abilities. The beautiful brunette threw a magic ball forward to the countries and called it Magic Weapon Number 1. Emmanuel explained that it was a magic weapon created from a collection of blueprints of lost magic, and this orb was capable of amplifying magic many times over. She also modified this illustrated book detailing the magical language of world events so that she could easily conjure with her magical powers by combining all the possibilities. Emmanuel applied a detailed search for the magical language and then started auto-singing flames and spreading flames. The magic ball instantly created a flame, and gradually it began to materialize into a blazing dance that was completely controlled by the will of the beautiful enchantress. The king's best magicians had never seen such a thing and marveled at the flaming dance that literally surrounded the Demon King. At the same time, the flow of flames was controlled so as not to burn any building. The king marveled at the magic that was far more powerful than the large-scale magic of his spellcasters. All of this was beyond the current magical technology available to ordinary people. Gardero Eka Marquis Berthold laughed once again and greeted Akin's merchant crew, surprised at the use of lost magic in this way. At this, Enchantress Emmanuel explained that all this magic would only hold back the Demon King a little. Meanwhile, in the capital, inside a building under construction, the merchant Akina declared that the Enchantress Emmanuel had performed her best, and now it was their turn to act. An excited Akina asked the Elfess Furia to maximize his gacha cultivation ability. Instantly, the wisest Elfess created a plant Spirit King's garden and suggested that they start cultivating gacha in conjunction with that garden, thus utilizing the new technology. An incredible magic menu appeared, in which the Elfess proposed to select the necessary weapons of the gacha. The Elven Sweetheart explained that the power of the magical garden greatly increases the likelihood of obtaining a weapon. And when a weapon appears, it will be in large numbers and also super strong. However, such a pleasure would require paying 2,000 gold coins at a time. Akin's merchant was aghast at such a price and mentally converted it into Japanese yen, which turned out to be 20 million. The wisest Furyu explained that the king of plant spirits seems to want in relation to the material civilization of the natural world, although he wouldn't mind even installments. Overcoming his natural greed, Akina still decided to give 2,000 gold coins at a time and began the process of cultivating the gacha. Soon everything was ready and entire crates of magic grenades were destined for the king's soldiers. The commanders of the royal guards were puzzled by the weapons they received, but Count Avard ordered them not to ask unnecessary questions as there was no time for that. There were also gifts for the king's spellcasters in the form of magical staffs. The magicians were delighted with the items that allowed them to perform a barrage of powerful magic with the press of a single button, without any chanting. In doing so, the number of shots increased to 10, and the power of the shots increased several times. Everyone was delighted with the newest weapon that possessed tremendous power. The Water King quickly mastered the technique of throwing magic grenades and began to successfully use them, feeling more confident. Although the power of the magic grenades was greatly reduced so that the explosions would not destroy the city buildings, a veritable barrage of grown weapons using the gacha cultivation skill rained down on the Demon King, creating one continuous ball of magical fire. Just as the omniscient elf had said, the power of the gacha cultivation skill had increased significantly, and now the merchant didn't even regret spending the gold coins. All this magical fire activity and the courage of the soldiers had succeeded in slowing down the Demon King, who had now appeared on the main street in the capital. So now it was time for the adventurous Main. The beautiful merchant protector herself had been waiting for this moment for a long time and maximized her superhuman skill, and at the same time pulling out her incredible orichalcum sword. Everything happened so instantly that no one even had time to realize exactly how it happened. Adventurous Main did to the Demon King with a single sweep of her strong arm what she had done to the rock. After that, the mighty monster simply collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. All of this caused both the residents and the common soldiers of the royal capital to be incredibly excited. And the fragile, super-strong adventurer was immediately declared a national heroine and deservedly received commendations. Count Avard marveled at the incredible abilities of Akin's store staff. The king instantly wanted to know who could perform such heroic deeds for the sake of his city. But only Akin's young merchant had not yet calmed down, for the most important enemy was not yet defeated, but continued to smile nastily and quietly, as if nothing had happened to his main pet. Gandaroff, despite the general delight of the inhabitants of the capital, held confident and calm, and also as always smiled nastily and still praised the team of Akin's store for such a success, because they managed to cut off the paws of the King of Demons. Adventurer Main was of course the one who rejoiced the most, for she truly believed in her incredible victory. Merchant Akina tried to reassure himself, for no matter how suspicious and calm the vile Gandaroff was, victory should be theirs. Although in the future, though, one must not let their guard down and still continue to hit as hard as they could. Adventurous Main decided to finally put a stop to this battle and finish off the incredibly huge monster. This brave girl, as usual, applied her superhuman skill to its full potential and delivered a blow that hardly anyone could even withstand. But after the blow, Protector Main was horrified, for she was unable to pierce through the Demon King's armor in its core, even though she struck with the sword itself rather than the pressure of the sword. Akina and Harold were horrified, for the monster's body was much harder than its paws. The excited adventurer noticed that she had only made scratches on the skin, which meant that it was completely impossible to cut it even with such a fine sword. Most likely there was simply not enough power, and perhaps if this sword was much heavier and bigger, then everything would work out. The young merchant instantly became frustrated, because if he had a cultivation skill in a situation like this, then he would definitely be able to do something and turn the tide of the battle. Suddenly, the calm environment ended, and there was an incredible shaking of the ground that caused huge cracks to appear on the ground. All of this was accompanied by the vile laughter of Gondorov, who clearly enjoyed upsetting other people. Soon a huge hole appeared in the ground. After that, the horrible Demon King, even remaining limbless, hurriedly crawled right into the hole. Everyone immediately realized that the cursed monster was trying to escape. It was simply disgusting to see such a thing, as the Demon King was moving around even with its paws cut off. Akin's merchant recalled this moment, as he had once heard that when a grasshopper escapes, it boldly gives up its legs as bait, although grasshoppers in his past life gave up their hind legs. So to defeat the Demon King, they'd have to chop his whole body in half. Gandalf shouted that this time they would attack the capital from below and would not be as merciful as last time. Akin's team meanwhile pondered what they should do now, for it was just beginning. It was horrible to realize that the Demon King was not even taken by the orichalcum sword that had taken a lot of hard work to create. And now it was unclear how to pursue this creature underground and where to wait for his new attack. As a result, the young merchant shouted that he had a great idea and rushed to Count Avard with a request. The frightened Count himself was willing to do anything to save the capital of the kingdom. Soon after discussing the merchant's new plan, everyone was ready to act as needed. Although as always the requests of the chief were absurd, the entire staff was ready to support their chief in a united effort. The entire staff of Akin's store, standing on the edge of a huge precipice, decided to head down, trusting their beginnings to catch up and conquer the vile Demon King. It was possible to move along the vertical plane thanks to the abilities of the elf Furyu, who was skillful in handling the powerful roots. The agitated merchant admitted that he had a feeling that the Demon King was descending into a pre-dug hole, and the monster was not even going to stop underground, so he had to be stopped as soon as possible. Fearing to lose the Demon King from sight, Akin ordered to immediately start there. The Demon King was attacked with a combined attack of magical flames of the beautiful sorceress Emmanuel, the destructive roots of the elf Furyu, and of course the magic grenades that have already become a traditional attribute of Akin's team. Everyone of course realized that they would not be able to destroy the Demon King in this way, but merely prevent an attack on the country's capital from underground. After all, even the super strong adventurer could only scratch the monster's body with her orichalcum sword. Once again, the magic transmitter appeared on which the ever-smiling Gondorov was broadcasting. The world conqueror praised the young merchant for his ingenuity and resourcefulness. But Akin accused his opponent of cowardice and of sneakily depriving him of the skill of cultivating a forged document contract using magic. But this only amused Gondorov, who explained that the hidden contract magic in that document was in the name of his alias Marquis Berthold. And he also has an official document with his signature on it, and that is quite different. And he also just tricked the legal contract mages into making this document, and all this contract magic is differently processed by lost magic, and no one can figure it out. Akin's merchant replied that he was well aware of such methods from Count Avard. And such contract magic is used to make treaties between countries. And it must be stable so that it cannot be destroyed, so Gondorov used such magic. In response, the abominable laughter of the enslaver of the world was heard again, which confirmed all of Akin's assumptions. Then the amused Gondorov noticed how hard the young merchant's entire team had tried. After all, they had chased the Demon King through all the tunnels of the dungeon, and it was quite amusing. Then the enslaver of the world asked what the young merchant was going to do next, since he was now satisfied with his meager success. Without waiting for an answer, Gandarov ordered the Demon King to break through the ceiling of the dungeon and finish what he had started in the capital of the kingdom. The mighty monster instantly obeyed his master's order and rushed to exactly where the ceiling of the dungeon was. But in the way of the Demon King stood the team of Akin's store. Unexpectedly, the young leader shouted that victory would now belong to them alone. Such a bold statement caused the enslaver of the world Gandarov to bewilder and laugh. Turned out all the land where the Demon King fled glowed me. It was an incomprehensible surprise to Gandarov, who for once did not understand the young merchant's plan. But at that moment Count Avard shouted that the signal from underground had come and it was time to act. The smug and self-righteous future enslaver of the entire world Gandarov declared that this glowing trail was his personal signature on the death sentence of this kingdom and started laughing as usual. Gandarov asked what was the point of all this. After all, did the recent attacks and defenses cause the merchant team to decide to draw something on the ground? But at this point, Akin reminded that the magic of the contract cannot be destroyed since the state guarantees the contract. But on the other hand, if the country properly approves it, it can also be destroyed with the permission of the state. Gandarov asked how the strict termination procedure used for contracts between countries could be used without the country's consent as a party to the contract. After all, it is simply impossible. The young haggler explained that all the contract mages of the country had gathered on the ground, and in the very center of the mages who were being tricked into making a contract, and also gathered his civil servants dealing with legal matters and contracts. All of them were asked to magically create a huge contract, and now they received from the ground the signature of Gandarov, who kindly provided it. Akina explained that he had personally asked Count Avard to gather them all together and commission them to work on the ground, and the rest was left to the king, the most powerful lawmaker in this country for all people. For no one could dare to contradict the decision of the king himself. The king declared that in order to destroy the magic of the contract created by ancient technology and of unknown content, he needed his seal of supreme power, the seal of the king. Of course, in a normal situation, he would not accept this request, but for the sake of those fighting for his kingdom, he is willing to fulfill this errand. The king did not hesitate to take his majestic seal and declared that for the sake of these men, he would have to show his immense power as king. The resourceful merchant told Gandarov that his signature could not be obtained in a formal way, and that the contract itself was drawn up with lost magic, and he did not know how much he could recover of what he had lost. But it's worth it to wipe the insolent smirk off his opponent's face. The agitated Akina swung his hand up and shouted the partial destruction of the magic contract. Instantly in that second, magic circles began to envelop the would-be enslaver of the world. The reverse process occurred, which had happened much earlier in Gandarov's own mansion. According to the ingenious merchant's plan, he was to regain his original cultivation ability and thus restore justice. Of course, the joyous Akina was not entirely sure of the result, although it would be enough to be used to some extent, and now the cultivation skill would once again become unusable to the enemy. But in the end, the shrewd merchant Akina felt the full return of his cultivation skill, and it was the most wonderful feeling he had experienced in a while. The entire staff of Akin's store rejoiced with joy as everything worked out as they had planned, and the manager himself once again showed his amazing strategic thinking. Count Avard said that the king was very much taken in by his words and those of the unknown men, and whether all those who would see Akin and his team in action would believe them. Now all that remains is to wait a little while and find out the result. The genius of the young merchant was appreciated even by his adversary Gandarov, although he accompanied it with his usual disgusted laughter. The world conqueror then asked what Akin would do next. The answer was of course obvious, and the young leader declared on behalf of his entire team that they were going to defeat the Demon King. After Akina, a beautiful sorceress took the floor and promised a lot of magical surprises. The next moment, the beautiful Emmanuel shouted, releasing magic weapon number 2, and then weapon number 3, and supplemented everything with a magic boost. The seductive brunette materialized a magic cage and magic ice with deft hand movements. The huge monster, the Demon King, was instantly encased in the ice cage, which should at least briefly restrain this giant. Adventurous Maine in turn was sure that unlike the previous time, the Demon King was now locked up tight. The dwarf herald decided that it would certainly be nice not to have to chase this monster anymore, much less run from it. Ganderov at this point began to laugh even louder than before and admitted that he now has a small problem. The wisest elf, Furyu, was the next to join in and once again borrowed the power of the king of plant spirits. The huge roots that were called true plant support enveloped the Demon King, complementing his grip and guaranteeing a complete trap. From the outside, it looked like the Demon King wasn't even trying to break free, but in fact he was, and he simply couldn't, for he was confronted by an immense magical power that no one had ever used before. The young merchant Akina ordered Furyu to keep pushing the monster to the surface through the hole that had been dug. The elfess happily carried out the order and only regretted that she didn't have enough strength to simply crush the Demon King at this moment. Soon, the huge body of the Demon King once again saw the sunlight, but this time not by his own will, but with the help of the magical power of the defenders of the capital. Watching all this, Ganderov could not stop laughing, as he was completely confident in the invulnerability of his pet. But then at some point, the enslaver of the world noticed that he had lost sight of the young merchant's team itself. It was obvious that they had moved somewhere from underground, but just where, it was not yet clear to him. Meanwhile, the entire team was in a huge warehouse, and they were about to face their most crucial moment. Leader Akin was feeling on edge and was looking forward to applying the cultivation skill. This time, Adventure Main's new, incredible and unique sword was being buried in the ground, and Akina was eagerly waiting for the process to begin, for it had been a very long time since he had grown anything in his usual way. Everything happened according to the old scheme. Akina was engaged in the process of cultivation itself, and the lover of sweet from the elven lands obsolete the entire process. It wasn't long before a whole bunch of similar swords appeared, and right after that Akina all at once in one place. The further process involved growing, fusing, and maximizing the gigantism of the item produced. Akina wasn't lying when he said he felt at his limit. Such exertion he had truly never experienced before. There was a deafening clap that echoed throughout the capital, and it immediately gave away the location of Akin's team to Ganderov, although he didn't realize what was really happening. The young merchant stated that if someone decided to prepare, his store would prepare anything and anyone for him and cut anything in half. After all, only his trade organization and his best team would be able to prepare goods capable of disemboweling a Demon King. Suddenly breaking the floorboards and beams of a huge building, a piercing shiny object flew into the sky. This object turned out to be an incredibly sized sword for the best and strongest adventurer in this world, Main. The sight of such a monumental weapon took everyone's breath away, but the cursed Ganderov continued to laugh achidically. Count Avard only now realized the words of the young merchant, who was saying that it would be too difficult for them to wave their weapons underground. The king seemed puzzled as to where a sword of such size could have come from in this world, for it could only be forged by the gods. Harold talked about the improvement of armor, which is usually used in the country of dwarves, and thanks to it Main will be able to bear weight more easily. Emmanuel's sorceress put a special magical resilience and reinforced joints on the adventurer, because no matter how strong she was, she had never carried such a weight before. Along with everyone else, Main would get super reinforcement. Oh, the ice cage would be deactivated just before she struck. The moment of truth was only a second away, and this time the super strong merchant defender decided to do the right thing for the sake of the whole team. The girl grasped the sword with all her might and managed to point it in the right direction. The team, meanwhile, screamed in support of their friend. The huge sword blade collapsed exactly in the planned direction, and instantly 2 Demon Kings were made out of one, but only half each. Shouts of joy and delight at this result were heard. And finally, the hideous laughter of the world's enslaver, Ganderov, who this time recognized that Akin's friends had surpassed all expectations and that the Demon King had died and disappointed his master. Ganderov shrugged off his smile and admitted his defeat on the matter. The entire capital, including aristocrats of all ranks, rejoiced in victory, and this time no one had any doubt that the huge Demon King was dead. But Ganderov once again overpowered irritation, put on a cheerful mask, and simply remained silent watching the general rejoicing. Akin's resourceful merchant thought that they were finally able to wipe that nasty smile off Ganderov's face a little, although he is still trying to smile and appear serene. but now it was clear even to him whose side would ultimately win.